That despicable villain. Ha ha, how enjoyable. Good fight. The villain will definitely get what he deserves. Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhong, Lu Yichuan, and a few other people whom Zhang Ye had gotten close to were cheering the loudest. Qinshan looked at Zhang Ye in disbelief, as though in disbelief at how Zhang Ye could have gotten so strong all of a sudden. Amid everyone's cheers, Zhang Ye gave a fist and palm salute in gratitude as he came out of the ring while laughing. Thank you, thank you. I got lucky that the thieving bastard did not succeed. Bro Chun, great showing. That felt so good. The thieving bastard will definitely lose. Evil will never prevail against good. When fourth Bro Zhou, who was lying on the floor, heard that, he almost vomited blood. He was so angry that he didn't know what he could say. Clearly, that Chen fellow had resorted to a sneak attack. He even shamelessly threw a hidden weapon to hit his face. But as it stands, why am I the despicable one? And shameless? And I'm even called a thieving bastard now? Fuck your grandma. Do you people still have any shame? Chapter 927. Then I'll listen to you people. Chapter 927. Then I'll listen to you people. Translator, leg editor, leg. Fourth Bro Zhou was carried out of the ring via stretcher. Winners were crowned and losers vilified. That was how all matches ended in the Chinese martial arts world. Whoever was more skilled would have the last say. The loser didn't have any right to speak. The duel ended just like that. The 10th match was the last to begin, but the first to finish. The 8 trigram school's disciples nearly fainted when they saw this. So that is Chunjun? Isn't his strength a little too great? 11th bro, can your strength beat his? Man, that's hard to say. Is that an external style he's using? I don't know. He didn't even use any martial arts moves. That's right. I couldn't even tell which martial school's moves those were. Don't tell me that there's really a style called the swimming body 8 trigrams brick. Song Jiao, the 5th senior sister, evaluated. Unless concealed power or some special type of kung fu was used, very few people in the entire Chinese martial arts world can compare to his strength. With normal training techniques, even if a person trains their entire life, their greatest strength would be no more than this. Lu Yuhu commented, he's an expert. Upon returning, Zhang Ye was surrounded by a group of people who gave him extremely good treatment. Bro Chun, I didn't know you had hidden talents. Please don't say that. That brick smash was wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Zhou family-style school sect leader Zhou Tianpeng did not look up at all. As for some of the older boxing specialists of the Zhou family style, their focus was not on these brawls between the juniors. At today's martial arts conference, only Rao, was their cause of concern. She was their most formidable enemy. In the main ring, the duels gradually came to a close. The duels with both parties using weapons ended slightly faster, while the unarmed duels took longer. In the match between both Wudangs, the Wudang sect emerged victorious. The Shaolin Monastery came out on top in the match against the Qingqing sect. Victory was also decided among the non-affiliates. Today's dark horse was a newcomer to the Chinese martial arts world. He had actually managed to defeat a rather well-known boxing specialist of the Chinese martial arts world. His win earned him some fame. Of course, Zhang Ye gained some fame as well. Actually, this fellow was famous since last night. Who from the large sects did not know about Qianjun? Basically, everyone hated him to the bone. Afterwards, someone else came forward to issue a challenge. Qiandong, come and have a match with your grandpa. Grandson, grandpa is coming. Who is grandson calling? I'm calling you grandson. Whose grandson are you? I'm your grandpa. The enmity between them clearly ran very deep. They cursed at each other as they walked up into the ring, and even continued to curse at each other while dueling. Grandson, take that. Receive this palm strike from your grandpa. Grandson, watch out for my attack. Your grandpa is watching out. Haha, my grandson got punched. Haha, grandson, you're only helping your grandpa scratch his back. The referee didn't know whether to laugh or cry while watching this. The National Martial Arts Association's people were also speechless. They felt somewhat embarrassed as the Chinese martial arts world was opening up, standardizing, and taking the high-end route in the market. But those martial artist characters and educational qualifications were not in line with this market expansion. There were always some people who liked to scold others, or liked to fight with a brick, or liked to scold others and fight with a brick. They could not curb the behavior of such people, so could only turn a blind eye to it all. After some of the others went into the ring to duel, an unexpected person came forward. He was the Huashan sect leader, Grandmaster Chen Shi's junior brother, Fan One. He was the person whom Zhang Ye met with at the entrance of the Holiday Resort's restaurant last night. The compensation of 1,000 yuan per person was negotiated by Zhang Ye and Fan One at the time. The moment Fan One stepped forward, he called out, "Little bro Chen Jun, it looks like you were born with superhuman strength and your martial arts are very good. So I was hoping to learn a little from you as well. Would you object to that?" "Ah, Steward Fan. Steward Fan has issued a challenge too? Senior Fan, take care of him." The large sects were getting excited. After watching the match between Zhang Ye and fourth bro Zhou, they were largely unsure if they would be a match for that Shenzhen opponent, so they did not dare step forward to challenge him. Even the Zhou family style's disciples were staying silent. With the Huashan sect's senior Fan issuing a challenge, he could definitely beat that Shenzhen. However, the people from the small sects and non-affiliates were outraged. "Isn't this bullying? Senior Fan, how can you, as a senior, issue a challenge to a junior? You're totally on a different level. Despicable." Zhang Yi was tickled. When Fan Wen heard that, he said, "All right then, since I'm your senior and older than you, then how about this? I'll give you a one-hand handicap. We'll exchange some pointers since I would like to see for myself what little bro Chen's fighting, brick style is like." The words brick style sounded very odd no matter how it was put. Lu Yichuan shouted, "Bro Chen Zhan, don't go." Li Chuaning hurriedly said, "That old man is really formidable." "Yeah." Hibadeo said, "Fan Wen is an expert who is ranked in the top 3 of the Huashan sect. He is also a prominent martial artist of the Chinese martial arts world. He's a master martial artist. You're not his match." Lu Yizhang tugged at him. "Bro Chen, be cautious. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him." The other non-affiliates all said the same. "Don't go. Don't bother with him. This is bullying. They're obviously targeting you. The Huashan sect has always been in cahoots with the Zhou family. That's right. Don't go." After listening to all that, Zhang Yi gave a fist and palm salute to the surrounding people. "Thank you, everyone, for your kindness." Everyone sighed when they heard this, as they knew their words had fallen on Chen Zhen's deaf ears. However, they were simply making a passing remark. At this sort of martial arts conference, there had never before been a precedent of anyone declining a challenge. That was because it was more embarrassing for a martial artist to refuse a challenge than to lose a match. Of the many duels each year, even if they clearly knew that they could not beat their opponent, they still braced themselves to face the challenge, all because there was no other way to it. Zhang Yi walked out from the crowd as he said, "I feel very flattered that a Huashan sect senior is challenging me. I would also like to see for myself what the Huashan sect's martial arts are like." Fan Wen smiled and gestured with his hand, saying, "Little bro Chun, as you please." Fan Wen walked toward the dueling area. As Fan Wen's reputation was well known, numerous people at the venue looked over. They were surprised that Fan Wen would actually spar with a junior. This Chen Zhen will surely have a hard time. The non-affiliates were still trying to talk him out of it. "Be careful. Don't be rash, bro Chun. Be cautious. Be cautious around him. Senior Fan is not easy to deal with. Don't go." Zhang Yi waved them off and said righteously, "Everyone, please don't try to talk me out of this. I've already decided. Since the large sects want to use me as an example to warn others, I definitely can't avoid it today. It doesn't matter whether I advance or retreat. For the dignity of the small sects and us non-affiliates, what reason do I have to back away from this challenge? I have to fight even if I die." Everyone was moved. They knew that Bro Chen Zhen was going to accept the challenge for sure. Bro Chen's heroism will reach the clouds. Bro Chen is a heroic man. Think carefully. It's not embarrassing even if you don't go. Fan Wen was ready. The referee had already gone up into the ring. Zhang Yi suddenly looked around at the non-affiliates and flapped his hands, saying, "Don't talk me out of this. Everyone, please don't do that. Why are you all still trying to talk me out of it? Hi, whatever, I'll just listen to your advice then." Saying that, Zhang Yi turned around and walked back to his seat. Everyone present was dumbfounded by what they saw. Lu Yichuan fainted. Hibadeo fainted. Fan Wen fainted. Everyone from the large and small sects nearly face-planted. "Fuck, you really aren't gonna fight?" We were just being fucking polite with you, alright? Chapter 928. Is the legacy of the Taiji fist actually lost? Chapter 928. Is the legacy of the Taiji fist actually lost? Translator, leg editor, leg. With this episode, the venue's atmosphere became rather awkward. Although the saying went, listen to advice and you won't starve, weren't you still too easily talked out of it by us? Didn't you say that you would be fighting for the dignity of the small sects and non-affiliates? That you'd go into the fight even if you knew you would die? Weren't you not going to give in to the large sect's despotism? Your sister. Where exactly do your principles lie? Why did you choose to turn around just because others politely tried to talk you out of the challenge? You're totally going against the grain of martial arts routines. Zhang Ye walked cool as a cucumber back to his seat. He did not consider this event to be of any importance. Lu Yizhong wiped away his sweat and said, Bro Chun, why did you come back? Contrary to expectations, Zhang Ye gave a look of astonishment and said, Didn't you guys tell me to walk away from the fight? Lu Yizhong. Lu Yichuan. Li Chuaning. Yan Hui. We did try to talk you out of it. But no one was expecting you to agree so readily. But with Zhang Ye saying that, they could not find any other reasons to reply to him, because they had really shouted for him to walk away from the fight. Whatever. You win. The 8 trigram school's disciples looked at one another. Song Jiao said with exasperation, That Chenjun, why does it seem like he's kinda shameless? Su Fan was also dumbfounded. It's not that he seems that way, but that he's actually kinda shameless. Zhao Yunlong said, Take away the kinda. He's just shameless. Lu Yuhu said in a speechless manner. Why do I find that person so familiar? With the crowd there, they could not even see Chunjun clearly, much less spot a little girl like Chinchun. The Huashan sex fan one, who was already ready to go in the dueling area, furrowed his brows in anger. Chinjun, do you intend to duel me or not? What's the meaning of this? The large sects were angered too, especially the Huashan sect's disciples, who felt that their martial sect's senior had gotten played, making all of them infuriated. When Grandmaster Chun heard the commotion over here, he also frowned and swept his gaze to Zhang Ye. Shameless. Say so if you're afraid. Hey Chun, I bet you're just afraid to fight. You just can't beat our martial uncle Fan. Stop finding excuses. If you're skilled enough, you should step forward. Right, if you're skilled enough, come out and fight. Chunjun, let me ask you a simple question. Do you have the courage to exchange blows with our martial uncle Fan? Our master has already said that he'd give you an advantage, but you're still afraid of taking on the challenge? Come out. Come out. Come forward if you're so skilled. The Huashan sect kept goading him from their side, but Zhang Ye was unmoved. He was neither embarrassed nor nervous and was completely untroubled by them. Instead, he started chatting, a smile on his face, with Lu Yichuan who was seated beside him. Look at how wonderful the fight over at Section 3 of the dueling area is. Lu Yichuan grunted. Ah. Zhang Ye asked, Which martial sect is that person from? Lu Yichuan answered, It looks like the Xingyi Fist. Another Huashan sect disciple called out. Not brave enough to challenge my martial uncle? Chinjun, do you have the courage to challenge me instead then? This won't be considered bullying, right? Second senior bro. Go get him, second senior bro. Destroy him. Right, destroy him. That Chunjun is super infuriating. Yan Hui was afraid that he would be on the losing end, so reminded. That is the Huashan sect's second senior brother. He's one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation. Compared to the Zhou family style's fourth bro Zhou, he's way better than him. So you must be careful. But as it turned out, Zhang Ye was still chattering away with Lu Yichuan, as though he had heard nothing. He even conveniently turned around to Yan Hui to ask, Bro Yan, what style of martial arts do you practice? Yan Hui. The surrounding people. The conversation went on until Lu Yichuan and Yan Hui could no longer keep a straight face, yet Zhang Ye was still as indifferent and calm as ever. This made Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhong, and a number of the surrounding non-affiliates and small sect disciples feel extreme admiration for him. Bro Chinjun's skin is really goddamn thick. This was also a skill that most people did not have. The Huashan sect's disciples shouted until their voices turned hoarse. Fan Wen was so angry that he just returned to his seat. The Huashan sect's second senior brother also looked extremely angry, but Zhang Ye remained in his place. No matter how his opponents tried to draw him in, he did not step forward. Why would he want a duel? Earlier, in the match with fourth bro Zhou, Zhang Ye only did it because he had wanted to test his skills in a real fight. Moreover, after watching so many matches, he had gained a slight understanding of his personal power. He had also gained a deeper understanding of the entire Chinese martial arts world standards and the division of ranks for the experts. So why would he still bother with dueling anyone? It wasn't like he was here to fight anyway. Oh, just because you guys shouted and tried to incite me, I must step forward to duel you guys? Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you know how much this bro is worth? This bro can command an appearance fee of over 1 million RMB just by appearing in an interview. Can you people pay me such a sum? A fellow like Zhang Ye was not someone from the martial arts community anyway. All he knew was that he had to sneak into the enemy's camp today to make a mess of things. But as for the rules of the Chinese martial arts world, or whatever honor or dignity, he did not care for any of that. As a result, he would naturally feel that this wasn't something to be embarrassed about. The large sects could watch no longer. Forget about him. What kind of a hero is that? He's a disgrace to our martial arts world. He's even afraid of accepting a challenge. How infuriating. I've never come across such a ruffian before. Why did the National Martial Arts Conference invite someone like him to participate? In so many conferences, there has never before been someone who didn't accept a challenge. He is the first. A lot of those from the large sects glared at Zhang Ye with contempt, looking very uncomfortable with being labeled together with him as members of the Chinese martial arts world. All of them were indignant at Zhang Ye for the Huashan sect. The Huashan sect leader, Chun Shi, spoke, "Quiet down, everyone." With that, all the large sects and Huashan sect's disciples did not utter another word. They looked up and realized that all the matches had ended, and that there was no one else who came forward to issue a challenge to anyone. Everyone was startled and knew that the main event was starting soon. In the blink of an eye, the entire venue fell silent. They no longer cared about denouncing Chun Zhen. Chun Shi stood up. "Is there anyone else?" No one answered. Chun Shi asked again. "Let me ask again. Is there anyone else?" Still, there was no answer. Only then did Chun Shi nod his head and signaled with his hand for the 10 National Martial Arts Association's referees to get out of the ring and stand to the side. Then, quite a few National Martial Arts Association's employees came into the ring to clear the area and put the weaponry back on their racks. A female employee picked up the brick that Zhang Ye had taken from somewhere and took a long, hesitating look around before she finally just threw it somewhere onto the ground. The second round of events at the martial arts conference ended. Lu Yichuan looked up into the ring. Zhang Ye raised his head. Qinshin scowled. The Zhou family style's disciples clenched their fists. The 8 trigram school's disciples looked to the ring. It's beginning. It's time for official business. How do you think they will fight to settle their differences? I don't know. A battle of grandmasters. It'll be really wonderful to watch. Yeah, it's a once-in-a-lifetime battle. This year's National Martial Arts Conference certainly won't be like the ones before it. The events of today will be immortalized for future generations, and as witnesses to it, we truly should feel honored. How exciting. Let's see how this feud will be settled. Supporting the Zhou family. Grandmaster Rao has definitely crossed the line this time. She is openly provoking our martial arts world by upsetting the norms. The National Martial Arts Association definitely won't let this go. Amid everyone's gaze, the incumbent leader of the Zhou family-style school, Zhou Tianpeng, finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, as though he had been preparing a long time for this moment. It felt like a sharp sword suddenly being unsheathed. He stood up and strode toward the fight ring, then suddenly kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air before landing in the ring that was around 1.4 meters tall. He did this without any effort at all, but landed inside the wooden ring with a loud crash and violently shook it. The dust particles swirled up against the glow of the sun upon impact. Great kung fu. Beautiful. Grandmaster Zhou's skills have advanced greatly. He's indeed worthy of the title of Grandmaster. For most jump and land moves, this wouldn't seem unusual in the eyes of a real expert. As they say, laypersons watch the buzz, while professionals examine the skill. But at this moment, the Huashan sect's fan one was a little astonished. In his opinion, compared to the Grandmaster Zhou he had seen a few years back, even though Zhou Tianpeng had aged by a little, His martial arts skills did not seem to have regressed one bit. In fact, it even looked like he had improved. Reaching the level of Grandmaster was the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts. But there was also a division of strength among the Grandmasters. For example, their Huashan sect leader, Qin Shi, who was also Fan Wen's senior brother, would be considered the weakest of the 5 Grandmasters when it came down to their martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Rao Aimin was the strongest of the 5. Several years ago, Zhou Tianpeng was supposedly at the level between them, a little stronger than his senior brother, but a little weaker than Rao Aimin. However, that was a comparison from those days. Today, it was more difficult to determine who was the strongest of the Grandmasters. Besides, how could people like him judge the martial arts of these Grandmasters? There was no way he could assess their skills at his level. He could only get a general feel of how it might be. For instance, the way that Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng made his appearance today clearly gave many people the feeling that his martial arts were much better than a few years back. It was probably the same for Qin Shi since internal-style martial artists usually improved over time. The only unknown was whether Rao Aimin's skills had regressed during this time. In the past few years, no one had seen Rao Aimin, nor knew where she had gone, nor what she had done. In the past 6 months of challenging the Zhou family-style school's training halls, it was comparable to using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The Zhou family style's disciples were obviously not worthy of Rao Aimin to exercise her efforts on and stood basically no chance against her. Therefore, Rao Aimin's current martial arts skills were still a mystery to everyone, including to the 2 Grandmasters, Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi. The venue was enveloped in silence. Zhou Tianpeng was in the ring. His expression this time was no longer the same as when he had stood there earlier. The aura he gave off was utterly different from before. This time, he did not even hold a microphone and just projected his voice to speak. Even so, every word that he spoke was loud and crisp. No matter where someone sat, they could still hear him very clearly. Zhou Tianpeng said, "Dear friends and colleagues of our national martial arts world, the previous events have all come to an end. It is a little shameful to say this, but the next event has to do with me settling a personal feud with a certain someone. There's nothing to be shameful about. Grandmaster Zhou, just announce it. Right? Everyone is here as your witness." The Kongtong sect, the Huashan sect, the Iron Palm sect, and all the other martial sects were very supportive. Zhou Tianpeng nodded and said, "All right, then I shall first give my thanks to everyone present. I am sure that everyone has already heard something about the cause of this issue. As a Grandmaster, Rao Aimin has gone around abusing her powers against my juniors, bullying my Zhou family style's disciples, and tearing down my training halls. This has brought about great losses to the Zhou family. Ignoring economic losses, which are secondary, it has hurt our Zhou family style's reputation. That is something I won't tolerate." Numerous shouts suddenly rang out from the audience. The Huashan sect, supporting Old Master Zhou. The Kongtong sect, supporting Grandmaster Zhou. The Kunlun sect, supporting Vice President Zhou. Intolerable. No need to keep tolerating. The 8 trigrams. School has gone too far. Grandmaster Zhou is big-hearted and did not argue with you people in the past. Yet you people still don't know where to draw the line? Going around the entire country to bring down the Zhou family style's training halls? If this can be tolerated, then what would be intolerable? This is too despicable. Many of those from the large sects were looking angrily in the direction of the 8 trigram school. The 8 trigram school's disciples were irritated by this. Lu Yuhu shouted, "Have you people forgotten about the blood debt of my senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law?" The Huashan sect's Fan Wen said bluntly, "That was just a very normal match in which they willingly put their lives on the line." Song Jiao said furiously, "Quit your fucking bullshitting. Old Crook Zhou's son has committed so many evil deeds and used martial arts to bully others. Our senior sister's little sister had only agreed to a death match with him to settle their feud. But when old Crook Zhou saw that his son was about to meet his end, he interfered in the match to save him, dealing some injuries to my senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law. Let me ask you then, who were the ones bullying the weak there? Let me ask you again, who did not follow the rules of our martial arts world? How are you going to repay this debt?" The Huashan sect's second senior bro harumphed. "And who witnessed that?" A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect scoffed. "Ridiculous. That's complete nonsense. The Kunlun sect leader said, Grandmaster Zhou is a big-hearted man. How could he possibly do something like that? What you heard were just rumors within the martial arts community and should not be taken seriously. Even if Grandmaster Zhou had hurt those two, it must have been during a normal match. They died a year later. So how can you place the blame on Grandmaster Zhou for their deaths? Zhao Yunlong said angrily, sect leader of Kunlun. Don't you dare pretend like you don't know a thing. Don't you know what concealed power is? When one gets struck by concealed power, their insides suffer irreparable damage. Master Sun, from an iron palm branch, repeatedly shook his head. Where's the proof? The evidence? You keep addressing him as Old Crook Zhou. Do you have any manners? Actually, no one could relate the event that happened many years ago too clearly, and there were all sorts of rumors flying around. But whatever the truth, one could easily guess what had really happened. All they knew was that Zhou Tianping's son was indeed not a good person, and Zhou Tianping had also fought with Rao Aimin's sister and brother-in-law. As for the details, nobody really knew about them. The 8 trigram schools people started arguing with the large sects. The small sects and non-affiliates did not say anything and only whispered among themselves. Grandmaster Zhou's son was indeed. Oh, I know. You don't need to mention that. My opinion about this is pretty close to the 8 trigram schools version of events. I heard that there were witnesses to the incident, but no one said anything about it afterwards. Shoo, be quiet. Don't let anyone hear you. We can only speculate among ourselves, but that person is still a grandmaster after all. Why do the large sects seem so united? Who knows if they'd already discussed their stand before this? Let's just watch how it turns out. Don't talk anymore. Yeah, it's not something that we can really do anything about either. It's a fight between gods. At the other end, the two sides were still arguing. The large sect shouted, Rao Aimin is a tumor within our martial arts world. The 8 trigram school shouted back, Old Crook Zhou is despicable and shameless, bullying and injuring so many of the Zhou family style's disciples. Who is the shameless one here? If you're so good, you should have brought this up to Grandmaster Zhou directly. Why did you have to injure so many of the Zhou family style's disciples? Our eldest senior sis has issued countless challenges to Zhou Tianping in the past half a year, but he dared not answer to her challenges due to his guilt. He did not even dare to step out of his hole. How else can she bring it up to him then? All those years ago, when Zhou Tianping injured our senior sister's little sister and brother-in-law, she went to confront the Zhou family about it. When Zhou Tianping realized that the situation was not to his advantage, he even teamed up with the Huashan sect leader to take her on and defeated her. So how can you still have the cheek to say that? That's because Rao Aimin had nothing better to do. Her sister and brother-in-law's business had nothing to do with Grandmaster Zhou at all, yet she came looking for trouble. That in and of itself was already her fault for coming to confront others with no good reason. So who cares if the Grandmasters teamed up? If a thief breaks into your house, you're not even allowed to retaliate. Bullshit. The Zhou family-style school's disciples cut in. That incident from all those years ago was due to her sister and brother-in-law being less skilled, yet they still agreed to the death match. Since they were responsible for their own lives, what else is there left to argue about? The 8 trigram school's disciples were so angry that they were trembling. The large sects had the numerical advantage. With every one of them just saying something, it was more than enough to drown them out, and even the guilty could be presented as innocent. Moreover, judging from their unity, it seemed like those from the large sects had already discussed this prior to the conference. Over there, Qinshun was also trembling. The large sects and the Zhou family style's disciples were speaking about Qinshun's dead parents without a care in the world, and some people even spoke with acrimony of them. There was also someone from the Zhou family style who said that they deserved it for losing. Zhang Ye's face sank when he heard that. He clutched Qinshun's little hand, but found that it was ice cold as she clenched her fist tightly. Suddenly, the Huashan sect leader stepped forward. Grandmaster Chunshi walked up into the ring and looked down, speaking loudly. Let me say a few words. Only then did the large sects put down their hands, which they had been pointing at the 8 trigram school. They looked over and waited for this other grandmaster to speak. Chunshi was representing the National Martial Arts Association as the organizer and also was in charge of this event today. They heard Chunshi say, today's National Martial Arts Conference was called in advance, mainly because we wanted to settle this issue between the Zhou family and Rao I mean. As a bystander, I largely understand the entire situation. Right now, I would like to talk about the following with everyone. Has anyone here heard of the Taiji fist from over 100 years ago? The Taiji fist? Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. The people below the ring were taken aback. I've heard of it. Of course I've heard about it. I heard my master talk about it once before. Yeah, that's a very famous internal style. A pity that it's already been lost for over 100 years. She looked at everyone and narrated. There are still some historical records about the time when the Taiji fist first appeared during the Qing dynasty. It pushed internal styles to a pinnacle at that time. Some of the large sects might not be strangers to this name, as a lot of masters and veterans from that time have passed down many legends and stories regarding the Taiji fist by word of mouth. However, it was exactly this internal style, which had such a colorful history, whose legacy was lost over 100 years ago. This intangible cultural asset of our martial arts world did not get passed down, and it is a heartache both for me and for our martial arts world. The Huashan sect's Fan sighed. Hi, what a pity. The Kunlun sect's deputy leader also gave a light sigh. How brilliant would the Grandmaster of Taiji be at that time? But to this day, this martial art style did not even get passed down to our time. Lu Yichuan said excitedly. They're talking about Taiji fist. Li Chuaning could only sigh. I've heard of it too. It's such a pity. Zhang Ye gave both of them a look, but did not say anything. When the Taiji fist was mentioned, the Zhou family style's disciples also had looks of yearning on their faces. When an ordinary person hears about Taiji, they might not think of it as a fighting style. Many people did not even know what the Taiji fist was. But within the Chinese martial arts world, everyone had long heard about the Taiji fist. Some of the real experts and veterans in the martial sects all knew about the legend and brilliance of the Taiji fist from all those years ago, and knew just how powerful this style of martial arts was. There had been many people who had tried to recreate the Taiji fist from the written records and oral accounts of those who had witnessed it before, and if they could even recreate 10 to 20% of it, it would have been good enough. However, no one had been able to do it so far, because this was not a martial arts form that followed a strict form. It wasn't like practicing sets that one would for external styles, but an internal style martial arts that focused on the application of force, breathing techniques, and the flow of qi, which were all practiced differently from external styles. There was basically no way to recreate it to its original form by simply using bits and pieces of unconfirmed records. Therefore, many people gave up on doing so anymore, and the Taiji fist was just used as an example of a legendary martial arts style in the Chinese martial arts world to be passed down generation by generation. The martial arts community could only hear about the brilliance of the Taiji fist, but were regrettably unable to witness the rebirth of this style of martial arts. Zhou Tianpeng also revealed a slight tinge of regret. Hi, Chun, she continued, the times now are different. Our martial arts world has entered a new chapter in its history. We have our own new set of rules and regulations, and the National Martial Arts Association will not tolerate those who break them. A feud between martial sects? Bullying others with martial arts? These are both prohibited activities within our martial arts world. We cannot allow the tragedy of the Taiji fist to happen again and let those martial arts styles, which have existed for hundreds of years, slip out of our hands. Otherwise, we will be sinners to our national martial arts world. We will be sinners to our nation. This speech stoked the anger of many people. Right, Grandmaster Chun has put it very well. We have to protect our martial arts heritage. This is the legacy of our nation. The Taiji fist has already been lost. We cannot allow the Zhou family style to disappear as well. By doing what Rao I mean did, she is basically trying to force the extermination of their school. Compared to the injuries suffered by those Zhou family style's disciples, the protection of our Chinese martial arts legacy is much more important. Rao I mean is trying to end all these decades of the Zhou family style's legacy. This is even more vicious than ending one's family line. This is too much. Intolerable. We must definitely punish such behavior. Denounce Rao I mean. Drive Rao I mean out of our martial arts world. We can't let her continue acting arrogant like that. Right. We cannot allow the Zhou family style to become the second Taiji fist. Everyone, let's stand together. Strip Rao I mean of her martial arts. Destroy Rao I mean. Everyone was freely expressing their anger. Besides the Zhou family, many of those from the large sects followed along and shouted. In the end, even those small sects who had much to gain from the subsidy that Zhou Tianpeng was offering, and a small group of non-affiliates, had unknowingly followed along and started shouting when they heard that. Protect our martial arts heritage. Supporting Grandmaster Zhou. Drive Rao I mean out of our martial arts world. The martial arts community has no place for such a grandmaster. Right? Our martial arts world does not need a grandmaster like that. Everyone, let's stand united in denouncing treacherous Rao. Denounce treacherous Rao. Chapter 929, Deathmatch. Zhang Ye makes his appearance. Chapter 929, Deathmatch. Zhang Ye makes his appearance. Translator, editor, The atmosphere was highly imposing. Almost everyone was standing against Rao I mean. The Huashan sect's fan Wen stepped forward and said, "We of the Huashan sect hereby proclaim our support for Grandmaster Zhou to seek an answer for the injustice he has suffered." Although sect leader Chen Shi did not say anything, his words earlier had clearly expressed his attitude. Including the 2-versus-1 match between the Grandmasters those years ago, it was quite evident whose side Grandmaster Chen Shi and the entire Huashan sect were on. Moreover, Chen Shi and Zhou Tianpeng were friends of many years. The Kunlun sect leader stepped up and said, "The Kunlun sect also expresses our support for Grandmaster Zhou." The Iron Palm's master son came forward as well. "I also express, on behalf of our sect, that all the Iron Palm's disciples present today will give our support to Grandmaster Zhou. Any who dare to break the rules are antagonizing our sect." The Kongtong sect deputy leader also came forward. "The Kongtong sect will also be supporting Grandmaster Zhou. And us, the Maoshan sect," an old Taoist with a white beard shouted as he walked forward slowly. "And us, South Wudong. Us too, the Xingyi Fist. There's also us from the Splitting Mountain sect. And us, the Zhao family style. Count the Qingqing sect in as well. Don't forget about us from the Shaolin Monastery." Even the eminent monks of the Shaolin Monastery were taking sides in this feud. Zhang Ye looked at those people and observed them one by one. His eyes got narrower and narrower as he took in all their faces. Those who understood Zhang Ye would know that he was angry now. Up to now, all of the large sects had shown their support for the Zhou family, and some of the martial sects even warned that if anyone dared to prevent this denouncement of Rao I mean, it would mean that they would become their sworn enemies. Some of the small sects like the Splitting Mountain sect also joined their side and stood together with the camp led by Zhou Tianpeng. A lot of the other small sects and basically all of the non-affiliates did not express their opinions and just stood on the sideline. They stayed neutral as they felt they couldn't afford to offend either party. The martial sects or training halls they represented were also wholly unqualified to take part in the affairs of this incident to begin with. On the other hand, there was no one who expressed any support for Rao I mean, not a single person. There were only a solitary dozen or so disciples of the 8 trigram school standing there with her. Several hundred against a dozen or so. It was an overwhelming numerical advantage. Lu Yichuan sighed and said, "Grandmaster Rao is in trouble this time." This was indeed a Hongmin banquet. Yin Hui remarked. Li Chuaning said, "She has made an enemy out of the entire martial arts community." Hibadeo said, "Looks like Senior Rao will find it hard to get away today." In the ring, Zhou Tianpeng gave a fist and palm salute to his supporters. "I, Zhou Tianpeng, give thanks to every one of you. Grandmaster Zhou, you're being too polite. It's only right. Denouncing that treacherous Rao is everyone's responsibility. That Rao I mean intends to exterminate your entire Zhou family this time. Who knows if she might do that next to our Iron Palm sect. Right? This is a matter that concerns all of the martial arts community, so you don't have to thank us for anything." The 8 trigram school's disciples were furious. Lu Yuhu said angrily, "If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all that pompous reasoning?" Song Jiao rebuked. "All you sanctimonious people, do you people really think you're from some righteous sects? Tui, you're all just shit." Zhao Yunlong let out a furious laugh. "What has the loss of the Taiji Fist's legacy for the past over 100 years got anything to do with your Zhou family? You're even comparing yourselves to the Taiji Fist? Do you people think you're qualified to be held in such regard?" Suddenly, Rao opened her eyes. Senior sis. Eldest senior sis. They're really pushing it too far. Those hypocritical villains. Rao motioned with her hands for them to be quiet. She then looked up at Zhou Tianpeng. Are you finished with your nonsensical talk? Then she turned to Chen Shi. Are you also finished with your nonsensical talk? Are we fighting? Chen Shi's expression sank a little. Zhou Tianpeng looked at her. Of course we'll be fighting today, Rao said impatiently. Then quit your bullshitting. Probably only a person like Rao who was feared by everyone in the Chinese martial arts world, dared to speak in this manner to the two grandmasters, Zhou Tianpeng and Chen Shi. Zhou Tianpeng looked at her indifferently and said, You were the one who issued the challenge, so the rules of the duel will naturally be decided by me. That fine? Rao asked, What do you propose? Zhou Tianpeng's next words astonished everyone. He said, I propose a death match. Everyone at the venue jumped in fright. What? A death match? This. A death match between the grandmasters? The death match was a practice that had been passed down over many hundreds of years. Even after society had entered an age governed by law, the Chinese martial arts world still engaged in this tradition. But unless it was some great enmity, almost no one would choose to settle things in such a manner, especially when it concerned a feud between two grandmasters. This was a huge event that had never happened before. Everyone was so shocked their eyeballs nearly popped out. However, Rao response to this astonished them even more. Rao did not even hesitate, and just said, Sure. Instantly, Zhou Tianpeng was putting forward the rules of the match. There are a lot of you from the 8 trigram school today, so don't say that we're bullying you with our numbers. For this death match, let's send out 3 people from each side. We shall duel together in the same ring. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Ye's expression changed. 3 people representing each side? A duel involving 6 people? What kind of rule was this? Wasn't it supposed to be a one-on-one match? Wasn't this battle supposed to be between the Zhou family style's leader and Rao 3 people? Which 3 people? At the next moment, the faces of all those 8 trigrams people wholly changed. Because Chen Shi had taken a step forward and stood quietly next to Zhou Tianpeng. Chen Shi was going to take part in the battle? Fuck your grandpa. Despicable. Bastard. Aren't you people playing dirty this? What? 2 grandmasters against our senior sis by herself. Shameless. Fuck. The 8 trigram school's disciples were raging. The non-affiliates outside the ring were also stunned. How could they do this? The 8 trigram school was right. This really was somewhat of a shameless proposition. Seeing quite a few of the conference participants stirring, Chen Shi could not help but explain, Today is a one-off situation. Everyone here should know about Rao martial arts. If old Zhou or I were to take her on alone, we certainly aren't going to a match for her. Yet, we cannot just watch helplessly as she continues rampaging and bullying others. Her actions are threatening to end the legacy of the Zhou family style, so we have to go to such lengths today. This is very unbefitting of the title of Grandmaster, but there are some things that must be done. After much hesitation, we decided that this would be for the greater good. After today, I will voluntarily resign as the Vice President of the National Martial Arts Association. Zhou Tianpeng frowned. Bro Chun, you're doing this because of our Zhou family style's problems. If anyone resigns, it should be me. Chun Shi gave a wave of his hand. Don't say any more, old Zhou. I've already decided. Then he turned to the 8 trigram school and said, We won't be filling all 3 places for the duel. It'll be just me and old Zhou representing our side. Below, some of the large sects were shouting, Grandmaster Chun, you don't have to do what you said, right? Why do you have to resign? You're suffering this humiliation on behalf of our martial arts world. That's right. Treacherous Rao's Kung Fu is more advanced. It's not embarrassing even if it takes 2 grandmasters to take her on. You're dishing out justice on behalf of the heavens, so of course you have to ensure that it gets served. It was Rao who issued the challenge first, and our martial arts world has its rules as well. The rules of the duel have always been set by those who get challenged, so there's nothing wrong with that at all. Besides, only the 2 of you are participating. That's already considered as giving them some leeway. Yeah, Grandmaster Chun, Grandmaster Zhou, the 2 of you are the real heroes here. You'd rather bear the infamy of teaming up than letting that treacherous bitch get away. That's something that requires a lot of courage and strength to do. You're both truly worthy of being the grandmasters of our time. Many from the large sects were cheering them on for their actions. Some of the Zhou family style's disciples were even holding back their tears as though they were suffering great heartache for the tremendous stress their sect leader was going through. Lu Yichuan. Lu Yizhang gave a look to his brother. Zhang Ye was exasperated. He was truly exasperated. Rao Aimin was showing the exact same expression as Zhang Ye. Looks like I did not guess wrong. You've been holed up outside for the past half a year and not daring to go anywhere. And when you finally accepted my challenge all of a sudden, you clearly did not dare to take me on by yourself. Chun Shi sighed. Just choose your representatives. Lu Yuhu roared with rage. Choose? Choose my ass. Su Fan exploded in anger. How are we going to fight this way? Song Jiao said anxiously. Eldest senior sis, let's leave. When she said that, a number of the Huashan sect and Zhou family style's disciples reacted the quickest. They blocked off the only pathway to get down the hill and said, if you're not fighting, don't even think of leaving this place today. Right. Denounce treacherous Rao. Otherwise, we won't let this rest. The challenge was proposed by your side, but you people are thinking of running away now. The path was blocked off. The 8 trigram school was now a target for everyone. But Rao Aimin did not seem to mind. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Chun Shi and Zhou Tianpeng. Then with a tap of her toe, she also jumped up into the ring. All right, let me take on the two of you and practice some today. Auntie, Chun, in the crowd, rushed to her. Zhang Yi pulled her back right away. Chun cried. My aunt won't be able to win if the two of them team up. Zhang Yi muttered in a low and serious voice. I know that. Not only did he know this, the 8 trigram school's disciples knew it as well, as did everyone from the Chinese martial arts world who were present at the conference. No matter how skilled Rao Aimin was, she would still find it difficult to take on 2 people at once. It would be exactly like the time she took on Chun Shi and Zhou Tianpeng several years ago. She would at most be able to injure one of her opponents, but at high risk of getting injured herself. There was no chance she would emerge as the winner. Further, Zhou Tianpeng's skills had improved again, and Chun Shi was also not at the same level as he was before. No one knew about Rao Aimin's kung fu, but even if she had improved as well, the circumstances were still the same. She couldn't possibly beat 2 grandmasters. This was a feat that was impossible. Nominate 3 people for the battle? Lu Yuhu rolled up his sleeves in anger. I will go and hold one of them off. Get back here. Song Jiao stopped him. Your kung fu is the weakest of everyone here. Like you would be able to hold them off. If we must go, it will be me and 6th junior bro. Su Fan immediately stood up. I'm ready. Don't be rash. An older disciple of the 8 trigrams palm said, the opponents are both grandmasters. What can you two do even if you take them on? Hold them off? How many attacks can you hold them off for? A single blow? Or 2? Perhaps 3? Among us, our 5th senior sis and 6th senior bro have the best skills, and even they can't even hold them past 3 attacks. It'll only drag down eldest senior sis. If you guys fight, she'll get distracted by wanting to protect you guys. Don't forget, this is a death match we're talking about. Lu Yuhu cursed in frustration. Damn it. Zhao Yunlong said anxiously. Then what should we do? What should we do? Su Fan clenched his fist in indignation and said, if eldest and 2nd senior bro were here, that would have been great. With the 2 of them taking on a grandmaster, they could at least hold them off for more than 10 attacks. What's the point of delaying them for 10 attacks? Eldest senior sis is more skilled old crook Zhou, but only by a little. They certainly couldn't settle their differences within 10 attacks. At the very least, Chun Shi has to be held off for 30 attacks. Even with eldest and 2nd senior bro, we wouldn't be able to do that. This is a doomed match. It was totally targeted at eldest senior sis. They want to make sure that eldest senior sis will lose this match. There was no intention of letting her leave this place at all. Bastard. Let's take them on. Take them on with what? They have several hundred people on their side. Then what can we do? Senior sis, you should leave. Right. With your skills, no one can stop you. Don't bother with us. However, Rao Aimin stayed motionless and just stared straight at Zhou Tianpeng. The 8 trigram school's disciples were getting worried and really had no way to deal with this. The entire Chinese martial arts world was now standing against them. No one was willing to support them. Zhou Tianpeng looked in the direction of the 8 trigram school and said, "Nominate your people." Nominate what people? How could they possibly nominate anyone? It was useless whoever they nominated. To everyone at the venue, it was clear that this was a death match of 2 grandmasters against 1 grandmaster. No one else would be allowed to interfere because no one could. Even all the martial arts experts in attendance, like the Iron Palm's Master Sun or the Kunlun sect's Taoist Han, none of them could possibly hold off a grandmaster for more than 10 attacks, let alone this new generation of 8 trigrams palm disciples. It wasn't like there were no skilled experts who could take on a grandmaster. For instance, that eminent monk of the Shaolin monastery who had long since gone into seclusion, and that highly elusive non-affiliate Taoist. There were still quite a few of these hermits of the Chinese martial arts world who could probably fight a grandmaster and hold them off for many attacks. Unquestionably, none of those who could do it were in attendance of the conference today. But even if they were, they would not likely stand with Rao Aimin. Therefore, the outcome of the match was already decided. To say that they wanted to kill Rao Aimin today was probably a little over the top, but her keeping her skills was definitely something they wouldn't allow. No one could or would help her. However, there was someone who refused to let this to happen. While the 8 trigram school's disciples were anxiously circling around, a voice suddenly boomed. Is this how the righteous martial sects and schools behave? Today is such an eye-opener for me. Zhou Tianpeng bullied others and caused the loss of 2 lives, then explained that it was just a normal duel and how everyone was responsible for their own fates. But when someone else came to challenge your Zhou family style, without even taking any human lives, and just injured a few disciples, it became a matter of treason and heresy. An outrage? The National Martial Arts Association has to step in to denounce people? And it's even 2 versus 1? You want to take her life too? Strip her of her martial arts? Fuck you people. What bullshit is this? Hibadeo said in shock. Bro Chun. Louis Chuan was also stunned. Bro Chun Jun. None of them expected Chun Jun to actually say something at this point in time. Bro Chun Yu. Yin Hui was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire Chinese martial arts world is denouncing Rao Aimin. So what are you trying to do here? Bro Yin. Zhang Ye pulled Chun Chun over and handed her to him. In the group, Zhang Ye trusted Yin Hui the most. Although Yin Hui did not recognize him, Zhang Ye definitely had not forgotten him. On the airplane, they had gone through life and death together, so he knew what Yin Hui's character was like. Help me take care of the kid. Yin Hui was taken aback. What do you intend to do? A number of non-affiliates around them were also dumbfounded. Bro Chun Jun. Bro Chun Yu. Everyone was looking at him. Amid everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhang Ye strode out from the crowd and unfastened the buttons of his down jacket. With a cold expression, he tore it away and flung it behind him. With those words, he had shocked the whole venue. Zhang Ye called out, "Nominate 3 people? There's no need for that. Just the 2 of us will be enough." With a lift of his leg, Zhang Ye went up into the ring. Chapter 930, Rao Aimin's Old Flame? Chapter 930, Rao Aimin's Old Flame? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the martial arts conference's venue, everyone present at the ring was stunned. This martial arts conference was clearly organized as an effort by the large sects to denounce Rao Aimin. It was clearly an assault of several hundred people against her. It was clearly a situation in which the outcome was fixed after the 2 grandmasters joined hands for the battle. To say nothing of Rao Aimin, even the 8 trigram school's disciples would find it difficult to return home safely. It didn't matter who stepped up, it was useless. With Zhou Tianpeng teaming up with Qin Shi, they had the greatest combat strength that the Chinese martial arts world could muster. But no one had expected that at such a critical moment, someone would actually side with the 8 trigram school and go up into the ring despite the large sects. Hostility. What did you say? The 2 of you would be enough? Has this person gone crazy? You're going to team up with Rao Aimin to take part in a death match against the 2 grandmasters. Louis Chuan became anxious. Bro Chun, stop fooling around. Come back. Louis Zhang shouted too. Yin Hui was getting anxious. Io, what is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Hibadeo shouted. Damn, why the fuck did you go up into the ring? Are you drunk, Bro Chinjun? Don't spout such nonsense. See, come down quickly. Quickly. This isn't something that non-affiliates like us can be involved in. The opponents are two martial arts grandmasters. What are you going up there for? Many of the non-affiliates and people from the small sects outside the ring were on rather good terms with Zhang Ye. After last night's fight against the large sects, they had forged a good friendship, so when they saw this occur, they started panicking as well. Holy shit. Chen, get back down here. Don't try to play the hero. This isn't the time for that. It's useless no matter who goes. This is a death match we're talking about. Are you throwing your life away, bro Chen? The people from the large sects were angered by this. Some of the 8 trigram school's disciples present today were quite skilled at kung fu. For example, the 5th disciple, Song Jiao, the 6th disciple, Su Fan, and even Zhao Yunlong's kung fu were acceptable. But even they did not go up as. They knew they would drag her down if they did. But why did you not know that? What is that person trying to do? Isn't he Chen? It's him. It's that shameless guy. Fuck. Why did he go up into the ring? Yeah, when Senior Fan and the Huashan sect's senior brother challenged him just now, he wasn't even their match since he was too afraid to accept their challenge. So why is he going up there now? 2v2. You were too afraid to even accept a Huashan disciple's challenge. How the fuck can you fight with grandmasters? Will you die if you don't show off? You're really a fearless one. Isn't he insulting everyone here by doing that? Chun, you're gonna die. Get the fuck down. Right? Get the fuck down. As a nobody, why are you causing trouble? Umitba, little almsgiver, retreat. Many people from the large sects spoke out, wanting to stop this farce. The Huashan sect's fan when shouted, "This isn't a match that you can be involved with. Get down." A nobody interfered with the death match involving 3 grandmasters, and he even wanted to participate in the match. This was an insult to many of the large sect's members. If someone qualified had to enter the ring to fight, it should not be him. With his mediocre kung fu, he could not handle an attack from any one of the participants in the ring. In this crucial death match that is about to take place, are you trying to be the fly in the ointment? Take a look at yourself. Do you even think that you can take on grandmasters? Chen, she looked at Zhang Ye. Zhou Tianpeng also stared at him. Who are you? The 2 grandmasters had such an authoritative gaze that most normal martial artists would not be able to handle looking at them. But Zhang Ye was oblivious to it and nonchalantly uttered, "What does it concern you? Bastard! How can you talk to my master in that manner?" The Zhou family-style school was infuriated. Zhang Ye laughed. "I've said what I've said. What can you do about it?" The Iron Palm's master's son stepped forward and shouted, "I've said it already. Whoever dares to help old Crook Rao will be an enemy of our Iron Palm sect, and we will oppose him to the bitter end." Zhang Ye looked at him and asked, "Who do you think you are? Who does the Iron Palm sect think they are?" Master's son was furious. "You're looking to die." The 8 trigram school's disciples were floored as they did not expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, the person who went up into the ring turned out to be that troublemaking non-affiliate from last night. Su Fan quickly said, "Chen Jun, our 8 trigram school appreciates your kindness. But you are not their match, and you won't help much even if you fight." 5th senior sis Song Jiao said, "Please come down." Zhao Yunlong said anxiously, "This isn't something that a non-affiliate can be involved in. Do you understand that?" However, Lu Yuhu was stunned, hearing the words that were spoken by Chun Zhan. Looking at the appearance of that Chun Zhan behind his sunglasses, the sense of familiarity strengthened and started surging within him. In the ring, when everyone thought that this person was just being ridiculously overconfident in himself, Rao Imin's words shocked everyone present so much that their jaws almost dropped. Everyone who gave the matter some thought had believed Rao Imin to be one of the fighters who would definitely not allow an unknown, weird non-affiliate to cause trouble like this, and would definitely have chased him off. With old Crook Rao's bad temper and sharp tongue, she would probably have lectured him and not appreciated his kindness at all. However, everyone present was stunned when they heard Rao Imin's response. Rao Imin glanced at Chun Jun and asked, "What are you doing here?" Rao Imin recognized him at first glance. Ignoring the fact that Zhang Ye was wearing a pair of sunglasses, even if he were to cover his entire head with something, Rao Imin would still recognize him from his voice. After all, they were quite familiar with each other and understood one another very well. Zhang Ye snapped, "Why do you think I'm here? Who asked you to come here? Get lost." Rao Imin raised her chin. Zhang Ye got angry. "Get lost, your sister. It was easy for you to leave without even saying a proper goodbye, And you didn't even bother to call back much over the past 6 months. Tell me, who have I offended? Rao Imin replied, I had important matters to handle. Didn't I already tell you that? You said that you would be back in at most a month, but do you know what year it is already? Only you had important matters to handle? Like I don't have important business to attend to. Zhang Ye became angrier the more he listened. Do you think that I'm not busier than you? Do you think I don't have more on my plate? Rao Imin scoffed and scorned. You call fighting with people every day important business? Zhang Ye said angrily. You don't need to worry about who I fight with. At least you can find me when you need me. But you actually disappeared for 6 straight months. Even better, your cell phone was turned off for the past 2 days. Tell me what you're trying to do. If there's a problem, you can just tell me. If not for my wit, I wouldn't have even known where you'd gone. Let me tell you this, old Rao. Only I could have found you. If it were anyone else, it would have been impossible to find you. The two of them started arguing noisily in front of numerous members of the Chinese martial arts world as though no one else were around. Lu Yichuan was shocked. Li Chuaning was shocked. Yan Hui was shocked. Chun Shi was shocked. Zhou Tianpeng was shocked. The disciples of the Huashan sect were shocked. The Zhou family-style school was shocked. The people from the large sects were shocked. The small sects and non-affiliates were shocked. The 8 trigram school's disciples also wore expressions of shock. What was the meaning of this? This man actually knew Rao Imin. And from their tones, why did it sound like 2 exes talking? Chapter 931. Are 2,000 Taiji Fist Skill Experience books enough? Chapter 931. Are 2,000 Taiji Fist Skill Experience books enough? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The atmosphere at the venue was exceptionally odd. Everyone looked at one another blankly, shocked into confusion. The happenings in the ring were totally different from what they had expected. Even the punctuations appearing over their heads were different, especially those unceremonious salutations that had came out of Chun Zhen's mouth. Those dumbfounded many of them. Old Rao, but you? Get lost, your sister? Although many of the large sects people present had responded to the call of the 2 grandmasters to denounce Rao Imin, they at most dared to scold her as treacherous Rao. Being labeled treacherous these days might not even be considered as being scolded anymore, especially in the era of the motherfucker, which was easily heard anywhere on the internet. It could not get any more elegant to be called treacherous in this case. After all, she was a grandmaster, and even a highly notorious grandmaster at that. She was a hooligan who'd spent half a year doing nothing but going around the country to bring down the Zhou family-style's training halls and schools. Even if they had fallen out with her, they did not dare act rashly, especially when this person was Rao Imin. That was why, at this moment, many of the large sect members were greatly surprised and shocked by those words of that non-affiliate Chun Zhen. You're calling her old Rao? And even saying, but you? Your sister? Fuck, that was audacious. That was really too goddamn audacious. The Huashan sect's fan one looked astounded. The Iron Palm's master son was also staring with astonishment. Even those large sect people who were very experienced and had seen it all could only react in that way, not to mention those from the small sects and the non-affiliates outside the ring. When they heard those words, they nearly knelt from the shock. Lu Yichuan almost fainted. That's a grandmaster he's talking to. Why is Bro Chunjin speaking to her in that manner? Li Chuaning asked in shock. Could it be that he knows Senior Rao? He Hibadeo suggested in disbelief. That's impossible, Lu Yizhang said. Yan Hui held Chinchin's hand as he stared and flapped. Teach, this makes absolutely no sense. The others were also in shock. Isn't he a non-affiliate like us? Why did Bro Chin start scolding her the moment he went up? He even has the courage to scold a grandmaster. Just who on earth is this Chun Zhen? In the ring, Zhang Ye and Rao Imin were not bothered by the spectators and kept bickering with each other. Rao Imin said, Get lost already. This is none of your business. Zhang Ye replied, It's my business. Now, Rao Imin said, With those skills of yours, this is not a place for you to mess around. Zhang Ye scoffed. Huh? Don't you dare look down on my skills. Do you think you can defeat 2 grandmasters just by yourself? Someone has to help you hold off one of them no matter what. If your junior brothers and sisters can't help you, then let me do it. Rao Imin did not outright refuse his offer, but just looked at him. Are you sure you can do this? Zhang Yi declared. Even if I can't, I must still do it. But this is a death match. Rao Imin maintained. Zhang Ye said, I know. Rao Imin asked, how are you going to fight then? Zhang Ye snorted. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my ways. Rao Imin narrowed her eyes and looked at him again. Let me ask you again. Are you sure you can do this? Zhang Ye boasted. I can as long as you don't drag me down. Rao Imin stated. It's not of my fault if you die. Zhang Ye laughed and said, just watch yourself. Zhang Ye understood Rao Imin and Rao Imin understood him. As the two of them were very familiar with each other, just by exchanging glances, they knew exactly what the other was thinking. The 8 trigram school section. Song Jiao said incredulously. There's actually someone in this world who dares to speak to eldest senior sis in that way? This is... Su Fan was also stunned. Why didn't eldest senior sis get angry? Zhao Yunlong also expressed his exasperation. What the... fuck? The 8 trigram school's disciples knew Rao Imin very well. Some of them even grew up under her care since childhood. They understood their eldest senior sister's bad temper and sharp tongue better than anyone else. As a result, this incident perplexed them greatly. No one dared to speak to Rao Imin in such a manner. Chen Shi was bewildered as he stared at Zhang Ye. Zhou Tianpeng also frowned. At this moment, everyone present had only one important question in mind. They wanted to ask, who on earth is this non-affiliate Chenjin? Suddenly, Yan Hui was caught by surprise, and Chunxin slipped from his grasp. He hurriedly chased after her. Hey, where are you running off to? Chunxin ran out from the crowd and headed straight in the direction of the 8 trigram school. She called out some of their names as she ran over. Old Song, Old Su, Old Zhao, Old Lu. The disciples of the 8 trigrams palm were dumbstruck. Chunxin, Io, young ancestor, what are you doing here? It's Chunxin. It's really her. The 8 trigram school's disciples immediately rushed forward and brought Chunxin into their fold. Song Jiao rebuked. How did you come here by yourself? It's too dangerous here. Chunxin pointed to the ring. I came here with him. Su Fan said startled. You came here with him? Zhao Yunlong could not understand, so he asked, why are you together with Chunjun? Weren't you in Beijing? Now, if Lu Yuhu was still unable to recognize who Chunjun was, then he really would be an idiot. Lu Yuhu gave a wry smile. That person is not even called Chunjun. What? Who on earth is he? Little junior bro, do you know him? What's his background? The several of them fired questions at him. Lu Yuhu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, it's not only me who knows him. I think all of you should know him as well. Song Jiao asked in surprise, we know him too? Su Fan said immediately, how can that be? Zhao Yunlong said, is there such a person in our martial arts world? I don't have any memory of him. Another 8 trigrams palm disciple asked, don't tell me he's some great person of our martial arts world. It's not wrong to say that he's a great person, but he isn't a great person from our martial arts world. As there were outsiders around them, Lu Yuhu did not explicitly say his name. But it shouldn't be. The man I know never learned any Chinese martial arts. He's someone who should be completely unrelated to our group of martial artists. So what is he doing here? Yan Hui was taken aback by that. He suddenly recalled something after he overheard their conversation. He then immediately turned around and stared in disbelief at Chunjun in the ring. He finally recognized him as well. Damn, it's him. I've been wondering who this goddamn familiar-looking man was. After finding out his identity, Yan Hui was even more shocked. Why were there always traces of him at every place? When he thought of this person leading the non-affiliates to cause trouble last night and the conflict that took place before the National Martial Arts Conference was convened, Yan Hui could only feel thousand strings of fuck flashing before his eyes. Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhong, and the others who were a distance away were baffled. Why did Qinzhen's kid run over there? The people from the 8 trigram school also know that kid. Qinzhen and Rao Imin actually know each other. What's their relationship? I recognize her. She's the orphan daughter of Rao Imin's deceased little sister and brother-in-law. What did you say? That's their kid. That kid from back then has already grown up this much. Everyone from the Chinese martial arts world burst into an uproar. There was too much information. Everyone was getting more and more confused about the identity of Chunjun. Why was he taking care of the daughter of Rao Imin's little sister? Why could Rao Imean put the child in his care with such confidence? This was not as simple as just knowing each other. Zhou Tianpeng gazed at little Chunshin for a long time. She looked at Rao Imean and Zhang Ye. Have you two decided yet? Zhang Ye answered. Yes, it shall be a 2-on-2 match. Shi asked. This was supposed to be a 3v3 match. Are you sure you won't need a third person? That's not necessary, Zhang Ye said. Rao Imean did not say anything, but her attitude showed her acquiescence. Her attitude once again shocked everyone. What was the meaning of this? Was Rao Imean really going to join forces with Chun Zhan to deal with Grandmaster Chun Shi and Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng? She didn't reject him? She wasn't afraid that he would drag her down? She did not expect this either. Zhou Tianpeng said, Then let's sign the agreement. At once, a disciple of the Zhou family style handed up a copy of the legal documentation for the deathmatch from below the ring, so it was obvious that this document was prepared beforehand. He said, with the signing, each participant will be responsible for their respective lives. Zhou Tianpeng picked up the brush and wrote his name. Shi picked up the brush after him and wrote his name with a few strokes. As they were martial artists who communicated mainly through their fists, even though there were those who enjoyed calligraphy, it was clear that these two were not among that group. The pennings of their names were each more ugly than the other. Zhang Ye glanced at the names in derision. When he picked up the brush, his entire aura changed. With a few lively and vigorous strokes, he wrote his name as well. He was open and aboveboard with this. It was signed, Chun Zhan. Rao Imean also signed her name and glanced at the name written by Zhang Ye. She said nothing. Zhang Ye's calligraphy was so beautiful that it could not be described by just that word alone. The two characters were like a work of art. Within the lively and vigorous strokes, there was no lack of strength, and the ending stroke surged with a sense of carefreeness. This calligraphy had once again stunned the people present at the venue. Comparing Zhang Ye's signature to theirs, Shi and Zhou Tianpeng both looked somewhat disconcerted. The other martial artists were also a little lost for words. For a hooligan who had used a brick to make sneak attacks on other people last night, a nasty fellow who incited a fight for no good reason, damn, could his words be penned any more beautifully than this? There was probably no one in the entire Chinese martial arts world who had better calligraphy than him. Was there? They completed the signing of the deathmatch agreement. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. A person from the National Martial Arts Association announced, "The deathmatch shall begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready." Shi sat down in the ring and closed his eyes. Zhou Tianpeng took a deep breath. He did not sit down, but stood there to let himself calm down gradually. His rate of breathing was also getting slower, only taking breaths once every 10 seconds. Rao Imean did the same. Every martial artist had their own set of chi flow techniques. Before the deathmatch today, they absolutely needed to adjust their mental state and physical fitness to the optimum level. Only Zhang Ye was different. This fellow did not bother with adjusting his fitness at all, because he had something else to do. When Rao Imean asked if he was up to the task, Zhang Ye actually knew that he was definitely not up to it. At least in his present condition, he was certainly no match for the Grandmasters. Although his physical fitness was enhanced respectively by each of the 1,000 stats category fruits he had eaten, the Grandmasters had a lifetime of training in martial arts as a foundation. They had the peak combat strength within the Chinese martial arts world. Even if they lacked some aspects such as Zhang Ye's agility, they wouldn't be inferior by much. In addition, the Grandmasters practiced an internal style of martial arts. Therefore, other than the physical aspects, almost all of their power came from the inside. And there was also the incomprehensible domain and attacks involving concealed power that Zhang Ye was a total amateur at. Even if he wanted to depend on brute strength to fight against them, he still knew that it was impossible to beat them no matter how confident he was. But Zhang Ye did not hesitate in getting into the ring and signing the deathmatch agreement. Because he was enraged. Because he knew that he still had the Taiji fist to depend on. If 100 books were not enough, then would 500 books be enough? If 500 books were not enough, then would 1,000 books be enough? If 1,000 books were not enough either, then fuck your mother. Surely 2,000 books would be enough. Chapter 932, The Legendary Grandmaster. Chapter 932, The Legendary Grandmaster. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A deathmatch. 9 minutes to go. The National Martial Arts Conference venue at the top of the hill fell completely silent. No one dared to make a peep right now. Even if someone had an itchy throat and wanted to cough, they had to quickly cover their mouth to cough in the most silent way possible, as they were afraid that they would cause a disturbance to the three grandmasters meditating in the ring. The blowing of the wind was the only thing that could be heard on the hilltop, as well as noises emitting from someone's cell phone. Dee-dee-da-da-da. It sounded like someone was playing a game. Carefully listening to the game music, it was the latest mobile version of Plants vs. Zombies. Who was it? Fuck. Who dared to play games at a time like this? And why was the game's volume so loud? After looking around the crowd, everyone was shocked to realize that the sound originated from the fight ring itself. It turned out that Chun Jun was actually playing the game on his cell phone, and as he was sitting quite close to the microphone, the game sounds on his cell phone were amplified even louder. Lu Yichuan. Hibadeo. Yen Hui. Chin Chun. The 8 Trigram School's disciples. Will this guy really be able to fight the Grandmasters? This is a fucking death match we're talking about. You, a non-affiliate whose kung fu is mediocre and is surrounded by 3 Grandmasters, have only a few more minutes left until it begins. You don't even know if you will survive. So how can you still be in the mood to play games at such a time? Just how calm can you get? Just what kind of a person are you? Everyone was exasperated out of their minds by this behavior of his. Only Zhang Ye himself knew that his motive was not to play the game, but in fact use it to hide what he was really doing. Otherwise, if the crowd saw him tapping at the air, it would surely arouse suspicion. By this point, he had opened up the Game Ring's merchant shop. He tapped on the Taiji Fist Skill Experience book that he had received from the lottery draw a long time ago, though it looked to everyone else like he was tapping on his cell phone screen. Over the past 2 years or so, Zhang Ye had gradually bought over 100 of these skill experience books. But to cope with today's situation, he was ready to push it to the limit. He had almost 1.9 billion reputation points remaining, and the cost of each Taiji Fist skill experience book was 1 million reputation points. Buy? 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 He tapped on the buy button like crazy. Afterwards, he flipped them open one by one, and the Taiji Fist skill experience books dissolved into many glowing particles of light. The contents surged straight into his mind, becoming a part of him. If anyone could see what Zhang Ye saw, they would certainly be shocked into dropping their jaw. With the countless glowing particles of light surging into his mind, image after image of the Taiji Fist's moves flashed through Zhang Ye's mind. He could feel his strength burgeoning without end. 100 books, 200 books, 300 books. With his actions getting faster, the tapping on his cell phone also grew louder. The people outside the ring were looking at him at their wits' end. Some of the large sect's disciples were gnashing their teeth in hate and nearly insulted someone's mother. Eventually, Zhou Tianpeng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, could no longer bear with this disturbance. The corners of his eyes twitched several times, and he opened them, fed up. Do you have a screw loose? Zhang Yi subconsciously responded the moment he looked up at him. Do you have a screwdriver? Zhou Tianpeng. Everyone, Chun Shi, too, could no longer pretend to not have heard and opened his eyes in frustration. With the game's noisy sound effects and background music, how could he possibly still meditate in peace? So he walked over to Zhou Tianpeng and discussed in low whispers their strategy for the battle. In this deathmatch, they had to terminate all of Rao Aimin's kung fu and were not allowed to make any mistakes. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace after today. Chun Shi asked softly, "Who will you take?" "Let me handle Rao Aimin," Zhou Tianpeng replied. Chun Shi made a noise of understanding. "Then I will take care of that non-affiliate." Zhou Tianpeng asked, "Who on earth is that person?" Anyway, Chun Shi pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't know and can't judge either, but I have some memory of him from last night. During his duel with a Kunlun sect disciple, his skills were quite average as well as scummy. From the way that he is still playing games before the start of a death match, he must definitely be just an amateur, so there's nothing to fear about him." Zhou Tianpeng nodded. "I'll test Rao Aimin's skill first." Chun Shi said, "All right, I'll back you up whenever. Just be careful of Rao Aimin's swimming body form." "I will," Zhou Tianpeng responded. The two of them saw only Rao Aimin as a threat and did not take Chun Jun seriously. In the Chinese martial arts world, there were only a handful of experts. Which of those people did they not know about? Would there be anyone they couldn't identify? But they had never even heard of this non-affiliate called Chun Zhan before, so there was really no point in taking him too seriously. For someone who would resort to using a brick in a duel and being such a young non-affiliate martial artist, even if he did start practicing martial arts when he was in his mother's womb, he could never get 3 attacks in against Qin Shi. Moreover, this would be without Qin Shi using his concealed power. Everyone saw this death match as a 2-on-1 match in practice. Rao Aimin would be taking on the duo of Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi. No one included Chun Zhan as part of the battle. Zhang Ye was still furiously eating the skill experience books. His hand was constantly purchasing the item. 1,000 books, 1,500 books, 1,700 books. Finally, almost all 1.9 billion reputation points were spent. Zhang Ye did not bother spending whatever leftover points there were. At this moment, including the 100-odd Taiji Fist skill experience books that Zhang Ye had eaten in the past, the total experience that he had summed to a terrifying 2,000-odd experience books. Zhang Ye's mind was brimming with images of Taiji fish motifs, a series of Taiji moves, and the breathing techniques for the moves. With his mind overflowing with information, he exited the game on his cell phone and closed his eyes as he hurriedly tried to organize his thoughts and take in all of the knowledge that he had gained from eating these skill experience books. The experience was too great. The amount of knowledge that he now had was shocking. With every bit absorbed, Zhang Ye's comprehension of Taiji reached a higher plane. While there were no changes to his physical fitness, which remained the same as after he had eaten those 1,000 fruits of each stat category, his martial arts skill kept soaring. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. This feeling was so great and wonderful that there were no words to describe it. There was still a minute to go before the start of the death match. At last, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. Even he did not know what plane his martial arts had reached by now. But as far as everyone else could see, there were no visible changes to Zhang Ye. Zhou Tianpeng and Chun Shi had gotten ready and each stood in a corner of the fight ring. Rao Aimin had also prepared herself to her best condition. She looked at Zhang Ye. Can you? Zhang Ye looked back at her. Probably. Rao Aimin said quietly. When the fighting starts, I won't be able to look after you. That's not necessary. Zhang Ye said. Just concentrate on taking on Zhou Tianpeng. How many attacks do you need me to hold Qin Shi off for? Rao Aimin glanced at Zhou Tianpeng and said, 30. Zhang Ye fell silent for a moment, then said, all right. They took their positions. The 4 of them had chosen their spots to begin from. The 8 trigram school's Su Fan said anxiously, 5th senior sis, will that Qin Jin really be of any help? Who knows? Song Jiao exclaimed. Why was he playing games before the start of the match? He must have a really bad gaming addiction. If I'd known that, I would have gone in his place instead. Zhao Yunlong looked at Lu Yuhu. Isn't that person too unreliable? It was time. Suddenly, one of the National Martial Arts Association's referees announced, the death match will now officially begin. The entire venue immediately erupted. The large sects started a rabid commotion. Come on, Master. Grandmaster Zhou, you can do it. Do your best. Martial Uncle is almighty. The Zhou family style shall prevail. Grandmaster Zhou shall be victorious. Several hundred voices rang out across the venue. When the 8 trigram school's disciples saw this, they started shouting too. Eldest senior sis, you can do it. Don't hold back, eldest senior sis. Beat him up. Be careful, eldest senior sis. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who was also in the fight ring with them, seemed to have been forgotten. Zhang Ye did not mind. He just walked quietly to the southwest corner of the fight ring with his hands behind his back and did not say anything. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The cheering below the ring grew louder and louder, but it fell silent up in the ring. The opponents looked at each other, but no one made the first move. Suddenly, Zhou Tianpeng was the first to break the deadlock. Kicking off the ground, his entire person shot forth like a cannonball. With a shout, he smashed toward Rao Aimin with a punch that seemingly carried a ton of weight behind it. This was what it was like to be in a battle of grandmasters. Either they did not make a move, or, if they did, they would attack to kill. But no one expected that Rao Aimin would not move. She did not even blink or even put up a defense. The 8 trigram school's disciples watched in fright. Senior sis. Eldest senior sis. It wasn't until the incoming punch was an arm's length away that Rao Min moved. Floating into 8 trigrams footwork, she transferred into the Kuan stance too. Not only was she able to avoid Zhou Tianping's punch, she even stuck fast to Zhou Tianping and threw a palm strike at him. Zhou Tianping blocked with his elbow and counterattacked with a kick. Rao Min seamlessly executed another 8 trigrams footwork step to easily shift herself slightly behind Zhou Tianping before striking with her palm again. In a matter of seconds, the two of them had exchanged several blows. This was what it was like to be in a battle between grandmasters. It was spectacular. Many people in the audience forgot to breathe. They held their breaths as they fully concentrated on the fight in the ring. Chen Shi did not move. Neither did Zhang Ye. In fact, Chen Shi had been facing Rao Min all this while. Wherever Rao Min moved to, his feet would adjust in that direction in anticipation. He seemed ready to rush forward to help at any moment, but there was no reason to do so at this time. For now, he just wanted to see if Zhou Tianping could handle Rao Min with his greatly improved kung fu. If he could, then Chen Shi had no need to take action and aid him. That would save them some face. After all, a 2-on-1 match was not really something to be proud of. After 3 attacks, the two grandmasters were evenly matched. The disciples from the Zhou family style were getting excited. Good. Master is awesome. Go, Master, go. Kill that treacherous Rao. The Zhou family style disciples and others from the large sects also gained a confidence boost from watching this. However, the fight was evenly matched after the first 3 moves. When Rao Min executed her 4th attack, all the large sect disciples who had just been cheering suddenly went quiet. Rao Min swivel-stepped and immediately attacked with a barrage of 8 trigrams linking palms. Zhou Tianping wanted to dodge this, but could not, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take her head-on for 3 of the strikes. But by Rao Min's 3rd strike, Zhou Tianping was unable to hold off her attacks any longer. He yelled, having already shown his full strength, and mustered his concealed power into his right fist. This could burst apart Rao Min's attack, so he repulsed her linking palms, which were also struck with her concealed power. 8 footprints could be seen clearly on the wooden floor of the fight ring. 2 of them belonged to Zhou Tianping, who had made them while taking the hard blows from the attacks. The remaining footprints in the thick wooden floor belonged to Rao Min. If it were an attack directed purely at the wooden floor, a lot of the people present today could also leave their imprints. It was nothing less than needing enough strength to do so. But what had happened in the ring was entirely different. Zhou Tianping and Rao Min had not channeled any force into their feet and were just attacking each other. When their concealed power was transmitted into their opponents, there would naturally be a shockwave sent through the body of the person taking the attack. This was an astonishing sight for many of those who had not seen a battle between grandmasters before. Song Jiao shouted, "Eldest senior sis, follow up your advantage." Su Fan said excitedly, "Old Crook Zhou is no match for you." Chen Chen cried out, "Annie, you can do it." The non-affiliates said in astonishment, "Is this what it means to be a grandmaster? This is too scary. Heavens." Meanwhile, the real martial arts experts looked apprehensive. The Huashan sect's Fan Wen gasped, "Grandmaster Zhou is not her equal." The Iron Palm's master son was also getting anxious. "Grandmaster Zhou can't go it alone. Rao Min's skill is too great," the Kunlun sect's leader exclaimed with a sunken expression. He had not expected that Zhou Tianping still could not compare to her after all these years. Zhou Tianping did not look too good. Even though Zhou Tianping was not exactly losing yet, after only a few attacks, many of the experts present could see that Zhou Tianping was not a match for Rao Min, whether at moves or skill level. Rao Min was indeed still that past Rao Min. Even after disappearing for many years, she was still that legendary figure in the Chinese martial arts world. In a one-on-one fight, nobody was a match for her. Watching from his side, Zhang Ye could feel a tingle run down his spine. So old Rao was actually this amazing? Chapter 933, Zhang Ye's Concealed Power. Chapter 933, Zhang Ye's Concealed Power. Translator, Leg Editor. Leg. The Zhou family was panicking. Grandmaster Chun, what are you waiting for? Finish off that treacherous Rao together. Attack her together. At this time, you can't mind your honor. If Rao Aimin is allowed to continue acting that arrogant, our entire martial arts world is done for. Rao Aimin remained calm and dealt another palm strike at Zhou Tianpeng. With that strike, Rao Aimin remained rooted in her spot, while Zhou Tianpeng stumbled back. The difference between them was obvious. Rao Aimin glanced at him. That all you got? In the entire Chinese martial arts world, perhaps only Rao Aimin was qualified to speak so contemptuously to a grandmaster. Zhou Tianpeng's face darkened as he was forced to turn to his last resort. Old Chun, back me up. Even though Zhou Tianpeng had not yet given all his effort, he knew that Rao Aimin was holding back as well. Both of them were waiting to deliver their fatal blow to the other. Chen Shi, not too far away, sighed shallowly. He looked at Rao Aimin and said, I'm sorry then. Watch out. He knew that he had no choice but to attack. The 8 trigram school's disciples suddenly looked horrified. Lu Yuhu cried out, Eldest senior sis, be careful. Zhao Yunlong said enraged, Old Crook Chin is coming for you. Song Jiao yelled, Eldest senior sis, be careful. They were haunted by fear. If their eldest senior sister took Old Crook Zhou alone, the chance of victory was enormous. But if Chun Shi joined the battle, then their eldest senior sister would be in danger. The situation was suddenly reversed. The atmosphere became strained. The next moment, the Huashan sect's leader, Chen Shi, made his move. Darting forward, Chen Shi advanced 3 meters from his original spot. He was heading straight for Rao Aimin and Zhou Tianpeng. The Huashan sect's disciples said excitedly, Come on, master. Our sect leader will definitely win this. Everyone has a responsibility to exterminate treacherous Rao. Chen Shi closed in on Rao Aimin. With a yell, he showed an original stance of the Huashan sect that had never been passed down to anyone outside of the school. In everyone's anxious gaze, there were only Chen Shi, Zhou Tianpeng, and Rao Aimin in the ring. In the moment, even Chen Shi and Zhou Tianpeng had forgotten that this was a 2-on-2 match, and there was still another person in the ring with them. Zhang Ye made his move. He lightly took 3 paces at a speed that was not fast, but had already drifted to Rao Aimin's side. He slowly got into an opening stance that no one could recognize. At this moment, Zhang Ye's bearing looked completely different from before. The crowd was stunned. Fan Wen said, Chen Zhun? Master Sun said, It's him. Lu Yichuan hollered, Bro Chun, don't go. Lu Yuhu said, Why you can't block that? Song Jiao exclaimed, Quick, dodge that attack. Chen Shi was stunned and changed the direction of his attack. He headed straight for Zhang Ye and drove his palm strike toward him. This palm strike was meant for Rao Aimin and had a great deal of force. The attack was extremely ruthless. Even after redirecting it at Chen Zhun, he did not hold back. He was already committed to the attack, so even if he wanted to stop, it was impossible to do so. You're going to get yourself killed. This is what you get. Chen Shi's gaze turned ruthless as he found a clear purpose. Finish off Chen Zhun first, then join Zhou Tianpeng to deal with Rao Aimin. However, Chen Shi and everyone else did not expect Chen Zhun to still look so calm at this moment. There was no change in his appearance at all. He did not dodge, instead raising his hands in a seemingly slow manner. Although it was actually a very fast motion, Zhang Ye raised his hands and flicked his wrists, forming a strange rhythm that alternated between fast and slow. He warded off Chen Shi's palm strike with his wrist. For a second, it seemed like they froze there. Right afterwards, Zhang Ye pivoted. Swinging his wrist downward, his opponent's strength was coolly negated with the move. That swinging of the wrist had somehow diverted all of his opponent's momentum into thin air. The palm strike was stopped. Chen Shi was also stopped. It wasn't like Chen Shi wanted to stop where he was. During the attack of his palm strike, he was in a constant state of motion. Just like a runner could not come to a halt all of a sudden, he required a buffer and time to come to a complete stop. But the scene that played out before Chen Shi's eyes had surprised him. He had been stopped just like that, even though he was moving very quickly before that. All of his strength was suddenly reduced to nothing as he lost all of his momentum, leaving him standing there. It was a very strange sight to behold. So strange that it felt unbelievable. Zhou Tianpeng was stunned. Rao Aimin's eyebrows arched. Nobody in the crowd could react, all staring up at the ring with surprise. What's the matter? Grandmaster Chun, what's the matter? Why did you stop? Well, what just happened here? Who can tell me what just happened? Could it be that Grandmaster Chun was holding back? He was worried that he would strike him dead with just a single palm strike. Master, don't hold back. No one could understand what they were seeing. They could only convince themselves that Chun Shi had held back, afraid that his attack would be too heavy on his opponent, so had decreased the strength behind his palm strike to minimize any damage. However, only Chun Shi, Zhou Tianpeng, and a small few Chinese martial arts experts present today could see clearly. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew that this was not a matter of Chun Shi holding back his strength. This was not good. This, Chun Zhen, was definitely not just some non-affiliate. The face of Fan Wen, part of the Huashan sect, grew cold with fear. Senior bro, be careful. When Fan Wen shouted that, many of the people from the large and small sects were stunned. Be careful? Be careful of what? Why would Grandmaster Chen have to be careful? But as it turned out, the next second, everyone understood exactly why Fan Wen had shouted those words of caution. Zhang Ye followed up with a move which was different from before. This time, he actively sought to attack with a very odd-looking set of moves. His palm struck out not in a straight line, but rather moved along an imaginary arc in midair. This palm strike started off slow but gathered speed while moving along the curved trajectory and pushed toward Chun Shi. It wasn't a cross. It wasn't a vertical chop. It was just a simple push. Logically, such a move would not have much offensive strength. Chun Shi blocked it with his own palm, which was imbued with some concealed power as he thought that he could use it to curb the enemy in one move. This was a move that was used to bully another since in most situations, a grandmaster would never apply concealed power when they came up against another internal martial arts expert who hadn't achieved concealed power. With the concealed power applied, there was no way that a person who didn't have it could block it. The fight would not go on any further than this. Meanwhile, Rao Aimin and Zhou Tianpeng were having an increasingly fierce battle. Zhou Tianpeng was already showing signs of defeat, so Chun Shi was anxious to aid him. As a result, he acted unreasonably by dealing an attack laced with concealed power. Rao Aimin saw this in her peripheral vision. Dodge! Song Jiao shouted. It's concealed power. Lu Yuhu cried out. Shameless. Zhao Yunlong cursed. Old crook Chen, how shameful you are. The brothers, Lu Yichuan and Lu Yizhong, exclaimed, Bro Chun, dodge that. But Zhang Ye did not dodge, or rather, there was no time to do so. An unknown force made him push his hand out, carrying an unbroken and ceaseless strength along with it. All of this was done instinctively. Zhang Ye did not really have full control of it. Boom. The two palms collided in midair. Zhang Ye felt an enormous force explode out from his palms. Then the corners of his mouth twitched, and his entire person trembled as he stumbled back 3 steps. Looking at Chun Shi across from him, Chun Shi was also destabilized as he took a large step backward. His flow of qi was disrupted, and his palm was covered with sweat. Chun Shi was stunned. Zhou Tianpeng and Rao Aimin, in the midst of battle, were also stunned. The several hundred martial sects disciples of the Chinese martial arts world were stunned as well. In a single exchange where they pitted their palm strikes against each other, Zhang Ye and Chun Shi were both injured. Fan Wen gasped. The Kunlun sect leader's heart skipped a beat. Song Jiao exclaimed in shock. Concealed power. Su Fan said ecstatically. That's concealed power. Lu Yuhu simply could not believe his eyes. His jaw dropped. How? Did he know how to use concealed power? How could he have possibly trained to such a level that he could use concealed power? Heavens! This! Who is he? Fuck! Who the heck is he? Hibadeo was utterly shocked. The people of the large and small sects, as well as the non-affiliates, were all stunned too. This was far too shocking. A non-affiliate whose origins were unknown actually pitted his skill against a Chinese martial arts grandmaster and did not lose. Further, both sides could even use concealed power. This was too fucking scary. Which crevice did this amazing Chun Zhen jump out from? Chapter 934. How do you know Taiji Fist? Chapter 934. How do you know Taiji Fist? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The entire venue was in shock. A lot of people were so shocked that they could not even say a thing. They were having trouble accepting all that was playing out in front of them. Even the currently fighting Rao Aimin said in disbelief. What the fuck? How did a rascal like you learn to use concealed power? Are you on steroids or something? Zhang Ye shrugged. There are a lot of things you don't know about me. Rao I mean threw a palm strike at Zhou Tianpeng, then said, then I won't be worrying about you anymore. I'll leave that old Chen fogey to you. Wasn't that what we agreed on from the start? Zhang Ye watched Chen Shi closely, but did not make any moves. You take one, and I take one. That's what a 2v2 is. Those people who had encountered Zhang Ye and exchanged blows with him during last night's mass brawl were all breaking out into cold sweat now. They thought to themselves just how lucky it was that this guy had only used a brick to smash them yesterday. If he had used his attacks like he was today and attacked their heads, they probably would not be sitting here today. The Huashan sect's fan wore a solemn expression. The Huashan sect's senior bro who had tried to incite Zhang Ye to a duel earlier was now so embarrassed that he did not dare utter a word. In fact, he was very frightened by the turn of events and cursed in his mind with a lingering sense of fear. Fuck, if you could already use concealed power, why did you still bother to argue back and forth with us while standing together with those non-affiliates? Like any one of us below Grandmaster level were a match for you. But you even scolded and hassled us. How could you be so devious? And that swimming body 8 trigrams brick. 8 trigrams brick, your sister. Fuck. Elsewhere. A lean non-affiliate looked at Lu Yichuan and the others, dumbfounded. That guy traveled here with your group, right? Lu Yichuan wiped at his sweat. Yes. A female non-affiliate asked them woodenly. How did you guys get to know him? Lu Yizhang looked more aghast than anyone around him. Me and my brother, plus old he and old Li, met him on the bus while we were traveling here. He had a kid with him and told us that he was also a member of the martial arts community. He said that he had lost his invite and asked if he could travel with us. He said his name was Chun Zhen and his master was someone named Hui Yuanjia, and there was also another master called Huang something. Li Chuaning had a better memory. Huang Feihong. Right, that's the name, agreed he Hibadeo while nodding. One of the veteran non-affiliates said, in our martial arts world, among the worthy experts, there is no one named Huang Feihong or Hui Yuanjia. Neither is there anyone called Chun Zhen. That must be a fake name. Him losing his invite must have been an excuse, since he probably did not even have one in the first place. He was never invited to this national martial arts conference. Many of the non-affiliates did not seem too bothered by it. All of them could only think of one thing, the same thing. Oh my God, we actually traveled together with a Chinese martial arts expert? We actually fought fiercely alongside a martial arts expert who could rival a martial arts grandmaster, and took part in a massive brawl last night with him against our enemies, and even scolded alongside him. In the ring, Chen Shi looked imposing. Who are you really? Zhang Ye laughed. I am who I am. Chen Shi said. Then which martial school do you belong to? Zhang Ye smiled. None of them. Chen Shi asked. What martial arts style do you practice? Zhang Ye said, guess. In the other side of the ring, Zhou Tianpeng had lost a lot of strength, and it was getting more and more difficult for him to hold out. He was forced to shout, Old Chun, get over here. I can't hang on for much longer. Rao I mean rounded up the set of 8 trigrams palms moves. She was one of the Chinese martial arts world's 5 grandmasters, and currently the most skilled disciple of the 8 trigrams palm. Even the leader of the 8 trigram school was slightly less skilled than Rao I mean, as Rao I mean had mastered all of the 8 trigrams palms techniques to the pinnacle. Chun, she was getting impatient. Step aside. No way. Zhang Ye smiled. Chun, she said soberly. You're not my equal. Zhang Ye said. You can't do anything to me anyway. And if I try my best, I might even be able to injure you some. In his game rings inventory, he still had the one-up item that he'd received a long time ago from the lottery draw. With 2 lives, he would naturally be more confident in such a situation. Chun, she said with a dark expression, this is none of your business. Why would you want to make our entire martial arts world your enemy? Zhang Ye chuckled. Do you and Zhou Tianpeng represent our entire martial arts world? And even if you do, who cares if I make you 2 my enemy? This bro has offended many people. So it's not like including our martial arts world amongst them would make any difference to me. Chun, she was enraged. You talk really big. Zhang Ye laughed. Her, that's because you do not know me. That's right, Zhang Ye was. Not actually talking big. In the audience, when Yin Hui and Lu Yuhu heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the venue today, perhaps only the 2 of them really knew that Chun Zhen was speaking the truth. He really did not care if he offended the Chinese martial arts world, as this fellow had already offended too many peers from too many different industries. His nickname of shit stirrer was definitely not for nothing. He was a professional shit stirrer with 20 years of experience. The only thing they probably did not expect was that he would come to stir shit in the Chinese martial arts world. Chen Shi took a deep breath, then suddenly spat out. Then let's give it a try. He took a large stride forward and quickly got beside Zhang Ye, wanting to end the battle quickly. He could not drag it out any further. As a grandmaster, his immediate attack was filled with concealed power. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed. He met the attack with his palm and pinned it at Chen Shi's wrist, twisting and squeezing. Chen Shi's force in his palm was immediately reduced by a good half. With a low yell, his other hand turned towards Zhang Ye's face. Zhang Ye ducked to dodge and managed to avoid the attack, but then saw Chen Shi changing his attack trajectory, shooting his palm down to smash against Zhang Ye's shoulder. Zhang Ye could not avoid this, and neither did he intend to avoid it. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he lowered his shoulder and went down on one knee, as though he were taking the palm strike on purpose. Surprisingly, he did not suffer any injuries. Then he straightened up and shrugged his shoulder up and returned the attack with an abrupt force. Chen Shi's concealed power-laced palm strike was unexpectedly bounced back by the shoulder's motion and came back to bite him instead. Just what was this martial art style? Why did it feel so familiar? Chen Shi was shocked and was not having a pleasant fight at all. In the audience, a veteran master fighter from the National Martial Arts Association suddenly said, "That looks familiar. Why does that martial arts technique look so familiar?" Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. What could it be? Just what could this martial arts technique be? A lot of people were thinking. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye and Chen Shi continued their match against each other in the ring. Chen Shi was superbly displaying the Huashan sect's martial arts. Sinister and ruthless moves were the characteristics of their martial sect. It was a very difficult martial arts style to face. However, Zhang Ye's coping of it astonished the spectators further and further. Zhang Ye did not make many moves, but every move he did make skillfully deflected all of the incoming attacks. Repulse, deflect, thrust, push, yank, sever, elbow, bump, negating the force, transforming the force, applying the force. Placed in a situation where his skills were inferior to his opponent, he still managed to fight on equal footing with Chen Shi. Lu Yuhu was excitedly cheering. Amazing. So cool. Zhao Yunlong rejoiced. Great fighting. Song Jiao shouted excitedly. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Su Fan was amazed. Great kung fu. A female disciple of the 8 trigrams palm was in disbelief even now. Damn, that guy is actually a match for a grandmaster. What is this kung fu? It was obvious to everyone that Chen Shi's martial arts were better than Chen Zhan's, but Chen Zhan's martial arts were just too strange and unconventional. It was a totally different type of martial arts that did not follow any known form within the Chinese martial arts world, yet everyone knew that it was not randomly executed by the fighter. This was absolutely a complete style of Chinese martial arts, from its defense to its attacks. The Huashan sect disciples were both astonished and angered. Master, come on. The Huashan sect will definitely emerge victorious. Master shall emerge victorious. 10 exchanges had gone by. Zhang Ye could not do anything to Chen Shi, but neither could Chen Shi do anything to him for the moment. Chen Shi was growing frustrated the more he fought. If it were his skills that were not a match for the opponent, there was nothing he could do. But the issue was that his skills were better than the opponent's, yet he couldn't do anything to him. This feeling was much too unbearable. He understood that the opponent's martial arts style had an upper hand because he had never seen nor come across it before, so he did not understand the basis of the moves. This was his reason for getting so frustrated. He felt like he couldn't summon any strength at all. There were even a few times the opponent had negated all the force behind his attacks. Zhou Tianpeng was still shouting, "Old Chen." He was losing ground in his fight. Chen Shi was frantic. Why? Why did this martial arts style feel so familiar when he had clearly never encountered it before? He could not understand. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Everyone in the crowd was gawking. Why did it turn out like this? Why? My goodness, what martial arts style is that? How can there be such an awesome martial arts style? He clearly did not exert any strength. So how did he negate his opponent's force? How did he manage to block that move? How did he bounce that attack back? Grandmaster Chen has not managed to land a single hit yet. This is too weird. Which sex kung fu is that? Suddenly, an extremely experienced and old martial arts master in the audience exclaimed, I realize now. I've figured it out. Then he looked astounded. All of a sudden, the Kunlun sect leader in the audience was also stunned. How can it be? How is that possible? He had also realized what it was and wore a shocked expression. Which school's kung fu is it? Yes, it's definitely that. That is what we call a force of 4 tails yielding 1,000. Caddies, a balance of yin and yang, hardness coupled with softness. It's definitely that. It has to be. Quite a number of the large sect's leaders or elders had recognized it by now and were also dumbfounded when they realized. But most of the others still did not understand. What is it? What kung fu is that? Why is everyone reacting like that? Lu Yichuan, Hibideo, and the other non-affiliates could not understand. The 8 trigram school's disciples were also confused. What major events had they not witnessed before in the many years of their lives? Why were all of these veteran martial arts masters looking so horrified? What sort of kung fu made you react in such a way? What sort of kung fu has astonished you so much? Finally, the answer was revealed. As the saying went, those closely involved cannot see as clearly as those not. She heard the shouting from outside the ring, and something clicked in his head. He finally understood too. His expression changed greatly, and he suddenly stopped attacking. He took a few steps back in extreme dread and gazed at Zhang Ye like he had seen a ghost. He stared at the stance that Zhang Ye was in and bellowed. How do you know Taiji Fist? Chapter 935. The successor of Taiji Fist appears. Chapter 935. The successor of Taiji Fist appears. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. How do you know Taiji Fist? With those words, the entire venue fell silent. Lu Yichuan blinked several times. Taiji Fist, Hibideo said in a daze. What's Taiji Fist? A large sect's disciples said in confusion. What fist? In the crowd, people were subconsciously repeating the same few words. Then, all of a sudden, everyone was so shocked that they nearly face-planted. They only managed to react after a long while. Taiji Fist. Holy fuck. What? What is Grandmaster Chen saying? The Taiji Fist that has been lost for over 100 years. That's not possible. How could it be Taiji Fist? Hasn't Taiji Fist been lost for over 100 years already? Everyone paled. The Huashan sect's fan one was scared silly by the revelation. This. Everyone was so shocked by the claim that their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. When an eminent monk of the Shaolin monastery heard she shout those words, he also instantly recognized it and cried out. It's really Taiji. A lot of people did not believe it. They simply could not believe it. Impossible. Taiji was lost long ago. It's impossible for someone to know it. Right, it's impossible. It doesn't make sense for someone to know it. Then why are those masters so sure? Yeah, why are they so certain? A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect said with a sunken expression, over 100 years ago, a martial arts expert suddenly appeared out of nowhere and used Taiji Fist to defeat the top experts of the 8 trigrams, Xingyi, Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun, Kongtong, Huashan, and 18 other martial sects that practiced external and internal martial arts styles. No one could stop him. But then the war started and the martial arts expert was never heard from again. Taiji Fist simply disappeared from this world. From then on, no other disciples or successors to Taiji Fist appeared. In the many books and records that we still have, only those words that were spoken by that Taiji Fist expert all those years were recorded. They're also the only clue our modern martial arts world has left of this legendary Chinese martial arts style. I believe that the records of many of the large sects would have this piece of history written in them. Quite a few of those from the large sects started asking questions. What words? Yeah, what words exactly? The Huashan sect's fan one looked over. The disciples from the 8 trigram school looked over. Many of the experts from the large and small sects looked over in unison. That Kongtong sect deputy leader said pensively, Taiji Fist says to use your mind to move energy. You must get the energy to sink. It is then able to collect in your bones. Use energy to move your body. You must get the energy to flow smoothly. Your body can then easily obey your mind. If you can raise your spirit, you will be without worry of being slow or weighed down. Thus it is said, your whole body will be nimble, and your head top will be pulled up as if suspended. Your mind must perform alternations nimbly, and then you will have the qualities of roundness and liveliness. Thus it is said that you are to pay attention to the alternation of empty and full. When issuing power, you must sink and relax, concentrating it in one direction. Your posture must be straight and comfortable, bracing in all directions. Move energy as though through a winding path pearl, penetrating even the smallest nook, meaning the energy is everywhere in the body. Wield power like tempered steel, so strong there is nothing tough enough to stand up against it. The shape is like a falcon capturing a rabbit. The dynamic is like a cat pouncing on a mouse. In stillness, be like a mountain, and in movement, be like a river. Store power like drawing a bow. Issue power like loosing an arrow. Within curving, seek to be straightening. Store and then issue. Power comes from your spine. Step according to your body's changes. To gather is to release, and to release is to gather. Disconnect, but stay connected. In the back and forth of your arms, there must be folding. In the advance and retreat of your feet, there must be variation. Extreme softness begets extreme hardness. Your ability to be nimble lies in your ability to breath. The members of the Chinese martial arts world present were getting more and more astonished from hearing that. Use your mind to move energy. Use the energy to move your body. To gather is to release. To release is to gather. Was that the set of fighting techniques Chun Jun had just employed. The 8 Trigram School's disciples were dumbfounded when they heard that. Su Fan was flabbergasted. Did that Chun Jun really use Taiji fist? Zhao Yunlong let out a curse. What the fuck? Song Jiao said. How can he know? Lu Yuhu, Yin Hui, and Chun Chun were even more dumbstruck. They were the only people at the venue who knew of Chun Jun's real identity, so it added even more disbelief. Everyone was stunned at this revelation. This mental shock was even more shocking than when Chun Jun had revealed that he could use concealed power, because this was not just any other martial art. It was the Taiji fist. This was the legendary martial art that had disappeared for over 100 years. This was the martial arts that had beaten the entire Chinese martial arts world until no worthy opponents remained. Even Zhou Tianpeng, who was currently fighting in the ring, got distracted. When Chun Shi and he heard the words Taiji fist, their confidence was visibly shaken. Even Rao Aimin was so shocked that she gasped and shouted, "Rascal, is that the truth?" Zhang Ye said calmly, "What do you think?" Rao Aimin said, "How do you know Taiji fist?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I've always known it." Rao Aimin replied, "Then why didn't you tell me, you rascal?" "I've told you before." Zhang Ye was rather speechless at her reaction. "When you asked me back then, I told you that I knew Taiji fist, but you said that I was bullshitting. Who the hell would know that you really meant it?" Rao Aimin countered. Zhang Ye said, "Now you know." When everyone heard Chun Jun admitting this himself, they all gasped one after another. To them, and even to the entire Chinese martial arts world, this revelation was simply unbelievable. Just saying the Taiji fist had reappeared in the martial arts community again was enough to send shockwaves throughout the entire community. Why did Taiji fist make a reappearance in this world? Why did it have to be at this time of all times? The Huashan sect leader, Chun Shi, felt as though he had been slapped in the face. He had just made a speech at the National Martial Arts Conference using the story of Taiji fist as an example to get his point across for not letting the Zhou family style follow in its footsteps. He said that they should not allow such precious, intangible cultural assets to slip from their hands and be lost, thus using it as an excuse to attack Rao Aimin for the greater good of the Chinese martial arts world. But not soon after, just 10 minutes later, a non-affiliate who knew Taiji fist had appeared in the ring. How face-smacking. And it was really amazing. So the legends of the Taiji fist that had shocked the entire martial arts community before were not just legends. It was no wonder Chun Shi could not do any harm to his opponent, even though he was obviously more skilled than him. So it turned out that his opponent was a practitioner of this style of martial arts. In the audience, Song Jiao could not longer hold it in. She seized Lu Yuhu. "Spit it out. Who on earth is that person?" Su Fan was also bursting with curiosity. "Little junior bro, don't you know him? Hurry up and tell us." A Taiji fist master who has trained to use concealed power? This, a slightly older disciple of the 8 trigrams palm said. Are any opponents below the level of grandmaster worthy of him? Even if his opponent were a grandmaster, he might still stand a chance of defeating them. The theory of Taiji fist in and of itself was already meant to be used to curb a stronger opponent, using only a small amount of effort to push away something much heavier. Little junior bro, hurry up and tell us. Song Jiao said. Because of eldest senior sis's terrible social ties, her reputation in our martial arts world is in tatters. Who wouldn't avoid her if they could? So how did eldest senior sis come to know such a powerful friend? Lu Yuhu was anxiously wiping sweat off himself. Because, Su Fan said. Because of what? Lu Yuhu gave a wry smile. Because that guy's social ties are even worse than our eldest senior sis's. Yan Hui, who was beside them, couldn't agree more. Song Jiao was stunned. Zhao Yunlong was also stunned. There's someone who has a worse reputation than eldest senior sis? Around them, the disciples from the large and small sects, as well as the non-affiliates, could no longer hold it in either. Who is he? Who the fuck can tell us who that is? Hey, non-affiliate. How can such an expert not be affiliated with any of the martial sects? After a lapse of more than 100 years, the successor of Taiji is finally willing to show himself again. I have a feeling that the martial arts community will be plunged into chaos soon. Just who can he be? Hold up. What's the matter? He's familiar. He looks really familiar. Now that you mention it, I think so too. Why do I, too, find him quite familiar now? Like I've seen him somewhere before. Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, and the others who had been traveling together with Zhang Ye were startled. If no one had mentioned that he looked familiar, they wouldn't have thought along that line. Now that they looked at him, this person truly looked familiar to them as well. They had definitely seen him before. They had definitely seen him somewhere before. Finally, Chun-Shi said something in the ring. After more than 100 years, I've finally had the honor to see for myself this generation's successor of the Taiji fist. Chun-Shi then made a slight fist and palm salute according to the Chinese martial arts world's traditions. Chun-Shi, of Huashan's 5-way boxing won. This was a form of respect to the opponent, as well as to the legendary martial art of the Taiji fist. 1. Zhang Ye looked up at him and slowly lifted his hand to his sunglasses. He rested his hand on them for a moment before taking them off. Instantly, the entire hilltop fell. Utterly silent. Chun-Shi was shocked. Zhou Tianpeng was also shocked where he was standing. Lu Yichuan was dumbfounded. Hibadeo stunned. Song Jiao was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They heard the young man standing in the ring say in a plain manner, Zhang Ye, of the Taiji fist. Chapter 936. The Shit-Stirring Duo. Chapter 936. The Shit-Stirring Duo. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. When they saw this person, when they saw his face, when they heard his words, at the venue, countless people's expressions turned to extreme excitement in an instant. Well, what did he say? He said, Zhang Ye, of the Taiji fist. Zhang what? Zhang Ye. What Ye? Zhang Ye. What Zhang? Go away. A lot of people short-circuited for a moment. Non-affiliate Chen Zhan had just taken off his sunglasses and was immediately recognized by the spectators. Even though these martial artists did not usually pay attention to entertainment news and celebrities, as they wouldn't possibly be sitting in front of their TVs every day to get ready to watch The Voice of China, it was impossible for most of them to not recognize this person standing before them. Because this person was famous nationwide. Even if they did not watch The Voice, they would still watch TV at times, right? Or had watched the Brain Gold commercial before, or read the newspapers before, or watched the news on TV before, or watched Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala before, or played Plants vs. Zombies before, or had heard about the incident where a Korean celebrity got beaten up, or heard their friends use those classic catchphrases for scolding people before. Or, when worst came to worst, they surely would have heard about that airplane hijacking incident that caused a sensation across the country, right? As long as they knew about any of those aforementioned examples, they would surely know him. This guy's notoriety was incredibly well known throughout the country. At most, some of them might be a little unfamiliar with him, but they definitely knew of him. Lu Yichuan called out, It's Zhang Ye. Hibadeo said, thrilled, God damn. A female non-affiliate stuttered, Teacher Zhang? What's going on? The 8 trigram school's Song Jiao exclaimed. Su Fan exclaimed along with her. Little junior bro, just what is going on here? Lu Yuhu said with resentment. I don't know why teacher Zhang is here today either. Actually, during this time when eldest senior sis was away from Beijing, it was teacher Zhang who had been taking care of Chen Chen. Only Yin Hui, who was standing together with the 8 trigram school, looked very accepting of the situation. Zhao Yunlong noticed. Bro Yin, you recognized him early on? That's right. Yin Hui gave a wry smile. Back during the airplane hijacking incident, I fought alongside teacher Zhang Ye. We worked together to defeat the terrorists, so I'm a little more familiar with him. Though he said that, Yin Hui had actually recognized him considerably late. It was only when Zhang Ye had entered the ring that he managed to recognize him. But that wasn't because Yin Hui was not alert, nor was it due to him not paying attention to the news as part of the Chinese martial arts community. It was simply because he had not thought along that line at all. Zhang Ye, a celebrity? An A-list celebrity in the domestic entertainment industry? He actually turned out to be the successor of the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years? In the ring, it was clear from Chun Shi's expression that he knew Zhang Ye as well. Why is it you? Zhang Ye laughed. Why can't it be me? Outside the ring, a South Wudong disciple shouted, It just cannot be you. At the venue, there were indeed quite a number of people who had watched Zhang Ye's latest film. Everyone here was still quite interested in a martial arts flick like that. In that movie, they clearly remembered the moves that Zhang Ye executed as the villainous Taiji fist grandmaster. It could easily be described as dog's hit, as none of the moves were logical or made any sense at all. Back then, a lot of these martial artists would often bring it up as an aftermeal subject and mock that multi-million RMB film. It was just so unprofessional and was purely done for the on-screen effects. Even they could single-handedly take on at least 5 of those so-called Taiji fist experts who appeared in the movie. But when they found out about Zhang Ye's true identity here, today, that he was the actual successor to the legendary Taiji fist, every one of them could sense a grass mud horse galloping across their vision. And behind this lead grass mud horse, there were another 10,000 grass mud horses surging toward it. Deception. What a goddamn deception. You were obviously the Taiji successor and had even mastered the usage of concealed power. But you being the only successor of this legendary martial arts in this world, and as a Chinese martial arts expert, how could you be so shameless as to use some dog's hit, fake-ass Taiji fist moves to deceive the audience? Deceive the film buffs? Fuck, do you have a conscience, you? Fuck, do you have any shame, you? If the Taiji grandmaster from over 100 years ago were still alive, he would surely be driven to the grave by you. You were faking all those moves. Outside the ring, the Zhou family style's 4th bro, Zhou, roared angrily. Isn't your name Chunjun? When one is away from home, doesn't one go by several aliases? Zhang Ye was unabashed, unashamed, and unembarrassed. Someone from the Huashan sect said, but on the deathmatch agreement, you signed off as Chunjun. This is cheating. How can you still be considered a martial hero if you behave this way? How can you be considered a member of the martial arts community? Zhang Ye looked at that person below the ring and boldly asserted, Listen up, bro. I studied broadcasting in university, and my main profession is hosting. My side jobs involve me producing TV shows, performing crosstalks, writing calligraphy, composing poems, or if I go a little further, doing some mathematical research, or if I go even further, would bring me to guest starring in a movie. Pausing, Zhang Ye smiled coldly at that person. Who the hell is a member of your martial arts community? That Huashan sect disciple was at a loss for words. When everyone else heard this, they were also unable to snap back. I didn't have time to bother with you people earlier, but you're trying to cast doubt on me now? Even bringing up the martial arts community to me? And being a hero? Zhang Ye looked at those people from the large sects and said, 2 grandmasters of our martial arts world laying a trap and working on the inside with the National Martial Arts Association. The large sects colluding together and marching into battle as one. All of this just to deal with a single female comrade? Do you people need your fucking honor? Don't try to talk to me about whatever rules of the martial arts community. Zhou Tianpeng already made the first move several years ago by interrupting a fight and causing the loss of 2 lives. So what justification do you people have? Weren't you people damn insistent on making sure that old Rao didn't leave this place alive? The National Martial Arts Association who should have presided over this case as judge, has also joined the fuck in to muddy the truth and assist in doing evil? Just tell me, what sort of a martial arts community is this? Is this what you call being heroes? Is this what a grandmaster is like? Fuck you people. The entertainment industry is a much cleaner place than here. The 8 trigram school's Song Jiao cheered. Well said. Su Fan also said excitedly. Teacher Zhang. Beautifully said. Zhao Yunlong cursed. These bastards. Not a single one of them is a good person. Bullying our eldest senior sis just because she stands alone? Even setting a trap by calling for a deathmatch? Huh. I bet none of you could have expected our eldest senior sis to have backup. Lu Yuhu clenched his fist and exclaimed, Teacher Zhang, thank you. Right, Master Zhang. All of us fellow disciples of the 8 trigram school will forever remember your grace. Thank you for today. Thank the heavens you came here today. Thank you for your great kindness, Teacher Zhang. Your supreme grace and kindness will be returned someday. The 8 trigram school's disciples knew that if it weren't for Zhang Ye being here today, their eldest senior sis would definitely have stood no chance of winning. But now, that situation had been completely reversed. Their eldest senior sister and a martial arts expert who practiced Taiji were fighting together in this death match. It seemed like their chances of winning were increasing by the moment. Rao Aimin said as she fought, Why are you guys thanking him? This rascal still owes me rent. Zhang Ye said, a bit speechless. Didn't you say that you would waive it? Did I ever say so? Yes, you did. You even said that you would leave the apartments to me. Her. Right at this moment, Zhou Tianpeng was unable to dodge an attack and received a blow from Rao Aimin's palm. He was struck so hard that sweat flew from his forehead. Disciples from the Zhou family-style school and many of the large sects looked gloomy. Shit, this is bad. Judging from the way that Zhang Fellow had spoken with treacherous Rao, their relationship was not just simply knowing each other. It was clearly much deeper than that. After engaging in some banter, Zhang Ye said to those in the audience, To all my fellow colleagues of our martial arts world, you come from large and small sections. There's also those who are not affiliated with any sects, but everyone is an adult and should know right from wrong and understand what is good and evil. If any of you still have a shred of conscience and dignity left, touch your chest and ask yourselves this. Is it really necessary to align yourselves to this sort of martial arts association? If Zhou Tianpeng and Chun Shi are willing to hide the truth to deal with old Rao this way, one of you might get handled this way some other day. Is there even any meaning for a bullshit association like this one to exist anymore? Are they worth pledging your allegiance to in a war? A lot of those from the small sects and the non-affiliates went quiet. Zhang Ye's words had motivated them into contemplation. The Huashan sect's fan when shouted, You better watch your words. Are you slandering the National Martial Arts Association? You have to answer to the law for that. He had blurted this out, but Zhang Ye shot right back at him. You're talking about the law with me? Why didn't any of you bring up the law when Zhou Tianpeng killed 2 people? Instead, why were you using the rules of the martial arts community when you talked of him causing their deaths? Do you even know what the goddamn law is, you? Slander? Sue me then. Oh, but I think you don't know that I have recently gained a license to practice law. Fan Wen was literally choked back by his own words. The Iron Palm's master son said. It was Rao Aimin who broke the rules first. A high-ranking monk of the Shaolin Monastery said, Today's dispute has nothing at all to do with your Taiji branch of martial arts. Almsgiver, please stand down and not commit a mistake here. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Nothing to do with me? Then what the fuck has it got anything to do with your Huashan sect, Iron Palm, and Shaolin Monastery? Did old Rao beat up your mother or your father? Why are you people bouncing around here? Stop trying to bullshit me. Your martial arts are not good, yet all of you are here taking sides and forming cliques and blowing hot air. Blowing hot air in front of me? Do you people know what I do for a living? You wish to debate me? Sure, let's decide on the topic then. Arguing, or what? I can stand alone against several hundred of you at once. If I can't beat all of you, I will take on your family names. Shall we try? The large sect's disciples were shaken by Zhang Ye's shamelessness. Yet no one came forward to debate him. This was a proper martial arts conference. Who the hell would want to argue with you over something like that? Of course, the most critical factor was that they knew in their heart of hearts that when it came to arguing, absolutely none of them were his match. This was what he did for a living in the first place. Besides, they had witnessed for themselves the power of Zhang Ye's eloquence at the resort's restaurant last night. It was truly a representation of words being able to revive the dead. Looking at those wounded and limping people wrapped in bandages in attendance today, and then thinking back on yesterday, they realized that all this was the fucking consequence of Zhang Ye's words, which kick-started it all. Before the martial arts conference was even convened, their forces were almost totally wiped out. Other than him, who else in the world could achieve something like that? What sort of talent was that? What sort of a mouth was that? They had finally seen for themselves just how much of a hooligan Zhang Ye was. He was as terrible as the news and the internet had described him. It was little wonder that he and Rao Aimin knew each other, and even had so much in common. Fundamentally, these two people walked more or less the same path. Rao Aimin was a shit-stirrer of the Chinese martial arts world, while Zhang Ye was a shit-stirrer of the entertainment industry. If these two were not friends, then who would be friends? Today, these two notorious shit-stirrers of their respective fields were standing together to face their enemies. So ask yourself, who in the entire world could match these two terrible hooligans? Chapter 937, Zhang Ye's Speed. Chapter 937, Zhang Ye's Speed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A deathmatch whose outcome was decided from the start. A perfect trap that had been carefully laid out by the two grandmasters along with the various large sects of the martial arts community. This entire plan was now thrown into disarray by Zhang Ye's appearance. Grandmaster Zhou is in danger. This is bad. What should we do? Master. Martial uncle, be careful. Zhang Ye, you fucking meddler. You bastard. In the ring, Zhou Tianpeng and Chun Shi knew that they were approaching a critical moment in the death match. Old Chun, why are you still talking so much nonsense with him? Zhou Tianpeng was already injured. Take him out. Chun Shi clenched his teeth. All right. Zhou Tianpeng could no longer retreat any further and unexpectedly changed to a different set of fighting techniques. It was extremely vicious and do or die, giving up most of its defenses in exchange for killing blows. The deathmatch had finally reached the concluding stage of desperation, the instant between life and death. Chun Shi also went for it. He was no longer as cautious as before, launching a thunderous attack with Huashan's five-way boxing techniques. Like a violent storm, he charged at Zhang Ye with heavy killing intent, as if a changed man. A low punch, a cutting fist, a high punch. Zhang Ye took them straight on, raising his hands to meet the punches as they came, and countered the attack's momentum by shifting his center of gravity to negate his opponent's first punches into nothingness. Deflect, yank, push. The more he fought, the more lucid it became for him. In his mind, a voice kept echoing. If the opponent takes no action, you take no action. But once he takes even the slightest action, you have already acted. Zhang Ye lowered his shoulder and followed through to do a taiji, pushing hand technique. Power seems relaxed but not relaxed, about to expand but not yet expanding. When my power finishes, my intent of it continues. First in your mind, then in your body. Your abdomen relaxes, and then energy collects in your bones. Spirit comfortable, body calm. At every moment, be mindful of this. If one part moves, every part moves. And if one part is still, every part is still. As the movement leads back and forth, energy stays near the back and gathers in the spine. Inwardly bolster the spirit and outwardly show ease. Step like a cat and move energy as if drawing silk. Throughout your body. Your mind should be on your spirit rather than on the energy, for if you are fixated on the energy, your movement will become sluggish. Whenever your mind is on the energy, there will be no power, whereas if you ignore the energy and let it take care of itself, there will be pure strength. The energy is like a wheel, and your waist is like an axle. The 8 energies of Taiji. For tails yield 1,000 caddies. With a muted crash, both Zhang Ye and Chun Shi were sent flying backwards. Grandmaster Chun. Sect Leader. Master. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye. Outside the ring, many people were crying out. Zhang Ye clearly suffered a greater injury and flew over 2 meters backward, landing heavily on the floor. Meanwhile, Chun Shi, whose martial arts were better, logically should have not been affected much. Yet he was still injured due to Zhang Ye's counterattack. which was dealt after judging Chun Shi's concealed power with his listening power 1, causing them both to take injuries and fly backward. He fell and sprawled out in the ring. The Huashan sex fan when gasped, This is what Taiji Fist is. How legendary. This was really too domineering. Chun Shi Karp skipped up with a dark expression and returned to his feet. Watch this move. He came charging in for another attack. I'll take your life while you're in strife. Zhang Ye could feel his organs churning inside of him, but took a deep breath to quickly steady himself. He braced a hand on the floor and pushed himself back up. Right on time. The two of them once again started exchanging blows. A moment later, they were back at forcing each other into retreat. Chun Shi went back 2 steps. Zhang Ye went back 4. Before he could even really catch his breath, Chun Shi was rushing straight for him again. A killing blow imbued with concealed power was headed straight for Zhang Ye's abdomen. Those standing near enough could even hear the whistling of the wind as the attack was delivered. Zhang Ye blocked again. He kept some concealed power within his palm strike and went for Chun Shi's wrists, pushing his hands downward. But Chun Shi burst out with a yell and forcefully held them up by using his shoulders to push upward, turning this into a test of strength. Zhang Ye could no longer avoid him, since Rao Aimin was only several steps behind him at this point. He couldn't retreat anymore, even if he wanted to. In these dire circumstances, he took to using a very well-known Taiji Fist technique at an extremely close distance, neutralizing power 2. As their movements were too quick, the spectators could not even clearly see what was happening. Zhang Ye fell backwards, while Chun Shi fell on his sides, only not falling all the way to the floor as he put his hands on the floor to support himself. Chun Shi coughed lightly. Zhang Ye was the more seriously injured one, judging by how pale his face had turned. The exchanges were all-out blows. The two of them expended a lot of energy doing so. Concealed power wasn't actually some kind of internal skill or internal strength like what you see in wuxia novels and the like. To put it plainly, it was just the potential that one could achieve after pushing one's body beyond its physical limits. Due to differences in the practicing of internal styles and chi flow techniques, the concealed power achieved would be different as well. Chun Shi's concealed power was more vicious, while Zhang Ye's Taiji concealed power was softer and more tenacious. Also, concealed power was not infinite, but limited by one's stamina instead. Under continuous attacks, not even a grandmaster could keep it up for long, much less peak martial arts masters. Chun Shi was visibly panting a little, but when he looked at Zhang Ye, he found that he was only panting as much as himself. Incredibly, he did not look like he had weakened at all. How was this possible? He could hang in there for this long? Chun Shi's expression sunk even more. He could never have expected that his opponent would have such great stamina. Even if he was young, this shouldn't be possible. Of course, he couldn't possibly know that this was due to the effect of those 1,000 fruits of stamina. That Zhang Ye was able to continuously hold him off, and even injure him, was not purely down to his skill with Taiji Fist. The 3,000 fruits of strength, stamina, and agility had a large part to play in all of this. Rao Aimin suddenly asked, "Are you doing okay?" Zhang Ye clenched his teeth. No problems. If only he had a few more reputation points. If he could have eaten another 1,000 Taiji Fist skill experience books, or another 2,000 books, or he could even have tried to get some stats category fruits in the Game Rings lottery draw, too, to see if it could further help him break through his limits of strength and stamina. The lottery draw, 1's stats category fruits had already reached their limit. There would be no effects even if he ate more of them. He had yet to try out the improved version of the lottery draw in regards to this, but logically, he should be able to get even better. However, he didn't have many reputation points left anymore. Moreover, Zhang Ye had also achieved what he set out to do today. He wasn't here to determine who was better against a grandmaster anyway. He only needed to help Rao Aimin hold him off. The most important characters in the ring were Rao Aimin and Zhou Tianpeng. As for the outcome of the match, it depended on these two people's duel. President Zhou. Grandmaster Zhou. Master, watch out. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The death match was finally going to be decided. Zhou Tianpeng made a flailing attack and missed. Then Rao Aimin dealt a palm strike straight to his face. Zhou Tianpeng started bleeding from his nose and mouth, then took several unwitting steps backward. But his feet were clearly stumbling, and he was obviously hit so hard that he was concussed. he briefly lost consciousness. His defeat was decided. Old Zhou Chunshi was so anxious that he was fuming and wanted to rush over. But Zhang Ye blocked him. Chunshi roared, "Move aside." Zhang Ye said, "I won't fucking move aside." Song Jiao yelled, "Eldest senior sis." Su Fan shouted, "Terminate that old crook Zhou." Lu Yuhu also yelled angrily, "A life for a life. Kill him." This was clearly not something that an experienced policeman would usually say. But since the Chinese martial arts world had its own set of traditional rules, for any duels that occurred or any death match that took place here, there had not been any known cases of police reports even when someone had died. Even though the martial arts community was no longer the same as in the past, the same rules still applied. In a death match, life and death would be determined by fate. Rao Aimin stepped forward and raised her palm. At this moment, everyone at the venue held their breath. "Ah, Master, dodge." But suddenly, a twist of events arose. From the direction of the large sects, two swishes suddenly broke the silence and traveled in the direction of the dueling ring. Many people were stunned by this. Even those from the large sects were stunned. Lu Yuhu raged, "They're darts." Su Fan shouted hoarsely, "Eldest senior sis, watch out." Song Jiao yelled, "Scumbag. Motherfucker. Who is it? Who threw the darts as a sneak attack?" But there was no time to ask these questions. The darts were too quick. Even before the screams and shouts of the 8 trigram school's disciples had faded, 2 blinding spots of lights were already flying into the dueling ring. Steady, precise, vicious. Rao Aimin was standing perpendicular to the path of the incoming darts, while Zhang Ye had his back facing away from the large sects outside the ring. When he heard the words sneak attack, Zhang Ye's sweat glands exploded. His first reaction was to go to where Rao Aimin was. But the instant Zhang Ye turned around, he discovered that the 2 darts were actually coming straight for him. One was headed for his forehead. The other was aimed at someplace slightly below his chest. This was bad. Zhang Ye was instantly angered. At this moment, the effects of those 1,000 fruits of agility showcased their powers. He clearly had his back facing the attack, and his face was only 1 meter away from one of the darts when he turned his head. But Zhang Ye somehow immediately figured out the trajectory of the darts as he crooked his head quickly to the right as the darts swooshed straight past him, brushing against several strands of hair on his head. A lot of the people were dumbfounded by this. Because that was simply too quick. Was he still human? Even a grandmaster might not be able to react like that. Chapter 938. A single man guards the pass. Chapter 938. A single man guards the pass. Translator, leg editor, leg. He dodged one, but could not avoid the other. Dart. It wasn't that he couldn't react in time. In fact, he could see it more clearly than anyone else, but his body just couldn't catch up to his thoughts and reaction. His center of gravity at this moment was off-kilter, and there was no way to avoid it. He could only watch as the second dart made its way toward his chest. Lu Yichuan shouted, "Bro Chun." Chin Chin screamed, "Zhang Ye. I'm done for." Zhang Ye could only think of one thing now. He wondered if the one-up item in his game ring's inventory would be of any use. If he were to die here, then would that one-up item be activated automatically or not? Everyone thought that Zhang Ye would die for sure. But the next second, a hand that shouldn't have appeared there suddenly flashed across the front of Zhang Ye's chest. That beautiful hand of a woman was so quick that it moved with an afterimage like it was gliding through time. It traveled at a speed that no normal person could imagine. The audience could only see a blur. Ding! That second dart was caught by that hand between the fingers. The people below the ring created an uproar. Everyone was stunned. It was Rao Aimin. It turned out that Rao Aimin had managed to catch the dart in the nick of time. From this angle, in such circumstances, even Zhang Ye, the intended target, could only avoid the first dart. That had already made many people stare and drop their jaws. It was a reaction speed that even a grandmaster could not hope to achieve. But the second dart was still too much for him. Yet who could have expected that Rao Aimin, who was a few steps away from Zhang Ye just a moment ago, would somehow manage with her out-of-this-world skills to backpedal and reach out to catch the flying dart? Rao Aimin. So this was that female grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world who would send a shiver down anyone's spine, even if just from hearing her name? Between the grandmasters, could there possibly be such a big gap between their skill? A lot of the large sects people had thought before the conference that even if Rao Aimin were powerful, she would only be slightly better than Grandmaster Zhou and Grandmaster Chun. It shouldn't have been a great difference at all. But when they witnessed this scene now, everyone finally understood why Rao Aimin was able to single-handedly challenge the two Grandmasters all those years ago, even managing to seriously injure one of them. The difference in martial arts skill between the three Grandmasters, Rao Aimin, Zhou Tianpeng, and Qin Shi, was definitely not just a little bit. Lu Yuhu shouted, "Senior sis." Zhang Ye looked astonished. "Why the hell did you save me?" It wasn't that he was ungrateful. But right at this moment, Huashan's five-way boxing technique was unleashed on Rao Aimin without warning, brushing past Zhang Ye as he stood there. When he was trying to avoid that first dart, Zhang Ye exhausted all of his strength and lost his balance. As a result, he simply could not react to this attack as Chun Shi finally slipped past him, having made this decision after a slight hesitation when he saw the dart flying toward them. If he did not grab hold of this opportunity, both he and Zhou Tianpeng probably weren't going to leave this place alive. Eldest senior sis. Despicable. Bastard. Chun Shi, you motherfucker. The 8 Trigram School's disciples were infuriated. Chun Shi was faced with an internal struggle. As the vice president of the National Martial Arts Association and as a grandmaster, he still had his pride and cared about his status as well. But with everything turning out this way, he could only resort to this now. There was no other choice. Plunk. It was the muffled sound of a punch meeting the flesh. Chun Shi had furiously thrown a punch filled with concealed power at Rao Aimin's shoulder. To save Zhang Ye, Rao Aimin had exposed all of her openings while trying to catch the dart. She was practically defenseless at this moment and had no chance to avoid this punch. With the concealed power released, her entire body shook. Senior sis. Old Rao. Shrieks rang out. But this was not the end. Behind Rao Aimin, Zhou Tianpeng, who had earlier been struck into concussion, also made use of these 2 seconds to recover a bit. Although he was seriously injured now, when he saw Rao Aimin receiving a strong punch from his old friend Qin Shi, he still reflexively took action. Zhou Tianpeng did not struggle with his decision, nor did he have any hesitation. He instantly attacked her with the Zhou family style's 21st form, the crushing punch. Old crook Zhou. How dare you? Yet another plunk sounded. Zhou Tianpeng was slightly more skilled than Qin Shi, and even with his state of injuries, he could still muster up a lot of concealed power. With that punch, he had expended all of it and unleashed a deep strike on the center of Rao Aimin's back. Eldest senior sis. Rao Aimin trembled. Many of the non-affiliates below the ring were breaking out in cold sweats from watching this. Rao Aimin is done for. The female grandmaster of our generation is done for. Meanwhile, many of the large sects people showed looks of surprise. We won. Master has won. One of the 8 Trigram School's female disciples burst into tears. Eldest senior sis. But before the voices faded, everyone turned aghast. They saw that the pale and trembling Rao Aimin was still standing. Not only that, she narrowed her eyes and raised her palm in front of the terrified Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi. She struck her palm downwards. Thump. Qin Shi was completely unprepared for this. He had not expected that Rao Aimin would still be able to make another attack and took the hit directly, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Tianpeng was greatly shocked by this and could not dodge in time. With a low yell, Rao Aimin suddenly used a burst of concealed power to repel the power of the palm strike that Zhou Tianpeng had. Landed on her back. When Zhou Tianpeng stumbled backward a few steps, Rao Aimin turned and executed an 8 trigrams palm move, raising her hand up, but did not strike immediately. Instead, she raised it higher before suddenly attacking with a downward that looked neither fast nor slow, slapping Zhou Tianpeng behind his neck. From the looks of it, this strike did not seem powerful. It looked like how friends slapped each other's back as a greeting. However, Zhou Tianpeng's expression changed drastically. Crick, crack. The creaking of bones snapping gradually sounded. From the neck down to the back. From the back down to the waist. Zhou Tianpeng cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood, before immediately collapsing to the ground. In just a few short blows, Qin Shi fainted from his injuries, while Zhou Tianpeng's survival was unknown. The entire venue went quiet. Not a sound could be heard. No one said anything. They saw Rao Aimin look down at the still conscious Zhou Tianpeng with her eyes drooping and tell him in a slightly hoarse voice, "I've finally avenged my younger sister and brother-in-law's deaths today. From now on, don't you even dare think of taking up martial arts again or getting out of your bed to walk about. Just lay in bed and enjoy a life of being provided for. In another half a year, get someone to organize your funeral for you. Oh wait, I doubt you have half a year left to do that since you have so many enemies around." Many of the Zhou family-style school's disciples leaped into the ring. "Master! Sect leader! Master!" Some of them started crying. Others were shouting desperately for help. After he heard Rao Aimin speak her piece, Zhou Tianpeng opened his mouth and viciously tried to say something, but couldn't muster up a voice at all. With that, he immediately blacked out. The Huashan sect's disciples rushed over in panic to Chun Shi's side, avoiding Rao Aimin as they ran past her. "Martial uncle, senior bro, wake up, wake up." Fan Wen flusteredly checked Chun Shi's pulse and found that it was very weak. He realized that his senior brother was suffering from very serious injuries. The look on Fan Wen's face became even more unpleasant. The 8 trigram school's disciples were instantly elated. "Eldest senior sis. Eldest senior sis. Eldest senior sis." Zhang Ye cursed. "Fuck your grandpa. Who threw those darts just now?" He could not take this lying down and wanted to take immediate action against the perpetrator. Rao Aimin suddenly glanced at Zhang Ye and said weakly, "Let's go." "Ah." Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Down the hill." Rao Aimin looked wan. Zhang Ye returned to his senses. "Okay." Rao Aimin took very slow steps and left the ring in front of Zhang Ye. She walked in the direction of the 8 trigram school's disciples. When the members of the large sect who were in her way saw her, they panicked and hurried to the side to avoid her. Their fearful expressions, when they saw her, made it seem like they needed to stand at least several hundred meters away from her to feel safe. There were too many unexpected events in today's deathmatch. The emergence of the Taiji successor, a sneak attack from out of the ring, Rao Aimin's amazingly powerful martial arts. It wasn't so bad for Grandmaster Chun, even though he was rather heavily injured. He would likely make a recovery after several months of rest. But for Zhou Tianpeng, everyone who was present today knew full well that from this day forward, there would only be 4 grandmasters left in the Chinese martial arts world. In today's battle of the grandmasters, Zhou Tianpeng had been stripped of his title. Rao Aimin slowly walked over. The 8 trigram school's disciples excitedly came over to congratulate her. "Senior sis, you've finally avenged them. That last strike of your palm was executed with perfection." Chen also came up to her. "Auntie." But it was right at this moment that Rao Aimin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She did not say anything and just fell forward without any warning. Beside her, Zhang Ye caught her and held her upright. "Old Rao, senior sis. Eldest senior sis." Rao Aimin passed out. Only at this point did the 8 trigrams palm's disciples realize that those 2 attacks by Chun Shi and Zhou Tianpeng were imbued with concealed power as well. Their eldest senior sister had only forced herself to remain standing, but was in actual fact already suffering from internal injuries. This was seen by everyone as it happened. The large sects were startled. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Rao Aimin can't hold out any longer. Treacherous Rao has fainted. We cannot allow her to leave." "Right, we can't let them leave. If they are allowed to go today, all of the sects that have denounced her would never have another day of peace. Grandmaster Zhou has been maimed. Rao Aimin is capable of anything. If we allow her the chance to make a full recovery, none of us will be able to get away. Avenge Grandmaster Zhou. They only have a little more than a dozen people. We have several hundred. Rao Aimin can't fight anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone, let's get them. Exterminate treacherous Rao. Everyone has a duty to do so. We cannot allow the tigress to return to the mountains." Right, the tigress must not be allowed back into the mountains. With some of the martial sect's members leading, a furor rippled through the rest. Fan Wen, who was helping Chun Shi up in the fight ring, looked over at the 8 trigram school, then breathed in and said to a disciple of his next to him, "Take care of this sect leader." The Iron Palm's master's son clenched his fists and took a step forward. When several of the Shaolin monks saw this, they sighed and walked over slowly as well. 10 people, 50 people, 100 people. The large sects gathered an army of people. Seeing the turn of events, The people of the 8 trigram school were bitterly disappointed. Song Jiao pointed at them and shouted, "Respectable martial sects? Is this what respectable martial sects are like these days?" The fighters signed the deathmatch agreement. Some of you even played dirty and interfered with the match in the ring, using darts as a sneak attack. But now that you've lost, you're thinking of surrounding and attacking us? What sort of large sects are these? What sort of a national martial arts association is this? Su Fan said, "Fuck all of your ancestors." Zhao Yunlong was already picking up a weapon. "Let's fight it out with them." "Right, let's fight it out with them. They're pushing us too far. Is there any justice?" When Zhou Tianpeng killed 2 people, they called it a normal duel in our martial arts world. When our eldest senior sis injured old crook Zhou, the National Martial Arts Association comes hunting for us and wants to exterminate all of us. What kind of logic is that? Just what kind of logic is that? Little junior bro, take eldest senior sis and leave immediately. Right, little junior bro, your martial arts are the weakest among us. You won't be of much help here. Just take eldest senior sis and Chunshin and get out of here. I'm not leaving. Go already. The people from the large sects were approaching. The non-affiliates and those from the small sects were rather startled by what they were seeing. They had not expected that the large sects and people from the National Martial Arts Association would actually handle the matter this way. This was not something that any of them were willing to intervene in, because there were too many people from the large sects who were much more skilled than them. Further, their party consisted of the Shaolin eminent monks, the Huashan sect's Fan One, the Kunlun sect's leader, the Iron Palm's master son, and so on and so forth, all of whom were masters at their respective martial arts styles. This was something that they had utterly no say in. At this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke. Zhang Ye handed Rao Aimin over to Song Jiao. "Carry her." Song Jiao was taken aback. "You?" Zhang Ye gestured to them and said, "Get going." Lu Yuhu was stunned. "Teacher Zhang, take old Rao and Chunshin down the hill and get out of here." Zhang Ye regulated his breathing a few times and stood there in front of them, blocking the only pathway down the hill. "I'll hold them off for a while." Yanhui was getting anxious. "But you're injured too," Zhang Ye said. "I can still hold them off." Su Fan said, "They have over 100 people. Even if you're a grandmaster, you can't stop them." Zhang Ye raised his voice. "Hurry up and get going. I have my own ways. Otherwise, none of us will stand a chance of getting away." "Zhang Ye, let's go together," Chunshin said loudly. Zhang Ye smiled. "All of you leave first. I'll be right behind you." Lu Yuhu decided on the spot and grit his teeth. "We can't delay any longer. Let's go." He then picked up Chunshin. "Teacher Zhang, please take care." Song Jiao's eyes reddened as she carried Rao Aimin on her back and started running with all her might. "Let's go." Su Fan stomped his feet and followed them. Chunshin was screaming like mad. "Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye." Lu Yuhu's tears were almost falling, but he tightly held Chunshin and did not let go. He put her on his shoulders and ran down the hill at full speed. Yanhui struggled with himself for a bit and did not move. Zhang Ye shouted, "Old Yan, hurry up and go." Yanhui clenched his teeth so tightly that he almost crushed them. Finally, he turned around and chased after the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples. Soon, only Zhang Ye was left standing at this pathway that led downhill. Chapter 939, 10,000 men pass out. Chapter 939, 10,000 men pass out. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the top of the hill, a lone person stood at the pathway leading downhill. The people from the large sects had rushed over and were closing in. Charge. Capture Rao Aimin. Revenge for Grandmaster Zhou. The pounding of numerous feet and deafening shouts could be heard clearly. Zhang Ye had blocked off the only pathway leading down the hill. Without any more worries, he started smiling. The injuries he'd sustained during the battle with Chun Shi were getting more and more serious, and he could his vital organs throbbing with pain. He coughed as though the more than 100 people across from him did not exist. Then he adjusted the button on his collar before leisurely lowering his head to tighten his shoelaces. He picked up a long forked branch that was at hand and had fallen from a tree. Under the suspicious gaze of everyone, Zhang Ye straightened up before drawing a line in front of him with the forked branch. The branch scratched against the ground, making squeaking noises. The people from the large sects were stunned. What the hell? What was he doing? 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Before long, Zhang Ye had marked a 5-meter line in front of him. Zhang Ye dusted off his dirty hands and threw aside the forked branch. He looked up at the dense crowd of large sect members and declared coldly, "Whomsoever crosses the line shall die." He said so in an extremely firm tone. There was no hesitation in it. Whomsoever crosses the line dies. A single declaration from him scared the mob of over 100 people standing across him into shock. Everyone who was about to break through where Zhang Ye was standing guard suddenly stopped in their tracks in fear when they heard those words. No one knew why they had stopped because they did so instinctively. They were all stunned by the resolute tone of Zhang Ye's voice. The Huashan sect's Fan Wen said somberly, "Get out of the way." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "And what if I don't?" The Kongtong sect deputy leader was holding a weapon and staring at him. "Do you think that you can stop 100 of us by yourself? Feel free to try me," Zhang Ye said calmly. An elder disciple of the Iron Palm sect said fiercely, "Rao Aimin has enraged the masses and made an enemy of our martial arts world. Since it has come to this, why are you still trying to be a hero? How many people can you stop with just you alone? 10, 20, or 30? Not to mention, you're seriously injured. But even if you weren't, you couldn't stop us. Even if Rao Aimin were standing here unaffected by injuries, she couldn't stop all of us. Do you really think that you're superhuman? Right, he's injured. He already at his limit. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. There's no way he can stop us. Don't be afraid of him. We have a ton of people on our side. He can't fight anymore. Grandmaster Chen seriously injured him. He's at the end of his rope." With some interested parties shouting, everyone's morale rose once again. Right, Grandmaster Chen and Zhang Ye were both injured in the death match earlier, but Zhang Ye was clearly the more severely injured one since he came under quite a lot of attacks from Grandmaster Chen. How could he possibly hold out any further? Just when everyone was intending to pile forward, Zhang Ye's next words shook everyone's morale again. Zhang Ye started to laugh. "Do you really think that I can't fight when I'm injured? All right then." His toe rubbed the ground where the line had been drawn. "Let's see any of you try to cross this line." Quite a lot of the large sect's disciples looked at one another. The Iron Palm's master's son also had some hesitation as he sized Zhang Ye up, as though trying to make out how seriously injured he was and how much more he could handle. Zhang Ye challenged, "Come over." The other side was silent. Zhang Ye shouted again, "Hurry up." The other side remained silent. The more he said that, the more the large sects could not tell what he was up to and turned hesitant instead. That sentence, "Whomsoever crosses the line shall die," was like a sword hanging over their heads. No one had the courage to be the first to try. After all, the opponent was a martial arts master who was even the successor to the Taiji fist. He was at the pinnacle now that Grandmaster Zhou had been stripped off his skills. Grandmaster Chen was unconscious, and Rao Aimin being severely injured. Nobody present at the National Martial Arts Conference was a match for him. Master Sun asked, "Old Fan, how many attacks can you take him for?" "I don't know," Fan Wen said with a dark expression. The Kunlun sect's leader said, "What are our chances if some of us teamed up together?" Eldest bro Zhou of the Zhou family-style school said, "We'd have to see how determined he is. If Zhang Ye really wants to fight with all his might and defend the pathway that goes downhill so that Rao Aimin and the others can have a chance to get away, then people will definitely die today, and it will not be just a few. There might be a lot of people dying. A lot of people will die." These words silenced many of the large sect's leaders and heads. Fourth bro Zhou said anxiously, "But he's already seriously injured." "What if his injuries are not that serious?" a Shaolin monk brought up. An old man from the Qingqing sect asked, "So what are we going to do?" "Hurry up and decide," sect leader. South Wudong's deputy leader also spoke up. "Rao Aimin and the others are getting away. If we don't give chase now, it will be too late." "Yes, we must definitely chase them. Let's all attack together. We can just pile up on him and crush him to death." But right at this moment, Zhang Ye spoke again. "None of you are going to attack, right? All right then, I'll attack first." As soon as he finished, he took a large stride forward. Everyone was startled and took a step backward in unison. "What? You even want to make the first move? See, can you really still fight?" Zhang Ye walked over slowly and said coldly, "The feud that old Rao had with Zhou Tianpeng is settled, but not mine. I still intend to settle the score for what happened today. First off, Who threw those 2 darts into the fight ring? Own up now, or do you want me to seek you out? Second, the deathmatch has already ended. I have always thought that the martial arts community would have martial righteousness, but all of you have widened my horizons today and allowed me to clearly see just what kind of people you all are. Those who know me will know that I've always been a vengeful guy. You think that I will just let the matter rest like that? You're even playing dirty with me. He suddenly shouted in anger. Motherfuckers. Then I'll fucking play with you guys today. Charge. What's he to be afraid of? He's only one person. Just one person. Kill him. Someone in the crowd led the clamoring. The Kunlun sect's leader was also enraged by Zhang Ye. You really think that we're afraid of you? We'll attack then. I would like to see just how many of us you can stop. Zhang Ye looked at the Kunlun sect's leader and laughed. Then I'll let you find out. If any one of you can make it downhill and still stay standing, I'll take your surname. What? No one can reach the bottom of the hill and still stay standing? Those words were really fucking domineering. The small sects and non-affiliates who were standing far away suddenly felt their blood coursing with excitement. Lu Yichuan clenched his fist and said, Zhang Ye is going all out. Hibadeo said in astonishment. He must already be prepared to not make it down to the bottom of the hill alive. Lu Yizhang's eyes reddened. He was prepared to not go back alive the moment he chose to stay behind. To save Rao and the people of the 8 Trigram school, he prepared to go all out. A female non-affiliate said anxiously, Teacher Zhang. Li Chuaning roared, what sort of righteous sects are they? They're just a bunch of low-class thugs. Teacher Zhang is the real man. He's the fucking hero of my heart. The large sects surged forward, but many of the disciples were still looking rather unwilling to do so. Seeing Zhang Ye's insane behavior, they felt intimidated. Zhang Ye showed no fear and gave a cold smile. There will definitely be casualties today. Since this is the final battle, I'll need to take a bathroom break. You people can understand that, right? He can still joke around at this time. Seeing this, the small sects and non-affiliates were even more impressed. This is what you call a real hero. This is what you call a heroic man. The people from the large sects did not say a word. Zhang Ye did not wait for their reply and headed straight for the unsophisticated bathroom not too far away. He went inside while whistling a tune. The Huashan sect's Fanwen said, split the party in half and have them pursue Rao But at this moment, Zhang Ye's voice came from the bathroom. Whomsoever crosses the line dies. A big group of the large sect's disciples were about to rush down the hill, but retraced their steps in a daze. Even though Zhang Ye was in the bathroom at this moment, they still couldn't help feeling terrified. They were afraid that if they had really crossed the line, they would be killed straight away. Perhaps this was what one would call having an imposing aura. Eldest bro Zhou of the Zhou family-style school looked at his frightened juniors. Good-for-nothings. Master Sun said a bit guiltily. From the looks of it, Zhang Ye should still have a backup plan. He might hidden some of his strength earlier. If we split up and a group of us head downhill first, we might not be able to deal with him. What could he be planning? I don't know. How can he be so confident taking us on? Is he thinking of perishing together with all of us? Could it be that he has already reached Grandmaster level? Impossible. Even if he is a Grandmaster, he can't stop this many of us. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had passed. Zhang Ye still did not come out from the bathroom. Second bro Zhou asked in puzzlement. What's going on? Master Sun called out. Zhang Ye. The Kunlun sect's leader said. Are you done yet? No one answered. Why isn't there any response? Where is he? Say something. Are you not ready yet? They shouted 2 more times. Still, no one answered. Everyone was simultaneously surprised and bewildered. Immediately, eldest bro Zhou of the Zhou family-style school gathered a number of martial artists and charged into the bathroom together. When they got inside, everyone was stunned. There was no one inside. Not a trace of a person. Zhang Ye had disappeared into thin air. Holy shit. Where is he? How did he disappear? Is he in the cubicle? No one is in the cubicle either. What about the death battle? What? About not letting anyone reach the bottom of the hill while staying standing? Fuck your grandma. Zhang Ye has escaped. Fuck. Zhang Ye has really escaped. Whomsoever crosses the line shall die. Fuck your third uncle's grandma. Don't tell me you were simply blustering just now. In the end, after the entire bathroom was destroyed by the angry people of the large sects, spilling a pool of urine and feces all over the place. There was still no sign of Zhang Ye. Escaped? Zhang Ye escaped? Lu Yichuan, Li Chuaning, Hibadeo, and the others were dumbfounded. Be it the disciples of the large and small sects or the non-affiliates on the hilltop, everyone was dumbfounded. A disciple of the Huashan sect cursed angrily. That cheat. A person from the Iron Palm shouted. How deceitful. That was very deceitful. A disciple of the Kunlun sect could not believe his eyes and said in a stunned manner, didn't Zhang Ye say that if there were anyone who could leave the hill and still stay standing, he would take our sect leader's surname? When the Kunlun sect's leader heard that, he got even angrier. No one understood what was going on. However, the next thing that the Kunlun sect's leader said made everyone faint. Fuck his grandma. And my surname is Zhang too. Everyone collectively fainted on the spot. Immediately, everyone started cursing and swearing on the hilltop. Old crook Zhang is very deceitful. Despicable. How despicable. Let's quickly give chase. Everyone, quickly chase after them. They would never have imagined that there would be such a shameless person in this world. Life is like a play. Anyone can get Best Actor. Chapter 940. Let's see who has more people today. Chapter 940. Let's see who has more people today. Translator, leg editor, leg. Halfway down the hill. Everyone from the 8 trigram school ran for their lives down the hill. But as they were carrying they could not go too fast and were already at their limits. If anyone were to pursue them, they would definitely be unable to escape. At this moment, their hearts were heavy with sadness. Just before they escaped down the small pathway, the last words they heard from Zhang Ye were, whomsoever crosses the line, dies. At that instant, they realized that Zhang Ye intended to take their enemies down with him. Teacher Zhang. Yen Hui's eyes were filled with tears. A female disciple of the 8 trigram school was unable to stop herself from crying. She kept wiping away her tears while saying, Zhang Ye chose to stay behind so that he could save us. He sacrificed himself because of us. Lu Yuhu roared with rage. I, Lu Yuhu, swear that I will absolutely avenge Teacher Zhang within this lifetime of mine. Right? Avenge Teacher Zhang. We must take revenge for him. We can't allow Teacher Zhang to sacrifice himself for nothing. That bunch of bastards from the large sects. When eldest senior sis has recovered, we must exterminate them all. Exterminate them all. Avenge Teacher Zhang. Revenge or die. Revenge or die. The 8 trigrams palms people started shouting rallying cries in grief. But at this moment, the footsteps of someone running could be heard coming from behind them. A figure was sprinting toward them at a speed that was at least 3 times faster than their group's pace. Ah, someone is catching up to us? This is not good. Let's run faster. That doesn't feel right. Why does it sound like it's only one person? Who is it? The figure was getting closer and closer. When they saw him manage to make out who this person was, the disciples from the 8 trigram school were stunned and stood rooted in place. It turned out that it was Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. Damn, how are you still alive? Where are they? Where are the people of the large sects? Zhang Ye bellowed as he ran madly for his life. What do you mean, why am I still alive? Let's hurry the fuck out of here. Stop staring. They will be catching up to us soon. Lu Yuhu said in a stunned manner. Weren't you going to sacrifice yourself to stop them from advancing? When Zhang Ye heard that, he nearly tumbled to the ground. I'll sacrifice your sister. Are you cursing me? No, I didn't mean that. I. Lu Yuhu did not know what to say anymore and just asked, then where are they? Why aren't they chasing us? Zhang Ye replied, I stopped them. Song Jiao, who was carrying Rao Imin on her back, exclaimed, how did you manage to stop them? Did you beat them all into the ground? Zhao Yunlong was greatly surprised. Why, you're that amazing? Even our eldest senior sis couldn't do that. What do you mean by beating them all into the ground? There were over 100 fucking people back there. Do you guys think I'm Iron Man? Even if there were only a third of them, I wouldn't be able to beat them. Zhang Ye said matter-of-factly. Su Fan gaped. Then how did you stop them? Zhang Ye explained. By using my mouth, of course. Then this fellow even proudly related the happenings back there instead of being ashamed. Those idiots, they think they can fucking argue with me? I frightened them with just a couple of words. Did they really think that I was injured? Did they really think that I couldn't beat all of them? Yes, I really couldn't beat them. Those who knew him knew that Zhang Ye was not known for his excellence in martial arts, but for that mouth of his. If he couldn't beat them, then he would outtalk them. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples were extremely astonished as they ran down the hill together with Zhang Ye. Just you alone? Someone who had been seriously injured? Could rely on your mouth to stall over 100 martial arts experts, masters, and sect leaders from the large sects? Fuck. How could your mouth be so damn powerful? Qin cried out, flustered and exasperated. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was given a fright. Whoa, why are you shouting so loudly? Lu Yuhu gave a wry smile. The child was frightened just now. Here, let me carry her. Zhang Ye took Qin from Lu Yuhu's hands. There, your Uncle Zhang is fine. Didn't I tell you all that I would hold them off for a while? I said that I'd be right behind. How did that turn out to become me sacrificing myself and taking them down with me? Do you guys think that I'm an idiot? Song Jiao, Lu Yuhu, Su Fan. Yin Hui could only think about how he had cried for nothing. Zhang Ye naturally would not go all out with those large sects at such a time. As he and Rao Imin were injured, and Chun was also with them, what he needed to do now was not to take revenge, but to recuperate. After Zhang Ye recovered from his injuries, he would settle this score properly with those people one by one. No one was going to escape from that. Therefore, Zhang Ye was just bluffing the entire time when they were on the hilltop. He had thought of an escape plan beforehand and relied on the game ring to do so. This time, he had used the right to activate an item from the special category that he obtained a very long time ago. It had performed outstandingly. Invisibility effect upgraded. Zhang Ye had tested this item from the merchant shop before, and it was quite awesome, though he had not officially used it. But today, he used up the last of his remaining reputation points on it, and was able to escape under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Although he had played the lottery draw many times yesterday and purchased about 2,000 Taiji Fist skill experience books today, there was still a tiny amount of reputation points left over. On top of that, Zhang Ye was an A-list celebrity and his reputation points would constantly increase. For example, if the news mentioned him, or if someone watched A Bite of China, or maybe there was a leak about Zhang Ye being involved with the Central TV documentary channel's upcoming documentary on air pollution issues. All of this exposure would give a continuous stream of reputation points to Zhang Ye. Although the accumulation per day was not considered much, he still had enough reputation points to activate the invisibility effect for a while and run out of the bathroom. How is old Rao? Zhang Ye asked. Irritated, Song Jiao said. She has internal injuries, so I'm not sure. Lu Yuhu said. We must find a hospital as soon as we get to the bottom of the hill. Zhang Ye spoke again. Call the police first. On our way down, I contacted the local authorities, but I don't know whether that will help much. Lu Yuhu said with a dark expression. The National Martial Arts Association is quite influential and have people within the ranks of the relevant authorities. Why else do you think that the deaths that occur every year within our martial arts world never get exposed? Suddenly, shouts calling for a massacre could be heard from afar. Chase them. Capture Rao Imin. Kill Zhang Ye, that thieving bastard. Let's catch up to that shameless person. They won't be able to fight back anymore. Don't let them escape. Let's attack together. We have more people anyway. Right? We have more people. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples immediately paled from the shock. Song Jiao said while panting. They've almost caught up. Zhang Ye decided. We can't keep running like this. We simply can't outrun them. Since there is still some distance, and they haven't spotted us yet, let's hide in the hills. Hide in the hills? I suppose that's the only way out now. Let's hide in the hills first, then find an opportunity to contact someone from the outside world. They turned around. At a forked path, they did not run down the stairs, but went straight into the forest and deeper into the hills. Little Junior Bro, try to contact your friends at the Public Security Bureau again. I've already contacted most of my friends in Beijing. What do we do now? Even if we continue downhill off the beaten path, what if those people waiting for us at the bottom are also from the large sects? No one's ever been caught halfway. They have too many people. Eldest Senior Sis and Teacher Zhang are injured. We won't be able to stop them if we bump into them. The local authorities might not necessarily help us either. The police tend not to concern themselves with the majority of feuds occurring within the martial arts community and the National Martial Arts Association. It's the same everywhere. No one knew what to do. They could only run blindly in the hills, but what lay ahead was uncertain. They had more people? Comparing who has more people? Zhang Ye's face darkened. Where are my clothes? Yan Hui was startled. I'm wearing them. This was the down jacket that Zhang Ye threw on the ground back before he went up into the fight ring. It was later picked up by Yan Hui, who was wearing it. Yan Hui took off the down jacket and passed it back to him. Zhang Ye felt the pockets of the down jacket and took out his cell phone. When he saw the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples looking at him in confusion, he said, I'm posting on Weibo. Competing with me on who has more people? Motherfuckers. Let's see who has more people today. Chapter 941. The large sects get annihilated. Chapter 941. The large sects get annihilated. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the afternoon, in the hills, the group from the 8 trigram school was running around like a headless chicken. What are you posting on Weibo for? Calling for help, of course. How can there be any people at such a remote place? I still have to give it a try no matter what. Why is there no signal around here? You can't call on this cell phone anymore. There's no reception. Let's walk around for a bit. Here, signal, signal, signal. Where are you? After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhang Ye was tapping furiously on the screen of his cell phone. Suddenly, a signal bar appeared when it latched onto a signal that came from an unknown position. The phone immediately connected to the internet, and that Weibo message successfully got posted. But when he wanted to post something more, the signal disappeared again. He kept searching for a signal from the same spot they were at, but to no avail. After a long time, he had to give up. All right, let's leave everything to fate. Eldest senior sis's body feels very hot. She has a fever. Let's rest here for a while. Don't walk any further. Where are the large sects people? I don't hear any commotion from them. It seems like they didn't manage to catch up to us. They definitely know that we are hiding in the hills. It's impossible that the dozen or so of us would not leave any tracks. We still need to take a rest no matter what. It's hard to walk any further. The paths in the hill were tedious to hike, and there were no staircases to follow. There were just hilly roads everywhere and overhanging precipices and steep cliffs, which made it quite dangerous. They found a rock to rest on and quickly placed Rao Imin down. Song Jiao quickly asked, Is there anyone trained in medicine here? No one uttered a word. Zhang Ye took it upon himself and said, Let me have a look. Lu Yuhu said in surprise, You even know medicine? That's great. Su Fan said, Take a quick look at our eldest senior sis. Zhao Yunlong said excitedly, Teacher Zhang is the most dependable. Zhang Ye walked over and pressed Rao Imin on her Philtrum 1 in a very professional manner, but she still didn't come around. Zhang Ye then slowly withdrew his hand. 1 second, 2 seconds. Su Fan blinked several times. And then, Zhao Yunlong was taken aback and asked, Why don't you continue to check on her? Zhang Ye looked at them and said, That's all I know. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples fainted upon hearing that. So it turned out that you only knew how to press on the Philtrum? Fuck, that's something we know too. They knew they could not rely on Zhang Ye anymore and had to depend on themselves for ideas. Some of them went to search for medicinal herbs to see if there were any suitable for emergency treatment, while others looked around for food nearby. But in this winter weather, where could they possibly find something to eat? There were not even any unripe fruit around to be found. In the end, Yan Hui took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket to give to little Chin Chin to eat. Chin Chin tugged at Zhang Ye and said, Zhang Ye, will my Annie die? What are you saying? Zhang Ye said firmly, Old Rao will definitely be fine. There's me around. Su Fan asked Zhang Ye, What should we do now? Zhang Ye said, Rest for a while first. Then we'll continue to travel downhill. Worried, Zhao Yunlong said, But, no buts. We must quickly find a hospital for Old Rao before the sun sets. Suddenly, Zhang Ye felt a pain in his chest and clutched it as he coughed several times. The coughs sounded like they had come from his lungs. Yan Hui asked anxiously, How bad is your injury? Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hand and said, I'll be fine. Among them, Zhang Ye's martial arts was the best, and coupled with his societal and fighting experience being greater than their group of martial artists, they had unknowingly started to look up to him as their leader. As someone who had stepped forward at a critical juncture and saved all of them, everyone was definitely more than willing to listen and trust in him. Lu Yuhu said in resentment, We will have our revenge someday. Have our revenge someday. Su Fan also shouted angrily. Song Jiao wiped the sweat off the unconscious Rao Imin's forehead. Eldest senior sis, please get well soon. When you've recovered, we'll bring the fight to the large sect's headquarters together. All of a sudden, they heard some shouting from where they were. Their trail is over here. They went in this direction. Chase them. It's definitely this way. They're carrying an injured person, so they can't have gotten too far. The people from the large sects actually caught up to them. Zhang Ye's expression changed. Let's go. Move. Song Jiao carried piggyback, and everyone continued to run. With nowhere to escape to, they were feeling rather helpless. How pathetic. Only the word. Pathetic could be used to describe their current situation. 30 minutes. 1 hour. It was already past 1 p.m. Everyone felt utterly exhausted. But the large sects behind seemed to have an expert tracker who managed to follow closely behind them based on the footprints and trail left behind by their group. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. They're going to catch up with us soon. How should we proceed from here? Where should we head? Which path is the way to get off the hill? The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples were getting anxious. Zhang Ye did not know the way either. At this moment, Chun-Chin suddenly shouted, Zhang Ye, throw a shoe. Song Jiao was stunned. What? Su Fan was also stunned. Throw a shoe. However, Zhang Ye smacked his thigh and said, that's right. I nearly forgot about that. He opened up the game ring and immediately activated the lucky halo, upgraded. Although he did not have many reputation points left, he still had enough to keep it activated for a few seconds. He took off his shoe. Then he threw it into the air. The shoe landed on the ground. Chun-Chin firmly pointed in the direction the toe tip was facing. Let's go this way. Song Jiao. Lu Yuhu. The 8 trigram school's disciples. Fuck, is that reliable or not? Zhang Ye and Chun-Chin led them and ran in that direction. Let's go? What are you guys looking at? This must be the path to get to the bottom of the hill. Trust me, Chun-Chin explained on his behalf. On the journey from Beijing to here, we found my Annie by using this method. Zhang Ye's shoe is very amazing. What? From Beijing? You found your way here by throwing a shoe for directions on the journey? Fuck, are you too serious? Looking at Zhang Ye, they felt that this fellow's mysteriousness had elevated to yet another level. It was time to move. They kept running in that direction down the hill. Another hour had gone by, and they had lost their way again. Touching Rao Imin's forehead, it was getting even hotter. Zhang Ye was burning with anxiety by now, and decided that he had to use his last remaining bit of reputation points to activate the lucky halo again so that he could throw his shoe once more. And so, Zhang Ye's reputation points were completely used up. He was left with nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the large sects lost their way as well. The Huashan sect's fan when said in annoyance. Where are they? Is it this direction? The Iron Palm's master's son said. They must be over here. A disciple of the Zhou family style asked. Is this the path to get down the hill? They are carrying an injured person with them. So why are we still unable to catch up? A Kongtong sect member wondered. We've already been chasing them for almost 3 hours. It's going to be dark soon. One of the Shaolin monks said. They must have an expert in their group. Whenever we are about to catch them, they always seem to be able to find an alternate route and make us pursue in the wrong direction. Ah, look, we're almost at the bottom of the hill. The foot of the hill is right in front of us. We're finally here. Once we reach the bottom of the hill, they won't be able to escape anymore. Quick, call the others. There isn't any reception right now, but I called them a bit back. Are they on their way here yet? Another 30 experts from the large sect will be coming. Good. We'll attack them from either flank. Right, we'll block them off from both ends and capture them in one fell swoop. Attack. Charge. The large sects thundered as their morale increased greatly. The group from the 8 trigram school also spotted the end of the path at this moment. Suddenly, they heard the shouts coming from not too far behind them. It nearly drove them to despair. They're catching up to us. We won't be able to get away. What should we do now? What should we do? Ah, there are some people at the bottom of the hill. They've even got pursuers in front of us now. Fuck, let's perish together with them. We'll charge our way out, blaze through them, and leave a bloody path. Charge. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples were getting extremely nervous. They had nowhere left to run and no alternate route to take. They had no choice but to head down the hill with all they had and pray that there would be less people blocking their path at the bottom. In that case, they might still have a glimmer of hope and force their way through. But the moment they reached the bottom of the hill, they were stunned. People. There was a sea of people. They only had one thought now. It's over. Zhang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Have we nowhere else to run? The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples looked grief-stricken and angry. They had reached the bottom of the hill, but it still wasn't enough. They could not avoid this crisis. Why? Why? However, the very next second, several loud screams from the crowd at the bottom of the hill dumbfounded the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples. Heavens! It's Zhang Ye. It's Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is really here. The moment when the countless people at the bottom of the hill saw Zhang Ye, it was like they were all injected with adrenaline. Zhang Ye was taken aback by this, and his spine instantly straightened. Damn, those are my people. What? They're on our side. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples almost cried with joy. Tourists made up the majority of the crowd. There were men and women, young and old in the group. Among them, there were also the police with their police vehicles, reporters, taxi drivers, and some local villagers who had brought along more than a dozen of their Tibetan mastiffs. There were over 2,000 people. A good 2,000 people. Up on the hill, the large sects were also charging their way down. They had no idea what was happening. When they saw from a distance away that there were people, they thought that it was their side's people. That made them run even harder. Everyone was shouting rallying cries as they did. Kill that old crook Zhang. Capture Rao, I mean. Take them down. Ha ha ha. We've finally caught up to them. Don't be afraid of them. We have more people on our side. Everyone, charge. Everyone. Abruptly, the shouting stopped. The large sects finally saw the dense crowd of innumerable people. Fan Wen asked dumbfounded. Do we even have that many people? A person from the Zhou family style said stunned. That's not right. We didn't call for that many people as backup. Master Sun wondered. Why aren't the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples running anymore? After being dumbstruck for a few seconds, they suddenly realized what was going on. Holy shit. This is bad. They're not our people. A lot of the large sect's people were greatly alarmed and shocked. Zhang Ye stopped running. Not only did he stop running, he even turned around and walked in the direction of the large sects, cursing loudly. Motherfuckers. Who was trying to act tough with me just now? I dare you to try acting tough again. Looking at the child Zhang Ye was carrying, and the unconscious woman piggybacked on someone who was running beside Zhang Ye, the crowd was instantly angered. It was the kind of anger that erupted violently from deep within their hearts. What they saw truly enraged many of them. A woman, a child, and they were being chased by over 100 men carrying weapons. In an instant, many of the younger and stronger adults rushed forward at the pursuers. There were even some women, grandfathers, and grandmothers who rushed up the hill angrily. Hitting a woman? Fuck you. You even want to abduct a child? These are the crooks that Zhang Ye posted on Weibo. I can't take it anymore. You people are taking it too far. Behaving so lawlessly. Let's follow Teacher Zhang and attack them. Follow Teacher Zhang and catch the crooks. Let's get rid of evil for the people. Beat those bastards to death. The crowd was frenzied. Thousands of people were crying out in anger as they rushed up the hill. Their shouts were deafening. When the large sects saw this, they were scared silly. Why? How could there be so many people? Only now did they remember who Zhang Ye was. He was a fucking A-list celebrity. His fans could be found all over the country, and they numbered in the tens of millions. Comparing who had more people? Fuck, who could have more people than him? Zhang Ye caught up with some of them. Come on, carry on acting tough with me. Let's compare and see who has more people. You have a few thousand people with you. Compare? Compare your sister. Fan Wen screamed. Quick, retreat. Master Sun scrambled away. Quick, run. Run. 2,000 people versus 100 people? Even if the latter group was skilled in martial arts, they still wouldn't be able to take them. Since the numerical difference was too great, they would be beaten to pulp from just getting punched by each person in that group. Run. Withdraw. The large sects fled in panic. Over 1,000 people chased relentlessly after them. An old granny angrily grabbed a rotten egg and threw it at them. With a crack, it smashed onto the head of a Shaolin eminent monk, and the gooey yolk sprayed all over his face. Baldy, I'll smash you to death. That Shaolin monk cried out in pain, but did not dare turn around. He just continued running away while covering his head. A lot of the surrounding people started throwing things at them. Old Taoist, Don't you run. Bastards. Beating up a woman and a child. Fan Wen was hit right in the back of his head by a thrown apple. An iron-palmed disciple who tripped and fell was beaten black and blue by more than 50 young and strong adults who had chased after him. Wails could be heard from those people of the large sects. Tragic. Only the word tragic could be used to describe the current situation. The 100 of them were surrounded and attacked by more than 2,000 people. Even a martial arts master would not be able to bear the beating. The police also took action and chased after them. The reporters were desperately trying their best to take photos of the free-for-all. There was even an ambulance that had been urgently dispatched after Zhang Ye's Weibo was posted. The paramedics hurriedly carried the injured onto a stretcher and sent her to the hospital for treatment. But Zhang Ye did not leave yet. The trio of Lu Yuhu, Su Fan, and Zhao Yunlong did not leave either. Lu Yuhu caught up with a Kunlun sect disciple and gave him a beating immediately. Zhao Yunlong faced off with a high-ranking senior from the Kongtong sect. Yunlong's martial arts were actually inferior to his opponent's, but his opponent could not handle Zhang Ye's fans, who rushed up to him. His opponent had to face a dozen of them together. That Kongtong sect senior did not even have the chance to make a move before being beaten to the ground unconscious. His teeth were even knocked out from the thrashing. Zhang Ye held a brick-shaped rock that he had gotten a hold of and quickly chased after them, smashing it into whomever he came across. Fuck your mother. He smashed it into a Huashan sect disciple. Fuck your grandfather. He smashed it on a Shaolin monk, trying to act tough in front of me. He caught up to the Huashan sect's Fan Wen and also smashed it right into his face. Go on and act tough then. He smashed it on a Kongtong sect member. You want to chase after me? Come on, I'll let you chase. Zhang Ye cursed as he smashed. A smash for each target, one shot, one kill. The large sects had already pursued Zhang Ye and the others for around 3 or 4 hours, and adding the mass brawl with the non-affiliates and the small sects at the restaurant last night, many of them were still wounded. How could they outrun an angry mob of well-rested people standing at the bottom of the hill? The furthest that someone made it was about 500 meters away, but that person was quickly caught by a villager's Tibetan mastiff. Shrieks rang out everywhere. The large sects were nearly annihilated. Chapter 942. Taking it up with the various large sects? Chapter 942. Taking it up with the various large sects? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. That night, there were no reports of the fight on the news. This story was discussed heatedly on Weibo instead. How is Teacher Zhang? Have the criminals been arrested yet? How's the situation over there? Local bros, say something. Didn't Zhang Ye mention something about women and children being under attack? Relax, everyone. Those criminals have been arrested. We've taught them a lesson, those bastards. We've vented our anger. Right, we don't know who they are either. There were monks among them, and some guys wearing Taoist clothing. Over 100 of them were shouting and itching to kill, but in the end, we totally crushed them. They were beaten up by more than 2,000 of us and sent scurrying with their tails between their legs. And at least a dozen of them were bitten by Tibetan mastiffs. Ha ha ha. Awesome. If I could have rushed over there, I would have taught them a lesson too. But why aren't there any news reports about it? I don't know. What's really going on here? Why did Zhang Ye appear? There. A lot of people had gone there, and the matter was settled. But as for the details of the happenings, those who answered the call did not have a clue. The police and reporters did not say anything either. This was perhaps the power that the National Martial Arts Association had. Lu Yuhu was right. The National Martial Arts Association had connections in high places everywhere, and objectively, it was impossible to report about some incidents. A fight between several grandmasters from the Chinese martial arts world, sneak attacks, 2 injured and 1 maimed, and being chased after by a group of people out to kill. There were even people who got killed several years ago. How could they report something like that? If the truth of the matter and happenings were to be revealed, the National Martial Arts Association would definitely not be allowed to run any longer. It would surely get dissolved. As a result, even if they were not involved with this affair, some of the officials from the National Martial Arts Association would want to cover up the incident at all costs. The people were ignorant of the events, but the Chinese martial arts community knew full well of everything. At a small sect, Second Senior Bro is back. Second Senior Bro, what happened? I read Weibo. What really happened? Why did Zhang Ye participate in the conference? Hi, don't bring that up. Something disastrous happened at the martial arts conference. Ah, sit down, all of you. I'll tell you all about it. The large sects have been annihilated this time. At a training hall. What? Zhang Ye is the successor of Taiji? Goddamn. The Taiji fist that had been missing for over 100 years has reappeared again. This. He could even hold his own against Grandmaster Chen? Concealed power? How could it be possible that Zhang Ye could achieve concealed power in Taiji fist? The Huashan sect. Say that again? The sect leader is seriously injured? Martial Uncle Fan was beaten up by more than a dozen civilians? He was taken away by the police too? How could Rao Aimin possibly be that skilled? Why would Zhang Ye go and help that old crook Rao? The National Martial Arts Association. We have to suppress all news of this. Hurry up and do some PR about this. What the hell were Grandmaster Zhou and Grandmaster Chen thinking? There were so many people going after Rao Aimin, and they still failed? They were all arrested? Quick, contact the local police. Get them to release our people. What? They can't do that? Why can't they do it? Why did someone conduct a sneak attack during the death match? How bad are Grandmaster Zhou's injuries? He's been stripped of his martial arts? That's a Grandmaster we're talking about. He's the vice president of our National Martial Arts Association. The outside world was still in the dark about the news, but to those who were from the martial arts world, this was no secret at all. A lot of the martial sects and their disciples who did not participate at the martial arts conference venue soon found out about the situation and were in shock. Too many things had happened at the National Martial Arts Conference this time, and every one of those events were more shocking than the last. That shit stirrer of the entertainment industry had stirred his way into the Chinese martial arts world. The successor of Taiji had appeared. Zhang Ye and Rao Aimin versus Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi. A sneak attack from below the ring. Zhou Tianpeng stripped of his martial arts. Qin Shi seriously injured. Rao Aimin's survival unknown. People of the large sects went against their moral principles to seek extermination of the opponent after the duel. 2,000 civilians and a dozen Tibetan mastiffs annihilated all of those from the large sects. When they heard this news, many people from the Chinese martial arts world fainted over and over again. In the many years of its existence, the Chinese martial arts world had never had something so disastrous happen before. The most recent incident before this was Rao Aimin's fierce duel against the two grandmasters. Who could have imagined that when nothing happened, all was peaceful, but when something happened, it was as big and shocking as this? It could even be said that all the incidents in the past 50 years of the Chinese martial arts world added together would be incomparable to the mess that occurred during the whole of today. Our martial arts world has been plunged into chaos. Yeah, something really big has happened. What will happen now? How will the National Martial Arts Association handle this? Will the large sects still continue to hunt down Rao Aimin? Hunt down Rao Aimin? Zhou Tianpeng has been maimed, and Qin Shi is seriously injured as well. So the question is, what will happen after Rao Aimin recovers from her injuries? Will she start hunting down these people from the large sects instead? Let's see how this will develop then. Yeah, it's a fight between the gods. We should stay as far away from it as possible. On this night, every person in the Chinese martial arts world was paying close attention to the developments of the event. Everyone knew that with this big affair happening, the ramifications had yet to conclude. At the place in question, in a hospital, Zhang Ye took a phone call in the corridor. Zhang Ye said, "Mom, I'm fine." His mother said, "Why did you get into a fight with others again? And it's even a real, physical fight this time? Where's Qinchin? How is she?" "Qinchin's fine. You troublemaker. If I knew this would happen, I would never have allowed you to bring Qinchin with you. Anyway, just let Dad know that I'm safe. When will you come back?" "Me? Several days later, I guess." "Isn't the problem already settled? Why are you coming home several days later?" Zhang Yi replied, "There are still some issues that haven't been settled yet." After hanging up, many of Zhang Ye's friends and colleagues also called him to find out what had happened. They had all seen Zhang Ye's Weibo post from earlier in the day. Zhang Ye said, "Director Yan, I might have to take a longer break this time." Central TV documentary channel's Yin Tianfei said, "I'm fine with extending your break. Rest as long as you'd like. But why are you always getting into trouble everywhere you go? I'm very worried about you." His friends were all very worried for him, but Zhang Ye did not explain anything to them. Even if he did, it was pointless. The incidents that happened within the martial arts community could only be resolved with the martial arts community's methods. He went back into the ward and realized that there were a few more people who had just come in. Teacher Zhang is back. Teacher Zhang. This is our eldest and second senior bro. They've just arrived. Song Jiao, Lu Yuhu, and the others introduced them. Zhang Ye looked at the two of them. They were not old, not older than Rao I mean at least. One of them was pretty ugly and had a buzz cut. The other had a ponytail and looked like someone who was involved in music or the arts. When they saw Zhang Ye, the 8 trigram school's eldest senior brother immediately stepped forward and gave a fist and palm salute. Then he bowed for a long time. Master Zhang, please accept my respects. We arrived too late. The second senior brother also did the same when he saw his senior brother bow. Zhang Ye quickly went over to stop them. What age are we living in now? Please don't do such things. Come, stand up straight. My relationship with Big Sis Rao is no worse than yours, so it's only right that I help her out. There's no need to be so polite. He then looked at Lu Yuhu. How are old Rao's injuries? Will she recover? Old Rao? The 8 trigram school's eldest and second senior brother's eyelids twitched. What the fuck? Someone actually dared to address their eldest senior sister in this way. Lu Yuhu immediately said, it's nothing serious. With eldest senior sis's skills, she'll definitely pull through. The doctor said that as long as she regains consciousness, her life won't be in any danger. Zhang Ye asked, has her fever gone down yet? It's better now, Song Jiao answered. Their eldest senior brother clenched his fists and said, those people have gone too far. Su Fan said angrily. They did not even report this event in the news. There was no mention of it at all. Zhao Yunlong also choked out with anger. The national martial arts world is also staying silent about this affair, and those people from the large sects are all pretending that they don't know a thing. Meanwhile, those from the small sects are too scared to utter their opinions. I really want to ask about this right now. Will anyone give us a proper explanation about this issue? Lu Yuhu yelled, right? Who can give us a proper explanation? They had been through too much today and were angered by all that had happened. There had been too much scheming and injustice. Even though Zhang Ye had managed to call on those common folk and turn things around, and given a heavy beating to the people of the large sects, but it was still not enough to vent their anger. They just couldn't swallow it. Getting surrounded? Sneak attacks? Getting hunted down? This was a deep hatred that stemmed from them being targeted for annihilation. Even if those people had been arrested, so what? Besides, the National Martial Arts Association might still make use of their connections with the authorities and get those people released after a few days of detention. Moreover, those large sects likely had their own connections with people within the ranks of the authorities too. Shaolin or Huashan, each of them had better connections than the other. Therefore, this case was definitely not closed. They needed an explanation. It was at this moment that Lu Yuhu received a call. At the same time, the various martial sects and non-affiliates of the Chinese martial arts world received the news. The National Martial Arts Association had finally spoken up after the incident and had expressed outrage at the events that took place during the National Martial Arts Conference. They listed out several actions to be taken. First, they would do their best to find out which person had carried out the sneak attack and make sure they gave a fair answer to the people affected. Second, they expressed a harsh condemnation of the incident in which people from the large sects hunted down Rao after the death match. This was disgraceful behavior against the morals and rules of the martial arts community, and they would be taking disciplinary action against the various martial sects involved in the incident. Third, they also expressed their understanding of why all of the events had occurred. The downfall of a grandmaster was something that no one wanted to witness, and this was something that would definitely enrage anyone. Even though it was a death match, the National Martial Arts Association had never advocated this as a way of resolving feuds in the martial arts community. For Rao to have taken such drastic actions against her opponents, it was also in defiance of the rules. Therefore, it was understandable that those actions had triggered the emotions and sympathy of the people from the large sects. Putting into context the 3 points, the attitude of the National Martial Arts Association was clear. They had pointed out the problems with both sides and blamed the incident on both parties. Thus, the affair was concluded with no concrete results, and the association's stand was that this would be the end of it. The non-affiliates and those from the small sects were abuzz. That's how they're going to wrap it up? Up. Is this considered resolved? It does look like a fair judgment, but why doesn't it feel right? Shoo, don't say any more. It's not something we can poke our noses into. When a lot of the people from the large sects learned of this outcome, they were subconsciously relieved. It's finally been settled. This is great. Yeah, it was Rao who went too far in the first place. Both sides should just take a step back and forget it. Yeah, this outcome is something that I can accept. But even though they could accept this, the disciples of the 8 trigrams school could not. Not only could they not accept it, the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples nearly exploded with anger when they learned of the National Martial Arts Association's stand on this incident. Lu Yuhu said angrily, "What do they mean by they will do their best to find out which person carried out the sneak attack? There were so many people at the venue at that time, so there must have been quite a few people from the large sects who saw the person throwing the darts. What's there to investigate? Just ask around, and the truth will be revealed. They don't intend to hand anyone over." Su Fan said. "Our eldest senior sis was even blamed for the incident?" "Fuck," Zhao Yunlong said. "What kind of explanation was that?" Song Jiao said. "To put it bluntly, the National Martial Arts Association are just made up of people from the large sects. Their people are all in there. So how can we depend on them to hand over the perpetrator? Or expect them to carry out any investigations? They're just trying to sweep it under the carpet? How can it be so simple? Then who'll give us our explanation? Are they just going to forget about the incident in which the large sects surrounded us and carried out a sneak attack against us?" The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples were enraged. A nurse came in from outside the room and said, "Please be quiet. Don't disturb the patients." Suddenly, Zhang Ye spoke up. He looked at that female nurse and asked, "Comrade nurse, do you have a map around here?" The female nurse said with a hint of excitement, Yes, we do. What kind of a map do you need, Teacher Zhang? We have everything here. Could I please take a picture with you later?" "Sure," Zhang Yi said. "I would like a map of the entire country." Soon after, the female nurse brought the things over to Zhang Yi. The disciples of the 8 trigrams Palm looked at Zhang Yi. They did not understand what he was trying to do. Then, Zhang Yi spread the map out across the table and handed a pen to Lu Yuhu. Lu Yuhu was taken aback. "What's this for?" Zhang Yi said calmly. "Do you remember all those sects who surrounded and tried to hunt us down? I won't forget even if they turn to ash." Lu Yuhu said. Zhang Yi nodded. "All right, mark out the exact locations and address of their martial sect's headquarters for me." "Ah, what are you planning? Why do you need their addresses?" "Teacher Zhang, everyone was stunned. However, Zhang Yi spoke very nonchalantly and even smiled. "I'll find a place to heal up for a few days. When I recover, I'd like to travel around to their stomping grounds and have a taste of the lands of our homeland. The Shaolin Monastery, the Huashan sect, the Zhou family-style school, the Kongtong sect, the Kunlun sect, South Wudong, the Iron Palm. Good. I'm going to look up each and every one of you." Chapter 943, Attacking Shaolin. Chapter 943, Attacking Shaolin. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 5 days later. Mount Songwan, the Shaolin Monastery. This was not a tourist area. The mountain was located in a separate area from the tourist spots. In the main hall's backyard, a group of young monks were holding brooms and sweeping the floor. "Are Marshal Uncle Jie Jiao and Jie Zhao back yet?" "They just came back yesterday. I heard they got some fractures." "Yes, they were badly injured. It's a miracle they managed to get back. I heard that they were only released and did not get into much trouble after the abbot pressured the local authorities in Tianshan. The National Martial Arts Association helped out too. Otherwise, they might have even gotten sentenced for that day's happenings. We live in a lawful society now, after all. How did it end up like this?" That Rao had been committing all kinds of evil. It was time to teach her a lesson. "Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Others might hear you. So what if I said that? I'm just speaking the truth. This issue is more or less resolved anyway." "What do you mean resolved? Aren't we going to take revenge for what has happened? Our martial uncles were beaten up too. I heard that we were in the wrong first. Still, they shouldn't have been so cruel. We'll settle those scores at a later time for sure." "Has Rao come around yet?" "I heard that she's still unconscious at the hospital." "Oomph, I hope she never wakes up." "And that Zhang Yi too. Even the 8 trigram school's leader does not dare to have an opinion on this issue and announced that Rao would be expelled from the school a while ago. So why did a celebrity like Zhang Ye bring himself into the picture? So what if he's a celebrity? Does being a celebrity give him the right to poke his nose into other people's business? Why doesn't he? Suddenly, the bell in the mountains pealed. When they heard the first ring, everyone still looked normal and went about doing what they were doing. But when the bell pealed 5 straight times, the Shaolin Monastery monks' expressions all changed. An enemy attack. It was an enemy attack. Everyone came rushing out. What happened? What is going on? Why are we under attack? The bell of Shaolin hasn't rung 5 times in a row in decades. What has happened? How can there be anyone who dares to come up into Shaolin and cause trouble? Some of the people were panicking. Some of them were looking confused. And there were some who quickly picked up their staves, ready to take on the enemy. Suddenly, an angry roar from a warrior monk came from outside. Zhang Ye is here. Zhang Ye is attacking us. Quick, go and get the martial granduncle. What? Zhang Ye? The successor to the Taiji fist that had been lost for over 100 years? This is bad. It's him. Hurry up and call the martial granduncle. Defend. Defend the grounds. Get into formation. Before they even saw him, they heard him say, since the National Martial Arts Association cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, and the Shaolin Monastery cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, then I'm going to force out a satisfactory explanation. Thump. Thump. 2 muffled sounds, and 2 warrior monks flew into the front yard with a scream. Zhang Ye had changed into pure white training clothes today and was wearing a pair of normal canvas shoes. He strolled into the premises of the Shaolin Monastery. The monks who did not know much martial arts had been sweeping the floor and gossiping earlier. But now, they were scared out of their wits and scampered away. Zhang Ye, what do you want? The nerve. You dare attack Shaolin? How bold of you. Have you gone crazy? The 18 Arhats formation was set up. Quite a few Buddhist monks, too, were raging at Zhang Ye from a distance away. Everyone was very surprised at this, as after 5 days of peace and quiet, they had thought the worst was over. No one had expected that someone would actually bring the fight to the Shaolin Monastery. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I've always had this much courage. Most issues only have 2 choices for me. I either handle them or I don't bother with them at all. There has never been an issue of whether I dare or not. He raised his foot and started to walk in. Charge. Stop him. Don't let him get into the main hall. Block him. The 18 warrior monks formed into the 18 Arhats formation and swarmed Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye did not even look at them. His eyes were already set on a hundreds of years old plaque inside the main hall. Slowly, step by step, he made his way in. A staff attack flew in. Zhang Ye moved his hand with a twist and a snap. A warrior monk fell to the ground, crying in pain. Right after, the afterimages of 2 staves whistled past, one in the front of Zhang Ye, the other behind him. Zhang Ye did not look back. He raised a hand to use his index and middle fingers to pinch the staff attacking from in front. With a flick of his wrist, the staff held by the warrior monk in front of him shook violently, and the monk lost his grip. Zhang Ye then gathered up a bit of concealed power and pushed the staff forward, hitting the warrior monk right in the chest, which sent him flying. Zhang Ye immediately twisted his fingers and flung the staff held between his fingers behind himself, straight into the face of the warrior monk standing behind him. That monk was also sent flying, with a bloody nose, and passed out from the pain. Yet another monk attacked Zhang Ye with a staff, the afterimages sweeping his lower body. Zhang Ye did not try to dodge. He just stepped on it with one foot. The tip of the staff was pressed down onto the ground, and with a shudder, that warrior monk was also sent flying. The 18 Arhats formation was reduced to only 14 people in the blink of an eye. The monks of the Shaolin Monastery felt their blood run cold. They were not a match for their opponent. There was no way to fight him. Don't be afraid of him. Beat him up. Charge. We'll stop him even if we have to die. Let's charge at him together. There were a total of 28 people who could fight. All of the warrior monks present attacked together at once. Zhang Ye made use of his listening power and used both hands to stop a barrage of punches from 2 warrior monks. Deflecting, he threw both monks to the ground. It was as though they had no control over their bodies anymore, but also as though they had been sent sprawling to the ground by the same force they had exerted in their attacks, resulting in them smashing their heads. A warrior monk who practiced hard qigong roared and attacked in a berserk fury. But the moment he arrived in front of Zhang Ye, Before he could even see what Zhang Ye's move was, all he saw was the sway of an afterimage hitting his body's center of gravity. Afterwards, his entire person was thrown to the side, never to get up again. Master. Assistant instructor. Assistant instructor. The assistant instructor of the Shaolin Monastery's warrior monks couldn't even stand up to one strike from Zhang Ye. There was no way they could fight him. What was the point of fighting anymore? Although the martial arts of these Shaolin Monastery warrior monks was very good, and each one was even picked out of 100 others, their opponent right now was someone who was an expert in Taiji fist. This expert had also fully recovered from his injuries and was young and strong, a martial arts master at his peak. Unless there were between 100 and 200 people attacking him at once, there was no way they could deal with him. 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. In the blink of an eye, all of them were on the ground. A few people who had participated in the National Martial Arts Conference 5 days ago were once again surprised by Zhang Ye's kung fu. This was because Zhang Ye had obviously just recovered from his injuries, yet his martial arts had gotten better than before. Of course, what they couldn't know was that in the past few days, as long as he had accumulated 1 million reputation points, Zhang Ye would immediately purchase a Taiji fist skill experience book and eat it up. We can't do it anymore. We're unable to hold him off any longer. Quick, get the martial granduncle. Where is the martial granduncle? In the inner courtyard. In some room. The eminent monks of the Shaolin Monastery, including the abbot, were all gathered here. They did not even bother going outside in the face of this crisis. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. The abbot was silent. An eminent monk looked anguished. A Buddhist monk looked fretful. And in the corner sat a monk who seemed to be the center of focus right now. But he did not say a word. This person was very old, but still looked to be very healthy. He wore only the most simple and common gray robes meant for the lowest level disciples, and had a head full of hair, all of which made him stand out. He might have been ordained as a monk before, or perhaps he had grown out his hair later on. But it was quite clear that everyone in the room was focused on him. They were also quite respectful of him. His name was Shi Wu. He was the most skilled person in the entirety of the Shaolin Monastery. The abbot suddenly looked at him and said, "Senior brother." Shi Wu shook his head. A Buddhist monk said anxiously, "Martial uncle, Zhang Ye is already trained to the level where he can use concealed power. Moreover, no one is familiar with this Taiji fist martial arts style. In the entire Shaolin Monastery, only you can take him on." Shi Wu looked at them and replied, "I am not his equal." "But you haven't tried yet. So how could you know?" said someone, gasping. Shi Wu explained, "By taking Chun Shi for that many moves, there isn't anyone below Grandmaster who is a match for him anymore." Taking a pause, he continued, "Even if I can fight on level terms with him, what then? The fault in this affair lies with the Shaolin Monastery. This is a sin caused by those who attended the National Martial Arts Conference. And the sneak attack? Surrounding their people? Hunting them down with the intent to kill? That was a blunder on the grandest scale. Now that they have come seeking an explanation from us, even if he were to bring the Shaolin Monastery to the ground, we could not raise a voice of objection against him." The abbot said, "But the several hundred years of the Shaolin Monastery's heritage, how can we?" Suddenly, a scream came from the outside. "Don't you dare! Zhang Ye, don't you dare! Stop! Stop, I say!" Bam! There was a loud crash. "Ah! Abbot! Martial granduncle! Zhang Ye has smashed our Shaolin Monastery's plaque." The Shaolin Monastery plaque that had been handed down for hundreds of years was now in pieces. What? The abbot was furious. The Shaolin Monastery was furious. "We'll take him on. We'll take him on. Zhang Ye's taking it too far. We can't let him leave." The plaque of the Shaolin Monastery had been handed down for several hundred years. This was their identity, as well as their reputation. By smashing the plaque, this was as good as smacking their faces. Shi Wu's expression changed slightly. He sighed again, then suddenly said, "None of those who came back from the National Martial Arts Conference this time will be allowed to leave the mountains for 5 years while they meditate and reflect on their actions. For the rest of this year, the inner courtyard of the Shaolin Monastery will be locked shut. There won't be any more recruitment of warrior monks as well." "But why?" "Yeah, why? Martial uncle. Martial granduncle." At this moment, the head warrior monk of the Shaolin Monastery, who usually kept to himself, finally spoke up. Is currently unconscious. Chun Shi is seriously injured and won't be able to fight again within the next half a year. Zhou Tianpeng has been maimed and won't survive much longer. Meanwhile, of the other two grandmasters, one of them is overseas but his location is unknown. The other is already past 90 and has closed himself off from worldly affairs. In the entire national martial arts world, there isn't anyone who can stop him. So what else can we do but shut our doors to the outside world? What can we do if we don't submit? If we really make him angry again, do you want him to come back and take it up with us? By then, it may not be only the several hundred-year-old plaque that gets demolished. It may be our entire Shaolin monastery that gets leveled to the ground. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. In the front hall, Zhang Ye dusted off his hands. In front of the many angered Shaolin monks, he turned around and strode off. He was extremely calm, as though no one were around. Zhang Ye, the Shaolin monastery has become your sworn enemy. Even though they shouted at him, none of them dared to make a move to stop him from leaving. Zhang Ye had come and gone like there was no one around. He could come as he wanted and leave as he pleased. Before he walked away, he even left some words for them. Sworn enemies? All right then, follow my Weibo to get the latest updates of my news. I welcome you all to be sworn enemies with me at any time. He even advertised before he left. The many monks of the Shaolin monastery exploded with anger at this. Chapter 944, Attacking Kunlun. Chapter 944, Attacking Kunlun. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at a place where a mountain chain jutted into the clouds. At the peak of a mountain, the Kunlun sect's main hall looked extremely magnificent. A plaque with the word Kunlun engraved in gold hung in the main hall. Under the sunlight, it looked brilliant and blazing. Within the halls, a lot of Taoists were busy chattering with one another. Zhang Ye is much too lawless. This is infuriating. Barging into Shaolin, smashing their plaque. With so many experts in the Shaolin monastery, why didn't they resist? How could they resist? Can anyone even beat him? But there's Master Shi Wu around. I heard that Master Shi Wu did not even appear to face Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is being provocative right there. He's blatantly clamoring for war against our entire martial arts world. How did the National Martial Arts Association react to this problem? There's no response from them at the moment. Why? Why aren't they sending someone to condemn his actions? This is the Shaolin monastery we're talking about. Their monastery has been turned upside down, and their disciples have been beaten up. Why isn't anyone saying anything? That guy is a total hooligan. He's even more unreasonable than Rao. How should they condemn his actions? Send a skilled martial artist to condemn him? Fight him in the fight ring? The 5 remaining grandmasters in the national martial arts world are either injured, maimed, or not around anymore. The only person who might stand a chance against Zhang Ye was Shaolin Shi Wu, but he didn't even make an appearance that day. He must have known that he isn't a match for Zhang Ye. Then, the whereabouts of the last few remaining powerful hermits, all, are unknown. So how can they fight him? Just gather up the people to finish him off. The National Martial Arts Conference is over, and everyone has dispersed and gone back to their sects, so there aren't too many people they can gather. At this time, where else are you going to be able to gather up 100 to 200 martial arts elites? And if it's about comparing who has more people, he's an A-list celebrity, so how can you have more people than him? Don't you remember how it looked when our sect leader and our senior bros returned from the conference that day? They were all beaten up so badly. Phew, we're fortunate that Kunlun is situated in a remote location. What do you mean? Even if he finds his way here, we're not afraid of him. Right, there's still Elder Fong and Elder Su, as well as the other martial uncles around. I doubt Zhang Yi would try and cause trouble at Kunlun anyway. Just as he was saying this, knocking on the Kunlun sect's tower doors that had stood for over 100 years suddenly boomed. It wasn't a light knocking, and neither was it a heavy knocking. The rhythm was neither fast nor slow. The Taoists of the Kunlun sect were slightly startled. Who is that? Are we expecting any guests today? Not that I know of. Could it be the senior bros returning from their trip down the mountain? But it can't be. Senior Bro Han and the others always take the back door when they come back. A young Taoist ran down the granite stairway to the front door and shouted to the person behind the door, "Who is it?" It was a man's voice on the other side of the door. It sounded very young and rather indifferent. "Open up. I'm here to check on the water meter," the man simply said. Check on the water meter? Go check your sister's water meter. We only use water from the wells around here, bro. Are you from the area administrative committee? That young Taoist lived in the mountains year in and year out and did not have much experience in society. So he went over and lifted up the wooden crossbeam barring. The doors opened. A sunglasses-wearing young man slowly walked in from outside. The young Taoist did not recognize him immediately and tried to stop him. Hey, what are you trying to do? The sunglasses-wearing young man raised his hand and took off his sunglasses, then clipped them between a shirt button. I'm here to collect a debt. When the many Kunlun Taoists saw this person, their faces abruptly paled. Heavens! Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is here. Quick, get the sect leader. This is not good. Prepare to face the enemy. Face the enemy. The Taoists started shouting in panic. None of them had expected this. Zhang Ye was still at Mount Song yesterday, yet he had already arrived at the Kunlun Mountains to attack the Kunlun sect today. First was Shaolin. Would it be them, the Kunlun sect, next? Was Zhang Ye really thinking that he could challenge all the large sects by himself? In an instant, the entire Kunlun sect was plunged into chaos. Everyone was alarmed as the Kunlun sect's leader, who was still injured from Zhang Ye and his fans attacking, came out, along with 30 to 40 skilled and unskilled disciples. The highest-ranked elders of the Kunlun sect also came out, and when they saw Zhang Ye standing at the foot of the staircase, everyone was looking pretty bad, with some who blanched. The Kunlun sect's leader, who had the same surname as Zhang Ye, shouted condescendingly, Zhang Ye, what are you here for? Zhang Ye said, I'm here to seek an explanation. An old Taoist said angrily, you injured so many of our Kunlun sect disciples that day. What are you still seeking an explanation for? That is a separate matter. Zhang Ye said quite calmly. You people were beaten up because you deserved it. Who told you guys to be so reprehensible in the first place? I'm here today to ask for a proper explanation. Who was it that carried out the sneak attack on me when I was in the ring? Old Rao is only unconscious because she tried to save me. She still hasn't come around, and since that's the case, I'll do what she can't do now on her behalf. So for the debt that she cannot collect, I will collect it for her. That's perfectly justified, right? The Kunlun sect's leader said furiously. We didn't throw those darts. Zhang Ye put up his hand in a very unreasonable manner. I don't care about that. After the sneak attack and old Rao's injuries, you people from the large sects came to hunt us down. Therefore, I come to you to seek the answers. Whether it was Kunlun who threw the darts, or Shaolin, or South Wudong, or Kong Tong, or the Zhou family, it makes absolutely no difference to me. I just know it's you people. An elder chastised. Are you still being reasonable here? But did they ever stop to think about that day at Tianshan when they surrounded Rao Aimin and Zhang Ye, where they viciously took insidious actions against them? Were they being reasonable then? Don't you dare cross the line. Zhang Ye, do you really think that you're invincible? How dare you trespass on our Kunlun sect territory? You must not know when to stop. If you want to fight, let's fight. We've sworn to defend Kunlun till our dying breath. The Kunlun sect's leader knew that he couldn't avoid this face-off, so he looked to the several elders standing beside him. A grumpy elder immediately went forward. Another elder laughed bitterly and followed reluctantly. 4 elders were now standing in front of Zhang Ye. These 4 were currently the strongest in the Kunlun sect, but even they did not dare be overconfident and take Zhang Ye on single-handedly. This was because they knew it would be impossible to do that, since he was a highly skilled Taiji master who had even achieved concealed power. They could only join hands and take him on in this case. It was nothing to be shameful of either. When it came to dealing with a martial arts master like this, it wasn't necessary to have that many considerations. Zhang Ye, though, didn't even notice them. He scanned the place, and before long, his eyes landed on the plaque engraved with golden letters that was hanging in the main hall. When the 4 elders saw this, they couldn't repress their anger. Charge. Mysterious formation. Surround him. The 4 of them gave each other secret hand signals and attacked with killing blows. 20 attacks. It only took 20 attacks. After 20 attacks, only one person was left. Standing within 10 meters of the fight, Zhang Ye. Even with the 4 of them coming together, they didn't come close to being Zhang Ye's equal. The 4 elders were all injured, either lying on the ground, passed out, or clutching their chest while pointing and cursing at Zhang Ye. You'll get your retribution. Don't you dare. Stop. No. Your grandpa. All of the Kunlun sect's disciples roared, because Zhang Ye had just picked up a stone from the flower bed and weighed it in his hand. With a nod of his head, Zhang Ye turned his head and set his eyes on that Kunlun sect plaque, which had also been handed down for hundreds of years. Suddenly, he exerted a force in his fingertips and channeled a stream of concealed power into the stone. Whoosh! The stone flew toward the plaque in the main hall. Stop! I'll take you on. Amid the angry shouts of the Kunlun disciples, a loud crash rang out. The Kunlun sect's plaque cracked apart and shattered into several pieces in midair before falling to the floor. The Kunlun sect's leader, who still had some injuries, was so infuriated that he actually passed out from his anger and fell to the floor. The plaque was smashed. The Kunlun disciples wailed. Kunlun meant everything to many of them. The plaque represented their dignity and was something they had sworn to protect with their lives. But now, the Kunlun sect that had been established for over 100 years, and which no one had dared to provoke before, today was under attack from just a single person, and their plaque was even smashed. This was a great big slap that continuously smacked their faces. It had crushed all of their dignity and honor. Zhang Ye. Zhang. Revenge or death. Kunlun will fight with you to the bitter end. To the bitter end. Countless Kunlun Taoists were shouting, enraged. Zhang Ye just dusted off his hands and told them, "Don't be anxious to shout those words. We still don't know who'll be fighting with whom to the bitter end. Old Rao is still unconscious right now. If anything were to happen to her." He suddenly raised his voice and pointed at them. "I'll fucking fight with all of you to the bitter end." With that, Zhang Ye turned around and strolled out. No one was brave enough to stop him. No one could stop him. He came and went like the wind, leaving the Kunlun main hall in shambles in his wake. "Quick, attend to the sect leader. Sect leader has fainted. Elder Chen, how are you? How are you holding up?" An elder who had been seriously injured and left lying on the ground by Zhang Ye looked at Zhang Ye as he walked away. Shock written all over his face, he said, "His kung fu. Has it really reached that level already?" Another seriously injured elder beside him sighed. "Below the Grandmaster level, there really won't be anyone who's a match for him." The elder who suffered the lightest injuries turned around and looked at the broken and smashed Kunlun plaque and said, "We're all sinners of the Kunlun sect. We've brought shame to our ancestral founder. We have brought shame to our martial sect." Taking a pause, he suddenly said, "Yesterday, it was Shaolin. Today, it was Kunlun. Who will be next? Whose turn is it next? Do you guys still remember the Taiji Grandmaster from all those years ago? The one who single-handedly challenged the experts from the 18 martial sects. Our Kunlun sect leader from over 100 years ago was defeated by that person. And the current situation is turning out to be the same as the events all those years ago. Is history really repeating itself? Is the Taiji fist going to bring us back to a time of bloodshed?" An old Taoist sighed deeply. Zhang Ye is only a step away from becoming a grandmaster, and he's just 25 this year. The only thing we can do now is pray that Rao Aimin regains consciousness quickly, or else the entire martial arts community will be plunged into chaos. But the martial arts community is already in chaos right now. Hurry and inform the other sects. What should we tell them? Just say, Kunlun has fallen as well. Chapter 945. Old Pal, open up. Chapter 945. Old Pal, open up. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, the Zhou family's headquarters were situated in a remote region that had great scenery. Rather than calling it a martial sect headquarters, it felt more like a holiday resort. This place was very well known to those from the Chinese martial arts world, not only because the Zhou family style's disciples were numerous and running a very successful training hall system, but also due to that battle of the Grandmasters several years ago. Rao Aimin had fought her way to the Zhou family's headquarters and single-handedly battled with two of the Grandmasters, Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi. Some of the traces left behind from the fight back then could still be seen. A woman's shoe print was still clearly imprinted in the wooden front doors. At this moment, the front doors of the headquarters were tightly shut. Some faint voices came from inside. The Kunlun sect was taken down as well. Then what should we do? Shaolin, Kunlun, who's next? Surely it won't be us, right? That won't happen. He needs to rest at some point. That's right. I heard that the four Kunlun sect elders attacked him together yesterday. Even though Zhang Ye only took 20 attacks to beat the four of them, he would still have sustained some injuries. And even if he were made of steel, he can't possibly attack one sect a day, right? Whatever. Hurry up and pack the things. Yes, eldest senior bro has already spoken. We have to be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. We're running away just like this? It's not called running away. It's just a tactical withdrawal. This is too hard to stomach. Oh right, remember to keep the plaque safe. It's been passed down since the time of our ancestral founder. Bang bang. Bang. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. The faces of the headquarters disciples abruptly tightened. Zhou Tianping's seventh disciple of this generation, seventh brother Zhou, looked over to the front door and asked while trembling, "Who is it?" A man spoke from outside. "Old pal. Open up. Old pal. Who is your old pal?" Eighth brother, Zhou furrowed his brows. "Don't you have the wrong address?" The man outside knocked on the door again and said, "Old pal. Open up. Who the hell are you?" When eldest brother Zhou heard the commotion, he came out as well. Then, a surprising turn of events took place. With a boom and a crash, the front doors of the headquarters were kicked open by someone on the outside. Zhang Ye strode in with his hands behind his back. "I'll just barge in since no one's opening the doors." Instantly, everyone screamed in shock. "Oh, it's him. He's here. It's Zhang Ye. Hurry and run. Run. We have to face the enemy. Face the enemy. Face the enemy. Grab your weapons. Pick up whatever you can get your hands on." When the Zhou family received news from the Kunlun sect, they started packing up their things overnight and planned to move everyone, including the books and items, from the headquarters by the end of the day. But little did they expect that they wouldn't make it in time. However, it was clear that they were still prepared for this. After Shaolin met with disaster and the Kunlun sect got routed, if they still did not make any preparations, then they would really be idiots. A moment later, more than 20 Zhou family-style disciples came rushing out. Half of them were actually wielding modern compound bows made out of steel. The strategy was very ruthless, but it could be seen that they really had no other way out. Even if they had to bear the brunt of the criticism of the martial arts community for the rest of their lives, they would still stick with their unwise decision and use this tactic to deal with Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye did not even look up at them because he had received a call at just this moment. Ring, 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 ring. Eldest brother Zhou gave a hand signal. "Listen to my commands." Everyone from the Zhou family-style school nervously kept their eyes on Zhang Ye. Some of their hands were shaking badly, even though they had compound bows on them. They were in truth not all that confident. No one could have expected that at such a critical juncture, when faced with so many arrows pointing at him, Zhang Ye could actually do something that would stun everyone from the Zhou family-style school and make their jaws drop. Zhang Ye answered the call and said, "Hello. Who is it?" "This was an opening. You asked for it." "Loose." Eldest brother Zhou's eyes brightened. The Zhou family-style's disciples couldn't be more excited as none of them would ever give up on this oversight by Zhang Ye. Whoosh! An arrow flew like the wind at him. The next second, the arrow stuck into the ground near Zhang Ye's feet as it missed its target. Zhang Ye did not move a muscle. "Oh, Liu Hu? I'm outside now. What's the matter?" Whoosh! A second arrow was loosed. Zhang Ye took a step forward all of a sudden, and that arrow zoomed past his face and struck the front door of the headquarters, its shaft rattling. "Shoot! Loose! Loose!" A third arrow shot through the air. Zhang Ye lowered his head slightly and carried on walking. "What? Old Rao has woken up." A fourth arrow was coming for him. Zhang Ye veered to the left. When did she wake up? Just now. A fifth arrow came whistling in. Zhang Ye leaned to his right. "Haha, that's good then. I told you guys you didn't need to worry about her. Old Rao is much tougher than everyone else. She doesn't die when others would." A sixth arrow darted over. Zhang Ye turned his head to the side. "Did the doctor say when she'll be discharged?" A seventh arrow came. Zhang Ye lowered his head again. "Another 2 weeks." An eighth arrow. Zhang Ye kept walking forward as he rotated his shoulders to dodge the arrow. "All right, I understand. Make sure she recovers properly. I'll help her handle the rest." "Haha. Let her know that she owes me a favor now. Hi. Not to the point of owing me a life. Just a favor will do." Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Eldest brother Zhou was dumbfounded. Third brother Zhou was dumbfounded. Fifth brother Zhou was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Why was it like this? How could this be? He could still talk animatedly on the phone as he dodged over a dozen arrows without even a change in expression. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "All right, I can't speak now, so I'll hang up first as I have some things to attend to." He hung up. The moment Zhang Ye lowered his head to put away his cell phone, the arrow that eldest bro Zhou held back from shooting earlier was suddenly loosed. With a whoosh, it flew straight at Zhang Ye's face. Zhang Ye pocketed his cell phone, then raised his hand. Time seemed to stop in this instant. The next second, Zhang Ye grabbed that arrow. He flicked his wrist and threw it to the ground like he was throwing away garbage. He took another 2 steps forward and finally stood in front of them. Seventh brother Zhou exclaimed in horror. Is he even fucking human anymore? How did he do it? How was he able to do that? Ninth bro Zhou was shocked into daze. Eldest brother Zhou blanched. There really was someone who could dodge all these steel arrows at such a close distance? How was that possible? Even if they weren't very good at archery and the arrow volley was not uniform, this still shouldn't be possible. He knew that Rao Imin and another one of the 5 grandmasters could achieve this feat, but he could not understand how Zhang Ye had managed to do it. Even Zhou Tianpeng and Chun Shi at their peak could not accomplish such a feat in this manner. Moreover, he was even talking on the phone, but they did not know that just because a grandmaster couldn't do it, it would not mean that Zhang Ye couldn't do it. He was probably worse at some aspects compared to those grandmasters, like their concealed power and fighting experience. But with regard to reaction speed and agility, he was definitely superior to everyone else. Others might not be able to see those arrows because they traveled too fast, but Zhang Ye could see them clearly and was also able to dodge them as well. Zhang Ye said with a laugh, "A few days ago, some of you used hidden weapons to carry out a sneak attack on me in the fight ring during the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. I dodged one of those without getting hurt. So how difficult could it be for me to dodge arrows that you were shooting directly at me? Take him out. Let's all take him out. This is a battle for the Zhou family style. Everyone, no need to be afraid. Let's attack together. Let's fight him with all we've got. We have more people on our side. Let's run away instead. We can't defeat him. Don't hit me. I don't know anything." It was utter chaos in the compound. 5 minutes later, of the between 20 and 30 people who were present here, no one was left standing besides Zhang Ye. Eldest brother Zhou was lying on the ground, shouting, "Zhang Ye, don't you dare. That plaque was passed down by our Zhou family style's ancestral founder. If you touch it, you're making yourself as a sworn enemy of our Zhou family style." However, Zhang Ye took down that plaque and broke it with a single stomp. "The moment you people try to hunt me down, we became sworn enemies. I've touched it and even stepped on it. What will you do?" Oh, ancestral founder. Old crook Zhang. Quite a few people screamed in anguish. Eldest brother Zhou and several of the most loyal Zhou family-style disciples saw red. They finally realized now just what kind of person they had offended that day. Zhang Ye dusted off his hands again in that usual manner. He turned around and departed, fulfilled. The receding figure that the Zhou family style's disciples saw infuriated and rather terrified them simultaneously. Eldest brother Zhou suddenly bellowed, "Quickly notify the other sects." Eighth brother Zhou despaired, "Which sect will he attack tomorrow?" Ninth brother Zhou clutched his arm in pain and said, "Maybe. There won't be a need to wait until tomorrow." "Why? What do you mean?" A few of the Zhou family disciples who could still speak asked this. Ninth brother Zhou was sweating profusely as he struggled to raise his hand and point west. Everyone understood immediately. The headquarters of the Kongtong and Iron Palm sects were situated not too far from them. Hurry and inform them. Inform the Kongtong and Iron Palm sects. Everyone who escapes is one less victim. I'm afraid it might already be too late. Half an hour later, at the Kongtong sect, someone was banging on the front door. Who is it? Wary voices came from within the Kongtong sect. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Inside the Kongtong sect, everyone was suddenly screaming. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is here. Let's get out of here, quick. Go. Run to the mountains behind the building. But the next second, the front door was kicked open by Zhang Ye. Fuck. How did you people know it was me before the doors were even open? I'm here to collect a debt. It time to repay, with interest, the debts you people owe me. Bang. Thump. Crash. Sounds of fighting rang out. The Kongtong sect's plaque, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, was smashed to pieces by the palm of Zhang Ye. A while later, at the Iron Palm's headquarters. Let's go? Let's go? Let's go. Zhang Ye is about to arrive. Shaolin, Kunlun, the Zhou family, and Kongtong were all taken down by him. Are we next? Hurry up. Pack everything up, faster. The plaque. Take care of the plaque. But all of a sudden, without any warning, a sound came from beyond the door. This eerie sound horrified the Iron Palm Branch's disciples. Other people might not find the sound to be anything special, and the word used to describe it would not be considered scary either. In fact, it even sounded pretty harmless. But without exception, when the Iron Palm's disciples heard this sound, they were all scared. Out of their wits. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Chapter 946. Take this one alive. Chapter 946. Take this one alive. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at the front doors of South Wudong, an eerie voice echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Bang, bang, bang. Old pal, open up. Half an hour later, screams rang throughout South Wudong. The front doors were kicked down. The plaque was smashed to pieces. The day after next, and the day following that ghostly sentence sounded at many of the martial sect's headquarters. Old pal, open up. Then chaos ensued. 10 days later, Mount Hua, the Huashan sect's headquarters. There were two sounds of knocking on the main doors. Bang, bang. Open up. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Suddenly, a trap that had laid in waiting was activated without warning, and a large net was released from above. It firmly caught the unsuspecting person standing before the front doors. The front doors suddenly opened. We've done it. It's a success. Get him. Tie him up. Kill him. Kill the thieving bastard. Defend the Huashan sect. Beat the fucker. A barrage of punches and kicks. Weapons were drawn. It was a mass drubbing. But in the next moment, a piercing roar thundered from inside the net, stunning all of the Huashan disciples. Motherfucking hell. Fan 1, the junior brother of the Huashan sect leader, had his head wrapped in bandages and his arm in a cast. He was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a bruised face. He shouted angrily, "Why the fuck are you guys beating me up?" After being released from the police station's holding cell a few days ago, Fanwen had gone to a local hospital for treatment. His arm was put into a cast, and he also got a rabies shot for the bite that he received from a Tibetan Mastiff. After much fuss, he'd finally returned the sect's headquarters today. But he could never have expected to get beaten up so violently before he could even step through the doors. He was beaten so badly that even the cast on his arm was shattered. All the disciples were dumbfounded. "Io, Martial Uncle Fan. Martial Uncle. Why is it you? Why did it have to be you? Why are back? Aya, you should have said you were coming back." Fanwen howled. "What do you fucking mean I didn't say? Didn't I ask you guys to open the doors for me?" Several disciples flusteredly went to remove the net and rescue Fanwen out of it. They thought to themselves that with the ghostly "open up" phrase that he had used, who'd have known it was him? In recent days, that "old pal, open up" line had spread throughout the entire martial arts community and become the most frightening words that anyone from the large sects could hear, turning the people into birds startled by a sound. Shaolin was barged into. Kunlun was taken down. The Zhou family style was exterminated. The Kongtong and Iron Palm sects had fallen one after another. Afterwards, in the span of 10 days, South Wudong, the Amei, the Maoshan sect, the Zhao family style, and the remaining dozen or so large and small sects that had taken part in the denouncement of Rao Imin were all attacked by Zhang Ye. Their front doors were breached, and their sect's plaque was smashed. No one could escape his wrath. There were even 2 sects who had relocated to a secret hideout overnight when they received news of Zhang Ye's impending arrival. But Zhang Ye still managed to find them somehow. Even after all that, Zhang Ye still did not intend to stop. Who would be next? Everyone already knew the answer. Next was them, the Huashan sect. This was because they were the only martial sect left standing that had partaken in that incident. Moreover, Zhang Ye could have already made his way here when he was last near Mount Hua, but he had not come. Instead, he left this place for last. From that, it could be seen that Zhang Ye placed a certain amount of importance on this location. This was because on the day of the National Martial Arts Conference, Chen Shi and Huashan sect were undoubtedly the lead main force of the main force, and was the only sect still with a Grandmaster as its leader today. Now that Fan Wen was back, he was also asking about the situation anxiously. After the disciples related the events, everyone looked dejected as their expressions darkened. How are the sect leader's injuries? He has not recovered yet. If Zhang Ye comes, then we'll sect leader. He certainly can't fight. Then shall we make a run for it? How can we run away? We're the Huashan sect, for goodness sake. Right? We won't run even if it means our deaths. Forsake our marshal and run away? The ancestral founder would surely curse us to death. But who can hold off Zhang Ye? Where are the reinforcements? Where are they at? We've already sent out an appeal to the martial arts community. But the other sects can hardly look after themselves right now. So who would answer to our appeal? A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. When the sect leader has recovered from his injuries, we can fight again then. We can't run. We will take him on then. A large sect still had the dignity of a large sect, after all. A few minutes later, a large group of people suddenly arrived outside their front doors. When the Huashan sect saw this, they got very excited. They're from the National Martial Arts Association. The people from the National Martial Arts Association were here, a team of more than a dozen martial artists led by a steward. When they arrived, that steward immediately found Fan Wen and said, "Ah, old Fan, why are you injured again?" There was fresh blood all over his arms. Fan Wen looked glum. "It's nothing. I fell down earlier." He couldn't possibly blame it on getting beaten up by his own sect's disciples. Could he? The steward from the National Martial Arts Association said, "Where is Grandmaster Chen?" "He's recuperating at a different location," a Huashan sect elder said. The National Martial Arts Association's steward nodded. "We're here to back you guys up. Don't worry. If Zhang Ye tries to cause trouble here at Huashan sect, the entire martial arts community will not let him off easy." However, at this moment, an eerie sound suddenly came from beyond the door. "Old pal, open up." It's already open? I'll let myself in then." Zhang Ye, who was dressed in training clothes, had at some point made his way quietly here. The Huashan sect's people were horrified. "Ah, Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. He's really here." Many of them picked up their weapons at once. The National Martial Arts Association's steward was surprised. He looked at Zhang Ye and asked, "You really have the courage to appear on these grounds?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Why would I not?" The National Martial Arts Association's steward said angrily, "I am Li Yin from the National Martial Arts Association, and I am in charge of handling this problem. The association has given me full authority in handling you." "Zhang Ye, do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're pitting yourself against?" Zhang Ye glanced at him. "I'd also like to know if you know who you people are pitting yourselves against. I've always been a reasonable man. If people are good to me, I will return the favor 10 times over. But if someone provokes me, I'll be sure to return the favor 100 times over." "Li Yin, right? From the National Martial Arts Association? You're in charge of handling me. Can you handle it? You people are suddenly making an appearance now? Where were you during the National Martial Arts Conference? Where were you when the news of the sneak attack was reported? Where were you when the dozen martial sects went against their morals and surrounded us and attacked?" "Stop bullshitting me," Li Yin said furiously. "Don't you dare make a move against the Huashan sect." She was the vice president of the National Martial Arts Association, while Fan Wen was a steward at the association. The relationship between the National Martial Arts Association and the Huashan sect was therefore very close. When the other martial sects were attacked by the enemy, they did not show up. But when the Huashan sect was in danger of attack, the National Martial Arts Association immediately sent their people over. However, no one expected what happened next. "Huh." Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Li Yan's voice had just faded when Zhang Ye took a large stride forward and used a pushing hands movement to land a hit on Li Yan, leaving him lying on the ground. "Old Li. Ah. Stop. Old crook Zhang." The Huashan sect was stunned. The National Martial Arts Association's people were also stunned. Li Yan lay on the ground and cried out angrily, "Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye threw up his hands. "See if I care. I was still worried I might not find someone from the National Martial Arts Association. If it weren't for the National Martial Arts Association siding with their own that day, the issue wouldn't have escalated to this point. I have yet to take this up with you people, but you're already here pointing your fingers at me? You think I won't make a move on the Huashan sect? Let alone Huashan sect. Even for those of you from the National Martial Arts Association, I'll fucking beat up any who come forward. What can you do about that? Back at the National Martial Arts Conference, you people from the National Martial Arts Association and the various large sects were all expressing an attitude of whoever was more skilled would have the last say. Well, all right then, in recent days, I am the most skilled in the national martial arts world, so the last say belongs to me now. Isn't that right? He was too imposing. This attack from Zhang Ye dumbfounded those people from the National Martial Arts Association. The dozen or so National Martial Arts Association people were ready to charge, but then took a step back again, probably afraid to do so. A madman. He's really a fucking madman. Then Zhang Ye shouted, "Where's Chen Shi? Why is he still not coming out?" No one spoke. Zhang Ye said, "He's not coming out, right? Then I have no choice. I've been very nice, deliberately giving him more than 10 days to recover from his injuries, and left the Huashan sect as my last stop. Since he still hasn't recovered, don't blame me for being a bully. I want to see who'll try to stop me today." Fan Wen raged. "When my senior bro recovers fully, that'll be the day you meet your demise." Zhang Ye was amused. Wait for him to fully recover? It's still a question whether he can even land a hit on me. Besides, by then, old Rao would have already been discharged. I'm guessing that old Rao will still want to pay a visit to the Huashan sect when the time comes. So you can leave those words for her when she comes. Fan Wen choked at those words. If Zhang Ye were bullying his way around the Huashan sect today due to their lack of people, then when Rao came around, they would truly be swept away. Even if their sect leader were not injured, or if his martial arts skill were to greatly increase all of a sudden, that would still not be enough for him to equal Rao. Let's take him on. Charge. Enough with the talk. Attack. A battle instantly broke out. Huashan sect was still a large sect after all, so they had many experts on their side. Compared to Kantong, or even the Zhou family style, they were on a completely different plane. But just like Zhang Ye had said earlier, in the current Chinese martial arts world where the 5 grandmasters were either injured or not around, he had the last say in things. They were not even a match for him. 1 person fell, 10 people fell, 20 people fell. Zhang Ye was also injured from taking 7 or 8 punches. In addition, a person from the National Martial Arts Association slashed his arm with a sword. But an hour later, he was the only person left standing. They couldn't beat him. They simply couldn't beat him. The Huashan sect people despaired. Several of those from the National Martial Arts Association did not even have the courage to attack anymore at the end. Zhang Ye looked at them. "Let me give you all a word of advice today. Do not think that if you're more skilled, you'll have the last say in things, that everything must follow your reasoning, that the world revolves around you, and everyone else has to abide by your rules. There will always be someone who is more skilled than you." Whoosh. He picked up a staff and prodded it upward. The Huashan sect's plaque that was hanging overhead immediately fell into Zhang Ye's hands. "Zhang Ye." Fan Wen glared at him with immense hatred. "No. Stop. Stop. If you want to break something, break me. Don't touch our Huashan sect's plaque." The Huashan sect's disciples all looked doleful. It's done for. The Huashan sect's plaque couldn't be protected. Zhang Ye had been going around smashing the plaques of the various large sects and smacking their faces in the process. Everyone knew this by now. Zhang Ye had already raised his hand as an open palm. But just as he was about to smash the plaque in his hand, he suddenly stopped and started studying the plaque. He turned it around, looked at the front, and even lowered his head to sniff at the wood scent. In the end, Zhang Ye decided not to smash this plaque and tucked it under his arm instead, carrying it away with him. Yes, he took this one alive. It was made from fragrant rosewood too, after all. Chapter 947. A man who strikes fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. Chapter 947. A man who strikes fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, somewhere, at some military hospital. Even though it was already spring, it was still not that warm out yet in the morning. Light drizzle was falling outside. Zhang Ye was carrying an umbrella and wearing sunglasses as he strolled into the hospital. After he folded the umbrella, he took a beaded bracelet out from his pocket and went looking for Rao Imin's ward. Before he walked in, he heard people talking inside. "Madam Rao, you can't be discharged yet." "Why not? There are still many tests that we have not conducted, and 2 more bottles of medication to finish. Don't try to bullshit me. Go and process the paperwork for my discharge. I want to leave by the afternoon. Other than that, just what kinds of meals does your hospital provide here? Did you scoop it up from the drain or something? You should change the cook as soon as possible. You mustn't get out of bed, but I've already recovered. You were in a coma for several days. You don't have any strength as of now and still require further treatment." "I have no strength." A loud thud reverberated. It sounded like something had been flattened. "Damn, senior sis. Just listen to the doctor, please." The ward's door opened, and that doctor strode out angrily, close to vomiting blood. Several of the medical personnel, standing a distance away, looked over. "Dr. Zhou, what's the matter?" a nurse asked. "Stressed," a female physician said. "Bed 13's Ms. Rao is kicking up a storm again. That woman in bed 13 has already driven away 2 doctors, the chief nurse said, discouraged. At his wit's end, Dr. Zhou said, "Just ignore her from now on. If she wishes to be discharged, then let her get discharged." "How can we do that?" That female physician tried to go by the medical ethics. "We have to be responsible to our patients. Even though the patient in bed 13 is rather hot-headed and has a sharp tongue, she is still our patient." Dr. Zhou said furiously, "Have you ever seen a patient who just regained consciousness after several days flatten a stainless steel lunchbox?" He then waved his hand and ordered, "Get her discharged quickly. With that powerful constitution of hers, if we treat her as a patient, then the rest of the world must be disabled." The nurse, the female physician, Zhang Ye. "This old Rao. Why is she always so troublesome?" Zhang Ye pushed the door open and went inside. This was a single-person ward. The disciples from the 8 trigram school were all inside. When they saw Zhang Ye, everyone got excited. "Io, Teacher Zhang is back. How did it go, Master Zhang? Are you hurt in any way? Teacher Zhang, you were so amazing. You've really helped us vent our anger." Everyone stood up to welcome him like they were celebrating a hero's return. Zhang Ye had been away for half a month now, and although they did not accompany him on his road trip, they were still a part of the martial arts community. They could even be called the main party involved in this incident. So while the ordinary folk did not know about it, or even if the outside world's news did not report about it, how could they not know of the glorious deeds that Zhang Ye did in his time away? He had essentially gone to thrash more than a dozen martial sects and routed them all. Several of the younger disciples of the 8 trigram school were even looking at Zhang Ye as though he were a god of some kind. The events that occurred in recent days had left a very deep impression upon them. And it felt really good too. Su Fan brought over a chair. "Master Zhang, please have a seat." Zhang Ye sat down and smiled as he pointed at a gauze covering his left arm, and said, "It's nothing, just slightly wounded." Song Jiao and the rest heaved sighs of relief. "That's good then, good." On the sickbed, Rao Imin, who was watching Qinshin do her homework, glanced over as well. "You're back." Beside her, a stainless steel lunchbox lay there misshapen after being flattened by her. "How are you doing?" Zhang Ye asked. Rao Imin looked rather well. She tilted her chin upward. "I'm not dead." Zhang Ye nodded. "I suppose you aren't." Lu Yuhu smacked his lips and said, "The doctor says that she can't be discharged yet, but eldest senior sis keeps insisting on being discharged." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I overheard the doctor say that they're already processing her discharge. I think it's because they're afraid that your eldest senior sis will tear the hospital apart if they don't." Qinshin also raised her head at this moment and greeted him. "Zhang Ye. Whoa, you're studying." Zhang Ye looked at her. Qinshin acknowledged him and suddenly turned her gaze to the bracelet in his hand. "Zhang Ye, what is that?" Zhang Ye looked down, then held it up and said, "This? It's a bracelet. I'll give it to you since you like it." He then threw it at her indifferently. Lu Yuhu caught it for Qinshin and held it up to inspect it. "Yo, is this made from fragrant rosewood?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Yeah, it is. It looks like it is even made from old-growth wood." Lu Yuhu said, "It's quite big too. This should be quite valuable." Zhang Ye replied, "You like it also? I'll give you one too since you like it." He felt around in his bag, taking out another similar-looking bracelet and throwing it to him. "Who else wants one? How many of those do you have?" Su Fan was astonished. Song. Jiao also wondered. Didn't you go out to thrash those large sects? Why did you bring back so many local souvenirs with you? The eldest and second senior brothers, along with the others, were also very curious. Zhang Ye sighed and then mentioned something that nearly gave the entire 8 trigrams Palm's disciples heart attacks. What local souvenirs? I went to the Huashan sect to destroy their sect's plaque, but when I saw that it was made of fragrant rosewood, I took it instead and got it made into these beaded bracelets. He threw his bag onto the table and rummaged through it before pouring out more than a dozen beaded rosewood bracelets. I'll keep one for myself. Feel free to take one of the rest for yourself. Song Jiao was dumbfounded. Su Fan was dumbfounded. Everyone from the 8 trigram school was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you serious? The Huashan sect's plaque that had been handed down for hundreds of years was turned into these beaded bracelets by you? Turned into these beaded rosewood bracelets? Into these beaded rosewood bracelets? Beaded rosewood bracelets? Lu Yuhu was holding the beaded bracelet he had just caught. His hands trembled. He nearly passed out, but said with a quavering voice, Teacher Zhang, they must gone through 8 lifetimes of tribulations when they encountered you this time. At a small sect. Have you heard? The Huashan sect has been taken down too. Yeah, I heard about it. How scary. The people from the National Martial Arts Association who went to back them up were beaten up as well. Zhang Ye has gone crazy this time. You're making it sound like he's ever once been normal. Yeah, I've watched him on television since last year. If you've ever read his Weibo and know about his past deeds, you'd know that he's always been a madman. We were lucky to not have attended the recent National Martial Arts Conference. The entire martial arts community has been thrown into disarray. I heard that the National Martial Arts Association intended to ask the remaining 2 grandmasters to deal with Zhang Ye, but I doubt that plan will come to fruition. It's impossible to get those 2 anyway. Besides, even if they did, what's the point? Don't forget how old Zhang Ye is. He's already achieved concealed power, and is also practicing the martial art style of the Taiji fist. Who knows if he'll become a grandmaster too in the near future? Would a Taiji fist grandmaster still have any worthy opponents in this entire world? Even at his current state, he could force a draw with a grandmaster. Moreover, Rao Aimin will be discharged from hospital soon as well. If those 2 were to join forces and set their eyes on the entire country, no, set their eyes on the world, there wouldn't be any worthy opponents for them. How can anyone take them on? Indeed, the large sects couldn't even take their vengeance. They deserved it for being bullies in the first place. It was already a deathmatch, so why did they still resort to using sneak attacks? Hearing about it just makes my blood run cold. Those large sects threw good money after bad. They've bumped into a tough opponent. At a gathering of some non-affiliates, Lu Yichuan wiped his sweat away and said, Old bro Zhang Ye has taken down the Huashan sect as well. How many is that already? Lu Yizhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he started counting on his fingers. Beside him, Li Chuaning said, It's the 16th. Hibadeo said in awe. All 16 sects that went after them in the hills have been annihilated by bro Zhang Ye. None survived. How freaking awesome. Yeah, Zhang Ye's martial arts are ridiculously good. It's not only that his martial arts are good. There have been a lot of people in history who were more skilled than Zhang Ye. But how many have dared to go up to each of those reputable sects to thrash them and smash their plaques? Only Zhang Ye decided to do that. Not only his kung fu, Zhang Ye is also the most audacious one of all. One person, sweeping away a dozen of those reputable large sects? What awesome was that? How domineering was that? However, the even more domineering act was yet to come. Some of those in the martial arts community who were better informed suddenly received a shocking piece of news. This news even dumbfounded some of them for a long time, making them unable to come back to their senses and forcing them to drop their jaws. The large sects have been slapped ruthlessly in the face this time. Yes, whether it is Shaolin or Huashan, a martial sect getting its plaques smashed is something that is considered really terrible in the Chinese martial arts world. What's more, Zhang Ye even smashed 16 of their plaques all by himself. Only 15 were smashed. Right. He didn't dare smash the Huashan sect's plaque. I heard about that too. Sounds like only the Huashan sect was let off the hook this time. Their plaque was taken away by Zhang Ye instead of being smashed. I guess even Zhang Ye did not dare go overboard with a sect that still has a grandmaster as its leader. Judging from that action, that's all he's got. He's also a bully. Suddenly, someone broke the news. What are you all saying? A bully? Is that not so? You guys don't know shit. What are you trying to say here? I just received a very reliable piece of news. The Huashan sect was the unluckiest of all the sects that were targeted. After Zhang Ye left, he found a wood processing factory at the foot of the mountain and got them to make that fragrant rosewood plaque of the Huashan sect into beaded bracelets. My God, made into beaded bracelets. Tell me now, how is he a bully? What? Holy fuck, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. The news spread a while ago. I think that a lot of people have already found out about this too. Heavens. Holy shit. This. Just what sort of a person is that man? Meanwhile, roars of anger and piercing screams resounded within the Huashan sect. When a few of the Huashan sect's disciples found out about this news, they fainted to the ground with a thud. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. You're too damn evil. That's the plaque handed down by our ancestral founder. We're your sworn enemy. Despicable. How despicable. Sworn enemies. Fan Wen was enraged. She was extremely infuriated and coughed for a full minute, worsening some of his healed injuries. Elsewhere, the other large sects were also cursing and swearing. He's really pushing it too far. Pushing it too far. Does he still abide by the laws? Does he even know about the code of the martial arts community? What he did was even more evil than taking someone's life. The Huashan sect's plaque was made into beaded bracelets? Fuck. He's really gone too far. How can he do that? His lack of morals must have stretched across 8 lifetimes. But while they cursed and swore, some of those large sect's disciples were also secretly feeling lucky and a lingering sense of fear. They were fortunate that at the time of the founding of their martial sects, the ancestral founders did not have much money and had only used some simple wooden materials for their plaques. If it had been some good material like the Huashan sect's plaque, all these large sect's plaques would probably have been taken away by Zhang Ye to make tables, chairs, benches, or some treasured furniture. If that had happened, it would have caused a huge uproar, and they would probably vomit at least 3 liters of blood. Who could bear with something like that? This was not just simply face smacking anymore. It was face trampling. Trampling on the face step by step. If Zhang Ye's attack on the 16 sects was said to be a shocking event in the Chinese martial arts world, then Zhang Ye using the Huashan sect's plaque and turning it into beaded bracelets was something that disintegrated the entire Chinese martial arts world. The National Martial Arts Association and people of the various martial sects and non-affiliates all nearly passed out from Zhang Ye's shamelessness. But they were also astonished by Zhang Ye's guts. It was only now that many of those in the martial arts community truly knew just what kind of a hooligan had arrived in their Chinese martial arts world. After this incident, Zhang Ye became even more infamous in the Chinese martial arts world. In the current Chinese martial arts world, there were 2 phrases that must never be mentioned ever again. One was old pal, open up, and the other was beaded rosewood bracelets. Overnight, Zhang Ye had become a man who struck fear into the hearts of the martial arts community when mentioned. Moreover, everyone knew that the incident this time would surely be recorded into the annals of Chinese martial arts history and forever be a painful history for those 16 martial sects. Chapter 948. Hiring an Agent. Chapter 948. Hiring an Agent. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was now March. In Beijing. It was the season where flowers bloomed in the spring's warmth. About a month had passed, and Zhang Ye was finally back at Beijing. Before he reached home, he had already posted on Weibo after arriving at the airport. I'm back in Beijing. Everything is fine. The fans actively replied back. Wow, old Zhang is back. Where did you go? Has that problem Tianshan been handled yet? Why didn't the news report on it? It's good that you're back. Teacher Zhang, when are you going to come up with a new show? Your contract with Central TV should almost be up, right? 1 more month left. Teacher Zhang, you were away for so long. Get back to work quickly, or else you might drop out of the A-list rankings. The phone calls came in shortly afterward. The first call was from Ha Chichi. Director Zhang, you're back? Zhang Ye laughed. I just got off the plane. How's the documentary on the air pollution problem going? Ha Chichi said, we're currently shooting. It's almost finished. Zhang Ye nodded and said, if there's anything you need me for, just tell me. Oh right, Director Zhang. Ha Chi suddenly said, when you weren't around for all these days, there were quite a lot of people looking for you. Some of them wanted to get you to make advertisements for them. Some inquired about your copyrights, and there were all sorts of people looking for you to do commercials. When they couldn't get through to you, they contacted our Central TV documentary channel instead. You might not know this, but your assistant Little Wang was so busy taking your calls that she couldn't get any work done. Zhang Ye said in embarrassment, I was a little caught up recently. Ha Chi said helplessly, when do you intend to get an agent? An agent? Zhang Ye repeated. Ha Chi laughed dryly. I think that you should really hire an agent. All right, I'll think about it, Zhang Ye said. After hanging up, a call from the publishing firm came in. Teacher Zhang, I've gotten through to you at last. What's the matter? The sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light have been performing very well, so we've been thinking of adding a print run for half a month. Just do it. I'll leave the decision-making to you all. But no matter what, we still have to inform you. How can we make the decision for such matters on your behalf? And there were also some overseas publishers who inquired about the copyrights to several of your fairy tales. It seems like they are interested in publishing an English and German edition of them. But since they could not get through to you, they contacted us instead. I will send you their contact info in a bit. All right, thank you very much. Next was a call from Dong Shanshan. Zhang, where did you go? Haha. A tour. I just went on a tour. You simply disappeared without a care and just left everything for me to handle. When some people couldn't get in touch with you, they called me instead and wanted my help to pass their messages along to you. Did I become your agent? Hi. I wasn't able to answer any calls recently. Check your email. I've already organized and labeled everything for you. Thank you, Shanshan. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Don't give me that. It's not necessary. But you really should hire an agent quickly now that you're an A-list celebrity. It's fine even if you don't have a team, but you can't possibly not have an agent either, right? It wouldn't look good if it got out. But more importantly, this really inconveniences everything. When there's something for which we need to look for you, you just can't be contacted. What happens if something gets delayed? All right, I will think about it. Don't think anymore and quickly hire one. Get someone to recommend a few candidates to you. With your current reputation and status, as well as your future development, if people in the industry know that you're looking for an agent, there will surely be many people flocking to you. Then you'll have a wider range of candidates to pick from and won't have to worry about not finding a suitable one. Okay. She was the second person today to suggest this to him. On his way home, Zhang Ye pondered this. He was a small-time celebrity and not famous in the past, so he handled almost everything himself and did not need an agent, nor did he consider joining any talent agencies. But as he got more famous and became an A-list celebrity, he had more things to handle as well. Just like now, he had already received many phone calls the moment he arrived back in Beijing. Although Zhang Ye did not intend to accept commercial performances or make advertisements, even so, he needed someone to reject those offers for him, didn't he? Everyone constantly calling his office or his old classmate to look for him was not a long-term solution. In fact, it was even causing a lot of trouble for them. Kaishiku, at Zhang Ye's parents' house. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Zhang Ye opened the door and entered the house. His mother came out to welcome him. She said, "Why did you stay out for so long?" "Hi, there was something I needed to take care of." Zhang Ye took off his shoes and changed into his slippers. His father asked, "Where's Chun Chun and her aunt?" Zhang Ye said, "They're back as well and have already returned home. Her aunt has fallen sick and will need to rest for a few more days. She will come over in another 2 days to thank you both for taking care of her child for such a long time." His mother heaved a sigh of relief. "It's fine as long as she's all right. The last time she called to leave her seemingly last words gave me a terrible fright." Then she passed a piece of paper to him and said, "By the way, these are the phone numbers that called you in the past half a month. Why did so many of them call our home to look for you? Since your dad was afraid that it would delay your work, he did not neglect anyone who called. He wrote down everything for you, so just take it from here." Zhang Ye looked down, then exclaimed, "There were this many people who called?" His mother laughed and said, "You're an A-list celebrity, so how can it be the same as before?" At the mention of this, his father said slightly angrily, "The house phone kept ringing, and every caller was looking for you. I wanted to pull out the telephone line because I couldn't even have a peaceful afternoon nap at home. Zhang Ye quickly said, I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here. His mother said, let's eat first. Hi. I'll eat after I've finished with all these, Zhang Ye said, stressed. Back in his own room, Zhang Ye took a deep breath before beginning his work. The novel's authorization for an additional print run? Signed. The Fairy Tales International Copyright. 200,000 renminbi for everything. Get lost. The Voices International Copyright Authorization. 1 million US dollars. Goodbye. An invitation to attend a Beverage Enterprise's 10th anniversary celebrations? Can't go. A managing director of a global top 500 company was getting married, and he was invited to be the host of the wedding event? Bye-bye. A commercial endorsement for a condom product? Go away. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. Zhang Ye was busy handling all the matters from the morning until afternoon. For some commercial performances or jobs, all he needed to do was ignore them, and that would be the end of it. But there were many others that he had to reply to one by one. Since they thought so highly of him, and even got their people to contact him again and again, Zhang Ye could not possibly just ignore them. Even if he didn't intend to take the job or accept their requests, he had to at least give them a reply. But when they knew that it was Zhang Ye calling them back personally, of course they got a little bit excited and couldn't help but say a few words and try to extend the conversation. As such, the time taken to get everything done was dragged out much more than originally intended. This also included some weird people he encountered who wanted to have a long chat with him. Little Yi, it's time to eat. Son, quickly come and eat dinner. It was already time for dinner. His parents had to call him 3 times before Zhang Ye finally came out to join them. Zhang Ye, who had just handled all the outstanding work, was extremely exhausted. The moment he came out, he exclaimed, "This won't do. I was exhausted by all of that, so I must quickly find myself an agent. Now." Immediately, he had no choice but to find one. Now that he had reached A-list status, he was getting too busy to handle so many things by himself. With his character, he could not possibly take care of all these things every day. He had to find one. He had to find one immediately. Chapter 949. The Battle of the Agents. Chapter 949. The Battle of the Agents. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same night, he gave Zhang Yuanqi a call. The Heavenly Queen was acknowledged to have the best social ties in the entertainment industry. Zhang Ye did not have many friends, and she was the only person he knew to have the means. If he wanted to find an agent as soon as possible, then it would definitely be the most convenient to contact Zhang Yuanqi. Do. The call connected. Hello, Sister Zhang, it's me. MHM. What are you doing? Where are you? Home. By yourself? Yes. I've got something to tell you. There's something I need your help with. I'm listening. I'm looking to hire an agent as fast as possible. Any requirements? I don't have too many requirements, and either gender is fine, but it'd be best if it's a woman, as it will be easier for me to communicate with her. She should be capable of handling work, but it doesn't matter whether she is very capable or not. Even if she's a rookie, it's fine. You know that my social ties are not that good, so I don't have many demands for my potential agent's popularity with others as long as she suits my needs. It'd be great if she has the same values as me so that I can save the trouble of communicating. And, it'd be best if her appearance is not too shabby either, since she'll be representing me, after all, and has to pull in the points in the looks department for me. I don't have many demands regarding her figure either, but she must not look too bad. She should at least have a decent figure since she'll need to appear in public sometimes on my behalf. He rattled off a long string of demands. In the end, Zhang Yuanqi summarized his requests in a few words. So a busty, beautiful woman, and nothing else matters? Zhang Yu was slightly embarrassed. Right, Zhang Yuanqi said. Wait for my message then. After hanging up, Zhang Yi confidently left the task to old Zhang. The agent held a very special position in the entertainment industry. It could be said that they were the celebrity's most intimate colleague and the most loyal representative. They could help the celebrity handle all sorts of matters, such as endorsements, advertisements, press interviews, and job arrangements. There was no need to emphasize how important an agent was. Every celebrity's agent was either selected in the strictest way, or they were the celebrity's most trusted relatives, like their mother, elder sister, or second aunt to begin with. Otherwise, they would have to be exceptionally capable, like Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fong Weihong. She was a renowned, elite agent in the industry who had become famous long before she became Zhang Yuanqi's manager. Actually, Zhang Ye could opt for the latter choice, but he found it unsuitable for his situation. Look for his relatives? His mother or one of his aunts? His paternal elder cousin or his maternal younger cousins? None of them would fit. His family members were just ordinary people who had not seen much of the world and were inexperienced in the things they might have to handle on his behalf. With Zhang Ye's notorious reputation in the industry and him getting into trouble so often, he did not want to let his relatives handle his affairs for him. As for those highly reputed elite agents, he did not wish to hire them, and neither could he hire them. Many of the agents were directly contracted to the celebrities and would draw a percent commission from the celebrities' earnings. For a person like Zhang Ye who had never accepted any commercial appearances and was not likely to accept them in the future, which elite agent would want to work for him? Ignoring the fact that the agent would not be earning much, just the trouble brought about by Zhang Ye's temper would be enough to keep them busy. A low salary, a pile of work, and they might even get cursed at by other people. Only an idiot would take a job like that. Hence, his favorite was still a rookie, who could at least help him handle some miscellaneous tasks. As for the other, more important matters, Zhang Ye could handle them by himself. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fong Weihong, sent him an email with a list of the candidates. Although old Zhang's temperament in private wasn't too good, her efficiency in getting things done was still very high. Zhang Ye did not have to worry that she would forget about the favor that he had requested from her. More than 10 resumes arrived in his inbox. Li Han, female, 27 years old with 4 years experience in the industry. Han Fong, female, 29 years old with 6 years experience in the industry. Former agent of Dongfang. Zhao Minli, female, 25 years old. Rookie with 1 year of experience in the industry. Very capable and had just left her previous position at a communication and media agency. Zhang Ye scanned through the resumes one by one and was very satisfied with every one of them. Actually, he did not really understand them as this was his first time doing something like this. He did not feel that anyone was worse than anyone else, which gave him with an even greater dilemma. Later, he even got his parents to help him look at the resumes together. As a professional agent, she'd also need to handle some parts of a celebrity's private life. Therefore, Zhang Ye valued his parents' opinions very much as they would come across each other often in the future. His father pointed at one of them. This person seems all right. Come on. His mother disagreed and pointed to another person. This one is better. She looks rather big-hearted. One look at her, and you can tell that she's a very capable person. Zhang Ye said, that's so? His mother urged. Check with her. All right. Zhang Ye agreed since he did not have any opinion either. Zhang Ye picked up the phone and called the candidates he had shortlisted. Hello, is this MS? Zhao Minli. Yes, this is she. May I know who's calling? It's Zhang Ye. Ah, Teacher Zhang. Hello. The woman on the other end of the line sounded very excited. Sister Fong mentioned this to me. She asked me about my current job situation, as well as my opinion of you. I never expected that you would actually contact me. Let me introduce myself briefly then. I just left my position at my previous agency, so I have no contractual obligations right now. I can accept being contracted to you as an exclusive agent. You can put that as a term in the contract, and I won't have any problems with it. I seldom accept commercial appearances. Are you okay with that? How seldom is seldom? I basically never accept them. That's not a problem. Can we meet up to discuss this? Sure, let's schedule a time. After chatting for a while, Zhang Ye felt quite satisfied with her. He then called the next person. Hello, is this Miss Han? Her. Are you Teacher Zhang? You can recognize my voice? I'm very familiar with your voice. I'm looking for an agent, and Sister Fong recommended you to me. Before we discuss other things, I'd like to get to know you a bit more, and also find out if you have any requests. I don't have many demands, except that upon contracting, I would like to receive a higher percent commission at 30% of the earnings. Is that so? If you have a talent agency, the agency will assign you an agent while they take a percentage for the commission. If I am your personal agent, I'd have to use my own network to get work done. Therefore, I would definitely need to receive a higher percent commission. As for the exact details, we can discuss further. Sure. As he contacted the shortlisted agents, he did not know of the buzz that had started in the talent agency business. At a talent agency. Hey, did you hear? Zhang Ye is looking for an agent. I just heard about it too. Now this is a good opportunity. I would like to apply too. Then you'd have to quit first. He's hiring a personal agent. I don't mind quitting. I'm mainly afraid that I'm not qualified enough. There's nothing good about being Zhang Ye's agent anyways. Don't you guys know him by now? He has never accepted any commercial appearances, so there's basically no money to be earned. I'd still be willing. He's an A-list celebrity. Yeah, my career highlights would be glossed up, and in the future when I say that I was once the agent of an A-list celebrity who wouldn't scramble to employ me, my sum would have thickened. At a private gathering of some agents in the business. So Zhang Ye is looking for an agent? Yeah, I heard Sister Fong Weihong helped him spread the word. This is a very good opportunity. Yes, among the current A-list celebrities, only Zhang Ye does not have an agent yet. I wonder who will get the job. Hi. Too bad my contract is tied to the agency. Otherwise I would have applied too. Almost everyone in the business knew about this now. This industry was neither big nor small. There weren't many secrets in the industry, especially if it concerned an A-list celebrity like Zhang Ye. Every move of his would attract the attention of many others. At once, quite a number of agents in the industry tried to contact Zhang Ye or Fong Weihong. Their demands were gradually getting lower than the last. I don't have any demands. I am willing to take a commission of only 10%. I can take 7%. 5% for me. I don't need any commission at all. A working salary will do. The number of applicants increased by the second. In the end, they were almost fighting to outdo each other in terms of their demands. Everyone was using all means possible to try to secure this job. Zhang Ye did not expect that he would be so popular. Initially, he thought that no one would willingly be his agent since he did not accept commercial appearances and often got into a lot of trouble, but it seemed like he had underestimated his current fame. There were even some very prominent, established agents in the industry who found ways to contact him to reveal their intentions of willingly becoming his agent, and also to express some of their requests to him. Zhang Ye was spoiled for choice. This is good. This one is not bad either. So who should be chosen? Chapter 950. A martial arts action star warns against Zhang Ye. Chapter 950. A martial arts action star warns against Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Zhang Ye looking to hire agent. Competition in the talent agency business heats up. Who will end up as Zhang Ye's agent? Online, some media outlets had also posted news updates about the situation. Some of the more meticulous reporters even made a chart of talent agents for comparison in a special coverage of the business. They listed some of the current statuses and contributions of agents to celebrities like Zhang Yuanqi, Hu Dongfang, Ning Lan, etc., and took the opportunity to comb through the standing of the talent agency business. The netizens were very happy. Haha, Teacher Zhang has finally been enlightened. Quickly hire someone. Let's see who'll get chosen. Being Teacher Zhang's agent won't be an easy job. Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. With Zhang Ye's social relationships, the pressure on his agent within the industry will surely be the greatest. After every fight that Teacher Zhang gets himself into, his agent will have to handle the media. I doubt just anyone could handle that. They'd also have to be careful not to get beaten up. That's right. Teacher Zhang attracts too much hatred from within the industry. Although some things were only meant to be jokes, no one could have expected those jokes to actually come true. Though no one knew which private gathering it had originated from, nor who had leaked it, a piece of news posted online stirred up a huge reaction. A very popular martial arts action star had actually issued a warning publicly. Whoever dares to take the job as Zhang Ye's agent would get fixed by him. Jiang Hanwei, an A-list celebrity in the domestic market, the best martial arts action star in the country, a famous movie star whose appeal at the martial arts movies box office was unparalleled. As long as it was a movie that he starred in, the box office earnings would be at least 100 million RMB. He was the most famous kung fu star in the industry, with no one coming close to him. Not only that, he was also a true martial arts expert who had won first place in the National Youth Wushu Championships when he was just 16 years old. This was followed by many other martial arts awards as well, making him a big-shot celebrity who actually knew real kung fu. In the A-list celebrity rankings, his position was also higher than Zhang Ye. As a big shot of the big shots, he had actually stated something like that so publicly. This left many netizens in disbelief after they found out. What did he mean by fixing whoever dares take the job? Did that mean he would beat up whoever became Zhang Ye's agent? Zhang Hanwei was known for being quite temperamental, not like how Zhang Ye was, instead more hot-tempered. Since he debuted, he had beaten up many people. He had beaten up reporters, assistant directors, fellow celebrities on set, and some troublemaking fans in his time. As a result, everyone in the industry knew about Zhang Hanwei's temper, and most people would not risk angering him. He was a big brother of the entertainment industry after all. That was why the netizens were shocked. Holy fuck, what happened? Why did Zhang Hanwei suddenly pop out of nowhere? What is wrong with teacher Zhang? Why is he picking a fight with Zhang Ye? This should just be a rumor, right? Yeah, I feel that way. Why would teacher Zhang issue such a threatening statement? Yeah, from what I know, he shouldn't have any animosity for Zhang Ye. Who can tell me what's going on? Zhang Hanwei is being too overbearing, isn't he? Fuck, what makes him think he can stop others from hiring an agent? What logic is that? Who does he think he is? The boss of the entertainment circle? That's how he always behaves, handling everything like one would in a fight. He's born from a martial arts background after all. If he says he will fix someone, then that person will most definitely be fixed. Fuck, do you think that teacher Zhang is afraid of you? Who the fuck are you? In an instant, the netizens were seething. Perhaps even the person who started this did not expect it to blow up this much. Although the veracity of this news was still unconfirmed, the fans treated it as if it were real. On Weibo, Zhang Ye's and Zhang Hanwei's fans immediately got into an argument. Zhang Ye's fans, motherfuckers. Zhang Hanwei's fans, you motherfuckers. Zhang Ye's fans, do you people think you own the entertainment industry? Zhang Hanwei's fans, teacher Zhang must surely have an issue with that Zhang fellow. Since teacher Zhang has said something like that, there must be a good reason. Are you people unconvinced? Zhang Ye's fans, you all think you're really awesome, don't you? Zhang Hanwei's fans, we've always been this awesome. You got a problem with that? There were also many who came to mediate the situation. Calm down, everyone. The news might not be true. There's a lot of rumors flying around these days. At home, even Zhang Ye thought that the news wasn't true, so did not take it seriously. But several phone calls later, he began to think otherwise. Chen Guang was the first to call. When did you offend Zhang Hanwei? Zhang Ye was slightly taken aback, but laughed. You've been duped by the rumor too? You didn't offend him? Chen Guang said in surprise. Zhang Ye replied, I don't even know him, so how could I have offended him? At most, I've heard of his name and have seen several of his martial arts movies. That's all. Chen Guang went silent for a moment, then warned, well, just be careful. He really walks the walk. Huh. Zhang Ye found this comical. Next, Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fang Weihong called. The moment he answered the call, Fang Weihong asked, did you offend old Zhang? Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, I haven't even met him before. Fang Weihong mused, I'm still helping you find an agent, but you'd better not hold out much hope for now. I think it will be difficult to find one in the near future. Zhang Ye was quite exasperated. What do you mean, Sister Fang? Old Zhang is considered a big brother in the industry, and even though he has offended some people before, he has helped out many celebrities. Therefore, everyone acknowledges his position in the industry, and he's also very popular with everyone. Now that he's issued a warning against you and made this threat, it's quite possible that you'll really be in some trouble. As long as it's someone in the industry, who would dare be your agent under such circumstances? You'd have to at least wait until this blows over. Do you really not know what happened? Fang Weihong asked again. Zhang Ye returned. Oh, so you mean this isn't actually a rumor? What rumor? Fang Weihong related. It's already spread throughout the entertainment industry. Those words were shouted by old Zhang at a party, and his original words were not even that nice. He didn't say that he would fix your agent. He just said that whoever dares to become your agent will get beaten up by him. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Fang Weihong sighed. In any case, just be careful. He's not someone to be trifled with. I still have some influence in the industry, so let me help you ask around first and see if this problem can be resolved amicably. But when Zhang Ye heard that, he spoke up. It's all right, Sister Fang. I'll settle this myself. Zhang Xiao's call came in. Little Zhang, what's happening? I don't know. Is it a rumor? I think it's real. Yao Jinkai also heard about it. Dong Shanshan gave him a call as well. Zhang Ye's friends were all quite surprised. They didn't know why Jiang Hanwei had suddenly picked a fight with Zhang Ye, so all of his friends called to show their concern for him. This was because the person who had picked a fight with Zhang Ye this time was not some unknown. It wasn't like those little-known athletes or crosstalk comedians like Tang Dazhong, who did not have many fans. This was a genuinely recognized A-list martial arts action star who was even more popular than Zhang Ye. In the entertainment industry, such public disagreements between A-list celebrities were virtually unheard of. But when they occurred, the gravity of the situation would not be light. Before long, Zhang Ye started receiving updates from those talent agents he had contacted earlier. From the first person, Teacher Zhang. Hey, Ms. Su. I've fallen sick recently and feel quite bad, so I'll be hospitalized for a while. Let's take a rain check on our meeting. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, it's fine. Your health is more important. Do take care of yourself. From the second person, Teacher Zhang. Yes, I've considered for a while, but I think that I won't be able to qualify as your agent with my current skill set. That's fine. My apologies. From the third person, Teacher Zhang. I think I won't be able to meet you in the afternoon. What's the matter? Teacher Jiang Hanwei's position in the industry is too high, and I'm just a small-timer, so I. Understood, no worries. I'm so sorry. Everyone was rejecting his offer now. None of them dared to take the job as Zhang Ye's agent. Jiang Hanwei's threat was too ruthless. For many of these talent agents, getting beaten up would be considered getting off lightly, and it wasn't as bad as it sounded. But realistically, it wasn't going to be as simple as just getting beaten up. They were more likely to get several beatings instead, or even not be able to make a living in the industry. Applying for the role of agent that they didn't even know if they would get was simply too risky, and it might even cut short their talent agent careers. No one was willing to take the risk. If it were for the role of Zhang Yuanqi's manager, then it wouldn't matter. With Sister Zhang's reputation in the entertainment industry, Jiang Hanwei would never dare to issue such threats. Even if he did, no one would care because Sister Zhang would most assuredly back them up. But it wasn't the same for Zhang Ye. This fellow's social ties were too poor, and he had few connections or friends to depend on. Compared to Jiang Hanwei, it was clear that Jiang Hanwei was the more oppressive figure. His words definitely held more weight. His parents also found out about this. His mother immediately flew into a rage. Jiang Hanwei. I used to rather like his kung fu movies. That old bastard. Based on what is he restricting my son from hiring an agent? His father, usually mild-mannered, was also enraged. Isn't he taking it too far? His mother said. Keep searching. Just continue looking for an agent. I doubt that he really dares to beat anyone up. Zhang Ye said calmly. The agents I shortlisted earlier have already rejected me for the interview. What? When his mother heard that, she cursed even more harshly. Has my son goddamn offended you or something? Zhang Ye was also thinking about this. Jiang Hanwei. A martial arts action star? A martial artist? Soon, he reached a plausible conclusion. Zhang Ye went online to research Jiang Hanwei's history. Everything was available online and was no secret at all. Jiang Hanwei turned out to be a former disciple of the Huashan sect and was Fan Wen's sixth disciple. He had studied under Fan Wen for 3 years beginning at the age of 8, but then left the sect due to some unknown reason and went into the world to fulfill his own ambitions. He was no longer a disciple of the Huashan sect, but after he became famous, he donated quite the sum to the Huashan sect for repairs. It seemed like he intended to rejoin the Huashan sect back then, but they did not accept him back. Perhaps it was because they just didn't want to take him back, or that something had happened all those years ago. Whatever the reason, it was unclear. But there were rumors that Jiang Hanwei's current martial arts skills were even better than Fan Wen's. A former disciple of the Huashan sect? Zhang Ye sneered. So this was the reason. So this was the root cause? Chapter 951. Rao Imin comes to visit. Chapter 951. Rao Imin comes to visit. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, the more the news spread, the more exaggerated it became. I heard it was because Zhang Ye took a show from Jiang Hanwei. What? I heard that it was because Jiang Hanwei found Zhang Ye to be an eyesore and wanted to repress him a little. I heard someone say that it was because Zhang Ye had offended too many people and did not know the rules of the industry. After he reached his current status, he did not even pay his respects to Jiang Hanwei as one of the big brothers, so Jiang Hanwei decided to make things difficult for him. Stop making things up. Those are all rumors. Fuck, there's too much information about this news now. Does anyone know what is going on? Does anyone have any information on what is really happening? I checked with a friend in the industry. He said that Zhang Hanwei really did say those words, but no one seems to know what kind of animosity they have. Is this true? It's true and has been confirmed. Can't you see how the involved parties did not come out to refute the rumors? Yeah, if the news were wrong, someone would have come out to clarify. Those applicants have all gone quiet. No one dares to be Zhang Ye's agent. The news was confirmed. Zhang Ye's and Zhang Hanwei's fans fought even harder. The entertainment industry had been quite peaceful recently, with no major events occurring. As such, this dispute made it to the headlines. Be it the common folk or the media, everyone was delighted to know that there was a feud between these celebrities. Their enthusiasm for it was even greater than for the news of a heavenly queen accepting a role on a new movie project and a heavenly king releasing a new song. This was human nature. Everyone had a gossip side. The reporters were also flocking over in full strength. Zhang Ye could not be contacted. Zhang Hanwei could not be contacted. However, someone managed to contact Zhang Hanwei's agent. Hello, I'm a reporter with the Beijing Times. Oh, what's the matter? Can you tell me what grudges teacher Jiang and teacher Zhang have for each other? No comment. Wait, do. The call was cut off. Then the cell phone of Zhang Hanwei's agent was turned off. But the more it became like this, the more excited the reporters became. Their keen sense of news reporting told them that there was certainly much more to the story. The way it was handled confirmed the authenticity of the news even further. But as for Zhang Ye, how would Zhang Ye handle this? The reporters waited with bated breath. The atmosphere in the entertainment industry became very tense. An A-list celebrity publicly issuing a warning against another A-list celebrity. This was a fight between the gods. This had not been seen in many years. Numerous people from the entertainment industry were also waiting to see how Zhang Ye would react. After all, Zhang Hanwei was very special, his status illustrious and prestigious. Very soon, Zhang Ye made a response. This response left the entire entertainment industry in a state of shock. Zhang Ye had given a call to Yao Jiankai. What's the matter, little Zhang? Yao Jiankai asked. Zhang Ye got straight to the point. Old Yao, you've been around the entertainment industry for many years, so you're quite familiar with how it works. Help me spread these words to the industry. Yao Jiankai was stunned. What do you want to say? Zhang Ye answered. Just help me spread word of my response. Say that I said. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Yao Jiankai was speechless. What are you trying to achieve? Zhang Ye said. Just say that. Are you sure? Yao Jiankai asked nervously. Zhang Ye nodded. I'm very sure. Yao Jiankai was very familiar with this temper of his longtime crosstalk partner. All right then. Soon after, Zhang Ye's words were spread throughout the entertainment industry. Fang Weihong was at a loss for words. Chen Guang was speechless. Fan Wenli gasped. The others in the industry were astounded. What are you acting all high and mighty for? No one had expected Zhang Ye to use this fearsome method to start the war with Zhang Hanwei. They were really going fight. Elsewhere, Zhang Hanwei's house. It was a villa. Zhang Hanwei was in the lounge discussing some fight choreography in a movie with two of the martial arts choreographers and a martial arts double on his team. His agent, Wan Yi, walked over and whispered some words to him. Zhang Hanwei belly laughed. Great. Tell him to watch out. Wan Yi nodded. Brother Zhang, what's the matter? One of the martial arts choreographers asked. That martial arts double blinked several times. Is it about Zhang Ye? Zhang Hanwei mocked. I've been in this business for over 20 years. But a rookie who has only been in the industry for 2 years dares to say such things to me. Wan Yi asked. Brother Zhang, just what is going on between you and Zhang Ye? Stop asking. Zhang Hanwei bluntly said. This is a blood feud. Wan Yi nodded. I understand. I'll inform the industry and use my social ties to guarantee that Zhang Ye won't find anyone as his agent. No one will want to work for him. Zhang Hanwei grunted in approval. Suddenly, a veteran from the actors' union called. Old Zhang. Oh, it's old bro Zhou. I'm calling to sort things out. Then please stop talking. Why are you picking a fight with Zhang Ye? Let it go, all right? I know little Zhang's agent, little Fang, quite well. She asked me to help you two reconcile. You're both big shot A-list celebrities, so don't get so ugly. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. If you two continue with this fighting, both of you will suffer. Old bro Zhou, you don't know the whole story. Old Jiang, no need to speak further. Huh, I'll buy you a drink when next we meet. Following, another person called to mediate things. It was songstress Zhang Xia. Little Jiang, it's been a while, right? Oh, Auntie Zhang. I think we haven't met since that year's spring festival gala. I know you and little Zhang pretty well. Do things have to be like this? Give me some face and let it rest. I really can't do that. No matter what, you can't stop little Zhang from getting an agent, right? Isn't this unreasonable? Please don't continue. It's not that I don't want to give you any face, but I really can't do that no matter who tries to mediate. Jiang Hanwei fended off all those calls for mediation. Just like he said, it was useless for anyone to try to mediate. Jiang Hanwei only wanted to make Zhang Ye look bad. He had many things he couldn't tell anyone because there were just too many things in the Chinese martial arts world that people did not know about. He had no way of saying it, nor did he have the right to say it. Ultimately, he was just a former disciple of the Huashan sect. As for why he dared to say such things to Zhang Ye, Jiang Hanwei naturally did not think that his own martial arts were better than Zhang Ye's. In his opinion, and based on rumors, the two of them would at most fight to a draw, in his own imagination, which was the best-case scenario. Of course, as they had not encountered each other before, the actual events could turn out much worse. Who knew if Jiang Hanwei could even take 10 attacks from Zhang Ye? But the problem now was that Jiang Hanwei did not plan to fight Zhang Ye in the ring. There was no need for that. A duel? A fight in the ring? What day and age did they live in? However, Jiang Hanwei was not uncompromising. From a certain perspective, he was not rigid at all. He could not interfere with the affairs of the Chinese martial arts world, nor help out in any way. But this was not the Chinese martial arts world. This was the entertainment industry, and he was one of the few celebrities with the highest of reputations. So why was there a need to duel Zhang Ye? This was not the place to duel in the ring. Zhang Ye and he were both A-list celebrities, so they couldn't possibly fight in the ring to decide the victor and make the person who lost admit defeat, right? This wasn't some children's game. This was a lawful society, and the usual practices of the Chinese martial arts world were not really applicable here. Every profession had its own rules and regulations. In the entertainment industry, the fight depended more on one's fame, reputation, aggressiveness, and savviness. Despite the fact that Zhang Ye had defeated all the large sects when their strongest were down, he would guarantee that the Zhang fellow would not get past him in the entertainment industry. He was confident that with just a word of his, Zhang Ye would be completely quashed by him. At the least, he could make Zhang Ye be unable to find an agent. Your martial arts are great? You can fight? What's the use of that? You may be very good at fighting, but can your agent fight well too? If I can't beat you in a physical fight, Zhang Ye, then the dozens of brothers of my Jiang Hanwei stunt team will be more than enough to take care of your agent. Frankly, I will make your agent get into a small accident and get injured. Even if the police come, they would have nothing on me. Who would still dare to be your agent then? I will beat them whenever I see them. You think I've been involved in the entertainment industry for this long without anything to show for? Saying that I was acting all high and mighty with you? I'll fucking act all high and mighty with you today then. I'll declare my intentions clearly here. What can you do about it? Back in Beijing, at Zhang Ye's parents' house. Very quickly, Zhang Ye received word of Jiang Hanwei's message. Just watch out. Zhang Ye was tickled by that. He knew that he could not beat me, so he spread the word to deal with my agent instead, make everyone afraid of applying for the job. But Zhang Ye had to admit that even though Jiang Hanwei's move was nefarious, it was actually very effective. Up until now, there was no more news from those agents recommended by Fang Weihong, whom he had contacted earlier. His mother was so angry that she scolded Jiang Hanwei the entire morning. Finally, she asked, "Son, is there any news regarding the agent position?" "No." Zhang Ye shook his head. His father frowned. "Not even a single applicant." Zhang Ye responded, "Not even one." His mother said angrily, "Why are they all so easily scared off? How can there not be any competition to become the agent of an A-list celebrity? There should at least be some people who are not afraid of trouble, right?" His father sighed. "That Jiang Hanwei can be very arrogant in the industry. I heard that he's a veteran whose code of brotherhood is very strong, and he has beaten up several people in the past. He is similar to Little Yi in that he is the type of person who will beat someone up if he says he will do so. The applicants for the agent position are only trying to make a living, so they do not see the need to take such risks. Who isn't afraid of getting beaten up anyway? His mother said angrily. Does he have any regard for the law? His father said. People like them have plenty of underhanded methods they can use. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. His mother shouted to the outside, "Who is it?" "Grandma, it's me." It was Qinshan's voice. His mother, who was raging a moment ago, immediately perked up. "Yo, it's Qinshan." Zhang Ye blinked. Rao and Qinshan were here. Chapter 952. Old Rao, why don't you be my agent? Chapter 952. Old Rao, why don't you be my agent? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. Guests had come to visit Zhang Ye and his family. His parents opened the door to welcome them. "Qinshan, did you miss Grandpa and Grandma?" Qinshan made a noise in affirmation, then asked, "Where's Zhang Ye?" "Him? He's getting changed in his room," his mother answered with a chuckle. Qinshan bounced to the small bedroom door and knocked on it with her little hand. "Zhang Ye, come out, I'm here." Zhang Ye's voice came from inside the room. Soon, Qinshan knocked on the door again and badgered, "Zhang Ye, hurry up." "I get it." Zhang Ye was annoyed. His father looked at the woman standing at the door. "You must be little Rao." For once, Rao showed a smile. "How should I address the two of you?" Over at Zhang Ye's rented apartment, his mother had met her twice before, so she knew her. "Anything is fine. Our age gap is not really that large, so you just call us Big Bro and Big Sis." "Okay," Rao said. His mother beckoned her in. Come in, and sit." Rao had brought along quite a few fruits and gift boxes. "I heard from Qinshan that she gave you two a lot of trouble in the past 6 months. I didn't know what to get, so I just got a little something for you." "Aya, you didn't have to bring any gifts. You're too polite." His mother smiled and said, "When Little Yi was staying at your place, he caused you a lot of trouble too. You even cooked for him and offered him free rent, so we're very grateful to you as well. If not for your help back then, Little Yi would not have become this successful." They exchanged some pleasantries. At this moment, Zhang Ye, who had just changed out of his pajamas into casual wear, came out from his bedroom. "Yo, Big Sis Rao, you're here." He patted Qinshan, who had stood at the door for a long while, on her little head when he came out. They ate lunch at home. Initially, his mother had wanted to cook for the guests, but Rao insisted on doing it instead, so his mother did not stop her. His mother felt it was inappropriate. "How can we let our guest cook for us?" But Zhang Ye did not mind. "Haha, Big Sis Rao's cooking is much better than yours." At first, his mother did not believe him, but when the tableful of dishes were served, she was convinced. The dishes were excellent in color, smell, and taste. His mother praised. "The food is delicious." Rao said, "I just whipped up a few dishes, so please make do with them." Without any words, Zhang Ye and Qinshan vied for the plate of red braised pork belly. "Zhang Ye, don't fight me. I must. This piece is mine. Eat that piece instead. Don't mess around. But this piece is marbled. I love eating it. I love eating it as well." "Zhang Ye, you're not behaving like an adult." The two of them always fought during mealtime. Everyone was used to it. Whether it was Zhang Ye or Qinshan, they had not tasted Rao cooking for almost half a year now. As such, they naturally couldn't resist. His parents regarded the meal as secondary and mainly wanted to chat with Rao. As they chatted, they got around to Zhang Ye's problems. His mother said in frustration, "That Jiang Hanwei, don't you think it's infuriating? My son did not step on his tail, but he went around spreading the word that he wanted to beat up my son's agent. Does that make any sense at all?" Rao looked at Zhang Ye. "Jiang Hanwei." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's that martial arts action star. He sounds familiar." Rao said, "I think I've met him before." His mother was surprised. "You've met him before?" Rao tried to recall, then said, "Many years ago. I don't really remember." Jiang Hanwei was part of the Chinese martial arts world. Even if he wasn't a Huashan sect member nowadays, he could still be considered as a non-affiliate, or more appropriately, had set up his own martial sect. He was currently doing even better than those people from the large sects, and had a big team of martial artists. Furthermore, Jiang Hanwei was a true martial artist himself and was very skilled as well. It could even be said that he was the most famous person in the entire Chinese martial arts world. Be it his kung fu or his popularity, they were all first-rate. As a result, Zhang Ye was not surprised to hear Rao Aimin say that she had once met him. His parents were, on the other hand, rather surprised to hear this, because to them, Rao Aimin was just an ordinary woman who owned a lot of apartments. She seemed to not even have a job and just relied on collecting rents for a living. Rao Aimin asked, "Did he really issue a threat like that?" Angered, his mother said, "Yeah, it's true. That old bastard. Does he think that my son is a pushover? How is your son a pushover?" Rao Aimin glanced at Zhang Ye. "Precisely," his mother said. "Everyone knows that my son is not a pushover, yet he brazenly picked a fight. What do you think he's thinking? Don't you think he has nothing better to do?" Qinshin looked up and interrupted. "Zhang Ye, show him what you're capable of." "Show him what I'm capable of," Zhang Ye said in amusement. "He must show me what he is capable of first." His mother complained. Little Yi wanted to hire an agent because he was getting too busy with work, but that idea has to be scrapped now. The applicants for the agent position are all too scared to take the role now because they're afraid of getting beaten up. Jiang Hanwei's exact words were, "I'll beat up whoever becomes his agent." That was enough to scare off all of the potential applicants. Rao Aimin said, "With his martial arts skill, who can he beat up?" His father replied, "You might not know, but Jiang Hanwei is not just any martial arts action star. He's really skilled and knows real martial arts, and is also very good at it, unlike some others who only know how to put on a show." Rao Aimin did not say anything. Qinshin claimed, "My aunt is more powerful." His mother said, "In your eyes, your aunt is definitely powerful, but Jiang Hanwei is." "That's enough, Mom. Just drop it," interrupted Zhang Ye. "What do you mean drop it?" His mother rolled her eyes and said, "Can't you see that I'm taking right now?" Zhang Ye pleaded, "Can you please talk about something else?" His mother said, "Why would I talk about something else?" Zhang Ye had no words. The person sitting in front of you is the Grandmaster of Grandmasters in the Chinese martial arts world. It sounds like a joke when you keep blabbering about how Jiang Hanwei's kung fu is very good in front of a real Grandmaster. Not even Zhang Ye dared to boast about how powerful he had become when facing Rao Aimin. Qinshin asked, "Zhang Ye, why are you looking for an agent?" "To assist me in handling my work." Zhang Ye shrugged and said, "Your uncle Zhang has become more famous now, so there are more people looking for me and giving me work. Even if I were superhuman, I couldn't handle the workload by myself. But even if I could, it wouldn't be good for me to handle it personally. It's hard for me to reject them flat out, so I need someone to represent me in the handling of these issues. Actually, there aren't many important matters anyway. Frankly, it's just to act as a shield for me." Qinshin suddenly came up with an idea. "Then why don't you get my aunt to be your agent?" Zhang Yi blinked and smiled. "That would be great, but I'm afraid that your aunt won't agree to it." Qinshin looked at Rao Aimin and said, "Aunt, you have nothing to do at home anyway." Rao Aimin looked at her. "Do I look that free to you?" Qinshin and Zhang Yi nodded at the same time. Rao Aimin couldn't muster up a reply. Zhang Yi coughed and gave her serious look. "Honestly, old Rao, why don't you be my agent? I would now like to ceremoniously and formally extend the invitation to you." In fact, a long time ago when someone brought up to Zhang Yi the subject of choosing an agent to help with his work, Zhang Yi had given it careful consideration. The first person who came to mind back then was Rao Aimin. First of all, she always stayed home with nothing to do and had a lot of free time on her hands. Second, she was very familiar with Zhang Yi and knew him very well, even to the point of having slept in the same bed several times. Third, Rao Aimin's temperament, character, and values were nearly identical to his. The two of them were seemingly carved from the same mold. Their opinions on many topics were basically the same. If Zhang Yi were to turn into a drop-dead gorgeous woman, then he would definitely become Rao Aimin. And if Rao Aimin were to become a handsome lady killer, then, alright, then that would definitely not be Zhang Yi. In short, Rao Aimin was Zhang Ye's most preferred candidate without any others coming close. But he knew that old Rao had too high a status for the job, being a notorious grandmaster who happened to own many apartments. She did not lack fame or fortune, so what was in it for her to be his agent? And that was why Zhang Yi asked for help from Zhang Yuanqi to help him find an agent at the beginning, as he did not know how to bring it up to Rao Aimin. But now that he had encountered an obstacle in Jiang Hanwei, who caused all those potential agents to turn down his offer, And since Chun had innocently brought up the subject, Zhang Ye went along with it. However, his parents thought otherwise, even as he felt this was the most logical way to do it. His mom and dad recoiled at the thought. His mother said angrily, "What are you saying? Won't you be bringing harm upon her?" His father said hurriedly, "That won't do. Absolutely not." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Nothing will happen to old Rao." "What do you mean by nothing will happen?" His mother said angrily. "That Jiang fellow has threatened to beat up whoever your agent is. Yet you still want to hire Chinchins and as your agent? The nerve you have. How can you allow such a gentle and beautiful woman to get beaten up in front of you?" Gentle? Was this woman all that gentle? "She's only friendly because our family has taken care of Chunshin for more than half a year, and she's showing her appreciation for our kindness. If it were toward any other people, see if she would bother acting gentle. I doubt even their dogs would welcome her at that time." Get beaten up? Yes, someone would get beaten up, but it was unlikely that she'd be the one getting beaten up. Zhang Ye ignored his parents and kept his eyes on old Rao. "Just tell me, are you willing to do it?" Chin helped to persuade her. "Aunt, go ahead and take the position." Zhang Ye was thinking how this rascal was trying to find something for her aunt to be busy with, so that her aunt wouldn't need to keep a constant eye on her studies and homework all day long. His mother pushed him, not understanding why he was behaving so insensibly. She said to Rao, "Little Rao, ignore him. Let him slowly look for an agent by himself." Rao smiled without saying a word. Zhang Ye repeated, "If you're willing, just say yes. If not, then forget it. I won't mention this again in the future, so just give it to me straight. Actually, if you become my agent, there isn't really much that you need to do. You just have to help me answer some calls and deal with some advertisers, the media, and commercial appearances. In any case, I accept nearly none of them, so you can just reject them all. You can stay with family and take care of your kid as you would. None of that would be affected. Oh right, I'll also be giving you a part of my earnings, but of course, there definitely won't be much." After a short silence, Rao spoke, not to Zhang Ye, but rather to his parents. "If it were a year ago, I would definitely have ignored him, as I have no interest in being involved with the entertainment industry. But now that my younger sister and brother-in-law's issue has been resolved, my years-long burden has been lifted from my shoulders. Your son helped me a great deal, but I won't elaborate on the details. I really owe him a monumental favor this time. And Chin being taken care of by your family for the past half a year is also another favor. I am normally an unreasonable person, but a favor must be repaid. It's only proper." His mother was stunned. "But Zhang Hanwei is," Rao said nonchalantly. "Who does he think he is?" Zhang Ye was getting excited. "Old Rao, then do you mean?" Rao glanced at him and said, "I will accept being your agent for now. When you find a more suitable candidate in the future, I will step down. I'll just be your agent temporarily." "Ha ha ha, sure." Zhang Ye was enthused and excited. He had done it. He had really done it. He really hadn't expected old Rao to agree to this. From here on out, they were going to proceed as a damn unbeatable team. Chapter 953, Xiaodong's Birthday Invitation. Chapter 953, Xiaodong's Birthday Invitation. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Afternoon. Old Rao took Chin back home. His mother immediately grumbled. "What are you trying to do? Are you really going to let her take the risk?" His father heavily opposed his decision and criticized. "You're putting little Rao right out in the open by making her your agent." Zhang Ye said, "It will be fine." His mother said, "What are you going to do if something bad happens?" Zhang Ye said, "I can guarantee both of you that even if someone gets into trouble, she will be fine." His mother clicked her tongue and said, "What's with little Rao? I told her that Zhang Hanwei is a martial artist and an expert one at that. Why didn't she listen?" Ring, ring, ring. A call came in. Zhang Ye looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Wu Ziqing. He immediately went back into his room to answer the call. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Hello, old Wu." "Huh." Old Wu remarked, "Oh, in a good mood, are we?" Zhang Ye replied, "Yeah, I just finalized something." Old Wu gently said, "I just heard about your issue with Zhang Hanwei. What happened? Have you offended someone again?" "I didn't offend him. Rather, he insisted on standing up for someone and tried to curry favor with them. I can't explain the problem in just a simple few words. I'll tell you in detail if there's a chance later." Zhang Ye had never hidden anything from old Wu. There was no need to do so either. I know why you're calling, and I was just about to call you as well. I can handle this problem myself, so please don't interfere. Your position is too high. If you get involved, it won't be fun anymore. Old Wu said. What are you planning this time? Zhang Ye chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. All right then, I won't interfere. Old Wu agreed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, just focus on your work. I'll deal with Jiang Hanwei personally this time. After hanging up, Zhang Ye was still in a very good mood because Rao Aimin had agreed to become his agent. After humming a ditty, he didn't feel satisfied, so he took out his cell phone and posted a very attention-seeking Weibo message. The content of the Weibo post was very simple. The agent has been confirmed. Thanks for everyone's concern. The word concern was even put into double quotation marks. It was obviously referring to the concern of a certain person. When this Weibo post was posted, it caught many people off guard. The netizens expressed their shock at this reveal. Oh, he's found an agent already? How'd he do it this fast? Ha. Beautifully executed, Teacher Zhang. Jiang Hanwei has just spread the word that he will beat up his agent, and Zhang Ye has already found someone? How face-smacking. Yeah, who was just saying that no one would apply for the position? Who is it? How can they be so brave? I don't know. Who's the agent? They did not even feel threatened by Jiang Hanwei's words. Who is this divine agent? Before long, Zhang Ye's cell phone started ringing. Fang Weihong said in surprise. You found someone already? Zhang Ye said, that's right. Fang Weihong asked, who is it? Zhang Ye laughed and said, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Isn't it an agent from the recommendation list I gave to you? Fang Weihong was extremely curious. She didn't understand how such an unpopular person like Zhang Ye could find an agent from somewhere else. Who had recommended the agent to him? Moreover, there was actually someone who paid no heed to the warnings and had gone against them under such circumstances. Zhang Xia also gave him a call. Grandma Zhang, who did you find? You definitely won't know who it is, haha. I'm just afraid that you'll get them into trouble. Don't worry, everything will be fine. It's good that you found an agent. With your status, you really should let an agent handle things for you. Otherwise, how could you cope with so many things by yourself? How about this? I've known little Jiang for many years, and I think he's gotten really out of hand this time. I'll help you in trying to talk him around again, so just leave it to me. Grandma Zhang, I really appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to. Then how are you going to handle things? I have my ways. At present, the entire entertainment industry was also wondering, who on earth was Zhang Ye's agent? Even Jiang Hanwei was stunned when he heard the news. At Jiang Hanwei's house, he immediately called over his own agent. Wani said, Brother Jiang. Jiang Hanwei looked furious. Find out who it is. Make sure you find out. Yes. Wani said solemnly. Infuriated, Jiang Hanwei swore, fuck. I want to see who has the courage to disregard my face. How dare they charge at me at this time? Are they tired of living? Do they really consider me, old Jiang, a peaceful man, and consider my words bullshit? Search who it is, their name, which talent agencies they've worked at. Give me all that info. Understood. Wani went off to get it done. He immediately made around 8 phone calls. Showing disrespect to Brother Jiang? You're trying to die? Meanwhile, many industry insiders were inquiring about this news. Because of a single Weibo post by Zhang Ye, many people's curiosities were piqued. Hello, old Wang. Hey, what's up? Do you know who Zhang Ye's agent is? I don't know. Even you don't know anything? No. I'm also confused over this announcement. Hello, old Chen. Did any of your agency's agents resign? No. I've already asked them. What about the others? No news, nothing. No one knows anything? How is that possible? Who knows where Zhang Ye found this person? Many people used their connections, but couldn't discover anything. Even Jiang Hanwei, with his influence in the entertainment industry, could not dig up any information. There was no news. Be it the well-known agents of the industry or the unknown rookies, there were no signs that any of them were going to be Zhang Ye's agent. Hence, the identity of this person made everyone wonder. It was as if said agent had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly popped into the picture. Everyone was caught by surprise. Was it because they were exceptionally good at keeping a low profile? Or was it because they were afraid of Jiang Hanwei and therefore did not risk showing themselves? But that couldn't be. Since that person had the courage to become Zhang Ye's agent, Jiang Hanwei would find out sooner or later. There was no point in keeping a low profile like this. Rather, it was a sign of weakness, so it shouldn't be the case here. Furthermore, the industry itself was not that big, and the people within would know very quickly when something happened. If you did not know, then someone was bound to know something about it. But even so, there was not a single piece of news regarding this. This probably meant that the person was not from the talent agency business. A lot of people were already forming their own judgment. It must be a relative of Zhang Ye's. His mother? Or his father? This was the only possible reason why the industry did not receive any news, and also why that person refused to give any face to Jiang Hanwei. This explained everything. At a small gathering, several new celebrities were whispering. This move by Zhang Ye was in truth very beautifully done. Yeah, there are a few reasons he had a relative be his agent. First, he can retaliate against Jiang Hanwei. Second, if Zhang Ye's agent turns out to be his father or mother, then no matter what, Jiang Hanwei likely wouldn't go and beat up his parents. Unless there's a deep hatred between them, he wouldn't go to the extent of beating up his parents. Right. When you put it like that, it makes sense. So Zhang Ye actually has a strategy. The problem now has been pushed back into Jiang Hanwei's court. This match is very exciting to watch. Let's see which of them can win the next game. Right now, the focus of the entire entertainment industry is upon this fight of theirs. If someone could think of this, then others would naturally come to a similar conclusion as well. But when a lot of the people in the entertainment industry surmised this was the case and thought that Jiang Hanwei would be left in a difficult position, he made another declaration. He didn't care who it was. He would keep his word. These two sentences were leaked by a very reputable director of the industry. That director was very close with Jiang Hanwei, so the credibility of it was almost absolute. No one could have thought that Zhang Ye would be so stubborn, and no one could have thought that Jiang Hanwei would be likewise. At once, the atmosphere of the entire entertainment industry was frozen again. Holy shit, they really aren't going to let this rest. What are Zhang Ye and Jiang Hanwei trying to do? Just what feud is there between the two of them? They're both big-shot A-list celebrities. Are they really going to fight to the death? Even if Zhang Ye's relative is his agent, Jiang Hanwei will still beat them up. They're locked in battle. Neither is willing to take a step back. With things getting out of hand, everyone in the entertainment industry knew about this incident. Everyone was now waiting to see how it would turn out. It was at this moment that Zhang Ye received an invitation. It was a call from the popular domestic idol group's team leader, Xiaodong. Xiaodong immediately said when the call connected, "Zhang Ye, I've been trying to contact you since a while ago, but I never could get through to you. So you're back in Beijing? Perfect. Tomorrow's my birthday. You should come." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I don't think I should." Xiaodong asked, "Why not?" Zhang Ye replied, "Don't you know how my social ties are? I don't really know many people, so why should I go? I'll introduce you to them." Xiaodong said without explaining further, "No rejecting, you must come." Zhang Ye considered it for a moment and thought that it didn't really matter to him anyway, so he said, "Fine." Xiaodong was very happy to hear that. Then it settled. "Oh right, I know about the situation between you and Uncle Jiang. Why did things turn out like this between the two of you? I don't care what happened, but I need to reconcile the two of you. My relationship with Uncle Jiang is extremely good. He even took me under his wing. What am I going to do if the two of you are fighting like this? Tomorrow, it'll be fine when I settle things for the two of you tomorrow. Don't you refuse my help." That's that then. Zhang Ye was just about to speak. Do. The call ended. Zhang Ye shook his head helplessly. He knew that Xiaodong was just being nice. But the conflict between Jiang Hanwei and him was not going to be so easily resolved with just a few words. On the same day, a copy of the invite list was released. It was exposed by a small tabloid. No one knew where they got the guest list from. Xiaodong's birthday banquet. Time, tomorrow. Location, Yinshi Hotel. Below was the list of attending guests. It was a long list comprising several dozen people who were all influential public figures in the entertainment industry. For example, there were the two other members of Xiaodong's idol group, a famous director, a famous screenwriter, several people from their music company, Xiaodong's girlfriends, and a few A-list celebrities like Hu Dongfang, Jiang Hanwei, and Zhang Ye. When the guest list got out, it struck terror into the hearts of the industry personages. What? Jiang Hanwei, Zhang Ye. Both of them were going to be at Xiaodong's birthday celebration tomorrow? What was the meaning of this? Wouldn't the two of them end up fighting? On top of that, everyone in the industry knew that Zhang Hanwei's skills were all real martial arts. Everyone believed that if the two of them got into a real fight, Zhang Ye would definitely be the one getting beaten up. Chapter 954, Car Crash. Chapter 954, Car Crash. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the day of the birthday celebration, Huairou, Yinchi Hotel. A long way from the hotel, Zhang Ye was driving and talking on the phone. What are you going here for, old Rao? I want to go and have a look. Wasn't there someone who wanted to beat me up? It's my friend's birthday today, so let me meet them first. Just wait for me. Hey, you're serious about coming? Of course. Since someone has issued a threat to me, how can I not be there? Check back later, all right? Wait for my call. If you really come, then I doubt the birthday celebration would be able to proceed. The entire event would definitely get disrupted and thrown into disarray. Zhang Ye didn't care who Zhang Hanwei was, but he still had to leave some face for Xiaodong. At the venue, the birthday celebration was slated to begin at noon, but at around 10 a.m., the guests were already gradually arriving. Around the area, several groups of reporters were also here with 7 or 8 news reporting vans behind them. Reporters showing up for such celebrity birthday celebrations was not an unusual sight. After all, any small or big events with many celebrities in attendance was still news for them. But today's event clearly did not have an air of normalcy to it. Too many reporters had showed up. There were entertainment reporters from the newspapers, reporters from Beijing television, and reporters from Central TV News Channel. From the emptied bottles and drink packets lying on the ground, many of these reporters had probably been waiting since early in the morning. Everyone's purpose today was likely the same. They were all here because of the conflict between Zhang Hanwei and Zhang Ye. Why are they not here yet? Take it easy. Just wait. A car's coming. A car's coming. That's Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. Let's go. Go, go, go. A car was driving over from across the way. When the sharp-eyed reporters saw this, they swarmed it. The car couldn't move forward as it got blocked. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli had no choice but to roll down their windows to tell the reporters, "Can you please make way for us?" One of the female reporters quickly said, "Everyone knows that the two of you are good friends with Zhang Ye. Can you please tell us what is going on between him and Zhang Hanwei?" Chun Guang gave a wry smile. "I'm not sure either," a male reporter hurriedly said. "Do you think they'll attend the birthday bash?" Fan Wenli smiled and said, "I suppose so." All in all, the couple denied any knowledge of the dispute by giving non-committal answers. Behind them, Hu Dongfang's car also arrived. A large wave of reporters once again surrounded a celebrity's vehicle. "Teacher Hua, sect leader Hua, do you know anything about the conflict between Zhang Ye and Zhang Hanwei? What are they fighting over? Does teacher Zhang Hanwei really want to beat up Zhang Ye's agent?" Hu Dongfang answered with a smile, "It must be gossip. Don't believe it." A newspaper reporter said, "But hasn't the news already been confirmed?" "I don't know about that." Hua Dongfang repeatedly shook his head. "Please, everyone, let me through. I need to get inside." A reporter from a television station asked, "Then who is Zhang Ye's agent?" Hu Dongfang replied, "I would like to ask the same." The reporter said in surprise, "You don't know who it is either?" More and more of the arriving celebrities were stuck at the main entrance. As the hotel was a semi-open space, Xiaodong had already booked the entire place prior to today. The celebration was considered a private event and guests would require an invitation to get in. So the reporters, who weren't allowed in, could only block the entrance in the hopes of getting their questions answered. Not long after, Xiaodong and the other 2 members of her group ran out of the hotel. Their group's name was Spring Garden. It was formed of 3 female members. Xiaodong was the group's leader, with the other 2 members being Li Xiaoxian and Amy. They were the most popular girl group in the country, and their popularity ranking had always been at the forefront of the B-list rankings. They had been popular for many years, and if a good chance or opportunity came their way, they might even rise into the A-list. The 3 members had very different styles. Xiaodong was more well-rounded, beautiful, mature, but also full of life. Li Xiaoxian was comparatively quieter and behaved and spoke appropriately at all times. On the other hand, Amy was more of a wild child who was sassier and sexier than the other 2, and had a large number of fans chasing her. When Li Xiaoxian came out, she said to the reporters, "Can everyone please make way for the guests to enter? Thank you for your cooperation." Amy said, "Stop blocking the entrance." As a result of their appearance, the reporters rushed over and surrounded them. Teacher Xiaodong, is the guest list for your birthday celebration real? When will Zhang Ye and Jiang Hanwei get here? They're both quite close to you. So what do you make of this quarrel between them? Why did you invite both of them to your birthday bash? Who is Zhang Ye's agent? Teacher Xiaodong, reveal something to us, please. Their cameras and zoom lenses were all raised and ready. Xiaodong first signaled to the hotel's security team to clear the area around the entrance, then brought all the reporters over to a different spot so that the guests could get into the hotel without any trouble. She then told them in all seriousness, "First, I would like to clarify something. Zhang Yi and Uncle Jiang are both very dear to me and have both helped me out before. About the argument this time, I dare say that it is only a rumor. At any rate, I haven't received such news. It must have been made up by someone and everyone else circulated it. From what I know, Zhang Yi and Uncle Jiang have never even met before, so how could they clash like that? This whole state of affairs is one big contradiction." The reporters all nodded in agreement. Right, these two men really hadn't ever met before. So how could things suddenly escalate so relentlessly between them? Xiaodong continued, "It's true that I invited both Teacher Zhang and Uncle Jiang today, but it's so that they can clarify things to put this matter to rest and keep this ridiculousness from spreading any further." Li Xiaoxian added, "Right, it's all just hearsay." Amy said with a laugh, "Don't believe those rumors." Later, when Sister Dong officially introduces Uncle Jiang to Zhang Yi, she'll get them to take a picture together and we'll send it to you guys. That should be enough to dismiss all the gossip. Xiaodong coughed and stepped on Amy's foot. When the reporters heard this, they got a little confused. Take a picture together? Could it really have been a rumor? All their information was wrong. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He's here. That's Zhang Ye's car." Whose car is beside his? The other one belongs to Jiang Hanwei. They came here together? The reporters were startled. They quickly picked up their cameras and snapped picture after picture. There were even some people who rushed over to stop their cars, hoping to get an interview. Xiaodong was also startled by this. She hadn't expected the two of them to happen to meet on the way in, but she quickly reacted and signaled to the hotel security to block the reporters. Then she stood there and beckoned for Zhang Ye's car and Jiang Hanwei's car to proceed straight into the hotel and not slow down. She was afraid that the reporters would surround them if their cars stopped there. That would expose a lot of behind-the-scenes issues, and she would have no way to mediate the conflict after the fact. Chen Guang smiled and waved. Zhang Yi, who was driving, raised a hand in return. He greeted old Chen and his wife. Quite a few of the celebrities who were held up at the entrance earlier also waved at Jiang Hanwei's car while nodding and smiling to him. They were all very warm and polite toward his arrival. "Teacher Jiang, you've arrived? Please go ahead. Head in first. There are too many people out here. Let's chat when we get inside. Old Jiang, we must drink together today. I haven't had any with you in a while." Jiang Hanwei's car was a black BMW 7 Series. The car window rolled down slowly as he nodded to and greeted his old friends. The celebrities successively restarted their cars to get ready to drive into the hotel. At the main entrance, the hotel security team had already cleared the way for the guests to proceed in. Zhang Yi had just spotted the person in the car next to his. At the same time, Jiang Hanwei saw Zhang Yi in the BMW X5 beside his car. The two of them were taken aback and exchanged a look about a second long before looking away again. Jiang Hanwei rolled up his car window and sneered. Zhang Yi seemingly looked indifferent to this. The two of them bumped into each other for the first time in this manner. In the next moment, the two of them bumped into each other for the first time as well. Due to Jiang Hanwei's status in the industry, those celebrities who had arrived earlier did not cut in front of him and instead waited for Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Yi to drive into the hotel first. And between those two cars, Zhang Ye's X5 was the one slightly ahead. Because the road leading up into the hotel's entrance was sloped, and since his car was an all-wheel drive crossover, he was clearly moving more smoothly. As such, according to his travel speed, Zhang Yi should have been the one entering the hotel first, followed by Jiang Hanwei. But an accident occurred. The interior of the car. Jiang Hanwei told his driver, "Pass him." His chauffeur was a martial arts choreographer on his team. "Ah," Jiang Hanwei repeated. "Pass him," the driver challenged. but there's only enough space for one car to enter at a time. All right, don't do it then, Zhang Hanwei said sarcastically. Haha, okay, I know what to do. After confirming his intentions, the driver broke into a smile. Watch what I can do. Suddenly, the BMW 7 Series accelerated and sped forward. The engine revved loudly and scared everyone within hearing range. After this, everyone was astonished to see Zhang Hanwei's car speeding past the other car. The road leading to the hotel's main entrance was already getting narrower up ahead and could only accommodate a single car at a time, but Zhang Hanwei's BMW still forcefully overtook the other car. Swerving, the rear bumper made light contact with the front of Zhang Ye's car as he cut Zhang Ye off. They nearly collided, but Zhang Hanwei's car still managed to get ahead at the end. Zhang Hanwei laughed. His driver and two other members of his stunt team also laughed. Chen Guang frowned. What are they trying to do? Fan Wenli said. Zhang Hanwei is too hot-headed. A female celebrity beside them said, That's so dangerous. There was nearly an accident. This passing maneuver was in fact very dangerous due to the fact that the hotel entrance was sloped, not a gentle gradient, but sheer. The height difference between the top and the bottom of the sloped side was about half a meter, so if the car did not manage to cut in front, it would have gone off the slope and possibly overturn. If it really did overturn, the damage to the car would be secondary, while those who were in it would definitely get hurt. They might even be seriously injured. The reporters were all stunned. Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy were all getting anxious. What is Uncle Jiang doing? There are still so many reporters out there. The other celebrities present were also stunned by what had happened. Some were amused. Those who were amused were the celebrities who had close ties with Zhang Hanwei and knew his temperament very well. You want to drive ahead of old Jiang? Zhang Ye, do you think you're qualified to do so? In an instant, the reporters became very excited. It was as though they had just spotted an opportunity to report on a headline piece of news and tirelessly snapped away on their cameras in the direction of the entrance. Zhang Hanwei was indeed Zhang Hanwei. The big brother of the entertainment industry was still as domineering as ever. Everyone was astonished, but not surprised at this. This was because Zhang Hanwei's temper had always been like this. He had also done similar things in the past as he had today. Zhang Hanwei's name was quite reflective of his character, considerably tougher, and wanting to have the glory of being the first in everything that he did. As such, what he did today was very normal to those who knew him well. Momentarily, everyone's focus was on Zhang Hanwei's car. Some of the reporters were already thinking of how to write today's entertainment news headlines after they got back to their offices. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the person in the car behind Zhang Hanwei. It was the hooligan who had an even worse temper and reputation than Zhang Hanwei. Zhang Ye was infuriated right there and then. Motherfucker. Zhang Ye had always been a reasonable person when handling things. At the National Martial Arts Conference, it was the Huashan sect who had resorted to underhanded tactics first. Zhang Ye and Rao Aimin nearly lost their lives at the time. So of course they wanted to seek a proper explanation from the Huashan sect after the event. But you, Zhang Hanwei, you're just a former disciple of the Huashan sect, so what business do you have? First, you issue a threat in the circle that you're going to beat up my agent. Then you warn that you'll still do it even if the agent is my relative. And now you cut me off. And even scrape my car? If it weren't for my wide tires, my car would have flipped and rolled down the slope. I've given you your fucking face. Are you fucking done yet? With a roar of the engine, Zhang Ye's X5 suddenly accelerated forward. Zhang Ye's car is going. What's going on? What is he trying to do? Heavens! This act caught everyone by surprise. Zhang Hanwei's driver did not care. Instead, he steered in a serpentine pattern to block Zhang Ye's path, knowing that he wouldn't be able to pass him anymore. It was sheer provocation. The martial arts choreographer in the front passenger seat turned back to look and said, There's already no space on the road in front. It's only enough for a single car to pass through the entrance. Does he still want to pass us? Does he intend to fly over us then? Zhang Ye approached. Closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ye's X5 was right behind them. This time, it was the people in Zhang Hanwei's car who were panicking. Holy shit, why isn't that bastard slowing down? Fuck, he's about to collide with us. That idiot is crazy. Zhang Hanwei was stunned. The reporters were stunned. Xiaodong was stunned. Everyone present at the celebration was stunned. Zhang Ye floored the accelerator and, scaring everyone out of their wits, rear-ended the BMW 7 Series in front of him. With a loud crash, the rear of the 7 Series visibly crumpled. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's X5 didn't look like it had a scratch on it. His X5 was not just any ordinary X5, but a specially made bulletproof crossover. Zhang Ye then pushed Jiang Hanwei's car off the side of the slope. Bam! Clang! Jiang Hanwei's car fell off the sheer slope side, but did not flip over. The engine died. In the car, a flurry of curses and swears rang out one after another. Zhang Ye, your grandpa. Fuck, I owe my waist. Jiang Hanwei had hit his arm against something and was in so much pain that he blew up in anger. At this moment, everything seemed to still. No one expected Zhang Ye to actually crash into the car in front of him. Chen Guang covered his face with his hands. Fan Wenli wiped off the sweat on her forehead. All of the other celebrities were staring with jaws dropped. So this was Zhang Ye? This was the infamous hooligan of the entertainment circle? Holy fuck, what kind of person is he? So it turns out that there is actually someone in the entertainment circle more hot-headed than Jiang Hanwei. Zhang Ye then put his car into gear and turned the steering wheel and swaggered in through the hotel's main entrance. The reporter who had questioned Spring Garden earlier looked at them with dumbfounded eyes. Are you girls sure that you can get the two of them to take a picture together later on? Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, Amy. This was big news. There was no way it could be contained any longer. Chapter 955, Old Rao arrives. Chapter 955, Old Rao arrives. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Online. News and photos of the incident started appearing all over the internet. Not good. Zhang Ye has caused trouble again. Latest news update. Zhang Ye crashed into Jiang Hanwei's car. This picture was taken at the scene of the crash. Quick, come and see. I'm gonna faint. Fuck, what happened over there? Did they really start fighting? I already said that if the two of them were to come together, something would definitely happen. Now look, something has really happened. It has really happened just like I said it would. What is that car Zhang Ye is driving? It's the specially made bulletproof version of the X5. How awesome. It's practically undamaged. Why did it collide with the car in front? I heard that it was over getting cut off. Jiang Hanwei cut Zhang Ye off and scraped the front of his car. Zhang Ye is indeed Zhang Ye. Cutting people off? Scraping the front of someone's car? Trying to intimidate people? Zhang Ye does not resort to things like that. He will just take direct action. He will simply go ahead and crash into them. A lot of people have been lending their support to Jiang Hanwei recently. He's hot-headed? He mustn't be offended? Her. Teacher. Zhang's fans will surely laugh at that. From this crash alone, it already shows why Zhang Ye is proclaimed by everyone as the hooligan of the entertainment industry instead of Jiang Hanwei. Oh my god, looks like this will definitely lead to a fight between them. What do you mean by lead to a fight? They've already started the fight. What's the state of affairs right now? I don't know. The reporters can't get into the event. At the venue, inside Yinchi Hotel, with the main entrance gates about to close, the rest of the celebration attending celebrities hurriedly drove inside. Some of them helped support Jiang Hanwei and company into their cars, checking to see if they were all right. Zhang Ye had long since walked into the hotel. When Chen Guang and Fan Wenli arrived on the hotel premises, they stepped out of their car and went inside immediately, followed by Hua Dongfang, Li Xiaoxian, and the others. Zhang, what were you thinking? Chen Guang jogged up to him. Zhang Ye looked at the group of them. Fan Wenli also gave him lip. Are you crazy? Why did you crash into him? There were so many reporters watching. Why couldn't you have picked a better time instead? How can we settle this altercation now? Hua Dongfang said in a speechless manner. That temper of yours is really high. Li Xiaoxian didn't know how to react. Teacher Zhang. You sure are. Amy ran in and hurriedly called out to Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. Leave, please leave. Uncle Jiang and his people are making their way here. Sister Dong wants you to lay low for a while. Let her handle the rest. Zhang Ye said in amusement. Why would I need to lay low? Li Xiaoxian said anxiously. Uncle Jiang knows real martial arts. He was a national wushu champion. You crashed into him just now. So if the two of you get into a real fight, then... Chen Guang suddenly remembered this too. So he immediately said, Yes, you should go and hide for now. But Zhang Ye simply ignored them. He even strolled to the cocktail table in this banquet hall and took something to drink. Outside, the others were coming into the hall. Xiaodong kept tugging at Jiang Hanwei's arm while saying, "Uncle Jiang, can you give me some face?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Hanwei said angrily. Xiaodong was nearly in tears. "But it's my birthday today." Jiang Hanwei charged straight into the banquet hall. Several of the martial arts choreographers on his team rolled up their sleeves and also entered. A C-list female director was trying to stop the fight as well. "Old Jiang, let it slide. Just forget it. Let Xiaodong finish celebrating her birthday first." A celebrity who had a good relationship with Jiang Hanwei spoke up. "This definitely isn't over, but don't act rashly today. There are reporters all around outside." A moment later, Zhang Ye and Jiang Hanwei were separated by just a few dozen meters. Xiaodong was anxiously running back and forth, shouting, "Zhang Ye, leave. Please leave. Io, why are you still standing there?" Many celebrities were trying to stop the fight from breaking out as well. It was complete chaos. But before Jiang Hanwei and his people could say anything, Zhang Ye was already shamelessly yelling at them. Zhang Ye pointed at Jiang Hanwei and his entourage. "Do you people fucking know how to drive?" "What? What did you say?" When Jiang Hanwei and company heard that, they were both angry and confused. The other celebrities in the banquet hall nearly face-planted. A guy who had forcefully passed them. A guy who had pushed their car off a slope. How could he actually point at them now and ask them if they fucking knew how to drive? Outrageous. He dares to question if we know how to drive? Then how the fuck did you drive? A lot of people felt like vomiting blood right now. A person who dared to shout those words in such a situation was definitely not just fucking thick-skinned. If it were anyone else, even if they grew another layer of skin on their face, they wouldn't daringly shout those words. But Zhang Ye did, and he even did it with such a natural and dramatic sense of righteousness. Jiang Hanwei erupted, "Zhang, you're playing dirty." Zhang Ye stared at him coldly. "Who is playing dirty with who now? You passed me, and even scraped my car? If not for my quick-ass reflexes, my car would have gone off the side of the slope. With those driving skills, how can you still be driving? Even a woman driver drives better than you. Jiang, you should have let it go when I ignored you. I was thinking that since it was Xiaodong's birthday today, then no matter what, I would still have to give her some face and not bother with you. But why does it seem like you're addicted to condescending to me?" Saying that, Zhang Ye walked toward them. Fan Wenli was startled and tried to pull him back. Don't go over there." Shen Guang also quickly grabbed him. Zhang Ye said, "I've been watching your antics for the past 2 days. What did you say? You wanted to embarrass me? And beat up my agent? And even claimed that you'd beat them up whenever you saw them? Who the fuck do you think you are? Don't talk about my agent. If you so much as lay a finger on me today, see if you can walk out of here standing." Shen Guang kept pulling him back. "All right, enough with the big talk." When Xiaodong saw Zhang Ye walking over, she got scared out of her wits and quickly stood between Jiang Hanwei and him. "Zhang Ye, knock it off. I'm talking big." Zhang Ye pointed at Jiang Hanwei and said, "Ask him if he's willing fight me then." Jiang Hanwei laughed smugly. "I'm not." Entertained, Zhang Ye said, "Huh? Then bring it on." Fan Wenli said, all right, knock it off. Stop talking, both of you." Everyone thought that Zhang Ye was just bragging because they knew how powerful the Wushu champion, Jiang Hanwei, was. In a past interview, Jiang Hanwei performed an astonishing action. He used his hand to actually leave a palm impression on a rock. That was the first time that many people in the country witnessed the legendary concealed power on television, and was also the closest experience to martial arts culture that they had seen. That interview had caused a sensation for a long time, and from then on, everyone knew that Jiang Hanwei was a martial arts expert who was probably ranked in the national top 10. But Zhang Ye? Everyone knew that he loved fighting. He had fought a Korean celebrity, some criminals, and even took the role of villain in a martial arts movie. But no one believed that Zhang Ye could beat Jiang Hanwei. Jiang Hanwei sneered and declared, "Zhang Ye, don't be arrogant. If you want to survive in the industry, you have to follow the rules." "What a coincidence." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I've always been a reasonable person. If you come with good intentions, I will treat you likewise. We'll fight based on our abilities. But since you resorted to underhanded methods with me, and even spread the word to warn that whoever dared be my agent would get beaten up every time you see them, then we're finished with talking. I don't believe you would actually do so. Jiang Hanwei asked. You don't believe that? I really doubt it. Zhang Ye said. Jiang Hanwei laughed heartily. All right. In a few days, you'll definitely believe it. These words were a declaration of his intent. Zhang Ye's newly recruited agent was definitely going to get beaten up in a few days' time. Everyone was surprised. Flustered, Xiaodong said, Uncle Jiang. It's none of your business, Xiaodong. Jiang Hanwei said. Don't get yourself involved. Xiaodong exclaimed. How can I not care? But Jiang Hanwei ignored her. Since it had come to this, the feud had to reach a conclusion. He turned his head to an industry peer and said, Call and search again. Find out who his manager is. Then he looked at Zhang Ye but also told everyone else at the same time. I'm a man who always keeps his word. Zhang Ye wondered, Is that so? Jiang Hanwei looked at him and challenged. Try me. All right then, I'll really give it a try today. I'll see if you'll really do as you say. Zhang Ye shrugged, then said, You want to beat my agent up? In a few days? You don't have to wait a few days, and you can also stop your bullshitting already. I will get my agent to come here today. Jiang Hanwei was surprised, but guffawed. Sure. The other celebrities present at the venue were all dumbfounded. What? Get his agent to come here? This? Zhang Ye's gone crazy. There's not even time to hide. Why make your agent come here? Jiang Hanwei is a martial arts master. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is getting out of hand. Someone might die. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli hurriedly went to stop him. Li Shaoxian and Amy were also trying to drag Zhang Ye back. But Zhang Ye had already taken out his cell phone to make a call. Amy shouted, Teacher Zhang, don't get others into trouble. Li Shaoxian said in panic. How can you let your agent come here and get beaten up? What are you trying to achieve? Everyone was shocked by Zhang Ye's decision and could not understand what he was thinking. However, Jiang Hanwei said, Let him make the call. The call went through. Zhang Ye greeted, Hello. Rao Imin replied, What is it? Come here now. Where? Yinchi Hotel. Rao Imin said, I'm already here. Chapter 956. Zhang Ye's Wondrous Agent. Chapter 956. Zhang Ye's Wondrous Agent. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the banquet hall, everyone had run out of options. How did it end up like this? He's really going to call his agent here? Heavens. Quick, call the police. Yeah, or else it'll really get out of hand. Jiang Hanwei was still sneering where he was standing. His colleagues, the three martial arts choreographers, were also quite angry at Zhang Ye. The collision earlier had truly scared them out of their wits. They nearly got injured as well. One of them said, Brother Jiang, why are you still entertaining him? Teach him a lesson, another of them said. The third person said, Does he really think that we can be pushed around so easily? However, Jiang Hanwei only gave them a look. He did not say anything. Actually, a lot of the people here did not quite understand why Jiang Hanwei did not make a move as he'd sought the dispute. Others believed. There was definitely a grudge between Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Ye. Further, Zhang Ye had just wrecked Jiang Hanwei's car. Based on Jiang Hanwei's past temperament, he would already have tried to fight Zhang Ye. That was why many of them were afraid that a fight would happen and try to stop it. But as it turned out, Jiang Hanwei did not actually make a move. In fact, he did not seem like he intended to fight with Zhang Ye at all. This perplexed many people. Some of them thought that Jiang Hanwei had considered Zhang Ye's status as an A-list celebrity and was afraid the consequences would be too much to contain, so deliberately held back. But in truth, only Jiang Hanwei alone knew that he could not possibly fight against Zhang Ye in such circumstances, because even he did not know who would win or lose if they did, and he had no way of judging the outcome. The others might not know about Zhang Ye's skills, but how could he not know? As such, Jiang Hanwei's purpose was always very clear. If he wanted to embarrass Zhang Ye or deal with him, he wouldn't need to duel with him at all. It would be enough to just deal with his agent. Your martial arts are impressive. You are the strongest person below Grandmaster level. All right then, I will just use your agent as an example. That will be enough of a warning to others. It will be the same as slapping your face when it happens. Moreover, Jiang Hanwei hated Zhang Ye's agent already. Even though that person knew that he had already spread word in the industry, they were still willing to become Zhang Ye's agent? Was it a relative of his? Or was it his friend? It would be revealed very soon. I will make sure to fix you properly today. I will let everyone see just how authoritative I, Jiang Hanwei, am in the entertainment industry. If I say that I will beat your agent up whenever I see them, then I will very much do so." Zhang Ye hung up. Within half a minute, a female hotel employee ran in from outside. Surprise written all over her face. She looked around, not knowing who to go to. Xiaodong asked, "What's the matter?" That female employee mumbled, "Someone without an invitation is looking for Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye looked over. "Who is it?" The female employee hesitated for a moment and then said, "Why your agent?" Everyone looked horrified. "What? His agent has arrived? And so quickly too?" Xiaodong immediately said, "Don't let them in." Zhang Ye spoke at the same time as Xiaodong. "Let my agent in." Jiang Hanwei was thinking just how perfect the timing was. He looked at Xiaodong and said, "Xiaodong, I've already said. This is a personal grudge between Zhang Ye and me, so don't get yourself involved." Then he told the others, "I'm sorry that I had to let everyone witness this today. There's a small conflict that we have to settle first. After that, we will continue celebrating Xiaodong's birthday. I'll subject myself to 3 shots of alcohol later in apology to everyone. Sorry to have frightened my old and new friends who are here today. Listen to what you're saying, Teacher Jiang. It's fine. Settle what you need to. Teacher Zhang, you have gone too far today." "That's right. I don't blame Brother Jiang for being angry. How could you crash your car into Brother Jiang's car? What if something bad had happened? What if someone had gotten injured because of that?" Some of them started criticizing Zhang Ye in front of the others. Jiang Hanwei's standing in the industry was evident. A lot of the people here today were on his side, unlike Zhang Ye, who did not have many friends in the entertainment industry. Jiang Hanwei smiled as he gave a fist and palm salute. "Thank you, everyone, for your understanding." The female hotel employee said nervously, "So should I let that big sis in?" These words stunned quite a few people. "What? Big sis? Zhang Ye's agent was a woman?" Jiang Hanwei said coldly, "Let her in." Before they could see her, her voice came from afar. "No need to let me. I'm already coming in." That woman's voice was loud and clear. The expressions on the faces of the Spring Gardens members immediately changed. They quickly rushed outside to stop her. Even though they knew that today's conflict wouldn't end amicably, they still couldn't let Zhang Ye's agent come inside to get beaten up, especially since she was a woman. Zhang Ye could allow it, but how could they allow it? The other female celebrities who were close with Xiaodong also anxiously went outside to help. Outside, the hotel's security guards were furious. "What's wrong with you? We've said you can't enter." "Yeah, and why did you push us?" The security guards were hopping mad and chasing her. Only then did Xiaodong and the others realize that the big sis had already barged her way in all by herself. What was going on? Didn't she know that Jiang Hanwei was here today? Didn't she know that Jiang Hanwei had issued a threat that he would beat her up? Why did she still barge in? Was she dying to get in there? Why would anyone be that stubborn? She's this beautiful? The moment they saw that woman, Xiaodong, Amy, and the rest were stunned. This face, this figure, this demeanor. Even in the entertainment industry where there were many gorgeous women, a woman with such looks was still quite rare. Surely this was not Zhang Ye's relative, right? Zhang Ye only had average looks, so how could he have such a beautiful relative? Then who the hell was she? Where did Zhang Ye find such a beautiful woman to be his agent? Xiaodong couldn't ponder these questions, so spoke at once. "Are you Zhang Ye's agent? Don't go in, don't go in. They're about to fight in there." Unexpectedly, this woman narrowed her eyes. "They've started fighting? Is it intense?" Xiaodong was fretful. "Hurry up and turn back." The woman looked at her. "Who are you?" Xiaodong was stunned. "You don't recognize me?" The woman shook her head. "Should I know who you are?" A different female celebrity was a little angered. "We're telling you to go back for your own good." The woman turned to look at her. "And who are you?" That female celebrity was also quite famous in the entertainment industry. When she heard that, she was slightly shocked. "What agent? You don't even know who the famous celebrities in the industry are? From under which rock did you just emerge? You can even become an A-list celebrity's agent like that?" Amy shouted. "There's someone inside who wants to beat you up. Do you understand if I put it that way?" Li Shaoxian was very worried for her. "Hurry up and leave. When Uncle Jiang comes out, you won't be able to leave anymore. Don't listen to what Zhang Ye says. Don't go in. Zhang Ye will only get you into trouble." Surprisingly, when she heard this, she looked delighted. "Then all the more I have to go in and take a look." There aren't many people left in this country who dare to speak to me like that. She's a lunatic. This woman isn't normal either. Several of the celebrities who tried to stop the fight were rather confused by this. Indeed, one would always seek out someone similar to themselves. Why was this woman behaving just like Zhang Ye? Are there any normal people left around here? Chapter 957. Jiang Hanwei frightened into turning tail. Chapter 957. Jiang Hanwei frightened into turning tail. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Many guests heard the voices outside. Each person in the banquet hall was more shocked than the other. She's really coming in? What is she doing? Does she think this is a good place for her to be right now? Is she pretending not to know, or does she actually not know what's going on? Why does that woman sound like she speaks in the same manner as Zhang Ye? The two of them seem to be made from the same mold. She even wants to see how many in this country would dare to speak to her like that. Isn't she talking a little too big? As a small-time agent, you still want to demand that others speak to you in a certain way. She sure talks a big game. Everyone whispered among themselves. Jiang Hanwei and company were incensed to hear this. A martial arts choreographer took it upon himself. Brother Jiang, it's not necessary for you to dirty your hands. Leave her to me. Even if I have to risk getting detained for a few days, I must teach her and Zhang Ye a lesson today. This is so infuriating. I'll show her what she gets for disrespecting us. Several of the martial arts choreographers were indignant. In truth, Jiang Hanwei did not plan to fight at this place, as he still had considerations about the fallout from such a course of action. To him, this dispute could be resolved without even getting into a fight. Even though he could not intimidate Zhang Ye, how could he not intimidate a small-time agent Zhang Ye had hired off the street? He did not believe that, besides a rash person like Zhang Ye who didn't care about anything, there would be someone in the entertainment industry who dared to challenge him. The voices were approaching. Don't go in. Io, what are you doing? Why can't you just heed the warning? Xiaodong and the rest were still trying their best to stop that woman, but they were wholly unable to prevent her from barging in. She was coming in. There was no backing down now. Jiang Hanwei shouted again, "Let her in." A choreographer said, "Old Jiang, forget it." Jiang Hanwei waved his hands and said, "I'm not going to forget it. It doesn't matter who tries to intervene today. It won't work." A figure suddenly appeared. The woman stood at the banquet hall's entrance, along with Xiaodong, Amy, and the rest still pulling and tugging at her. The moment they saw that woman, many people were astounded. She's Zhang Ye's agent? She's so beautiful. Who is she? Who knows her? I don't know. I've never seen her before. Which company is she from? I don't know. Old son, you're familiar with this field. I've never seen her before either. I don't recognize her at all. What? She's not someone from the talent agency business. Everyone was rather surprised and astonished. They started gossiping. But no one noticed that Jiang Hanwei froze. Well, and truly froze, the moment he saw this woman. Sweat instantly dripped down from his forehead. How could it be her? Why was it her? Zhang Ye waved at her. "You're here. I'm here." Rao looked around and asked, "Where is he?" Zhang Ye smiled as he pointed in a certain direction. "He's right over there." Rao looked over. "I heard that someone spread word that he would beat me up whenever he saw me. Is that right? Which idiot said that? Come forward and let me have a look. Come on, idiot." The moment she opened her mouth, she said the word idiot. Chen Guang was floored. Fan Wenli was at a loss for words. Hor Dongfang stared, eyes wide. Everyone was extremely shocked and wondered if she was really unafraid of getting beaten up. Jiang Hanwei's 3 martial arts choreographers flew into a rage at her speech. "What did you say? How can you speak like that? You're too arrogant. You're looking for death." The 3 of them denounced her angrily. Rao eyes narrowed. "Oh, so you're the ones." Everyone thought that no matter how good a temper Jiang Hanwei had, or even if he would never hit a woman, after hearing those words, he definitely couldn't take them lying down. Her words were simply too provocative and full of arrogance. However, something unexpected happened. Jiang Hanwei didn't move a muscle. His current thoughts could only be described by the word motherfucker. Jiang Hanwei simply could not believe his eyes. He immediately recognized this woman when he saw her walk in. Back during the battle between the 3 grandmasters in the Zhou family's headquarters, Jiang Hanwei happened to be present as well because he had work to take care of. He was one of a small number of people who had witnessed that battle. and had even came face to face with her before. He wasn't sure about whether Rao Ai still remembered him, but he knew that he would definitely not be able to forget this terrifying face and that swimming body 8 trigrams palm technique in his lifetime. The events from back then were still vividly playing in his mind. She was Zhang Ye's agent? Zhang Ye, you motherfucker. You fucking tricked me. You're making me dig my own fucking grave. A martial arts director was pointing at Rao and still swearing. Don't fucking think that I. Suddenly, Jiang Hanwei forcefully pressed down the outstretched arm of that martial arts choreographer. That person was taken aback. Brother Jiang. Jiang Hanwei inhaled and said, "We're leaving." The 3 martial arts choreographers did not understand. What? Jiang Hanwei clenched his teeth and turned around. Let's go. Go. Jiang Hanwei was leaving? Everyone was stupefied. What was happening? What had just happened? Why did he suddenly want to leave when he was being so aggressive just a moment ago? Nobody could figure out how to react and had no understanding of all that was going on before their eyes. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were shocked. However, they were about to be in for another shock. Rao looked at them and said plainly, "You've been shooting off your mouth at me for as long as I can remember, as well as spreading word that you would be dealing with me. But now you're just going to leave like that? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Didn't you say that you would to beat me up? Beat you up? I fucking haven't lived enough yet." Jiang Hanwei immediately stopped in his tracks. Brother Jiang, what's going on? What's happened to you? The 3 martial arts choreographers could not understand what was occurring. But Jiang Hanwei did not explain anything to them. The back of his shirt was drenched in sweat. As Rao did not allow him to leave, he did not dare move a muscle. He turned around to face Rao and gave a fist and palm salute, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Master Rao." Jiang Hanwei actually apologized to her. Everyone was stunned by what they were seeing. Rao glared at him and said, "In the future, don't go around saying things arrogantly. Don't keep wanting to beat people up without any reason. Did you think that you could just beat up anyone you like? I'm Zhang Ye's agent now. If you really wish to deal with me, feel free to come look for me at any time, any place, and any moment. I'll always be up for it no matter how many people you bring." Aggrieved, Jiang Hanwei gave her a fist and palm salute. "I would never." Rao asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Hanwei wiped his sweat away. "No, nothing else." Rao nodded and said, "If there's nothing else, scram." Scram? Did you just say scram too? Jiang Hanwei. Everyone had been dumbfounded by what they were seeing and hearing for a while now. Finally, without another word, Jiang Hanwei led his group of martial arts choreographers and turned around and walked away. Xiaodong shouted, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Hanwei didn't so much as turn his head. "Just what happened? Who can tell me what's going on here? Who is that woman? There's something off about Zhang Ye's agent. Jiang Hanwei is a martial arts master, and an A-list celebrity too. So why is he so afraid of her? What sort of background does she come from? Holy shit, Teacher Jiang is leaving just like that?" Everyone wore expressions of shock. He would do as he said? He would beat her up whenever he saw her? Thinking back on those words that Jiang Hanwei had said, they were all coming back to slap his face now. Nobody could figure out why Jiang Hanwei had suddenly become so submissive after he saw that woman, when he was still looking so confident a moment ago. Now he was so scared that he couldn't even make a sound anymore. Chapter 958. Her name is Rao Chapter 958. Her name is Rao Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Jiang Hanwei left. Or rather, he fled. Meanwhile, the people who stayed behind in the banquet hall were staring at each other in bewilderment. None of them could understand what they'd just seen, nor did they understand what was going on. Chen Guang gasped several times. "Zhang Ye. Hey." Zhang Ye looked at him. "Who is this?" Chen Guang asked. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "A friend of mine." Stunned, Fan Wenli said, "Why did old Jiang leave?" Zhang Ye simply said, "He probably realized he was in the wrong and suddenly found a conscience." Found a conscience? Found a conscience, your sister. Everyone was floored by his explanation. How do you keep coming up with such nonsense? Xiaodong and the others also came up to him in surprise. Zhang Ye this. With the matter settled, the look on Zhang Ye's face also changed. He looked at Xiaodong with apology written all over his face. "I'm sorry, Sister Dong. I must apologize for today's disturbance. I didn't want to cause this much trouble. It's all my fault, so be angry with me if you must. I promise I won't say a word. I know that I've spoiled your birthday celebration. Just like he said, Zhang Ye had always been a very reasonable person. Of the conflict between Jiang Hanwei and him, Zhang Ye had handled it based on his principles and wasn't afraid to do it that way in any other circumstances. How can you go around threatening that you'll beat up my agent? Go fuck yourself. But Zhang Ye definitely felt bad about doing that here at Xiaodong's party. After all, she had invited him out of goodwill, and whether Jiang Hanwei started the provocation first or not, Zhang Ye still had to apologize to her. Xiaodong agonized. I wouldn't have invited the two of you if I had known this was going to happen ahead of time. It's all my fault. Li Shaoxian blinked several times. Teacher Zhang, are you not going to introduce us to this big sis? Oh, right. Zhang Ye smiled and gestured to old Rao. Let me introduce her to everyone. This is my agent from now on, Ms. Rao I mean. Big sis Rao is a good friend of mine. She's actually never been a part of our circle. I hope everyone will treat her well. Rao I mean. Everyone looked at her with intense curiosity. Amy changed the subject. Let's start the party then. Xiaodong quickly added. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Today, hi. Sorry about today, everyone. Xiaoxian, Amy, and I will put on a performance for everyone. How's that? Great. Ha. I'm looking forward to it. Happy birthday, Sister Dong. Happy birthday. Stay forever young. With the subject steered into a different direction, the music started playing and everyone clapped along to it. Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Ye's dispute could only be placed in the back of their minds for now, as it was not the main event today. Spring Garden sparkled onto the stage. Xiaodong sang, See the sunlight, it's blinding. Li Shaoxian smiled and walked to the center. My heart beats, Dangerous Ly. Amy started dancing to the song, singing as she did so. This was the style of their group. They were mainly geared toward the younger crowd, singing about the spirit of youth, love, and other similar topics. At this moment, Rao I mean said, All right, I'll be leaving now. Right now? Zhang Ye said, slightly taken aback. There's nothing left for me to do, right? Rao I mean waved. She was leaving like she'd said she would. She didn't mince her words. I still have to pick up the kid in the afternoon. Okay, Zhang Ye said. Several new celebrities had suddenly gone up to Rao I mean. Sister Rao, do you mind leaving your number? Let's exchange contact info, shall we? Big sis Rao, do you have a business card? If Teacher Zhang produces another show in the future, I wonder if I could be considered for a guest role on it? You don't even have to pay me. Rao I mean looked at them and acknowledged, Sure. Seeing that, the people in the room hesitated for a split second before coming over to ask for her contact information as well. Back when Zhang Ye did not have an agent, a lot of people could not, and had no way to, get in touch with him. Because Zhang Ye's reputation had grown so much, even if a newcomer or some small-time celebrities were able to contact him, it wasn't proper for them to contact him directly. Now that he had an agent representing him, everything had changed. A lot of matters and work could be liaised with Zhang Ye's agent from now on. That made it much more convenient for everyone. There were even a few rather well-known celebrities who got their assistants or agents to go over to get Rao I mean's contact information. Some of them wanted it for work purposes, while some were asking out of curiosity. That was because this agent of Zhang Ye's was clearly not an ordinary person, and the reason for that, it was obvious. Just by showing up, she could scare away as big a brother of the entertainment industry as Jiang Hanwei. So how could she be an ordinary person? Therefore, when a lot of these people were asking old Rao for her contact information, they asked her very politely and formally. They would never act impudently just because she was a new agent in the entertainment industry. Rao I mean had gotten into the zone as an agent. Zhang Ye ignored what was going on with old Rao as he had his mind on Xiaodong's birthday present at the moment. He had already prepared a present for her. It was a bracelet which wasn't cheap nor too expensive. Zhang Ye had gone to a mall to buy it for her. But after the dust-up just now, he knew that this gift wouldn't be enough to make up for things. Zhang Ye felt rather embarrassed. So what should he give her? Gift her a song? All right, that would work. Spring Garden began as singers after all. This was their main profession. If he gifted them a song, it would surely be the most unique and most suitable gift. It would also be able to express Zhang Ye's apology to them. What song should he gift them? A song meant for a group? For a trio? Yeah, that's it. Wouldn't that song be great for them? Besides, it was impossible that he would ever sing that song. so there was no point in saving it. Since he had decided, Zhang Ye immediately called a hotel employee over. "Do you have pen and paper?" "Yes, we do. Please wait a moment." The employee immediately went to fetch the requested items. On stage, the members of Spring Garden were still performing the song that shot them to fame. In the audience, quite a few people had noticed Zhang Ye's actions. They did not know what he was trying to do by asking for pen and paper. What stunt was this fellow trying to pull this time? Rao had left already. When Zhang Ye got pen and paper, he immediately lowered his head and started writing. Lyrics. Musical notation. Finally, the performance on stage ended. Amid the applause, Xiaodong and her sisters went off stage with smiles on their faces. Thank you, everyone. All of you present today are my good friends, seniors, and my teachers. I am so happy that so many of you could be here today for me to spend my birthday with. I'm really thankful for that. When any of your birthdays come along, I will also be there as your guest. A fellow celebrity who was her close friend walked up slowly and handed something to her. Happy birthday, Xiaodong. Wow, thanks. Xiaodong smiled. Then someone else came forward. Here's your birthday present. Thank you, Brother Kai. Xiaodong gave him a smile. One by one, the birthday presents were presented to her. Soon, she had received almost all of them. At this moment, Zhang Ye finished writing everything. After giving it a once-over, he smiled to himself. He then got up and walked over. Sister Dong, I'm sorry for today. This is my present to you. Please keep it safe. Xiaodong was stunned. Li Xiaoxian and Amy were also stunned. Everyone gazed at each other in dismay. Your present? So you requested pen and paper just now because you needed to prepare your birthday present? Damn, how could you be so petty? Just writing some things down and giving it as a gift? You had just created so much trouble by crashing into a car and scolding others, and now you're coming up with such a thing? But Chen Guang did not seem to think so. He understood Zhang Ye quite well and said with a laugh, Everyone, don't belittle Zhang Ye's gift. Anything that is written by him has a lot of worth. Has worth? True. Zhang Ye was a calligrapher after all. Xiaodong gave a wry smile. Zhang Ye, you're apologizing for the third time. It's fine. Zhang Ye handed the piece of paper to her. Take a look and see if you like it. If you don't, I'll change it for you. I'll definitely like it, Xiaodong remarked. She then lowered her head to have a look. Li Xiaoxian and Amy went over to have a look as well. Then, shock appeared on the three faces. This is a song. It's a song that Zhang Ye wrote and composed by himself. Amy became excited all of a sudden. Sister Dong. Li Xiaoxian also gulped at what she was seeing. They of course knew what a composition of Zhang Ye meant. Woman Flower. Wishing We Last Forever. I Believe. A Letter to Home. Which of those songs did not get famous and renowned throughout the country? Zhang Ye's songs had even been televised on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala before. Even a big-shot celebrity like the Heavenly Queen, Zhang Yuanxi, who had a very good relationship with him, had to promise that she would be a guest on his show before he agreed to write her a song. They read the lyrics. Then sight-read the notation. Xiaodong and her sisters were very musically inclined, so they started humming it in their heads. Praising your smile? Your knitted brows break my heart. I cannot notice me. I only feel what you feel. Wherever you go, bring my soul along with you. It's captured in your spell. What use is leaving it? You're a zap. You're my light. You're my only fairy tale. I love just you. You are my superstar. You decide, I abide. There is nothing better here. Loving just you. You are my superstar. This. Xiaodong was utterly surprised. Amy was very excited. This song was simply perfect for their group. Has worth? They knew clearly that this was not something money could measure. Zhang Ye would never write a song for others for money. Zhang Ye. But the more Xiaodong knew, the more she felt she couldn't accept this gift. She quickly placed the paper back into Zhang Ye's hand and insisted, This isn't right. This really isn't right. Everyone was puzzled when they saw that. What? Why was she declining a scrap of paper? Zhang Ye did not accept it. Nothing's wrong, as long as you like it. Li Xiaoxian immediately said, We like it very much. Zhang Ye said, Then that's enough. Just take it. A close celebrity girlfriend of Xiaodong's could not bear the suspense. Xiaodong, what good stuff did you receive? Xiaodong gave a wry smile and said, Zhang Ye wrote us a song for my birthday present. He wrote a song? Did he write it on the spot? Everyone looked shocked. They only just now understood why Zhang Ye had requested pen and paper. So it was because he wanted to write and compose a song for them. God damn it, how can you be so quick? They hadn't even finished performing their song, and you were already done writing the song? And judging from the expressions of Xiaodong and her sisters, this song seemed like it was really good too. Of course it was a good song. This was the song in his previous world that shot SHE to fame, Superstar 1. It was a song that was heard almost everywhere by many people. A song like that was something Zhang Ye would never bother singing himself, even in his next life. So it was more than suitable to use it here as a gift for them. 1. A female singer went over quickly. Show it to us. Xiaodong hurriedly put it away. Absolutely not. This is confidential, highly confidential. But why? Asked the female singer, floored. Xiaodong pondered for a moment. For our next album, I'm thinking of using this song as our title track. She turned around to look at Zhang Ye and said, I've always been hoping to get a song from you, but was too embarrassed to ask. But today, thank you so much. Chen Guang was full of envy. He came over immediately and said, Zhang Ye, my birthday is coming soon too. Zhang Ye. Then Fan Wenli spoke up too. Although my birthday has passed, I can still celebrate it again. Zhang Ye. Everyone laughed. In an instant, Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Ye's conflict from earlier seemed to have been played down some. Outside, a BMW 7 Series with a badly damaged rear was traveling on the road. Jiang Hanwei sat in the car with a sunken expression. He did not say a single word. Beside him, his martial arts choreographers were stifling their anger with all they could. Ever since they'd joined the Jiang Hanwei stunt team, when had they never gotten their way in the entertainment industry? They had never experienced something that left them so aggrieved before. Brother Jiang, say something. Just why? Why did we have to leave? Yeah, we should have fought her. She's just a woman. What storm can she brew? Now that we left, it's as good as slapping our own faces. How many of our peers will be laughing at us now? They simply could not understand it. Jiang Hanwei was still not saying a word. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Eventually, Jiang Hanwei got annoyed by their questions. He suddenly lost his temper. What can we do if we don't leave? You guys fucking think it's that simple, but do you know who that woman is? The 3 martial arts choreographers asked. Who is she? Jiang Hanwei said in a grave voice. Her name is Rao Aimin. Rao Aimin. Is there such a person in the entertainment industry? Which talent agency is she from? Is she the relative of one of their bosses? Why does that name sound so familiar? After those words were uttered, the 3 of them suddenly realized. Their looks on faces changed to horror, and their voices squeaked in terror. Rao Aimin, the Grandmaster from the 8 Trigram School. Rao Aimin. Holy shit. How's that possible? This is impossible. Why would a Chinese martial arts grandmaster go and work as a celebrity's agent? Much less an A-list celebrity like Zhang Ye. Even if it were a fucking international S-list superstar, that would not be possible. They were petrified. On top of that, the cold sweat from the fear they were experiencing had soaked their clothes through and through. When they thought about how they had pointed at a martial arts grandmaster and scolded her earlier, they could feel their legs turning to rubber. No wonder Jiang Hanwei turned and left. What could he do besides leaving? Actually fight her? Even if she used just one arm, the 4 of them teaming up would still be unable to beat her. Jiang Hanwei said, Who the fuck knows the answer to your question? Like hell I would know why a formidable female grandmaster like her would go and become Zhang Ye's agent. Right? If he knew that, he wouldn't have spread word even on threat of death. Beating Rao Aimin up every time he saw her. He wasn't trying to court death. He wouldn't even stand much of a chance if he faced Zhang Ye. If he had to face a grandmaster, he wouldn't even try to make a move. Jiang Hanwei knew that he had made himself look like an idiot this time. He had been toyed with to his grandma's house by Zhang Ye. And there's something else that you guys don't know. Since it had come to this, Jiang Hanwei had nothing he couldn't say. You aren't exactly members of our martial arts world, so you might not know yet. But Zhang Ye is no ordinary person either. Have you guys heard of the Taiji fist that has been lost for over 100 years? The Taiji fist successor has reappeared in the martial arts community. He made an appearance together with Rao Aimin at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference some days back. That person was Zhang Ye. What? Zhang Ye is Taiji fist's successor? He was the one who allied with Rao Aimin and battled against 2 grandmasters? Zhang Ye was the person who defeated all the large sects by himself? When they heard what Jiang Hanwei had to say, the The martial arts choreographers were once again petrified. One was the successor of Taiji Fist. The other was a Chinese martial arts grandmaster. Fuck. Did these two ally and sneak into the entertainment industry as well? Then who in the circle could fucking do anything about the two of them? Chapter 959. The second successor of Taiji Fist appears. Chapter 959. The second successor of Taiji Fist appears. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, it was a cloudy day with heavy smog outside. After putting on his face mask, Zhang Ye drove off to work. He would be departing from Central TV soon, though it was still some days away. He had taken a slightly longer leave this time and was gone for almost a month. As he was still considered an employee of the Central TV documentary channel, he was obliged to return to the office to have a look around and handle some work. At the station, Department 14's office space. How's everything going with your boyfriend? We're doing all right. Bring him here. I'll give you some advice. Sure. Right as Zhang Ye entered the office, he noticed a bunch of his colleagues currently engaged in their own activities. After a long absence, he rather missed these colleagues who had battled alongside him at work. Some of them were eating breakfast, some were sneakily playing games, and some were gossiping in whispers. As no one had noticed his arrival yet, Zhang Ye could not help teasing them a little. The boss is here, Zhang Ye shouted. In an instant, the office was thrown into disarray. Little Wang hastily closed her game. Wu Yi stuffed the last mouthful of a bun into his mouth. Several of his colleagues who were chattering away abruptly changed the topic of discussion. How's everything going with your work? It's quite all right. Bring it to me. I'll give you some advice. Sure. When Zhang Ye heard that, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With the same conversation as before, all you did was fucking replace the word boyfriend with work? Couldn't you at least come up with something different? As they said, soldiers emulated their general. This saying seemed to be rather true after all. Having worked under Zhang Ye for so long now, this group of colleagues were becoming more and more shameless. Each one competed to be more thick-skinned than the last. Ah, Director Zhang. It's Director Zhang. Gasps of surprise sounded throughout the office. At this moment, everyone realized that the person standing at the entrance was actually Zhang Ye. Only then did they know they had been tricked by him. The person who had come in was indeed a boss, since he was the boss of their documentary channel. But as everyone knew, Zhang Ye was different from the other bosses. He was never bothered by their chatting or playing games during office hours. Little Wang was pleasantly surprised. Director Zhang. Little Li gasped. Director Zhang is back. Director Zhang is back. Ha Chi-Chi stood up. Director Zhang. We've missed you so much. Even the manly Zhangs will play it along with everyone else. Zhang Ye was amused by this. Oh, come now. I saw you guys having fun and looking like you didn't want me coming back here. In the future, quit the game more cleanly. Your minimized window can still be seen. A few of the staff, who had been playing games, smiled awkwardly. Then a bunch of people surrounded Zhang Ye and asked him all sorts of questions. Director Zhang, how's the dispute going between you and Jiang Hanwei? Yeah, we're all concerned about that. Why is there suddenly no news? Did you really crash into Jiang Hanwei's car? It seems that yesterday, at the birthday party of Spring Garden's teacher Xiaodong, Jiang Hanwei let his people out before the event even started? What happened there? What exactly was the outcome? Didn't he say that he would beat up your agent? So who on earth is your agent? I think it's a woman, right? Yeah, I saw the pictures the reporters published, but it was a bit blurry. She kinda looked beautiful, right? Question followed question. Zhang Ye replied with a smile. I have an agent now named Rao I mean. In the future, if there are any advertisers calling to look for me at the office, you can get them to contact her instead. I'll give everyone her number later. She'll be given full authority to handle all of my affairs from now on. Little Wang said excitedly. I've finally been set free. I won't need to answer your phone calls every day anymore. Zhang Ye said. It's been hard on you for the past month. Little Wang stood at attention. I was just doing my part for the people. Ha Chi-Chi asked. Then about the Jiang Hanwei matter. That's done with. Zhang Ye said. I won't talk about it in detail since it's pointless to do. But the more that Zhang Ye did not want to touch on it, the more curious everyone became. Please tell us. That's right. Jiang Hanwei has really gone too far. Wasn't he planning to deal with your agent? Director Zhang, quickly tell us about it. Everyone continued pressing him for an answer. They understood Director Zhang's temperament and knew that he was someone whom they could easily talk with. so they were not afraid of him and just asked as they thought. But Zhang Ye waved it off and did not reveal anything. Because to him, even though it was Jiang Hanwei who provoked him and tried to mess with him for no apparent reason, this was still not something to be proud of. Wrecking Jiang Hanwei's car? Scolding him at Xiaodong's birthday celebration? Scaring him away? There was no need to bring this up. Neither did it paint Zhang Ye in a good light. Zhang Ye would still combat this sort of internal conflict and scolding within the industry when necessary, but he'd never actually liked doing it. It was just that he had no other recourse since he was provoked first, so he had to react. But even as Zhang Ye did not wish to talk about it, news of it appeared online. Little Wang said, "Look, something's going on again." "What is it?" "Jiang Hanwei has spoken up." "Is that so? Where?" "Where?" Everyone went over to Little Wang and surrounded her. A day after the incident, Jiang Hanwei had finally issued a response. He had accepted a phone interview with an entertainment news tabloid in southern China. The headline, Jiang Hanwei clarifies his stand. He dislikes people like Zhang Ye. Jiang Hanwei said in his phone interview, "I have always disliked people like Zhang Ye and have my doubts about how he's become so popular today. What is wrong with the people nowadays? Next, I would like to clarify a rumor spreading around, saying that I had threatened to beat up Zhang Ye's agent. I never said anything like that. Everyone, please stop spreading such baseless rumors. We have to stop it right there." Heated discussions on this topic started appearing on the internet. Everyone has their own likes and dislikes. Yeah, I like Zhang Ye, so what? Me too. I feel happy whenever I get to see Zhang Ye. Jiang Hanwei is clearing up the rumors? That can't be. Didn't someone confirm that such a thing really took place? Why has it become a rumor now? Jiang Hanwei has most definitely said those words before. Has he changed his tune? There's definitely something to this that we don't know of. It might really just turn out to be a rumor. Rumor, my ass. The two of them were even involved in a collision. Yeah, Zhang Ye crashed into Jiang Hanwei's car due to being cut off. So why did Jiang Hanwei not mention anything about that? What's the reason for his silence? Just what is going on with them? I'm starting to get confused by all this. Don't tell me that the meaning of Jiang Hanwei's interview was essentially him admitting defeat. With old Zhang standing in the entertainment industry, even he can't do anything about Zhang Ye? Whatever it is, it's case closed. Let's all just leave. Disperse. The development of this affair had gone beyond everyone's expectations. The moment this conflict was made known, some people thought that Zhang Ye would definitely engage in a fierce battle with Jiang Hanwei, or maybe even get into a physical fight with him. Needless to say, Zhang Ye's agent who had popped out of the blue would definitely be unable to escape as well, since Jiang Hanwei had always walked the walk. But in the end, nothing came out of it. Jiang Hanwei actually denied saying all those words. Everyone started making wild guesses about what had really happened. There was also an increase of all kinds of rumors. Some said a bigwig from the entertainment industry had stepped in to help mediate things. Some said it was Xiaodong who settled the dispute for the two of them. Some even said that after Jiang Hanwei saw that Zhang Ye's agent was a woman, he chose not to do anything as he would not hit a woman. Would not hit a woman? Only the tiny group of entertainment industry insiders present that day knew the truth behind all these rumors. They were the only ones who knew that this was not Jiang Hanwei admitting defeating, but that he had been frightened into turning tail due to Zhang Ye's wondrous female agent. And as for Jiang Hanwei's clarification this time, it made them more convinced that Jiang Hanwei was not actually afraid of Zhang Ye since he could still publicly express his dislike for people like him after all that had happened. It was likely that he would still have further conflict with Zhang Ye. Jiang Hanwei mainly wanted to use this interview to refute that he had ever said that he would beat up Zhang Ye's agent. Only those who knew the whole story could understand that this line was the essence of his interview. Jiang Hanwei would rather slap himself in the face by eating his words than not doing so. Who on earth was Zhang Ye's female agent? This question caused a big stir in the entertainment industry. Later that morning, director Yin Tianfei came over and made small talk with Zhang Ye for a while. "Director Zhang, is everything resolved?" Yin Tianfei asked. "Yes." Zhang Ye nodded. "I'm back at work again starting today." Yin Tianfei reminded. "Be wary of Jiang Hanwei in the future. That man is not to be trifled with." Zhang Ye acknowledged the advice with a smile and said, "Director Yin, I know that, but I happen to be someone who's not to be trifled with either." Yin Tianfei chuckled. It's not that you're not to be trifled with, but that to trifle with you would be a terrible mistake. Zhang Ye got engrossed into his work as he helped Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others rehearse the air pollution documentary that was going to be broadcast soon. Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhua brought up some of the difficulties they faced in their work. Troubled, Ha Chi-Chi said, "We are unable to proceed with some of the statistics gathering and experimental data." Zhang Ye replied, "If there's something you need, just let me know. I'll be leaving the station soon, and you two are the executive directors this time. As long as I can help out, I will do it if you ask me." Zhang Zhua said, "About the research lab at Peking University, we would like to." Zhang Ye immediately agreed. "All right, I'll help you get in contact with them. There won't be any problems. I'll call them about it and get them to give you whatever information you require." Ha Chi-Chi added, "We can't handle the meteorological administration. There's some data they simply refuse to hand over to us." Zhang Ye nodded. "Okay, I'll help you get it done. And some of the interviews." Zhang Zhua trailed off. Zhang Ye said, "Sure, I'll look over them when the time comes." Zhang Zhua hesitated. "Even if it's you who asks them, it might not work out since they don't accept any TV interviews." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Don't forget that I'm an associate professor at Peking University and Media College. Even though my social ties in the entertainment industry are poor, they will still give me some face." Ha Chi-Chi laughed. "Great. I'll get little Huang to get you the information." A while later, Huang Dandan brought the information to him. "Cough, cough, cough. Director Zhang, cough, cough. Here you are." Zhang Ye looked up at her. "You still have a cold." Huang Dandan had a normal complexion. "It hasn't gotten better," Zhang Ye stated. "Before I went on my break, you were already sick, right? Take good care of yourself." Huang Dandan smiled and said, "Of course. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhang." They worked the entire morning. Noon. It was time for the lunch break. Zhang Ye exhaled, stretched, and stood up as he prepared to go for lunch. But the moment he stepped outside, he overheard his colleagues whispering among themselves. "She's beautiful. Why did she come all the way here?" "I don't know. I heard that she's been waiting the entire morning. Security called us a ton of times. Should we tell Director Zhang about it?" "I suppose she's a fan, but she doesn't look like one." Zhang Ye overheard a little of the conversation and asked, "What are you guys talking about? Who's looking for me? What fan?" Little Wang was startled. Director Zhang." Huang Dandan scratched her head and said, "Security has been calling since this morning, saying that there was a woman specifically asking for you. She doesn't have an ID badge, an entry pass, or your contact number, so security tried to chase her away. But it seems that she still refused to leave and has been waiting downstairs until now, saying that she must definitely meet you today." There were many cases of fans chasing after stars, and quite a number of people would always come to Central TV to catch a glimpse of Zhang Ye, so it was not something new to them. The reason that security informed Department 14 about this issue was probably because she was quite pretty? Zhang Ye asked. "Did they say why she was looking for me?" They did not," Huang Dandan replied. Zhang Ye nodded. "Let's go downstairs and grab lunch. I'm treating today." "Wow. Director Zhang is treating us? I'm joining too then." "Huh." Everyone cheered at that because Zhang Ye was very generous. Whenever he treated them, it was always a sumptuous meal. They took the elevator down. 20th floor, 10th floor, 5th floor. Before the elevator door even opened, everyone in the elevator could hear a woman shouting when they were nearing the 2nd floor. "Zhang Ye, come out." The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. The elevator door opened, and everyone looked out in astonishment. There were also quite a number of colleagues on the 1st floor who were looking at that woman with curious eyes. Ha Chi-Chi said in a daze, "That's the woman who's looking for Director Zhang? Why is she shouting?" Zhang was scowled. There were around 4 security guards approaching her and trying to chase her out. "What are you doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Hurry up and leave. If you shout again, we'll call the police." Pushed to the breaking point, the security guards nearly took physical action against her. When Zhang Ye saw this, he quickly stopped them. He always treated his fans with kindness, but this person did not seem to be a fan. "Let me deal with her." A security guard turned around in surprise. "Teacher Zhang, you've come down?" An overweight security guard said, "This person is causing trouble. She's been here since morning." Zhang Ye smiled. "No worries, just let me deal with her." It was a woman in her early 20s. She should be around the same age as Zhang Ye. She was not the type who looked extremely beautiful at first glance, but she would definitely not be ignored in a crowd. She had an elegant aura and was a good-looking person who obviously stood out. This woman was dressed in typical exercise attire. Her shoes looked rather old, but were very clean. From this, she probably didn't come from some rich family. Her black hair was styled into a simple ponytail. The woman also saw Zhang Ye. Her eyes immediately hardened. Zhang Ye took a few steps forward. "May I know who you are?" Ha Chi-Chi, Little Wang, and the others were afraid that Zhang Ye had encountered some crazy fan, so they followed close behind him. The woman gazed at him. "You've finally shown yourself." Zhang Ye asked with curiosity, "Why have you sought me out?" However, Zhang Ye was immediately shocked by the woman's answer. She said, "Zhang Ye, why are you going around misleading others using the name of Taiji?" "Taiji? What Taiji?" The people around them did not understand what was going on, but Zhang Ye understood and narrowed his eyes. Those who knew about Taiji Fist and knew that he knew Taiji Fist were pointedly not ordinary folk. Only those from the Chinese martial arts world knew. Zhang Ye did not expect that someone would come looking for him and question him. Was she an enemy? Was she from one of the large sects? She didn't look like one of them. When did I ever mislead anyone? Zhang Ye turned around and told Ha Chi-Chi and the rest, "Go ahead and eat lunch on your own. Bring back the receipt, and I'll reimburse it for you guys. I have some things to attend to for now." Ha Chi-Chi said in surprise, "Director Zhang? Go ahead. I'll be fine," Zhang Yi said. His colleagues walked off, but looked back every step of the way. Zhang Yi pointed to a makeshift reception room in the corner of the lobby. "Can I have a word with you?" "Sure." The woman followed him. In the reception room, there were only the two of them here. Only then did Zhang Yi size this woman up carefully. "You're from our martial arts world?" The woman said, "You can say that." Zhang Yi wondered, "Why did you accuse me of misleading others?" The woman stared at him. "It's not like you really know Taiji Fist, right? Why do you think that I don't know Taiji Fist?" Zhang Yi asked another question. The woman explained, "Because there's only one successor left in this generation of Taiji Fist, and you're obviously not that successor." Curious, Zhang Yi inquired, "Who are you?" The woman regulated her breathing as she looked at him in the eye. Then, she said something. Shocking. Taiji Yangshu. Chapter 960. Zhang Yi vs. Yangshu. Chapter 960. Zhang Yi vs. Yangshu. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Taiji, Yangshu. Her reply startled Zhang Yi. Other than him, there was someone else who practiced Taiji Fist in this world? From the reaction of the Chinese martial arts world, Zhang Yi and the rest of the martial arts community had always thought that Taiji Fist was lost since over 100 years ago. It was impossible that a successor of Taiji would appear ever again. Therefore, when Zhang Yi used his Taiji Fist at the martial arts conference, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost and were shocked beyond imagination as no one could believe that it had really happened. Yet now, another successor had appeared, another person who practiced Taiji Fist, and even a young woman at that, and her surname was Yang. This lineage made Zhang Ye's heart skip a beat. He knew that in his previous world, Taiji Fist had originated from the Chun lineage 1. However, the Yang and Chun lineages Taiji were basically inseparable. As for the Zhang lineage's comrade Sanfeng Tu, he was just a legendary figure used mainly for television and film purposes. Although he really existed, there was no physical evidence that linked Taiji Fist and him together. As luck would have it, perhaps by chance, the Taiji grandmaster of this world who had swept aside the martial arts community over 100 years ago also had the surname Yang. Zhang Yi said, in surprise, "You know Taiji?" "Of course." Yang Shu looked at him. Zhang Yi immediately asked, "Who is your master?" Yang Shu answered, "I'm not telling." Zhang Yi looked at her in disbelief. "Are you lying or something?" These days, many scammers were going around. When Yang Shu heard this, her eyes turned even colder. "A charlatan like you dares to accuse me of lying? Damn, when did I become a charlatan?" Zhang Yi was bewildered. Yang Shu reprimanded. "You lied to everyone at the National Martial Arts Conference and made them believe that you practiced Taiji Fist, so doesn't that make you a charlatan? How can you possibly know Taiji?" Zhang Yi felt helpless. "It's just that you didn't know, since the people of this world had very little understanding of Taiji Fist. If we were back in my previous world, you could grab any old person off the street, and they'd all fucking know how to demonstrate a few modified moves of Taiji fist for health exercises. You would definitely be fucking shocked if you saw that. Zhang Ye could only ask, then what's your purpose in finding me today? Yang Shu smoothed her ponytail and said clearly, Zhang Ye, your actions have insulted the reputation of Taiji fist. I now formally issue a challenge to you. Zhang Ye was taken aback. A challenge? Do you have the courage to accept? Yang Shu asked. Zhang Ye spread his hands. Why must we settle this with a fight? Yang Shu said with righteous conviction, because I want to. Expose your lies. Zhang Ye did not know what to say to this. Actually, he was very curious about the background of this woman sitting before him. Could it be that she really knew Taiji fist? Yang Shu added, ever since you shot that movie, I've wanted to find you. With just a few moves of Taiji that you recreated from hearsay, how dare you use it to shoot a movie? How dare you claim that it was Taiji fist? What a joke. You have blackened Taiji fist's reputation. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Ye finally said, all right, there's no problem with exchanging a few blows, but not here. This is where I work, so it wouldn't be good if we fought here. Besides, we couldn't contain the noise to this room anyway. So how about this? I'll take you somewhere where there aren't as many people. Yang Shu said coolly, lead the way. Let's go. Zhang Ye pulled the door open and stepped outside. Get in my car. As he didn't know if he could make it back in time in the afternoon, Zhang Ye called Yin Tianfei to inform him and applied for time off in advance. Only then did he drive his BMW off onto the road. In the car, Yang Shu inspected the interior. Are you very rich? Zhang Ye sighed. Enough to eat and live comfortably. Yang Shu made a noise in acknowledgement, then closed her eyes, as though she were conserving her strength for later. Zhang Ye glanced at her through the rearview mirror and couldn't help thinking that she was a kind of rash person and felt that. She didn't often interact with people. As such, Zhang Ye was becoming more and more suspicious of her. It was a big if, whether she even knew martial arts, let alone Taiji fist. Jiamen East. At Rao Imin's apartment. This was where Zhang Ye had been renting an apartment ever since he graduated from college. Counting the days, it had already been quite a while since he came back here. In the 6 months that old Rao had gone away, he had always stayed at his parents' house. They took the elevator and went upstairs. Yang Shu asked, is this your place? Zhang Ye said, not really, it's just a rented apartment. Yang Shu nodded. Then, she suddenly asked, do you have anything to eat here? Huh. Zhang Ye did not know how to react. Something to eat. Yang Shu said, I just got off the train this morning and haven't had anything to eat yet. Zhang Ye listened carefully and realized that a rumbling noise was coming from Yang Shu's stomach. Actually, Zhang Ye was also hungry as he didn't have time to eat lunch. All right, let me see what I can find. When the elevator reached their floor, Zhang Ye brought her straight to old Rao's door. Bang, bang, bang. Big sis Rao. After a moment, the door opened. Big sis Rao, do you have anything to eat? Zhang Ye immediately asked. When Rao Imin saw that it was Zhang Ye standing at the door, she smacked her lips and said, you rascal, did you follow the smell here? A delicious aroma drifted out from the house. She had clearly just finished making lunch. Qinshin also came to the door. Zhang Ye, you're here? Zhang Ye smiled and said, yo, you're not at school today? Qinshin acknowledged, there's no classes in the afternoon. Then the two of them suddenly realized that there was a woman standing behind Zhang Ye. Rao Imin raised an eyebrow and asked, you're Nectar 3? As Yang Shu was not from Beijing, she didn't understand that term. This was Beijing slang and meant something similar to, your girlfriend? Zhang Ye quickly said, oh, what are you saying? Can we have something to eat first? I will tell you in a little while. There's no way to make this long story short. Then he turned his head to Yang Shu and said, come on in. Yang Shu just nodded and walked into the house, making herself at home. Zhang Ye gave a casual introduction. This is my agent. Yang Shu looked at Rao Imin and nodded slightly at her. Hello. She looked around the 2-story penthouse apartment curiously and then said to Zhang Ye, is your agent very rich? Zhang Ye, why do you keep asking this question? And why do you think that everyone you encounter is rich? Qinshin wondered. Zhang Ye, who is she? Rao Imin pulled him to the side at this moment, leaving Yang Shu by herself to look around. Who is she? Why did you bring her here? Do you seriously consider me a cook? Qinshin followed them. Zhang Ye smiled wryly. She says her name is Yang Shu and that she is the successor of Taiji fist. The successor of Taiji? Rao Aimin narrowed her eyes in great interest. Zhang Ye shrugged. She keeps insisting that I'm a fraud and wants to duel me. I think she mentioned that she only just arrived in Beijing this morning and hasn't had anything to eat yet. So I brought her here to eat something first. Rao Aimin asked, is she really from your Taiji branch of martial arts? I don't know, but it doesn't look like it, Zhang Ye replied. Interesting. Rao Aimin snapped her fingers. All right, let's go and eat. I'll whip up another dish or two, so don't forget to pay up before you leave. Don't come here thinking that you can freeload. Why must you be so stingy? Before long, the food was ready. The four of them sat down at the table and started eating. The moment they picked up their chopsticks, the atmosphere changed. Zhang Ye, Rao Aimin, and Chunxuan just ate as they usually would, but when they looked at Yang Shu, they were rather taken aback. Yang Shu ate very quickly, but it was not hurried. Her eating habits were very difficult to describe in words. Her chopsticks grabbed food several times, and in the blink of an eye, her bowl full of rice was emptied. It seemed like she ate more rice than the food itself. She polished off a bowl of rice just like that. Yang Shu put down her chopsticks on the empty bowl and did not move. Zhang Ye said dumbfounded, "Do you want another bowl of rice?" Yang Shu nodded. Yes. So Zhang Ye went to refill her bowl and brought it back to her. Here. Thank you. Yang Shu picked up her chopsticks again, and her bowl of rice was rapidly emptied again. Zhang Ye was stunned. Do you still want more? Yang Shu nodded. Sure. She ate a total of 4 bowls of rice. Although the bowl was small, every serving was heaped to the brim. Yang Shu alone had eaten more rice than Zhang Ye, Rao Aimin, and Chunxuan combined. Damn, just how many days haven't you eaten for? Zhang Ye said in a polite manner. Why don't you eat some of the food? Yang Shu well and truly helped herself. Sure. She attacked a dish with her chopsticks. There wasn't much food left on the table by this point. Chunxuan tried to snatch the remaining food from her. This piece of meat is mine. But Yang Shu had already gripped the piece of meat between her chopsticks. Chunxuan's chopsticks bashed into Yang Shu's chopsticks. Yang Shu reflexively avoided it. Chunxuan flicked her wrist and fended that move upwards in the opposite direction using her chopsticks. Yang Shu was momentarily startled. 8 trigrams. Chunxuan had been practicing the 8 trigrams palm with Rao Aimin since she was young. Although she wasn't old enough to actually practice the martial arts for real, the stance and moves were still evident. She had been trained and influenced by Rao Aimin over the years. It was a surprise that Yang Shu could recognize it this quickly. Zhang Ye and Rao Aimin gave each other a look. She really was a martial artist? Her observation skills were definitely there. Zhang Ye's interest was piqued, and he shot out his chopsticks to join in as well. This is the last piece of pork belly, and I haven't had some in a long time. So why not leave it for me instead? With him joining in, Yang Shu could feel a gentle force coming through the chopsticks and nearly lost her grip on them. Yang Shu's expression changed slightly. I think we should leave it for the child instead. Yang Shu loosened her grip on the chopsticks, then immediately followed with a raising motion and tried to push Zhang Ye's chopsticks away. Zhang Ye smiled and said, the child shouldn't eat too much as she might get indigestion, so let me have it instead. Yang Shu discovered that she wasn't able to push him away. Zhang Ye's chopsticks were seemingly stuck to hers, clinging to her movements. The child is growing. Yang Shu gripped the piece of pork belly and applied some slight downward pressure while suddenly turning the chopsticks toward Zhang Ye's hand. I've been working the entire morning, so I'm quite hungry. Zhang Ye struck out in an arc in the opposite direction as he adjusted his chopsticks into a vertical position just in time to block the tip of Yang Shu's chopsticks. The forces collided. The pork belly tumbled through midair. Yang Shu went after it with her chopsticks. Zhang Ye pushed away her chopsticks. Yang Shu blocked. Zhang Ye channeled some neutralizing power against her. Block. But Yang Shu also channeled a stream of neutralizing power through her chopsticks at the same moment. The chopsticks crashed into each other. Pa! A shockwave passed through Zhang Ye's hand, and it trembled, but he did not drop his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Yang Shu's chopsticks instantaneously flew out of her hands and hit the wall behind her before falling onto the ground. With a quick motion, Zhang Ye grabbed the falling piece of pork belly. Yang Shu sat there stunned. But at the next second, Rao Aimin's chopsticks suddenly joined in as well. I've always wondered how a rascal like you could have practiced your martial arts to such a level. Since today's occasion feels rather suitable, let's spar. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. Oh, I'm not going to spar with you. Rao Imean said. My injuries are not recovered yet, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Even with your injuries, I'm not going to be a match for you. Just try. Fine. Chapter 961. Zhang Ye vs. Rao Imean. Chapter 961. Zhang Ye vs. Rao Imean. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Zhang Ye vs. Yang Shu. In just a few quick moves, the outcome was decided. Next, Rao Imean suggested sparring with Zhang Ye. Honestly, Zhang Ye was really quite afraid of her. He had witnessed just how strong Rao Imean was and knew that he was not a match for her. Even if Rao Imean had not recovered the injuries she'd sustained at the conference, Zhang Ye still knew his place in front of her. But since Rao Imean was the one who'd suggested it, he could not refuse. Thinking back about all that had happened, neither Rao Imean nor he had not talked about it much after that. It was as though they had a common understanding, or perhaps neither of them liked bothering the other. Who did you learn Taiji Fist from? What happened to Qinshin's parents all those years ago? Neither asked, and they definitely didn't exchange physical blows with each other. But now, it seemed that Rao Imean wanted to test Zhang Ye's skill. Even Zhang Ye was quietly curious of Rao Imean's martial arts. Spar? Then let's go? In the blink of an eye, their chopsticks touched. Huh! A clear, crisp sound rang out. Zhang Ye pulled back his chopsticks at the moment of contact and dampened the force he put in them before explosively releasing the force again. But by the time he went in for an attack, Rao Imean's chopsticks were no longer there. She had shifted to the koan position. Her chopsticks reappeared in a different place. Zhang Ye immediately twisted his wrist in that direction. Rao Imean flicked her chopsticks up. The chopsticks Zhang Ye was using to grip that piece of pork belly were met with such a huge force that even his listening power did not help him anticipate the move. As it was too fast, he could only instinctively meet it with a dose of his neutralizing power. Taiji Fist's neutralizing power, an advanced skill that only existed in Taiji Fist. Using the traditional martial arts terms to describe it, there were 4 types of power in Taiji Fist. They were sticking power, yielding power, drawing in power, and seizing power. Among them, drawing in power and seizing power fell under the releasing of power, while sticking power and yielding power were forms of neutralizing power. During the spar with Yang Shu, Zhang Ye had used neutralizing power which encompassed mainly sticking power. In the current spar with Rao Imean, Zhang Ye used more yielding power against her while attaching some form of sticking power in the chopsticks. They came into contact. The force of it pushed both of their chopsticks back toward themselves. Clearly, Zhang Ye's chopsticks were pushed further back, but the pork was still in his possession. It was as though the pork belly were stuck to his chopsticks as he tightly gripped it. Even this exchange did not make it drop. Rao Imean grinned. Interesting. Qinshin shouted. Aunt, that pork is mine. All right, let your aunt get it back for you. Rao Imean made another move. Zhang Ye took it on with a smile. Qinshin, will you die if you eat a little less? I will. Qinshin said matter-of-factly. Zhang Ye said in amusement. If you keep eating, you'll turn into a little butterball. Qinshin cheered her aunt on. You're the little butterball. Go aunt, you can do it. Rao Imean's chopsticks came attacking again. Zhang Ye was about to take her on, but noticed a flash of movement. The opposing chopsticks changed to a different position. The 8 trigrams footwork. It was the 8 trigrams circular footwork. Zhang Ye immediately predicted where she would move to and determined her next position. Those 1,000 fruits of agility were not eaten for nothing. It was the Qian 1 position. But Rao Imean flipped her wrist over and her chopsticks around in the next instant. Then she came attacking in from yet another direction and stuck fast to him. This was the swimming body 8 trigrams palm. Every move hugged the body. It was impossible to defend against. Zhang Ye could only meet her with force. Twirling the chopsticks between his fingers, he swung them at Rao Imean. Rao Imean changed her center of gravity and held him off. Zhang Ye instantly pressed down. Rao Imean used her swimming body palms, while Zhang Ye used his sticking body techniques. The two similar yet utterly different styles of martial arts clashed with each other. Both pairs of chopsticks bounced off each other again on contact. That should be enough. Zhang Ye rotated his aching wrist a few times and said, We're just trying this out. Also, you're still injured. In fact, I haven't fully recovered yet either. Rao said, What are you talking about? We haven't even gotten serious yet. Zhang Ye said, If we get serious, I'm afraid that we might tear your place down. Rao said, You're talking rather big, eh? They crossed swords. Again with their chopsticks. Pa. Da. The force got greater. The speed got faster. The fighting at the dining table was simply dazzling. The chopsticks' afterimages were darting all around. The clinking and clunking of the chopsticks resounded through the apartment. Once, 5 times, 10 times. Zhang Ye suddenly felt rather drained and had no choice but to place his left hand on the tabletop to support himself. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stabilize himself. Old Rao had immense skill. Rao was still sitting there ramrod straight without needing to grab onto anything for support. Go Aunt, you can do it. Chen cheered. Beside them, Yang Shu had been watching the two of them the entire time with an astounded look on her face. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye felt he couldn't go any further. He added a gentle stream of concealed power into his moves out of nowhere and squeezed the table harder with his left hand that was supporting him. Whoosh. The chopsticks moved with a gust of wind. Then let's get serious, Zhang Ye said. Rao said, All right. Her eyes narrowed. Still seriously injured, she did not overextend herself and placed the elbow of her hand that was holding the chopsticks onto the table as a fulcrum. She also channeled a stream of concealed power into her attack. Bang! Both pairs of chopsticks collided. The next second, under the startled gazes of Yang Shu and Zhang Ye's and Rao chopsticks that had clashed started splitting in half as though they were flimsy pieces of paper being torn. It also felt like 2 long, thin strips of tofu had crashed in midair and smashed into pieces. The chopsticks broke in half. Rao chopsticks flew behind her. Zhang Ye's chopsticks flew to the ceiling. Alongside that, the dining table cracked with a loud report. The legs of the table could no longer support the pressure of both their forces. The table legs made of solid wood splintered apart as the tabletop came crashing to the floor. It was at this juncture that Rao left hand pulled back and caught 2 plates of unfinished vegetables, with one plate held between her index and middle fingers, while the other one was caught between her pinky and ring finger. Her right hand also moved as she nudged the broken chopsticks over to catch Chinchin's unfinished bowl of rice. All of these movements were executed in one perfectly smooth, flowing motion. At the same time, Zhang Ye's wrist lowered as he acted similar to Rao He caught his own bowl of rice, then shifted his center of gravity slightly behind and shot out his foot to catch an unfinished plate of vegetables. He caught it with the tip of his toes before steadying it to rest on his foot. The tabletop finally hit the ground. Thud! The pork belly that the two of them were tussling over also fell. The bowl of rice Rao held between her broken chopsticks was waiting below the falling pork belly right at this moment. Splat! The already cold piece of pork belly landed without any fuss into Chinchin's bowl of rice. The sparring was over. Rao handed the bowl of rice into Chinchin's lap. Eat up. The meat still made it into Chinchin's bowl in the end. Zhang Ye found a spot to set his bowl down, then helplessly shrugged. Let's make this clear. I'm not going to pay for the table and chopsticks. I'm poor. This action had sent Chinchin's pulse racing. Next to them, Yang Shu wore an expression of shock. Suddenly she exclaimed, Just who the hell are you two? Chapter 962, Gaining a Junior Martial Sister Out of Nowhere. Chapter 962, Gaining a Junior Martial Sister Out of Nowhere. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Old Rao's house. The floor was a complete mess. The watching Chinchin and Yang Shu were shocked from the start until the end by this battle of Rao versus Zhang Ye on the tabletop. Chinchin immediately asked, Aunt, did you win? Rao said, What do you think? Zhang Ye said, Your aunt didn't even give it her all. The two of you. Yang Shu found it simply unbelievable. Suddenly, Yang Shu thought of something before she finally managed to react. She stood up from her chair in an instant. You are Grandmaster Rao She finally recognized her. Or more precisely, she had figured it out. She had never seen Rao before, but had heard very many rumors regarding her. Moreover, she knew very well just how strong a Taiji fist expert who had achieved concealed power was. But even so, he still could not beat her. Other than the opponent being a martial arts grandmaster, there was no explanation for this. Besides, everyone knew that there was only one female grandmaster in the entire Chinese martial arts world. According to the rumors, this female grandmaster had a rather close relationship with Zhang Ye. As such, who else could she be other than Rao Aimin from the 8 Trigram school? Yang Shu felt extremely shocked as she never expected that she would encounter an expert who practiced Taiji fist, nor unwittingly witness a spar between a Taiji fist master and a Chinese martial arts grandmaster. Zhang Ye looked at Yang Shu curiously and answered her question from earlier. I should be asking you instead, who are you really? And why do you know Taiji fist? Rao Aimin looked at him. Does she? There's no mistaking it. Zhang Ye affirmed. Rao Aimin did not quite understand Taiji fist, so she asked, but why does her form look quite different from yours? There are some differences in the moves, but it's really Taiji. Zhang Ye said earnestly. That, I'm sure of. Rao Aimin nodded. Since Zhang Ye was the expert in Taiji, if he said it was, then it definitely was. Yang Shu's kung fu had indeed startled Zhang Ye. She really did know Taiji fist. On top of that, her martial arts were very good, and she was probably not too far off from achieving the use of concealed power. Zhang Ye had not expected that a Taiji expert would suddenly pop out of nowhere like this. In his previous world, there were many martial sects and styles of Taiji fist. The most well-known ones were the Qin-style Taiji fist and the Yang-style Taiji fist. They specialized in different areas and had slightly different combat methods from each other. In fact, the Taiji fist skill experience books from the game ring that Zhang Ye had eaten were not considered Qin-style nor Yang-style. It did not specifically belong to any of the Taiji fist styles. His Taiji forms were seemingly a combination of the different styles of Taiji fist and drew upon the strengths of each to make up for the weaknesses of each. In other words, Zhang Ye's Taiji fist covered a huge area and encompassed nearly every style. The other styles of Taiji fist could be observed in his Taiji fist, as he knew a bit of every one of them. But as Zhang Ye was not a martial arts enthusiast in his previous world, nor learned Taiji, he did not quite understand the differences. As such, he could not tell exactly which style of Taiji fist Yang Shu's style belonged to in his previous world. However, upon further consideration, it was not actually practical to compare the Taiji fist styles of both worlds. After all, they were unique in their own ways and should be looked at as they were. Zhang Ye could see this. Yang Shu naturally understood as well. After the two Taiji fist experts had sparred and saw each other's moves, they knew very clearly that they both belonged to the same branch. Who taught you Taiji fist? Yang Shu did not care that Rao Aimin was here anymore and fired off. Why is your Taiji fist so much better than mine? Who are you really? Zhang Ye threw up his hands. I am Zhang Ye, and that is who I shall always be known as. But Qinshan exposed him. Didn't you say that your name was Chunjun during the martial arts conference? Zhang Ye's face turned red. Can you not bring that up? Qinshan laughed. Her. Yang Shu immediately asked, who is your master? I don't have a master, Zhang Ye answered. Yang Shu said, that's impossible. Zhang Ye returned. And who did you learn Taiji fist from? Yang Shu clenched her teeth and said, it was handed down through my family. Handed down through her family? Rao Aimin narrowed her eyes. What is the relationship between you and the Taiji grandmaster from over 100 years ago? Zhang Ye stared at Yang Shu as he had wanted to ask this question for a while now. Yang Shu proudly proclaimed, my ancestor. Zhang Ye exclaimed, are you serious? Yang Shu said, of course I'm serious. Holy shit. So this woman was the true successor of Taiji in this world. Zhang Ye wondered. Then why didn't you show up in our martial arts world all this time? Why didn't you open a training hall? Why did you make everyone think that Taiji fist was lost for good? Yang Shu looked rather embarrassed. I have no money to open a training hall. No money? Oh, all right. That was a fair enough reason. Curious, Rao Aimin asked. Other than you, is there anyone else who can be a successor of Taiji? Yang Shu pondered for a moment and shook her head before saying a little sadly, my parents have already passed away. I'm the only Taiji fist successor left now. Then she looked at Zhang Ye. He's the second person I've seen who knows Taiji fist. And the forms, skills, and moves of Taiji that he used earlier. I haven't ever learned of most of them. My family never taught me them. Zhang Ye asked, why not? Yang Shu explained, my family lived in seclusion and had never been involved with the martial arts community. My parents' generation were not talented at martial arts and only practiced it for the sake of strengthening their bodies. Much of the knowledge that was passed down from my ancestors has been lost. There's probably only about 30 to 40% left of it. Rao made a noise in acknowledgement. Why does he seem more authentic than a true successor of Taiji Fist like you? Yang Shu pulled a sullen face, saying nothing. Zhang Ye started to feel a little uncomfortable. If he did not make something up, there was no way he would be able to trick his out of this. He couldn't possibly claim that he had learned Taiji Fist all by himself from nothing. Could he? And so, this fellow said, by chance, I received a Taiji Fist manual and learned the fist and chi flow techniques in it by myself. Yang Shu said excitedly, where's the manual now? I lost it, Zhang Ye said nervously. Yang Shu was instantly disappointed. That manual was probably handed down by my ancestors. Rao said, if that is true, then could it mean that the two of you might really be from the same martial arts branch? I guess you can put it that way. Zhang Ye smiled and said, those of Taiji are one big family. Other than the two of us, no one else in this world knows Taiji Fist. When he thought of this, Zhang Ye looked at Yang Shu in a much more affectionate way. Such an affection was really difficult to describe using words alone. Yang Shu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Rao taunted. Then why don't you two battle it out? Whoever wins can proclaim themselves as the true successor of Taiji, and I can help you promote your martial arts when that time comes. Zhang Ye had no reply. However, Yang Shu said, I'm no match for him. Rao said in all sincerity, young people should be more confident. This rascal has not recovered from his injuries yet, so it's a great opportunity for you to wrestle back the right of being the true successor of the Taiji Fist. I believe in you. Big sis Rao, Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Can you say things that will gain you some karma instead? Meanwhile, Chen had had her fill and was getting sleepy. Aunt, I want to take a nap. Rao voiced her understanding. All right, I'm not going to deal with your Taiji affairs anymore, so settle this between yourselves. Then she led Chen upstairs to rest. Seeing that, Zhang Ye said to Yang Shu, let's go to my place. Okay, Yang Shu said. Next door. At Zhang Ye's rental apartment. It's been a long time since I've come back here, so it's a bit messy. Feel free to take a seat. Zhang Ye quickly tidied the place up a little and picked up the things that were scattered around on the small sofa and his bed. Yang Shu did not sit. Zhang Ye asked, what would you like to drink? Yang Shu suddenly looked at him and gave him a fist and palm salute. She shouted a salutation that made Zhang Ye feel awkward. Senior bro. Senior bro? What's senior bro? Zhang Ye hurriedly said, please don't call me that. Yang Shu insisted, it doesn't matter where you learned your Taiji Fist. The two of us are still practitioners of Taiji. You said so earlier yourself that those of Taiji are one big family. And now we're the only two left in this world who know Taiji Fist. Since you're slightly older than me and your martial arts are also slightly much better than mine, you are naturally my senior bro. Just call me Zhang Ye. Yes, senior bro. You can also call me old Zhang. Okay, senior bro. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. Forget it, just call me whatever you like. Yang Shu replied in a serious tone. Senior bro, now that we are the only two left of Taiji, we have a very heavy burden to bear. We are tasked with glorifying the martial art of Taiji Fist again. In the past, I always thought that I was the only person left to shoulder this heavy burden. But now that I've met you, I know that this is something that concerns both of us. My only dream in this lifetime is to make Taiji Fist become famous everywhere. I've decided that I won't be leaving anymore now that I'm here in Beijing. I know that you must have the same thoughts as me, so let's work hard, hand in hand, toward that goal. Bear a heavy burden? Tasked? I've never had such a fucking thought. Zhang Ye coughed and said, I think it's better to take it slow. Senior bro, can you teach me Taiji Fist? Don't you already know how? What I know is not complete. Oh, sure then. Senior bro, please lend me some money. What for? I don't have any food money. Is 2,000 yuan enough? Yes. All right, here you go. Senior bro, I don't have a place to stay. Then what are you gonna do? Can I stay here at your place? Stay here? Yeah. Isn't your house empty? Fine. Senior bro. Big sis, what else? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call you that. He had gained a junior marshal sister out of nowhere, but lost his wallet and apartment in the process. Zhang Ye was still reeling from the turn of events. Without knowing how, things had somehow fucking become like this. When he first saw Yang Shu, Zhang Ye felt that she was a rash person. But it was only now that he realized his instinct was right. This woman truly considered him family. Chapter 963, A Subordinate in Trouble. Chapter 963, A Subordinate in Trouble. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night, Zhang Ye only got home after 8 p.m. His mother asked, "Why'd you just get back?" "I've took a friend out to sightsee." Zhang Ye felt exhausted. "We visited the Forbidden City 1, Qianmen Street 2, and the Summer Palace 3. Quickly get me something to drink." His mother handed him a drink. "Who's your friend?" "A friend from out of town." Zhang Ye did not elaborate. He essentially did nothing the entire day except accompany his newly gained junior marshal sister on a sightseeing tour of the capital. Besides, he could not really turn her down. Her parents were no longer around, and she had traveled very far to look for him, even acknowledging him as family. After that, and addressing him as senior bro. No matter how thick-skinned Zhang Ye was, he couldn't just leave her alone. After all, it was true that there were only the two of them left in their generation of the Taiji branch of martial arts. His father lowered the television volume and looked at him, saying, "You ran around the country for a while a month ago, so why are you still not acting proper now that you're back?" Zhang Ye acknowledged, "All right, I'll work properly tomorrow." His mother badgered, "Your popularity isn't moving much." "Is that so?" Zhang Ye had not been paying attention to it recently. His mother said, "You're still at the bottom of the A-list celebrity rankings. That's what you get for not having any new works for the past month. If not for that car crash between you and Jiang Hanwei creating some buzz, that previous A-list celebrity, who is now first place in the B-list rankings, would have overtaken you. Aren't you worried?" Zhang Ye grunted. "Okay, I know what to do." Back in his room, he gave the celebrity rankings index a quick browse. Sure enough, his popularity score was almost falling off the A-list rankings again. This was mainly because Zhang Ye had not released any new works, nor had any exposure for the past month when he went to attend the National Martial Arts Conference. Actually, it was only Zhang Ye who would dare to do something like this. If it were any other A-list celebrities who did not appear on the news for a month, nor take part in any events, shows, or interviews that would give them on-screen exposure, that would be as good as digging their own grave. For a celebrity, having constant exposure to the public was something that was even more important than their lives. Moreover, the competition at this tier was very fierce. If your popularity did not keep growing, it would just drop lower. Would any celebrities at this tier be easy to deal with? All of them had fairly large fan bases, so it wouldn't be surprising if any one of them became famous overnight and jumped onto the A-list. That was why Zhang Ye's position was still quite precarious, and why he would definitely like to get out of this unstable position as soon as possible and keep increasing his popularity score. It wasn't easy for him to get onto the A-list rankings, so he couldn't just give it back so easily. As there were numerous B-list celebrities behind him eyeing him, he knew that he could not remain stagnant. He decided to go to bed first. When he rose in the morning, he would carefully plan and look for something to do next. He fell asleep immediately when he laid down. 1 hour, 3 hours. Sometime in the night, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Ye subconsciously rejected the first call and went back to sleep. However, it rang again, and Zhang Ye wondered to himself who could be calling in the middle of the night. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 3 a.m. Then he looked at the caller ID and saw who was calling. Hachichi. Zhang Ye became slightly more awake. If it were reporters or nuisances calling at this time, he would not bother with them at all. But as Hachichi was his deputy who had always been a composed person, and now that Zhang Zhua and she were directing a new documentary on air pollution, Zhang Ye knew that old Ha would definitely not call him at 3 a.m. if it weren't something serious. And she'd even called twice? He immediately answered, "Sister Ha, what's the matter?" Hachichi said in a slightly listless voice, "Director Zhang, sorry for disturbing your sleep." "It's fine. Please speak." Zhang Ye sat up in bed. Just what is it?" Hachichi said. "They didn't want to tell you this, but I feel that I have to tell you about it no matter what." She paused and fell silent for a few seconds. "Can you make a trip to the hospital?" Something has happened to Huang Dandan. Huang Dandan, Tong Fu's girlfriend? Zhang Ye hastily asked. What happened to little Huang? She was just diagnosed with lung cancer. Zhang Ye's mind reeled as he sat on his bed in shock. Impossible. He threw aside his blanket and got out of bed before asking in a raised voice. Which hospital? Which ward? I'll be right there. He put on his clothes. He went downstairs and drove off. On his way there, Huang Dandan's face kept appearing in his mind. He had a very deep impression of this subordinate of his. Little Huang didn't start on the Voices program team, but rather was an employee of the documentary channel. When Zhang Ye went over, he chose her and her boyfriend, Tong Fu, along with some other employees of Department 14, and established the program team for A Bite of China. When they were filming A Bite of China, as female member of the team, little Huang had followed their group of men and overcome the treacherous mountain hikes without a single complaint. She was even tougher than most of her male colleagues, and from time to time, she could even liven up the atmosphere as the happiest person on the team. Everyone liked her presence very much. Lung cancer? Zhang Ye could not accept it. 3:30 a.m. At the Department of Thoracic Surgery, Beijing Cancer Hospital. When Zhang Ye finally arrived at the hospital, Yin Tianfei's secretary had just arrived as well. The two of them went upstairs together and saw quite a few people around the ward. All of them were Department 14 staff. Ha Qiqi was talking to a doctor. Zhang Zhuo and Wu Yi were clenching their fists in anxiety. Tong Fu was squatting by himself in a corner, in a daze, and not speaking. The moment Tong Fu saw Zhang Ye, his nose wrinkled and his eyes suddenly welled with tears. Director Zhang. Everyone looked over. Director Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Little Huang is she's. Little Huang teared up as she had always the closest to Huang Dandan. Zhang Ye said loudly, What the hell is going on? Zhang's was said. After you left yesterday afternoon, little Huang started coughing violently when we were eating out for lunch. At first, we didn't think much of it because little Huang hadn't been feeling well due to her month-long cold. But later on, she's suddenly choking and her face turned blue. We then realized it was serious and rapidly sent her to a small hospital nearby. After they examined her, the doctor advised us to transfer her to a different hospital. Only then did we learn that something was wrong. In the end, they had her sent here to the Beijing Cancer Hospital. She did her checkups and lab tests during the day. A portion of the test results just came out. Zhang Ye said angrily. Why didn't anyone tell me sooner? Ha Qiqi said. Tong Fu and little Huang said that you were busy and didn't want us to tell you. Something this big has happened, and you guys still want to keep it from me? You guys are something. Zhang Ye was angered for real. He said to the physician, Doctor, you're positive that it's lung cancer? The physician recognized Zhang Ye, but did not act surprised at seeing him at a time like this. He said, We've diagnosed her on the whole. It'll take until tomorrow morning for the rest of the test results to come out. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and asked, What stage is it at? The physician said, The preliminary diagnosis shows that it's at the early stage. Zhang Ye quickly asked, Early stage? Then she can get completely cured. The physician hesitated for a second. She first has to get surgery. After that, it'll depend on the patient's will to live. Just because the cancer is at an early stage doesn't mean she be cured. It's just that the 5-year survival rate for early-stage lung cancer is higher than at the later stages. Survival rate. These words were heart-wrenching to those present. Zhang Ye clenched his teeth. She's only in her 20s. The physician sighed. I know. Little Huang doesn't even smoke. Zhang Ye said in a questioning tone. The physician nodded. She doesn't. Zhang Ye asked, Does her family have any history of such a disease? The physician said. No. Agitated, Zhang Ye said. Then how could she have lung cancer? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's right. Why? No one in Department 14 could understand. The physician looked around at them. According to the clinical and pathological diagnoses, it is lung cancer. We can at most inform her family members that this is lung cancer with no known cause. We won't tell them anything more than that. However, based on my clinical knowledge and some of the pulmonary tests, I can tell all of you this with certainty. He suddenly took out a few of the X-ray films and laboratory reports and said, I'm 90% certain that the cause of Ms. Huang Dandan's lung cancer is due to the air pollution around us, or what we colloquially refer to as smog. She doesn't smoke nor have any family history of lung cancer, and is also very young. But she still has to breathe every day, every moment. and the pollutants in the air will follow her respiratory tract into her body and damage and infect her. This is the cause of the so-called lung cancer with no known cause. Zhang Ye asked, "Can you confirm that?" The physician nodded. The number of similar cases have been multiplying in recent years. He pointed to a nearby ward. "Over there are 2 cancer patients who got admitted here today before your case. They had the same circumstances. They did not smoke, had no family history of cancer, and did not work in hazardous environments, but they still got diagnosed with cancer all the same. Tell me, why do you think that is? Besides, I checked and know that Little Huang's hometown is in Shaanxi. That province is known to be heavily polluted." The physician changed the topic. "It's quite late. The other patients still have to rest, so don't have too many people stay behind. Go home for now." He then walked away. He left behind a group of Department 14 staff who felt very angry. Air pollution? It was actually caused by the air pollution that they had been investigating for the past month. The ward's door opened. A female employee of Department 14 came out and wiped away some tears from the corners of her eyes. "Little Huang wants everyone to go inside." Zhang Ye immediately stepped into the ward. Little Huang. The lights were on inside the room. Huang Dandan was lying on the bed, her face haggard and pallid. She had an oxygen mask on to help her breathe. "Director Zhang, why are you here too? I've told them not to tell you about this." Zhang Yi said. "How can I not be here? Rest assured, Little Huang. Don't worry too much. The doctor said that you're at the early stage of the cancer, so you'll definitely recover. We'll always be by your side." Little Huang said, "Right." Ha Chi-Chi said, "We're all here for you." Wu Yi said, "Everyone will always be by your side." Zhang's was said, "Just rest up and don't think about anything else. We will come and visit you every day." Looking at Huang Dandan's condition, everyone's heart ached. However, Huang Dandan shook her head. "I can bear this. You don't need to be by my side or come here." "Dandan." Tong Fu was nearly in tears. Huang Dandan looked at everyone and suddenly said, "Can you guys promise me one thing?" Zhang Yi said, "Whatever you say." Ha Chi-Chi quickly said, "However many requests you have, we'll definitely give you our word." Huang Dandan's tone became very determined all of a sudden. "I overheard what the doctor said just now. Don't worry about me. You guys must take my place and produce the air pollution documentary. We can't let the citizens stay in the dark. Don't let the same thing happen to other people, all right?" "Dandan." Little Huang teared up again. Zhang Yi straightened his face as he said through set teeth, "All right, I promise. I will make sure that everyone gets to see this documentary." "Thank you, Director Zhang." Huang Dandan fell asleep content. After the group left the ward, they went downstairs. Zhang Yi stood in the lobby and suddenly announced loudly to everyone of Department 14, from now onward, our Department 14 will fight to the bitter end against air pollution. Fight it, motherfucker. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. The people of Department 14 were furious. Chapter 964, Barred from Broadcast. Chapter 964, Barred from Broadcast. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 7 o'clock in the morning. At Central TV, the other channels and departments were not at work yet. Many of their offices were still empty, but Department 14's office was already working at full capacity. Every staff member was present. "Where's the script? We're making copies of it now. It'll be ready immediately. Get the Ministry of Environmental Protection's number. I have it here. Who's going to interview Chief Su?" "Me. I'll go." "Director Zhang, you're going to handle it yourself?" "Yes." "Then I'll get it arranged for you immediately." "Director Ha, the animated short is ready. Can you take a look to see if it's okay?" An hour later, the Central TV employees gradually arrived for work. When those who passed by Department 14's office saw what was going on inside, all of them, without an exception, froze in their tracks. They discovered that the people of the documentary channel were all seemingly different today. They were all busy working. No one was playing games or idly chit-chatting. Each person seemed like a sharp sword, looking very persistent, tough, and angry. What was going on? Just what was going on? A curious person from Department 13 went over and asked, "Old Wu, what are you guys?" Someone who knew what had happened quickly pulled that person back. "Don't bother asking. Something happened to their department's Huang Dandan." "What happened to her?" "Lung cancer." "What did you just say? How could that happen?" "Yeah, she's still so young." "How'd you know?" "I heard it from someone this morning." Apparently, it was caused by the smog. This? No wonder. No wonder the people of Department 14 are working so hard. Smog? Is the smog really that harmful? It can even cause lung cancer? Why didn't I know about this? They didn't report it on the news either. I know that the smog is pretty bad, but no one has ever told me that it could cause lung cancer. And how could the chances of it developing be so high? I saw Huang Dandan just yesterday. I don't know. Is the smog really that harmful? In just one afternoon, the news had spread all around Central TV. Several heads of other departments came looking for Yin Tianfei to show their support. Some of the channels even suggested to hold a fundraiser for Huang Dandan out of goodwill, but were rejected by Yin Tianfei and Tong Fu. Huang Dandan traveling around the country to the regions most affected by the smog was an aggravating factor in the lung cancer developing. As a result, Huang Dandan's case was considered a workplace injury. Yin Tianfei had already gone to the relevant departments to check out the procedures to take. The medical expenses were all submitted so that Huang Dandan and her family wouldn't need to have any additional burdens. Yin Tianfei had taken care of all this already. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The staff of Department 14 were all working harder than the other. Under this high-intensity work pace, in only 3 days, they had finished the latter half of the documentary that spanned 4 episodes. Together with the work done in the previous month, the entire documentary was completed. In the end, it was Zhang Ye who took on the responsibility of editing the show. He had edited out the parts which were most controversial and did not follow his previous world's version of Chai Jing's documentary on air pollution in China. He also chose a different way of presentation for the broadcast and added in some of his own content. The overall edit made it quite different from the original, as he was afraid that it would not pass for broadcast, which was why he had taken out the most controversial parts of it in the first place, although not all of it could be edited out and had to remain in the final cut. On this day, the documentary was completed. Ha Chi-Chi heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally done. I'm gonna pass out from exhaustion. Zhang Zhua had nearly collapsed. Little Wang said excitedly, "This is great. I'll call Dandan and tell her." Tong Fu asked anxiously, "Director Zhang, when can it get broadcast?" Zhang Ye asked, "What's the matter?" Tong Fu said, "Dandan's surgery is scheduled for next week, so I hope that she can get to watch it before then." Zhang Ye immediately said, "All right, let me speak to Director Yin about this." Zhang Ye went to Yin Tianfei's office and discussed the documentary with him. After Yin Tianfei finished watching the final cut of the documentary, he was extremely satisfied with it. He immediately submitted for approval in the hopes that they would be able to get it out for broadcast by next week while they concentrated on the promotions this week. However, what no one expected was that the next day, the decision of Central TV was announced abruptly. Department 14's The Pollution Problem does not pass muster and has been barred from broadcast. All related work and promotions of the documentary would be stopped with immediate effect as well. Department 14 reacted explosively. Ha Chi-Chi slammed her hands on the table. How could they make a decision like that? Zhang Zhua glared into the distance and said, "Why are they barring it from broadcast?" "What?" Little Wang said. "What on earth happened?" Everyone was in disbelief. The many days of their efforts to rush out the documentary before Huang Dandan's surgery was now met with Central TV's decision to bar it from broadcast. There wasn't even an option to make changes to it, and was instead shut down upon submission. A decision like this was an extremely rare occurrence. It had occurred just a handful of times at Central TV. Yin Tianfei was furious and went to find the station head. When the people of Department 14 learned about this, they all followed Yin Tianfei. The station head's office was packed with a lot of people. Why? What regulations did we violate? This is a public service documentary. Station head, why aren't we allowed to broadcast the documentary? Nobody could accept this. The station head who oversaw the approval board looked at them, frowned, and said, "I watched the documentary. If you people only mentioned that the smog was harmful, no one would have batted an eyelid. But why must the source of the smog be brought into it as well? Pollution caused by the burning of coal? Pollution caused by steel making? That isn't going to be acceptable." Yin Tianfei said in annoyance, "Why not?" The station head said, "You're asking me why not? Can the country not burn coal? Can the country not produce steel? What's the point of bringing up those things? It will just create a very negative impact all around. If this actually triggers a societal upheaval or conflict, who will be responsible for it? You? Can you bear that responsibility? Even Central TV couldn't bear this responsibility, much less you. Zhang Ye came into the office from outside. If we don't mention the source of the air pollution, what is the point of making the documentary? What should we tell the audience? Tell them that the smog is harmful, that it is very harmful, that it is extremely harmful. But we have to keep the source of the pollution a secret. We can't tell you about it. So don't bother with taking measures against this. Even if the smog is heavy, you still have to breathe it in. Even if the smog is heavy, there's nothing you can do about it. Is that how it goes? The station head said in displeasure. In your documentary, you claimed that the smog was the cause of lung cancer. But do you have any scientific grounds for saying that? Do you? If you do, show it to me. Zhang Ye looked at him. A lot of the organizations that investigated this found that there is a correlation between the degree of air pollution and the number of lung cancer cases. The station head shook his head. I'm asking you now, do you have any scientific grounds for saying that? What grounds do you have? A national report? Where is the report then? You said that the smog was the cause of lung cancer and a variety of other respiratory diseases, and could even cause pathological changes? You're fearmongering. Everything these days has to be based on science. Yan Tianfei shouted, so many people died in the past in other countries due to smog. Tell me then, how did those people die? The station head said, I don't know how they died, and neither do I care. All I know is that you people are fearmongering. There are some topics that people like you should never touch, even if it's for a documentary that you're doing. If it isn't handled well, things will boil over. Zhang Ye could not take this anymore. Due to the smog, a lot of people have already died. Everyone can see this, yet you're asking me to fucking provide you with evidence? Asking if we have any scientific grounds for our claims? Have you gone blind? Do I look like a scientist to you? Then let me ask you, does traditional Chinese medicine have any scientific basis to it? Explain to me the scientific principles behind it. Explain to me the scientific purpose of taking someone's pulse. Explain all of that to me. The station head clearly had no answers to his questions, but he did not approve the broadcast of the documentary either. Further, the station issued direct punishment an hour later. The leaders of Department 14 have led others to cause trouble. Zhang Ye is suspended for a month. Yan Tianfei is suspended for a month. The entire Department 14 staff shall have their monthly bonuses deducted. A large-scale punishment like this almost never happened at Central TV, but it seemed like the station was very determined in their way of handling things this time. Yan Tianfei slammed his hands on the table and cursed. The entire Department 14 also cursed. Fuck, how could they bar the documentary from broadcast just like that? The statistics that we collected were all from professional institutes, right? How did it become fearmongering? Zhang Ye was exasperated. He had already taken great care dealing with this problem. Others might not know it, but he did. In his previous world, Chai Jing's documentary on air pollution in China had stirred up a lot of trouble, causing turmoil at almost every level of the country's hierarchy. A lot of people had been shocked by the documentary and become afraid of the smog for the first time in their lives. But there were also a lot of people who had questioned it and relentlessly found ways to raise doubts against Chai Jing and her documentary. That was why Zhang Ye had been treading so carefully. Calling for capital reform? He did not include that. Calling for reduced coal usage? He did not include that. Statistics from foreign institutes? He did not include that. Above all, he did not call for any urgent economic restructuring of the nation. He had removed all of the controversial points of Chai Jing's documentary so that he could make a purely public service documentary that would inform the citizens of the harmfulness of the smog and where the smog originated. Zhang Ye was careful, cautious, and on guard at every turn, but he never thought that the documentary would still get barred from broadcast. Little Wang said anxiously, I told Dandan over the phone that the documentary has been completed. But now, what are we going to tell her? We won't be allowed to broadcast it? We can't get it out for broadcast? Tong Fu said angrily. During the past few days that Dandan's been hospitalized, she's kept asking about the progress of the documentary. She. Everyone fell silent. With Central TV issuing the ban, Department 14 had no way to broadcast it. This was the ironclad truth. What should they do? There was no way out. Director Yin was suspended. Director Zhang, what should we do? Ha Chichi looked at him. Zhang Ye looked at him. Everyone from Department 14 looked at him. Zhang Ye did not say anything. He walked back into his own office and called Wu Ziqing. After explaining everything to her, he wanted to listen to her. Opinion. You want my opinion? Yes. Then I'll tell you that it's best not to broach this subject. It's very sensitive, so it'd be best to stay as far away from it as possible. All right, I understand. But if you insist on it, you have my support. Thank you. Old Wu's words revealed a lot to him. At her level of work, she definitely came into contact with many people and knew many things. This was a minefield. Whoever touched it would be done for. Whoever touched it would die. The strong reaction from Central TV said it all. But Zhang Ye had always believed that in the long passage of history, such matters could not stay hidden for long. No one might talk about it this year or next year, but what about 100 years later? 200 years? Someone would definitely have to be the first to do it. Someone would definitely have to make the sacrifice. Zhang Ye poured some tea he'd brewed for himself and took a sip of it before closing his eyes to think. He thought about it for a long time. He was willing to be that someone. Chapter 965. Let me bear the burden of these criticisms. Chapter 965. Let me bear the burden of these criticisms. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, the news was already reporting on this matter. Zhang Ye's new documentary has been banned. Nothing to follow up with after A Bite of China. A documentary on air pollution? Barred before broadcast. The decline of Zhang Ye? Central TV documentary. Channel no longer able to replicate the miracle of A Bite of China. Why did a public service documentary get barred from broadcast? On Weibo, many netizens were not having any of it. What is this? Barred from broadcast? Fuck. I didn't even get to watch it. What is this about it getting barred before it's broadcast? I've been looking forward to Zhang Ye's new documentary all this while. Although this documentary was not directed by teacher Zhang, it was still made by him. Why is it gone? Give me back my documentary. Central TV is so awful. I think there's some news that you guys might still be unaware of. What news? One of the program team members of A Bite of China was diagnosed with lung cancer several days ago. Oh. What? Hi. She's just 20-something. Teacher Zhang did not plan to be involved with this documentary initially, as he was already about to leave Central TV. But he came back to take charge of it, because that team member's lung cancer was seemingly caused by the smog. Surely that can't be true. Can smog really cause lung cancer? Are you serious? Don't scare me like that, all right? An employee of Department 14 has been diagnosed with cancer. Why is Central TV still barring them from broadcasting the documentary? They really aren't sympathetic, are they? Would teacher Zhang agree to that? This makes me want to watch the documentary even more now. The news has often talked about being more aware of the smog and saying that the air pollution is harmful. But why do they not explain to us why it is harmful? Or tell us how they're going to govern and manage it? What's the meaning of that? Everyone's in a fog. They know that there is the smog, but no one knows what the hell it is. Was teacher Zhang trying to tell us? And then got barred from broadcasting it. This topic was heatedly discussed on the internet. A lot of people were cursing at Central TV, but there were also a lot who did not know what had happened. In this world, the study of PM 2.5 was still in its infancy. There were a lot of things regarding it that most citizens did not understand, with about 95% of them not even knowing that they should have the habit of wearing a face mask outside on a smoggy day. Nobody thought much of this issue and were not nervous about it. This was also the reason for Zhang Ye and Department 14's urgency in making this documentary. But now it was all in vain. At Central TV, in the documentary channel's office, it was almost time to knock off, but no one was preparing to leave yet. Everyone stayed behind and kept cursing and scolding. There were even some people who talked about wanting to quit their jobs. This is too much. Dandan is going to get surgery soon. How are we going to explain it to Dandan? How do we break this to her? We can't just leave it as that, right? We must think of a solution. Hachichi dropped something heavily onto the table and said, I'll go see the station head again. Let's go together. Zhang Ye couldn't stand it anymore either. Let's go together. Yeah, together. Everyone responded angrily. They asked themselves if they had done anything wrong to deserve this. They asked themselves if any of their statistics were not obtained from a professional institute. But why did it end up with the station head accusing them in this way? And punishing them too? Why could they not inform the citizens of where the smog originated and how harmful it could get? Why couldn't they let the citizens know the truth? They did not understand. So they were very angry. Across the room, Zhang Ye had just come out from his office. Director Zhang, come with us. Let's go and see the head. I don't believe that we can't justify our position. The people of Department 14 were in a state of frenzy. But then, Zhang Ye looked at everyone and said, don't bother looking for him. There's no point in doing so either. Without approval from the station, we'll never get the go-ahead to broadcast our documentary. Ha Chi said, but. No buts. Zhang Ye waved his hand. It's time to leave and go on home, everyone. There's no need to contemplate the documentary issue any further. Zhang was stared at him wide-eyed. Are you saying we should just let it be? Zhang Ye said, what else can be done? The footage has already been taken away by the station's people. Little Wang could not believe that Zhang Ye was saying something like this. Director Zhang, what's with you? This isn't your style. If this were the past, you'd definitely. Zhang Ye said, I'd definitely what? The station has already indicated to us that our documentary would cause more harm than good. I have nothing I can do, so we can only leave it as is for now. Everyone, let's stop kicking up a fuss already and head on back home. Ha Chi was angered by this. She shouted, Director Zhang, then who's going to be responsible for Dandan's cancer? Dandan's been laying in her sickbed without airing a single grievance. All she wants is to prevent what happened to her from happening to anyone else. She just wanted our documentary to inform the citizens so that they'd know about the harmfulness of the smog. Yes, I accept that the station head's words were right. Even if some of the statistics we obtained were genuine and from official institutes, but there are no scientific grounds to them. Statistics are just statistics and can only be used for scientific interpretation. They can't be considered scientific fact. But even if it really turns out to be wrong, even if the smog is actually not harmful at all, we still want to make this matter public. We still want to scare the people into thinking, to make them learn about the smog and let them be afraid of it. Even if we have to face a lifetime of criticism, we're willing to accept it. Right? All of us are willing to accept it. We're not afraid of getting scolded. In the past year, haven't we already been scolded a lot? Director Zhang, we cannot just let this be. This documentary is the fruit of everyone's labor. Zhang was stared straight into Zhang Ye's eyes. You promised Dandan personally. You said that you'd make sure everyone gets to see this documentary. Tong Fu clenched his fists. Director Zhang. Zhang Ye looked at all of them. Are you guys finished? No one spoke. Zhang Ye nodded. Okay, if you are, then head on home. Let's not bring this up again. Go back home and pack up your feelings. We still have to prepare for the next documentary. Maybe something about gourmet or animals. Any subject is fine. Ha Chi suddenly asked. Is this coming from the bottom of your heart? Zhang Ye threw up his hands. Then what do you want me to do? Director Zhang, I was wrong about you. Ha Chi turned around and left. Zhang Zhe hesitated for a bit before giving a long sigh. He walked off as well. Zhang Ye abruptly said, there's something else. Right now, there's a lot of attention on our documentary from the media and the people. There's huge ruckus online, so we can't just stay quiet and offer no explanation about it. We'll apply to the management for a venue to hold a press conference regarding this issue. It'd be best if the venue is a large one so that we can fit in all the media outlets and reporters for the press conference. At that time, I will personally go on stage and give an excuse for the barring of our documentary from broadcast. Ha Chi did not even turn her head. Got it. Zhang Ye felt reluctant. This will be very important. Zhang Zhe turned around and said, I'll write a report for it tonight. Okay. Zhang Ye nodded. Little Wang said angrily, you still intend to clear it up? Give an excuse? What's there to excuse? What's there for us to explain? We did not do anything wrong in the first place. Director Zhang. Why? Why are doing this? Tong Fu looked at Zhang Ye. Are you still the Director Zhang I know? Little Wang pulled at Tong Fu. Let's go. Gradually, everyone left the office. Everyone wore the same expression of disappointment. Soon, Zhang Ye was left in the office by himself. Outside, it had turned dark. Smog blotted out the moonlight. When he looked out through the window, the night looked gloomy in a rather depressed and somewhat lonesome manner. Zhang Ye quietly walked over to the office's main door and closed it. Creak. The sound of the door closing was particularly loud in the silence of the office. He walked back in and suddenly bent over and turned on a computer, then another and a third one. These computers had previously been used to store the data for the air pollution documentary, but were wiped clean after the people from Central TV's management came over in the afternoon. He turned them on, typed on the keyboard. Zhang Ye performed a series of complicated operations on them. If there were any technicians present, they would know that Zhang Ye was recovering the files and data that were still retained on the hard drives. 5, 10, 20. Little by little, the data were restored. One by one, the sections of video and interview material reappeared on the screens. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye thought of those words Hachichi uttered to him before she left. He couldn't refrain from chuckling and felt quite proud of her at heart. Make the people know about the smog. Let them know so that they would be afraid. Even if they had to face a lifetime of criticism, they would accept it? Well said. That's my team. You're all good people. However, this is no trifling matter. This is a major issue that will tear a hole in the sky. How could I let you guys face these criticisms? How could I let you sacrifice yourselves? All of you are still powerless right now. If you guys offend someone, or if someone tries to find trouble with you guys, how could you handle it? You have wives and kids, husbands and parents. When it comes to handling the pressure from such criticisms, can any of you truly bear it? Forget it. It's no coincidence that I'm not afraid of trouble, have never been afraid of offending others, and am always very controversial. So I don't care if I'm charged with another count. I'm your boss. If anything happened, could I let you guys take the blame? All of you have really underestimated me, Zhang Ye. So let me bear the burden of these criticisms instead. Chapter 966. The Press Conference begins. Chapter 966. The press conference begins. Translator, leg editor, leg. A few days later. Saturday. On the day of the press conference. Morning, at the Department of Thoracic Surgery, Beijing Cancer Hospital. Dandan, Tong Fu said. Huang Dandan shook her head. That's impossible. Beside her, little Wang said with a sunken expression, Director Zhang really said that. Huang Dandan said in disbelief. Don't you guys know what kind of person Director Zhang is? I know. Tong Fu grit his teeth and said, but he's really going to stop caring about this. He instructed us to not get involved nor bring it up again. Even when we wanted to go and protest against the heads a second time, he stopped us from going. Little Wang said in resentment. Our documentary definitely can't make it to broadcast anymore as the footage has been deleted. The press conference will be held today, and we'll be explaining to the reporters and public the reason why the documentary was taken down. It's 7 a.m. now. In 2 more hours, the press conference will begin. Huang Dandan kept shaking her head. Tong Fu said, I can actually understand Director Zhang's decision. He will be leaving Central TV soon, so if he gets into trouble at this stage, it'll greatly affect him. Since we already know that our documentary will likely offend a lot of people, nobody would want to get themselves involved in such a mess. Director Zhang also. Don't speak any further. Huang Dandan interrupted him angrily. All of you, please leave. Little Wang said, Dandan, why are you? Huang Dandan ignored her. Please go back. Then we'll head on to work. Rest up and listen to the doctor. Tong Fu had no choice but to leave with Little Wang and another colleague who was also visiting. What should we do? Just give Dandan some time alone. Hi. She definitely can't accept that either. This time, Director Zhang is really. Don't. Director Zhang has done a lot for everyone. Let's go back then. There's still a lot of things to handle at the press conference venue. Meanwhile, at SARFT HQ, Wu Ziqing walked into the office building. Chief Wu, good morning. Chief Wu. Many people were momentarily stunned. Today was Saturday, as well as public holiday. Besides, didn't Chief Wu attend a meeting in Shanghai yesterday? Didn't she originally plan to return on Sunday? Then why did Chief Wu come back to work today? Did something happen at the office? Why wasn't there any news of that then? The employees started gossiping. Soon, Wu Ziqing's secretary, Bai Li, rushed back in a hurry. In the office, Bai Li was quite surprised. Chief Wu, what made you come back today? Wasn't the meeting in Shanghai slated to end on Sunday? Wu Ziqing said nonchalantly. There might be something happening today, so I came back in advance. Bai Li exclaimed. What's going to happen? Wu Ziqing did not answer her. She just said, if something happens today, tell me immediately. I will be in my office the entire day. Terrified, Bai Li said, okay. Just what was going on? Even Chief Wu had to come back in anticipation of something? Was a disaster going to occur? At Central TV. At the press conference venue. I'm from the Beijing Times. Oh, please enter. I'm from the news channel, and this is my reporter pass. All right, please enter. I'm with Tianjin TV. Welcome. Please enter. The reporters and camera operators were gradually admitted into the venue. Some of them were setting up their equipment and testing their video cameras, while others were exchanging words in 2s and 3s. Why is it being held at such a big venue? I heard that there will be over 100 reporters attending. That many? Yeah. Department 14's new documentary was rejected, so a lot of people are focusing their attention on them. That's true. We still don't know the reason behind it. We'll probably find out in a while. I heard that the entire Department 14 was punished and even warned. Due to what reason? Who knows? Isn't it just a documentary about air pollution? How big of an affair could it be? It seems that the smog can cause diseases. Come on, that's all nonsense, no? It is the same as pesticides on vegetables. No matter how much you try to wash them away, the veggies won't be 100% clean. There will still be some residue left in the vegetables. Even though the residue is poisonous, a small intake of it won't affect the body, so nothing will happen. The issue of the smog is likely the same, and it doesn't happen every day anyway. Today's weather looks just fine to me. Yeah, if the smog really is hazardous, the station would already have gotten us to investigate and do a report on it. But have any of you received instructions to do so in the past 2 years? Nope. We didn't get such instructions from our station either. I did receive one, but our investigations showed nothing. The officials did not even give us a proper definition of what smog is. There were some similar cases overseas as well, but their circumstances should be different from our country's. This PM 2.5 issue was only brought up recently, in the past 2 years. Even a lot of the reporters working on the front lines had only a passing knowledge of it. This was the current state of this world's knowledge and understanding of smog. It was a very different from Zhang Ye's previous world. The people of this world were still at the preliminary stage of discovery regarding smog. Ignoring the fact of how hazardous it was, nobody even seemed like they knew if the smog was harmful to their bodies. Not far away, Ha Chi-chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were busy working. But from the looks of it, everyone from Department 14 seemed to be going about their work very listlessly. There was no hint of the fire or anger from before. They all appeared to have become rather apathetic to everything. Zhang Zhua asked, "How many people have not arrived yet?" Wu Yi said, "Almost everyone is here. There's just 1 or 2 who aren't." "Then let's get ready to start," Ha Chi-chi said, expressionless. Beside them, several heads of Central TV walked by for an inspection. They looked at the staff of Department 14. "So how's the preparation going?" Zhang Zhua looked upset. "It's all done." Deputy Station Head Zhou said, "When it's time for the Q&A session, don't mention anything about getting barred or the like, as it doesn't sound nice. Today's press conference is mainly to give a proper explanation to the people concerned about this issue. Don't bring up any unrelated things, understand?" A different supervisor criticized, "In the future, don't commit such a big mistake. Even Zhang Ye knows how severe this is, yet you people are still not over it." The station heads then made their rounds once more, albeit not seriously, before leaving. With the footage deleted, there was no way they could broadcast it even if they wanted to. They did not believe this group of people could give them any more trouble. Once the station heads left, the look on the faces of the Department 14 people turned even more unsightly. A big mistake? What big mistake did we commit? Someone spoke up. "I think Director Zhang is still backstage. Can someone go and get him?" No one answered. Ha Chi-chi just said, "Whoever wants to go, go." Zhang's was sighed old. Huh. Wu Yi gazed at Ha Chi-chi. "It's actually hard for Director Zhang too. Director Zhang is tired of it this time and does not want to fight them anymore. We have to try to understand." Ha Chi-chi turned around and walked away to oversee the work elsewhere. Tong Fu walked up, but he personally promised Dandan. Zhang Zhua patted Tong Fu on the shoulder. "Little Tong, I know that you aren't in a good mood, but the implications of this business are too great and aren't things we can change. Director Zhang has difficulties as well," Tong Fu said angrily. "He can ignore it, but why must he stop us from taking this into our own hands?" Zhang Zhua sighed high. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the entrance. The people of Department 14 cried out in shock. "Dandan, Io, what are you doing here? Why'd you come here instead of staying at the hospital? Your surgery's soon." Tong Fu was stunned. Ha Chi-Chi hurriedly ran over. Huang Dandan said calmly, "I just came to take a look." Ha Chi-Chi reprimanded. "The documentary has been axed, and Director Zhang's not going to do anything about it. What's there to look at? Go back quickly and get some rest." Tong Fu was also very anxious about her. Huang Dandan. But Huang Dandan turned a deaf ear to them and stubbornly stood there without moving. It was time. The press conference was about to start. Backstage, there was only one solitary person here at this moment. For the past few days, not a single person of Department 14 knew what Zhang Ye was doing. After he got suspended, he just stayed at home and did not show his face at the office. No one called Zhang Ye either. It seemed like the entire team had become strangers with him overnight. A lot of them were still angry at him. Zhang Ye looked at his watch and lightly exhaled. He looked in the mirror and adjusted his shirt collar before he smiled and walked out satisfied and resolute. "I'm not a stern person, nor am I a likable character. I'm not one to have an exhaustive plan, as I'm not a deep schemer. I don't know how to behave in a way that everyone will agree and be satisfied with. My EQ is not high and my IQ is just the same. I often make mistakes and am sometimes impulsive. I have many shortcomings, though I know them all. You can doubt me. You can scold me. You can insult me. You can bite me. None of that matters to me. But if you don't allow me to speak, then that is unacceptable. That is truly unacceptable. Do you people think that by deleting the footage, you can seal my lips? Do you people think that a documentary can only be shown on televised media? Then I guess you people have never before witnessed a documentary being broadcast live at the venue, right?" Chapter 967. Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China. Chapter 967. Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Thud. The venue's door was closed by the staff. This announced the start of the press conference. The reporters roused themselves and looked at the stage. They looked around for the host of the press conference or Central TV documentary channel's supervisor. "It's beginning. Where's Zhang Ye? Where is he? Why isn't anyone coming out? Who's hosting the press conference?" All of a sudden, the venue's lights went out. Click, click. Most of the lights turned off. Only a few of the dim stage lights remained lit. The venue instantly darkened. What's going on? Why did they turn off the lights? What's the meaning of this? Hey, what are you guys trying to do? The reporters were startled. Everyone started questioning Department 14 staff about this. This setup bewildered them as they had never attended a press conference that was held in this way. Why did they turn off the lights? However, the employees of Department 14 were also startled by this. They did not understand what they were seeing. They hadn't received any prior notice and wondered how the press conference could be held with the lights off. Wu Yi quickly said, "It's probably a fault with the lighting system. Quick, go and take a look." Yin Tianfei's secretary was here as well. Little Wang said, But I don't think anyone's backstage." Someone else wondered. The lighting was pre-programmed. "I don't think there's a lighting technician around today. What's going on then?" Ha Chi-Chi sensed that something was wrong. Zhang Zhua and the others also felt it. The next moment, however, a vertical beam of light abruptly shot down from above and illuminated the rostrum on the stage. In the dusk of the venue, this light was quite conspicuous. In an instant, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked up at the stage in surprise. From backstage, a silhouette slowly walked out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I turn on the light. I see the light shining and motes of dust, and sometimes even some irritating bugs flying toward the light. The man's voice rang out before his face could be clearly seen. Zhang Ye walked up to the rostrum. He did not gaze at the stunned faces of the 100-odd media reporters in the audience. He just stared straight up at the beam of light as he walked toward it until he came to a stop in the center of it. But there's something that I cannot see, the fine particulate matter floating in the air. It's smaller than 2.5 microns in diameter. It has a high refractive index which allows them to absorb a large amount of visible light, leaving us with a very low visibility of the places surrounding us. In time, people began giving this phenomenon a name, which I think is called smog. He smiled and reached out to grab something, but grabbed only air. I've always been very curious about smog and wanted to know what it really was. It's right in front of me, yet I can't see it. The venue was dead quiet. No one could react to what was happening before. Their eyes. This opening, this speech stunned everyone. Ha Qiqi stared, eyes wide. Zhang Zhuo could feel goosebumps cover his body. Huang Dandan excitedly balled her fists. Little Wang's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill out. Director Zhang. You. Zhang Ye took 2 steps to reach an on-stage master console that was set up beforehand and tapped on it. There's only one way that I can drag it into my sight. The big screen behind him lit up. A picture of an apparatus appeared. Zhang Ye smiled as he pointed at it. This is a PM 2.5 sampling apparatus that I borrowed from the Environmental Sciences Department at Peking University. Professor Wang from their department told me that this instrument is extremely precious and that there are only 10 of them in Peking University, so they couldn't loan it out. So I handed him a 68 yuan 1 bottle of wine, and he immediately said that I could have the apparatus as a gift. A female reporter in the audience burst into laughter. A few other reporters couldn't hold in their laughter either. Zhang Ye spread his hands and smiled as he said, I've always thought that the smog was very mysterious and wouldn't show itself to just anyone. But later, I found that with an apparatus like this, which I exchanged for a bottle of wine, by placing a pristine sample of film in it, the smog would automatically show itself to me. The screen flashed. One by one, photos featuring scenes of Zhang Ye's daily life appeared. There was a timestamp. There was a location. There was a figure of the PM 2.5 values at that second. Zhang Ye said, This is from 2 days ago when I carried this apparatus around for 24 hours. 2 days ago? So you did not come to work for the past few days because you were doing this? At this moment, without exception, everyone from Department 14 looked deeply touched. Ha Qiqi almost sobbed. Director Zhang. Then, a shocking picture popped up. The reporters gasped in shock. Ah, this is... Zhang Ye smiled. He pointed at the screen and said, This was the sample of film that was taken out at the end of the day. The film sample in the picture had turned completely black. It was the same color as coal. Why is it like that? A female reporter asked in disbelief. This is what the smog is. A male reporter was also shocked. One of the reporters nearly jumped up. Impossible. Zhang Ye looked at him and said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't believe it at the beginning either. However, I went to look for my Peking University colleague, who is still that Professor Wang from the Environmental Sciences Department, and gifted him yet another bottle of wine, and had him help me analyze the sample that I'd collected. I wanted to know what was really in it. The picture changed. A densely packed group of chemical names appeared. Zhang Ye raised his hand and pointed at the screen. These are the results of his analysis of the film sample. There are a total of 15 types of carcinogens, including the strongest carcinogen in the world, benzo, a pyrene. Do you know how many times above the national standards it was measured at? It exceeded it by 14 times. It caused an uproar. Carcinogens? Exceeded the standards by 14 times? Zhang Ye said, I didn't believe it, so I carried the apparatus around and went out again yesterday to do another test. Then I hurried back to Peking University to look for Professor Wang and had him help me analyze the film sample again. This time, the result was the benzo. A pyrene levels exceeded the standards by 17 times. I was astounded. I thought my initial test was wrong, but how could the results of the second test exceed the standards by an even higher figure? Professor Wang said to me, Professor Zhang, did you go shopping this time? I told him I did. Professor Wang replied, If you'd walked around a little longer, the result would have exceeded the standards by much more. Everyone looked up at the stage in horror. Zhang Ye shrugged. I knew that Peking University had recently built a laboratory. As all of you know, since I'm part of Peking University, I'm in a relatively favorable position for some things. So I spoke to Professor Wang and asked if I could volunteer myself for the key laboratory of high-concentration particulate matter, and if they could measure my body for data so that I could better understand and inform the people of this. But Professor Wang shook his head and said that there was no way. So I asked why. I told them that I wasn't afraid of this. Signing a liability waiver was fine too. If anything happened to me afterwards, I would not hold them responsible for it. So just let me do it. Everyone was rendered speechless. They didn't think that Zhang Ye would actually risk his life like this. Continuing, Zhang Ye said helplessly, Professor Wang hesitated for a long time before telling me, There's no need for you to go inside the key laboratory of high-concentration particulate matter. In fact, the outside air you breathe every day is much more polluted than the air inside the lab. Looking at everyone, Zhang Ye said, it was at that moment that I realized all of us are actually living inside a lab that is constantly exposed. This is what the smog is, and that is who our enemy is. We can't see it, but it's all around us. Many of the reporters were aghast. Many of them were also stunned by today's presentation. Wasn't this a press conference? Weren't they going to explain why the documentary was taken down? Why did it become something like this? What was going on? Documentary? You're actually showing a goddamn live broadcast of the documentary. No one had seen anything like this before. These reporters had never even heard of something like this. On the other side of the venue, the emotions of the staff of Department 14 got a bit out of control. Tongfu wished he could slap his own face. Director Zhang, Wu Yi said this. Little. Wang wiped her tears away. So it turns out that Director Zhang did this much in the past few days. And we didn't even know about it. We didn't know anything at all. I even spoke harshly to Director Zhang. I had thought that Director Zhang did not care about us anymore. As little Wang talked, her tears fell faster. A staff member said, God damn me. I should have known. Yeah. When has Director Zhang ever been afraid of trouble? Why did he choose to do this by himself? Why didn't he tell us about it? He even told us to stop kicking up a fuss over it, and told us not to be involved anymore. Ha Chi-Chi's lips were trembling. He was afraid that he would get us into trouble. He intended to bear all of the criticism by himself. All of us. We have wronged Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Aye. Chapter 968. A never-before-seen documentary. Chapter 968. A never-before-seen documentary. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. This was an unprecedented press conference. This was history's first live premiere of a documentary. Zhang Ye calmly stood on stage and faced all the reporters who wore different expressions, his expression unchanging. So how does the PM 2.5 enter our bodies? How does it destroy our bodies from within? With the assistance from the experts at the Environmental Sciences Department of Peking University, we created a short video to explain. The big screen lit up. One after another, cartoon characters appeared on screen. Hello, I am APM 2.5. I have many siblings, such as the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and various heavy metals, all of which carry a sharp weapon. In the game of attacking humanity, we very rarely lose. At the first stage, the nostrils, nasal hair, and nasal discharge stop foreign objects from entering. 90% of the particles that are larger than 10 microns in diameter will get stopped here, but that won't stop me. At the second stage, the throat in the upper respiratory tract has tiny hairs called cilia, which beat in coordinated waves 20 times per second. But because of my lightness, the trachealis muscle, which contracts when irritated, will try to stop me, although that is not enough to defeat me. At the third stage, the lower respiratory tract has passages called bronchi, which branch out like a big tree and conduct air into the lungs. This is our favorite ski slope of all, as we fight our way in against the cells, lymphocytes, and others. As a side effect, humans suffer from various inflammations caused by us. This was an animation that they had prepared earlier to be used in the documentary. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were once again shocked. The Central TV News Channel's reporter was also rather startled. Weren't all these resources already deleted? Didn't Central TV send a team of people to take them away? Why do you still have it? How did you get them back? Only then did the staff of Department 14 realize just how much Director Zhang had done behind their backs. Director Zhang had begun planning for this press conference since the day the documentary was barred. Our large force finally reaches the end of the branches of the bronchi, which is where the alveoli are. Humans have over 300 million alveoli in each lung. Once we block off these alveoli, they cannot breathe. But in here exists our most fearsome enemy, the macrophages. They are specialized to engulf and digest foreign substances and are also known as internal scavengers. This is going to be a tough battle, but we outnumber them, and our core is difficult to break down as well. Together with the heavy metal toxins, the macrophages find us hard to digest, so easily die. This is how the human immune system breaks down. We also have a group of warriors, the ultrafine particles measuring no more than 0.5 microns in diameter. They are able to penetrate right through the membrane of the alveoli into the bloodstream. damaging and constricting the blood vessels, which in turn causes increased blood pressure and leads to internal clotting. We can even make use of the pulmonary circulation to enter the core of the human body and carry out attacks against your heart, causing myocardial ischemic damage, arrhythmia, and heart attacks. Shiver in fear, human. We're in every breath you take. The animation ended with the ringing of wild and savage laughter. A lot of the reporters were holding their breath, too afraid to even breathe. How could it be like this? How can this be possible? Zhang Ye smiled and said, while we were drawing up this animated short, a colleague of mine was present. She was extremely scared. She told me that she has a 2-year-old at home and asked how this would affect her child in the future. I wondered the same, so I went to ask Peking University's Professor Wang about it. I said, Old Wang, shouldn't we expose our children to the smog so that they start adapting to it? Isn't there a saying going around these days? Don't make your kids lose at the starting line. This made many of them want to laugh out loud. But a lot of the people in the audience could not bring themselves to laugh. Zhang Ye spread his hands. Professor Wang told me that there was simply no basis for a statement like this. For every day that you're exposed to smog, it will be a day of damage done to your body. There's no such thing as adapting to it. So I asked him, what should we do? What can we do? And what about children? Professor Wang hesitated for a while before giving me a suggestion. He said that we could only reduce the number of times that we went out on smoggy days. Looking at the reporters in the audience, Zhang Ye laughed and said, I thought about that and felt that it wasn't such a bad idea after all. At worst, we could just stay home during smoggy days. That would surely do, right? That's right. Just reduce the number of times you go out. The reporters listened carefully and thought about it as well. However, Zhang Ye spoke again. Later, I realized that I had overthought things. I contacted our country's Ministry of Environmental Protection and obtained some internal statistics. What statistics? The reporters were taken aback. Without warning, another short video started playing on the big screen. The music played. It was a background track that sounded very heavy as a time-lapse of images flashed on screen. It was the PM 2.5 readings of various medium to large cities. Shijiazhuang. Days with air pollution in the past year, 267 days. Tianjin. Days with air pollution in the past year, 189 days. Shenyang. Days with air pollution in the past year, 192 days. Taiyuan. Days with air pollution in the past year, 184 days. Chengdu. Days with air pollution in the past year, 107 days. One by one, astonishing numbers appeared before the crowd's eyes. The reporters were all stunned. How was this possible? Had the smog already reached such a state? But why didn't they know about it? Why couldn't they feel it in their daily life? In this world, the people had a very limited understanding of what smog was. They really did not know what it was. Zhang Ye pointed at the screen and gave a wry smile, saying, in many of the cities, the number of days per year that the air was polluted on a large scale was close to 50%, and in some places, more than 50%. Don't go outside. Unless we don't work, don't go to school, don't go to the market, and don't go shopping. How else can we avoid going outside? When I got a hold of this data, I found it quite perplexing and was also extremely surprised by it. Why? Because I did not understand why it was like this. Wasn't smog only a thing that came up in the past 2 years? So why did it seem like the entire country was suddenly shrouded in it overnight? Why didn't we have it in the past? Why didn't I know about it in the past? That's right. There was no such thing as smog in the past. Zhang Ye's words hit the bullseye. Everyone was thinking the same thing and could not understand it either. This smog seemed like it had suddenly dawned on them in the winter of 2 years past. There was no forewarning at all. But Zhang Ye's next reveal made all the reporters at the venue gasp. Zhang Ye said, Professor Wang told me that the smog had always been around. But I said that was impossible. Was I blind or something? Why didn't I know about it before? Then, Professor Wang had me to go through some news articles from some years back. On the big screen, an image from a newspaper was shown. It was the front page news from 10 years ago that appeared on the Beijing Times. There was an airplane and heavy fog. Zhang Ye said, Professor Wang asked me, what do you see? I said, fog, right? Professor Wang said, have a look at the headlines of that day's news. The image changed. Some more words appeared over the top of that image. The news headlines was revealed. Massive delays at Capital's airport due to fog. Fog. It was fog. The reporters were stunned. A chill originating from the bottom of their hearts spontaneously arose. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "In fact, since 10 years ago, or even earlier, smog had already existed. But it was not referred to as smog at that time, but called fog." The reporters were horrified. Even the staff of Department 14 could feel a chill in their hearts after hearing this. Actually, they were involved in the production of this documentary from the beginning and had conducted interviews at many places. They had created a lot of clips for the documentary and knew about all the things Zhang Ye was talking about. They already knew and understood the subject as they were the ones who'd handled it in the first place. But for some reason, when they saw director Zhang standing on stage and relating the story, they still felt the same shock as the reporters. It was in truth even more shocking than when they first learned of all this knowledge. This was Zhang Ye, one of the top hosts in the domestic industry. Organized, logical, controlled, appealing. He was just so good at all of it. The Department 14 staff had full reason to believe that even if their original documentary were to be broadcast, the effects after the broadcast would definitely not be as good how Zhang Ye was currently giving his speech. This was on a completely different plane. This was an oration expected of one of the top hosts in the country. It was extraordinarily charismatic. Lung cancer, Zhang Ye suddenly said. These words can terrify anyone. I never expected something like this to happen to someone close to me. He smiled and said, I've always thought that only us smokers got lung cancer. But one day, I realized that I had it all wrong. I have a female colleague who's a year younger than me. She's the joy of our office and treats everyone very well. She's also very motivated and does not smoke, drink, or have any family history of the disease. However, she was recently diagnosed with lung cancer. I got very angry at that time and questioned the doctor. Why? What did she do to deserve that? Do you know how old she is? The doctor said to me, I can only tell you that the lung cancer was the result of an unknown cause. But I formed an opinion that it was due to the air pollution. Huang Dandan's tears fell. Ha Chi-Chi held one of Huang Dandan's hand in hers. Little Wang held Huang Dandan's other hand and cried together with her. Air pollution? Lung cancer? The reporters were once again shocked. This information that Zhang Ye had thrown out wrecked their perception of smog knowledge. Zhang Ye looked at them. Therefore, I wanted to investigate this. I needed to understand where the smog came from. I wanted to find out who the responsible parties were. Coal, steel, pollution. For the entire afternoon, without a script nor any assistance, Zhang Ye kept on talking about the subject. Outside, at a meeting room in Central TV, the regular meeting had just ended and the heads gradually vacated the premises. Oh right, is Department 14's press conference over yet? I don't think so. It's still not over? Uh-huh. It's already been over an hour. I don't know. Why is it taking so long? At the venue, a spinning earth appeared on the screen. Zhang Ye looked into the audience. Thousands and thousands of babies are currently in their mother's wombs or being birthed. These rivers, skies, and lands should belong to them. We have no right to consume without restraint. We have no right to grumble without restructuring. We have the responsibility to prove to them that a world illuminated by energy can be both clean and beautiful. He faced the big screen, focused on that rotating earth. A smile hung on Zhang Ye's face. Every time I see this planet spinning in the dark of space, I feel a nameless attachment and warmth. Someday in the future, I'll leave this world, but my family and children will still be living on it, so I'll still be involved. That's why I watch over it, just like I watch over you. That's why I protect it, just like I protect you. The music faded out slowly, further and further out. The press conference was over. Everyone sat in their seats, unable to move. Suddenly, Ha Chi-Chi started to clap with all her might. Little Wang clapped. Zhang Zhua clapped. Tong Fu clapped as hard as he could. In an instant, a round of applause broke out. Every one of the reporters present at the venue stood up, feeling a sense of shock, confusion, and fear, and gave their most respectful applause to this never-before-seen press conference. This was Zhang Ye. This was Department 14's new documentary. Chapter 969, Stay True to Yourself. Chapter 969, Stay True to Yourself. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The lights came back on. The doors opened. The press conference ended, and Zhang Ye walked off the stage. But none of the reporters left. Teacher Zhang, please stay. Please accept an interview. Teacher Zhang, please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Numerous reporters piled forward in excitement. Several of the male reporters seated in the back rows even stepped over the chairs ahead of them to get to the front as everyone rushed forward in a frenzy. However, Zhang Ye did not answer any questions or accept any interviews. He just turned around and left through the backstage. Noticing this, the Department 14 staff in the back quickly went forward to hold off the reporters. They shouted, "Please go back. Everyone, please head back." When a few of the reporters saw this jostling, they knew they would not get to interview Zhang Ye today. They were highly aware that something big was about to happen, so they immediately turned around to find their colleagues who were filming the press conference and ran outside with all their might, carrying their video cameras and cameras with them. When some of the other reporters saw this, they came to their senses. "Let's go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's return to the station. Quick, contact the editor-in-chief. Drive the car over here first." This press conference, no, to be precise, this documentary was very astonishing, so they had to return to their office immediately to seek the opinions of their bosses. For breaking news of such scale, it was impossible that it would remain a scoop. It all depended on their speed now as they competed to see who would get it published first and gain the advantage. But even though they were fast, they would definitely not be faster than those from the Central TV news channel. This was because they did not need to drive back to their office at all. It was just right upstairs. As this documentary was ordered barred from broadcast by the Central TV heads a few days ago, the people of the Central TV news channel clearly would not dare to act on their own. They quickly reported this matter to their superiors. With that, the whole of Central TV was stunned. Deputy Station Head Zhou pounded the table and jumped to his feet. "What? What did you say?" Deputy Station Head Li stared and said, "See, can you repeat that?" The female reporter from the news channel said bitterly, "Zhang Ye has publicly released the documentary by presenting it in a live conference format. This is the recording from the press conference." They watched it as quickly as they could. It was fast-forwarded and fast-forwarded. Again, they took just 5 minutes to finish watching it. The station heads immediately paled. What has gotten into Zhang Ye this time? He's about to leave. Why is he still meddling? This is pissing me off. This is outrageous. He actually had the courage to say all that with all those reporters around. The documentary's footage was deleted, but he turned it into a live conference. We cannot allow this to get broadcast. This was a press conference held by Central TV. We'll be doomed if it gets broadcast. Go and tell the station head. Hurry, let the station head know. Tell him that something terrible has happened. Backstage, the employees of Department 14 stood in front of Zhang Ye. Huang Dandan looked at him. "Thank you, Director Zhang." Zhang Ye smiled. "Since I promised you, I would have gotten it done even if the sky collapsed. There's no need to thank me for it. You must now recuperate and get ready for your surgery. I'll be waiting for you to get back and help me in the future." Director Zhang. "I." Tong Fu flushed. Ha Chi said, "We thought that you were." Zhang's was said angrily. "Why didn't you let us know about something so important?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "It's just as you said. It's precisely because this is such an important matter that I knew I had to bear the responsibility on my own. We could have all borne it together." "That's right. We could have all borne it together. Why are you bearing this responsibility by yourself? You're looking down on us, Director Zhang." Everyone had something to say, but they were in fact all very touched. Before the press conference, everyone had given up all hope and even entertained the thought of quitting. But when they saw Zhang Ye appear on stage and give his opening speech in such a composed manner, it set their pulses racing. Director Zhang was still the same old Director Zhang. He had never let them down before. Zhang Ye looked at everyone around him. He spoke. "It's not that I'm looking down on you guys. It's just that it's not necessary to drag all of you down together with me. I've always been unpopular and have offended so many people, so I'm not really bothered by it. But all of you are different. Every one of you still has a future in the industry, so why would I let you become notorious like me and get hated on? There's no need since we're a team. Haven't our roles always been clearly defined? You guys are responsible for producing the documentary while I handle the offending." Ha Chi said, "Director Zhang, I'm sorry. Back then It's me who should be sorry," interrupted Zhang Ye, "as I didn't let you guys know about my plan. Actually, when I heard everyone saying that you wanted to make this documentary public even if you had to face the music, I felt rather touched and proud. knowing that you guys didn't disgrace me. At a newspaper firm, everyone was up to their ears in work. A lot of them were on the phone, while many of executives and employees of the newspaper firm had surrounded a monitor, which was replaying the footage from Central TV Department 14's press conference. They finished watching it. A reporter who was present at the press conference said, "Chief Editor, CC, can this be published?" Another reporter said, "Zhang Ye has revealed the source of our air pollution to be caused by the steel mills, gas stations, vehicle exhaust emissions, corporations polluting, and even coal-fired heating. If this gets published, wouldn't it cause chaos?" Everyone was very uncertain about this and waited for the chief editor to speak. A deputy editor said, "This can't be published, right?" A different editor said, "So what if we know the source of the air pollution? Can we stop people from using heating? Can we ban all the steel mill production? Stop industrialization?" An executive of the newspaper firm had a different view. When did Zhang Ye say that he wanted to stop industrialization? When did he say that he wanted to stop people from using heating? If coal-fired heating causes pollution, we can just aim to reduce the burning of coal and increase the proportion of gas heating instead. For pollution caused by steel mills, we can order the standardization of environmental protection facilities, increase crackdown efforts on offending corporations, and encourage citizens to report law-breaking corporations. For pollution caused by vehicle exhaust emissions, we can increase the penalties. We can issue fines to all those heavy vehicles that exceed the limits. How is that called being unable to do anything about it? That deputy editor said. But the citizens won't think of it that way. They will surely call for the complete eradication of steel mills and refuse large and heavy vehicles from entering into cities. The citizen are always ignorant. If they see this documentary, then, all right, everyone, stop arguing. The chief editor finally spoke up. Everyone looked at him. The chief editor laughed in extreme helplessness. "Honestly, I have gained a sudden sense of admiration for Zhang Ye. At least he dares to speak up and tell the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth." After a short silence, the chief editor gave his orders. "Just report it. We'll publish it as is. Hand the recording over to old Hu. I will personally write the rough draft for this afternoon's edition of the paper." Chief editor: "Why? Are we really going to publish it?" The chief editor suddenly looked at them. "Why not? Why can't we publish it? Zhang Ye, as a host and documentary director, has done for us what we media personnel could not do. These kinds of reports should have been written by us in the first place. It should have been us who exposed such news to the public. But look now, a documentary filmmaker has beaten us to it instead. Don't you guys think it disgraceful?" "Well, I find it disgraceful. I find it extremely disgraceful. I know the higher-ups probably won't approve of such reporting, but as journalists, we must sometimes have a backbone." Everyone went silent. The chief editor said, "We should let the people know about this issue as they have the right to know." A female editor smiled. "The chief editor is right. I've finally understood why there are so many people who like Zhang Ye. He reminds us of our past selves every so often. There is a popular phrase going around these days: stay true to yourself. I suppose that Zhang Ye will never understand this phrase because everything he's said and done these past few years has been true to himself. He has never forgotten, but most of us have probably forgotten ourselves. Then let's publish it. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Right? You're speaking as if we're afraid of trouble. I will contact old Hu immediately and get him to publish the video in full on the newspaper's website. Chief editor, let me help you with the first draft. Let's do it. Let the sky fall. Zhang Ye's there to hold it up." The entire newspaper firm immediately got down to work. At the same time, the other newspaper firms and television stations were getting ready to publish the news. Chapter 970. Let's clear up this day a bit, just a little. Chapter 970. Let's clear up this day a bit, just a little. Translator, leg editor, leg. A video appeared online without any warning. The headline read, "Zhang Ye's documentary on air. Pollution in China." Another headline read, "Department 14's latest documentary." And another headline read, "What exactly is smog?" It just started popping up this way. A lot of people were caught completely off guard. What? The documentary? Didn't it get banned? Yeah, didn't Central TV ban it from being broadcast? What's going on then? Didn't they hold a press conference this morning to make an explanation about the ban? Then where did the documentary come from? This must be fake news, right? Is it clickbait? They're just trying to lure us into reading the reports, right? A lot of people did not believe the headlines as there has been too much fake news recently, but many of them still could not hold back from clicking. And when they did, they were stunned. Damn, look, quickly look at what? It's really true. This is Zhang Ye's new documentary. How is that possible? It wasn't even broadcast on TV. Go and take a look for yourself. It's not a documentary that was meant for television broadcast at all. The documentary was released live at the press conference instead. Oh my God, Teacher Zhang is too amazing. What? Let me see. The first batch of viewers just kept on howling excitedly like that. But when they finished watching the entire documentary that was filmed live at the press conference, which lasted over an hour, all of them got mad without exception. They could not believe it, as shock was written all over their faces. How is this possible? This is what smog is. These are the enemies that we've been facing on a daily basis. This is too shocking. Too shocking. This. Share it. Hurry, right? We have to let everyone know about this. Old He, quickly come and see this. Old Wang, stop playing your games already. Have a look at this. Motherfucker. This is too much. These polluting enterprises have really gone too far. So that was why they banned it from broadcasting? Fuck. Start sharing it. Right? Share it for Teacher Zhang. In the blink of an eye, the internet blew up. This documentary struck like a thunderbolt and lit up the internet with a bang. On Weibo, what's the matter? What's happening? What's everyone watching? Why is everyone so excited? What happened? Let me have a look too. On the discussion forums. What is this video about? Why is getting so many views? A documentary? Why did it get posted here? This is a stock trading forum. Holy shit. This documentary. Heavens. Is this for real? Is this what smog is? Fuck their grandpas. So they've been keeping that from us all this time. Fuck. I want to swear at someone. I really want to swear at someone. Antiaba. Why didn't they tell us? Why didn't they tell us before? If I had known, I would have worn a face mask. My wife died from lung cancer last year. Fuck. At a filming location. A call from Fong. Weihong suddenly came in. Sister Zhang. Zhang Yuanqi said pleasantly. What's the matter? Fong Weihong said solemnly. There's a video online that I think you should watch. Zhang Yuanqi. Old Chen's house. Chen Guang's face was one of shock. This. Fan Wenli also looked somewhat pale. This is the smog. Chen Guang said. It has already advanced to such a stage? Songstress Zhang Xia was at home watching this documentary. She watched it twice and fell silent. At Beijing television, Dong Shanshan was stunned. Hu Fei wore a sunken expression. Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the others were all enraged. At Yao Jinsai's house, Yao Jinsai's wife gasped. Why didn't anyone ever tell us about something so terrible? What? Yao Jinkai gave a wry smile. Little Zhang has ripped a great big hole in the sky this time. Yao Mi said, why do you say that it's ripping a hole in the sky? Teacher Zhang just reported the truth. Yao Jinkai said, it's not like no one has investigated this before. There are also some people who know about this as well. So why must he go and spill the beans? This kid is an imbecile. His wife disagreed with him. Yes, he is stupid. No one is more stupid than him in the entire entertainment industry. That time when Li Anson pushed a fan after the Spring Festival Gala, if it were anyone else, they would not have bothered stepping in. But Zhang Ye did. When Beijing Television's Wang Shuixin caused Father Wei's death, if it were anyone else, they would not have done anything. But Zhang Ye did. When the Japanese delegation visited Peking University and acted arrogantly, if it were anyone else, they would not have dared to say a word. But Zhang Ye did. He never had anything to gain out of any of that, and even caused many people to start scolding him. They've been scolding him from the year before last until last year, and then from last year again until this year. You said that he is an imbecile? I totally agree. He is the stupidest person I've ever seen in the entertainment industry. But deep down in my heart, I just can't help but admire and respect him. Do you know why I feel that way? Views of the online video were increasing rapidly. Every refresh brought about an increase of 1 million views. There were 2 video hosting sites that even crashed from the heavy load of traffic, leaving their entire site crippled. This was an unprecedented kind of virality, as no other documentary had ever managed to create such a shocking and influential impact within an hour of its release. No, Perhaps it wasn't just for documentaries. Even for movies, music, or videos, none of them had ever hit such a level of craze. Central TV was angered. The entertainment circle was stunned. The entire country had been turned upside down due to this live documentary conference. Confusion, panic, anger, madness. All sorts of emotions were spreading rapidly among the people. At Environmental Protection Ministry, why didn't anyone take control of the pollution issues? What? Steel manufacturing corporations that have flouted the law? You all better own up. Right. You all owe everyone an explanation today. Who approved those heavy vehicles that failed the emissions tests and allowed them to be on the road? Requesting that the relevant departments thoroughly investigate this. Why should we pay the price for your irresponsibilities? What makes all of you think that you can profit off of our health? Teacher Zhang is right. You motherfuckers. What is that I smell in the air? It's not the smell of smog. It's the smell of the goddamned money from pollution. The populace exploded in anger. An emotion rooted from the thoughts of getting deceived and having the truth withheld erupted. Where can we buy face masks? They're available online. Remember to buy the protective face masks that Teacher Zhang emphasized in the documentary. If it's just a normal cloth-type face mask, it won't be effective no matter how many layers it has. It won't work at all. There's a private steel factory near my place that has broken the law. How do I report them? Didn't Teacher Zhang already mention that? Just report it to the police, as well as call the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Right, let's report them all. If one person is not enough to make a difference, then are 10 enough? If 10 are not enough, are 10,000 enough? Fuck, I doubt nobody won't care if so many of us report the violations. Let's all take action together. Motherfucker, we can't let them go about flouting the law any longer. Smog. You motherfucker. Corporations contributing to smog. You motherfuckers too. But at this moment, something happened that no one expected. I can't play the video anymore. What do you mean you can't play the video anymore? I can no longer load the documentary on .net's site. Damn. The video that was posted by the official website of Tianjin TV can't be played either. It's been deleted. It's the same for me. It says that the video has been taken down. What happened? Fuck. Someone has made a move. Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China has been taken down. 2 hours after the incident started, the video was gradually deleted off the servers on a wide scale. The reports by several mainstream media outlets regarding the documentary also disappeared suddenly. The citizens were enraged. Central TV Department 14's people also exploded with anger. Ha Chi-Chi slammed the table. How'd they take it down so quickly? It's only been out for 2 hours. Zhang's was said in anger. Little Wang said, they're totally bullying us. But Zhang Ye was not surprised. He just laughed it off and said, didn't we already expect that? Then what's the fuss about? Tong Fu anxiously said. But a lot of the people have yet to watch it. The SRFD, Wu Ziqing's office. Bailey hurriedly ran in. Chief Wu, something really has happened. At the press conference held at Central TV, Zhang Ye. I already know about that, Wu Ziqing said calmly. It was at this time that Bailey finally knew why Wu Ziqing had rushed back a day earlier during an important meeting at Shanghai. She understood now what Chief Wu meant when she said that something might happen today. It was Zhang Ye again. So it was over Zhang Ye's troublemaking again. Why? What was the relationship between Chief Wu and Zhang Ye? Bailey did not ask, and neither did she have the courage to ask. That documentary's been taken completely offline. On whose instructions? Wu Ziqing looked at her. Bailey hesitated before saying, it was the instructions of Deputy Chief Chun, who is at the meeting in Shanghai. It seems like he received a call from the higher-ups and later gave the order directly to all the online video hosting sites and TV stations. Wu Ziqing nodded. I understand. Bailey said, Chief Wu, ma'am. But Wu Ziqing did not say anything to her. Instead, she picked up the telephone on her desk. 10 minutes later, the internet was still in an uproar. How can they delete it? I haven't even watched it yet. Isn't this too much? It's back up. What? Yeah, the video is back online. We can watch it now. It's been restored on .net as well. The documentary is back online. This is great. What on earth is going on here? Everyone was confused. The employees of Department 14 were overwhelmed by this surprise. It's been restored? It really has been. What happened? Holy shit. Who's helping us out? Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others could not understand. How could they have any supporters? Zhang Ye was also taken aback, but soon realized who it was. A warmth overcame him, and he momentarily felt rather apologetic. He would not ever regret what he had done today, as he did not implicate Yin Tianfei nor his subordinates from Department 14. But there was someone who had been supporting him from behind and fighting alongside him. Zhang Ye did not wish to drag her down, but he knew that this was not going to be possible, so he felt quite sorry for her. After he went back into his own office, Zhang Ye made a call. Old Wu, Zhang Ye greeted. Wu Ziqing replied, MHM. Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment. It'll be fine if you can't make it work. Just leave it. But Wu Ziqing smiled. You've said it, and it has also been published, so how can we just leave it? But for you. Zhang Ye was afraid that she would be held responsible. Wu Ziqing gently said, Haven't the responsibilities between us always been very clear? You're in charge of the talking, while I'm in charge of letting you talk. Now that you've done your part, leave the rest of the battle to me. When Zhang Ye heard this, he laughed. All right, Wu Ziqing said, but I can only help you fend them off for at most a day. A day? That's good enough. Zhang Ye looked outside. He looked at the downcast sky outside and said, We can only do so much anyway. Let's clear up this day a bit, just a little. Chapter 971, Breaking 100 Million Views. Chapter 971, Breaking 100 Million Views. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A call came in. It was from Zhang Ye's former boss at Beijing Television, Hu Fei. Hu Fei, little Zhang, you are way too ballsy. Zhang Ye laughed. Not too bad, right? Hu Fei also laughed and said, This time you've torn a hole in the sky. This was exactly what I wanted, Zhang Ye said. Hu Fei said, I'm calling just to tell you that no matter what, your former colleagues at the BTV Arts channel are all proud of you. Zhang Ye was surprised. Thank everyone on my behalf. But Hu Fei said, It's us who should be thanking you this time. On the internet, the commotion was still ongoing. That's too frightening. Is there anyone who has not watched it yet? Quickly share it with them. Ah, it's gone. It's gone again. Damn, why was it deleted again? What's going on? Didn't they restore the video just now? Why did it get taken down again? What are these people doing? Ah, it's up again. It's up again. It's up again. Ah, it's gone again. Ah, it's up again. At an online video hosting company, in the general manager's office that was responsible for liaisons, the phone kept ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Director Yin picked up the phone with a smile and said in a friendly tone, Hello, Chief Wang. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, okay. You're very right. We'll take it down immediately. Okay, okay. There won't be any problems. We'll handle it as the executives instruct. The call ended. Director Yin called his secretary over at once. Quick, take down the documentary on air pollution. The secretary nodded and went to get it done. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. When Director Yin saw the caller ID, he quickly answered the call with a smiling face. Hello, Division Head Son. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, okay. You're very right. We'll immediately restore the video. Okay, that's for sure. We must give our fullest support to public service documentaries. The call ended. Director Yin called his secretary over again right away. Quick, restore the documentary. The secretary grunted, Yes. 10 minutes later, yet another executive called. Restore it back. Take it down. Restore it again. Take it down again. Finally, Director Yin was enraged. Fuck your third uncle's grandma. This is fight between you gods. Who have I offended to deserve this? Similar situations occurred at numerous online video hosting companies and other media outlets. Some people even turned off their cell phones and went into hiding. Some of them put on two faces, trying not to offend anyone. Some were so frightened by the situation that they simply feigned illness and checked into the hospital. At this moment, the industry was in a state of extreme shock. A fight had started. The executives above them had started to fight. The entire country was turned upside down all because of a documentary. On the same day, it was as though some people had discussed beforehand as they suddenly popped out of nowhere together. A medical professor publicly issued a statement to condemn Zhang Ye. Don't get deceived by Zhang Ye. He is completely misleading the public. He says that smog is related to lung cancer. That smog can cause lung cancer. Science has not shown any links. So what is he talking about? Isn't that trying to deceive the people? Fuck off. How much evidence has already indicated that there is a correlation between smog and lung cancer? How many organizations have conducted research that show that smog is a possible cause of lung cancer? No scientific links? That's right. Indeed, there are no organizations that have successfully researched how smog causes lung cancer. But we're misled exactly by people like you. By simply saying that science has shown no links that smog causes lung cancer. What signals are you trying to send to the people? The first impression that everyone gets is that there is nothing harmful about smog. That smog definitely does not cause lung cancer. You all are tricking people. Deceiving the people? The ones who are deceiving the people are the lot of you. You people come forward to make a statement when we have yet to bother with you. Idiots. The people were enraged. Elsewhere. Hey. Scientists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences fired shots publicly at Zhang Ye. It's just scaremongering and complete nonsense. What's the point of saying all this? What motives do you have? Have you thought of the consequences? The air pollution is an inevitable product of human development. It is the price to pay for societal development. We must definitely govern it. But how do we do it? Are we really going to stop the steel mills from operating? Do the people really have to stop using heating? Are we going to scrap all the cars? Do you want to revert back to a primitive society? Another scientist from an atmospheric pollution research facility posted, "At Zhang Ye, stop talking nonsense if you don't know anything. Governing and controlling the air pollution is not as simple as you think. There are many complicated issues behind it. Right now, I am seriously doubting the motives for Zhang Ye to create this documentary." A steel company CEO posted on Weibo mockingly, "Zhang Ye is still driving his BMW X5, right? Get rid of your car first before talking to me about other things." The netizens were fuming. Countless people immediately gathered around online. Get rid of his car? Why should he need to dump his car? What kind of fucking logic is that? Based on what you said, people who are calling for charitable activities to be performed would have to donate their houses first, don't they? Are they all going to have to sell their houses away so that they can devote themselves into a career of public welfare? Fuck. Why are there idiots like you in society? Let me tell you this. Teacher Zhang Ye is not a scientist. He is a documentary director and a host. Must he come up with a solution to solve the air pollution issue by himself? And he even has to find a way to do it so that everyone would accept it? Using the most proper way? Only then is he allowed to speak up? Only then can he announce the truth? Fuck you all. Isn't that what you experts and scientists must think of instead? Zhang Ye has shown the truth behind the smog to all of us. Even though what he can do is limited, he has already done his best to declare war against air pollution. What about you all? I would like to ask just what you people are doing. You people are unable to think of ways to govern the air pollution or come up with any research findings. So you started to scold him instead and nitpick? Fuck you. Thousands and thousands of criticisms came flooding in. Several experts and scientists were instantly stunned from being scolded. Immediately, another group of experts and academics came forward to cast their doubts on the documentary. They brought up claims of data fraud, baseless reports, and scaremongering. These accusations were all targeted at Zhang Ye. But the next moment, they were drowned out by the criticism. Their entire screen was filled with criticism. Every time it refreshed, thousands more would come flooding in. When someone jumped out to scold Zhang Ye, they would get scolded off. When another jumped out to scold Zhang Ye, they would get scolded off too. Zhang Ye's fans, and even majority of the populace, were all standing on Zhang Ye's side. Zhang Ye was unlike Chai Jing from his previous world. There was no dispute about his nationality, and his documentary did not involve any foreign organizations either. Moreover, for a professional Korean insulter like Zhang Ye and his case of chasing away the Japanese delegates with his scolding, to say that he was an agent of some foreign powers plotting to destroy China's development, they would probably not believe it themselves either. Zhang Ye's background was extremely clean. There was no disputing it. And most importantly, Zhang Ye's popularity was much higher than Chai Jing's in his previous world. He also had a much greater influence than her. Furthermore, the people of this world were basically uninformed about the smog, so even Zhang Ye had probably not expected them to give him their support with such little reservation. The documentary was taken down again. After a while, it was back up again. The views on the video were soaring. 5 hours passed very quickly. To the shock and horror of the industry insiders, the total views of Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China had already broken 100 million. This was insane. This was fucking insane. Carry out strict inspections on the offending corporations that cause pollution. Hand over the murderers. Who are the ones sacrificing our lives to make money? We will not remain silent anymore. Hand over the murderers. Return us our white clouds. Return us our blue skies. On this day, 7 of the top 10 Weibo hotly discussed topics were related to either Zhang Ye, the smog, or Department 14. On this day, the regional centers 2 of the Ministry of Environmental Protection from all over the country received a total of 110,000 calls and over 1,000 complaints lodged by the populace against the organizations that had violated the emission standards. On this day, environmentalists and the people surrounded an organization that had issued fake emission level certification labels for heavy vehicles, which had violated the emission standards and was exposed by the documentary. After a full 3 hours, they witnessed the CEO of the organization and a group of people involved in the case getting taken away in police vehicles. On this day, the people awakened. On this day, a lot of things happened. On this day, Zhang Ye raised his head up in the streets and felt that today's sky seemed a little more blue than before. Chapter 972. Who in these lands don't appreciate you? Chapter 972. Who in these lands don't appreciate you? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at home, breakfast was ready. Zhang Ye did not need to be woken up today. He had gotten up early by himself and washed up before coming out to the living room. When the steamed buns and millet congee was served, he immediately sat down at the table and started eating heartily. "Mom, the congee tastes quite good," Zhang Ye praised. His mother was rather speechless. "Why do you sound like you're in such a good mood?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's not too bad." His mother stared at him and said, "But everyone says that you've gotten into big trouble this time." "I only spoke the truth, did what I wanted to, and did what I had to." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I have a clear conscience regarding it. So what do I have to be afraid of?" "Well said." When his father heard that, he nodded vigorously. "That's my son." His mother rolled her eyes. "What's so good about that? Just look at it." She picked up a dozen newspapers that she had bought just this morning and threw them onto the table. "That documentary of yours has caused chaos everywhere. Those corporations, the people from the relevant industries, and the experts, which of those people are not cursing at you now? With the way it's going, in another 3 to 5 years' time, everyone in the entire world will have been offended by you at least once." Taking a breath, his mother continued, "But fortunately, your popularity still went up." On top of the pile of newspapers that were thrown onto the table, a bright red headline read, "Zhang Ye's popularity ranking rises." During yesterday's midnight update of the latest celebrity rankings index, Zhang Ye had used an unprecedented way of releasing his documentary to push himself off the bottom of the A-list celebrity rankings. In just one night, he rose up 1 place and even got within distance of the next spot above his new ranking. He was now getting closer to Jiang Hanwei, the martial arts star who had been popular since over a decade ago. He might not even be that far off anymore. Jiang Hanwei had taken over a decade to reach his current position, including the time he took to get into the industry. He might have even taken 20 years or more. But what about Zhang Ye? He only took 2 years to get to where he was today. What sort of notion was that? This was something that had dumbfounded the entire entertainment circle. In one night, in just a single night, Zhang Ye had gotten even more popular again. From a certain perspective, Zhang Ye's documentary on air pollution in China, which was released yesterday, had already greatly surpassed his previous documentary, A Bite of China, in terms of popularity and attention. Some industry insiders had given their evaluations about A Bite of China after it ended its broadcast run. They said that there would be no other documentary after A Bite of China that could surpass it, not even if it were another documentary made by Zhang Ye. However, in a short span of 2 months, Zhang Ye had used this new documentary to shock the industry and country again. Could a documentary even be released this way? Such a dogmatic public service documentary could even attract such topicality? Every point that it raised was too shocking. Every point that it raised was never seen before. At Central TV, although Zhang Ye was suspended, he still came to work. Compared to the sensation and controversy caused by the documentary, Zhang Ye's popularity ranking rise was no longer able to attract any attention. Today, Everyone was still discussing that documentary. In their discussions, Zhang Ye's name kept coming up, as well as the name of Central TV. I really have to give it to him. He even dares to publish that documentary without any scientific basis to back it up. Zhang Ye's way of thinking is totally different from everyone else. But the way he put it yesterday sounded so convincing. I was there at the press conference and listened to teacher Zhang talk about the subject on stage. It really terrified me so much that I'm unable to describe that feeling. I guess this is probably what it means to be charismatic. He's really such a unique celebrity of the entertainment circle that I doubt there will ever be another like him. As of yesterday, I became teacher Zhang's fan. There are definitely some issues with what he has brought up. It's just not scientific at all. Then why are you still wearing a face mask today? I was scared into doing so. And that is to Zhang Ye's credit. On his way to work today, Zhang Ye had a smile on his face. This was because he could see many people on the streets wearing face masks. He felt an indescribable feeling. Was it satisfaction? Or was it gratification? Zhang Ye just felt that his words had been effective in scaring the people awake, so perhaps that was the reason for the smile on his face. Even if he were to get more criticism, he believed it would be worth it. Yan Tianfei also came to work today. In the hallway outside Department 14, Zhang Ye and Yan Tianfei bumped into each other. When their eyes met, they both suddenly laughed out loud. Yan Tianfei said, "I knew that you would not let me down, teacher little Zhang." Zhang Ye said, "Thank you, Director Yan." "You're welcome," Yan Tianfei said. Zhang Ye said, "If it weren't for you, the management would not have allowed me to hold the press conference." Yan Tianfei said cheerfully, "We've worked together for so long now. Do you think that I don't know what you're like? We have an unspoken understanding of each other." Zhang Ye had earlier asked Ha Chi-Chi and the others to request for approval from the management regarding the press conference. The reason he wanted to hold it was because the people and media had their concerns about it, so he wanted to give a proper explanation to them. But that reason to hold the press conference was actually quite far-fetched, and since Zhang Ye and Central TV's relationship was in such a bad state, why would they allow him to do it? Why would they need to give him face? So this matter was actually handled by Yan Tianfei. It was he who helped Zhang Ye fight for the press conference to be held. That allowed Zhang Ye the chance to stand on stage and deliver the documentary. Before the press conference, in all of Central TV, perhaps only Yan Tianfei knew what Zhang Ye might be planning. Just as old Yan had said, there existed an unspoken understanding between the two of them. In the office, the colleagues all gathered around. Ha Chi-Chi said angrily, "Director Zhang, our documentary was still deleted in the end." Zhang Zhui added, "A document was issued from above to affirm your contributions toward public service, but the reason for taking down the video was that it lacked proper scientific evidence." Zhang Ye smiled. "All right, I understand." Little Wang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Will you get into any trouble? The people you have offended this time are all people who have much at stake." "They will," Zhang Ye said happily. "You make it sound like the people I have offended in the past were all just ordinary folk or something." When he said that, Little Wang gasped, but also grinned. This was Director Zhang. He would never let anything, no matter how big, bother him. He only cared about whether he could say what he wanted, but as for the consequences, he never considered them at all. The tone of events was set. It was set the moment the documentary was taken down. How intense would this game get? How serious had the matter become? What were the executives' attitudes toward it? What were the relevant departments' feelings about it? A lot of people still did not know, as they could only get a glimpse into what was happening through the news reports. It was difficult to get an overall picture and discover the truth behind it. But there was one thing that everyone found out immediately, and that was the attitude of Central TV. A document released by Central TV caused a commotion once more. On the same day, Central TV had called for an emergency meeting. After the meeting, Central TV made a decision and publicly indicated that they would disavow Zhang Ye's documentary due to its imprecision. They made it clear that the release had nothing to do with Central TV and that it was Zhang Ye's personal decision to do so. Finally, Central TV announced that they would terminate Zhang Ye's one-year contract with them with immediate effect. In plain speech, he was fired. Actually, Central TV was just afraid of trouble. They had truly been terrified by Zhang Ye and finally realized something. Freeze him? Ban him? Those actions were totally meaningless. As long as Zhang Ye remained in Central TV, this fellow could cause a million other problems for them. Furthermore, all those problems would be on an extremely shocking scale. Hold him back by keeping him with them? Fuck your grandpa. It's better that you just hurry up and leave. Every second that we keep you, we'll just be living in constant fear. This lunatic. This was the craziest guy of them all. Right now, Central TV just did not wish to see Zhang Ye a moment longer. But the netizens were enraged. What the hell? Firing Teacher Zhang at a time like this? Everyone knows that Teacher Zhang's contract is coming to an end and he will be leaving soon. But to fire him at this point in time? What's the meaning behind that? They're such fucking bullies. Fuck. What has Zhang Ye done to you guys? Central TV's reaction is too extreme, isn't it? No one at the top has said anything yet, but you people already can't wait to draw a line between yourselves and Zhang Ye? Are you trying to place all the blame on him? I could turn a blind eye when Central TV wanted to forcibly take away the copyrights of the voice. I could turn a blind eye when Zhang Ye was frozen. When Central TV transferred Zhang Ye to the documentary channel, I could still turn a blind eye to that, but I'm unable to do so anymore this time. Teacher Zhang should be allowed to leave in a blaze of glory. He should be able to strut out of Central TV's gates with his chest held high. By doing this, you're making it look like Teacher Zhang has done something wrong. It's like you're painting him as a failure. What is this? What the hell is this? Damn, I'll never tune into Central TV's channels anymore. The netizens' reactions were very strong. It was the same for the people of Department 14. Director Zhang. This. How could they do this? They did this on purpose. But only Zhang Ye did not seem angry. Instead, he looked rather happy. I was going to leave anyway, but I was waiting for my contract to expire. It's great that it was terminated in advance, so it's time for this bro to quickly find another job. Hachichi flatly said, I'll quit too. Zhang's was said, me too. Little Wang shouted, let's all quit together. Zhang Ye laughed and said, just continue working for now and wait for my message. If there are any good projects coming up, I'll contact everyone. At that time, we can whip up another storm and score another big one, huh? With that, he turned around. All right, I'm off. After he packed his things, Zhang Ye leisurely walked out of the office. Outside Central TV, group of reporters were already camping there as they'd received the news in advance. He's coming out. Zhang Ye is coming out. Teacher Zhang, were you fired? What do you have to say regarding this incident? I heard that you've already been banned. A lot of the TV stations that contacted you before to join them after your contract ran out seem to have all withdrawn their offers now. There's no more news about it. Is it true that you have been banned again? What are you planning to do for your next project? If there's no job that comes knocking on your door, what will you do? Teacher Zhang, what is your opinion of Central TV? Do you feel very wronged over how things turned out? The documentary has been taken down and you were fired by Central TV too. What would you like to say most at this moment? A lot of them were pointing their microphones and audio recorders at Zhang Ye while surrounding him and not letting him leave. Zhang Ye knew that if he did not give them a response here, he wouldn't be able to leave. He turned around to look at the Central TV tower, then looked at the reporters with a smile. Who told you guys that I feel wrong? Who said that I feel bad because of this? Today's weather was a little odd. Clearly, spring had already arrived, but the skies were constantly downcast. There were even some snowflakes drifting down gently, and mixed among them was some rain falling from the sky. It was snowing. It felt like a farewell to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled and suddenly thought of a poem from his previous world. He looked at the reporters, then looked up at the gloomy sky that seemed to be starting to clear up. Zhang Ye softly opened his mouth. Vast snow clouds darken the skies. The blowing north winds drive the geese and snow. Worry not that close friends won't appear on the road ahead. Who in these lands don't appreciate you? This was Zhang Ye's current mood. This was the poem he was gifting himself. Sending off Dongdao 1 from his previous world had been changed to sending off myself by him. Zhang Ye then swaggered away. He left the group of reporters frozen in place. Worry not that close friends won't be on the journey ahead. Who in these lands don't appreciate you? Chapter 973. Zhang Ye's apartment gets wrecked. Chapter 973. Zhang Ye's apartment gets wrecked. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Today, Zhang Ye had officially departed from Central TV. The poem he recited when he left had caused a sensation throughout the country. When a video was released and the news reported about it, the netizens, who were enraged by Central TV's sacking of Zhang Ye just a moment ago, all started cheering for him in the next moment. That was so cool. Yeah, Zhang Ye was really cool there. Worry not that close friends won't appear on the road ahead. Who in these lands don't know about you? How domineering. Teacher Zhang's brazenness just shot through the roof. Ha ha ha. Right, this is Central TV's loss. Those idiots. Where else can you find celebrities such as Zhang Ye? How could there still be people so anxious to suppress him all the time? Freeze him? Fire him? I'm laughing so hard. What a useless bunch of idiots. I really like this poem a lot. Composing a poem when he departs from a job has become routine for Teacher Zhang. How charming. This is who Zhang Ye is. That's right, this is exactly who Zhang Ye is. Teacher Zhang, there must be someone in this world who understands you. Who in the world could possibly not appreciate a person and celebrity such as you? We are all your close friends. Right? We all are. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Thank you, Zhang Ye, for letting us know the truth. We all know how much you have sacrificed for the benefit of so many people. We all will remember everything that you did. We are not eloquent as you, so there are some things which we do not know how to properly say to you. But if you see this, I would like you to know that a lot of people have always been extremely grateful to you. You've helped and inspired a lot of people. We salute to you. We salute to you. We salute to you. We salute to you. In an instant, Weibo was filled with these 4 words. The salute to Zhang Ye post on Weibo reached the front page and stayed firmly in the headlines. Numerous people followed up by posting their comments of "We salute to you" on Weibo as well. This showed the people's gratitude for Zhang Ye. Since they couldn't really do much for Zhang Ye, they could only express their gratitude to him. Expressing gratitude might seem like a simple gesture, but at times, the weight behind it was immense. At a newspaper firm, this was the first newspaper firm that decided to publish the video of Zhang Ye's press conference and reported on it. At the time, they had a huge disagreement internally, and there was an argument about the news for a long while. In the end, it was the chief editor who gave his approval to publish the news. The editorial department had already seen that Weibo post. The chief editor smiled at one of the editors and said, "Didn't you say that the people were all ignorant?" That person looked slightly embarrassed. The other people from the editorial department kept quiet as well. The chief editor pointed at that Weibo post and said, "Just look at this. The people are actually not stupid at all. There's no need for others to tell them who has treated them well or done things for them. They all know it themselves." A reporter sighed. "But chief editor, there are still some things that we cannot say without proper consideration, and not everything should be told to the people. Like the example of the smog news this time. You have seen for yourself. The entire country is in disarray. The commotion online has blown up, and a lot of departments in the government offices had to call for an emergency meeting during the night. In the end, Department 14's documentary was still taken down. The people might know the truth now, but a lot of officials were dismissed and many businesses got shut down. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye had to take on all the pressure himself and got fired, and someone might even take revenge against him. His future is probably over, and he still has to bear the criticism from his doubters. Tell me, did Zhang Ye win? I don't think he did. In fact, he has lost." The chief editor thought for a moment, then looked at that reporter. He smiled and said, "At least this time, the truth has won, hasn't it?" When everyone in the editorial department heard that, they gave it some thought. Yes, at least the truth has won. At a villa, at Chen Guang and Fan Wenli's home, Chen Guang thumped the table and praised. This poem was written so well. Fan Wenli nodded. But the trouble that little Zhang has caused this time might only be beginning. The documentary has been taken down, and he has departed from Central TV as well, so it looks like things ended, but it is actually far from finished. A lot of people are probably staying silent for now, but who knows when they'll jump out to attack Zhang Ye again. Chen Guang said, "Hi, I'm actually very similar to Zhang Ye. I'm also very righteous and unafraid of trouble. But why am I not as popular as him?" Unexpectedly, Fan Wenli's response stabbed into him like a knife. Fan Wenli giggled and said, "Because you don't know how to compose poems." Chen Guang could say nothing. Fan Wenli smiled and said, "He was clearly fired from Central TV. But in the end, little Zhang used a poem to announce his departure to the world and left coolly like a winner instead, making the entire country's people cheer for him. He is the only person in the entire entertainment industry who is so talented and has such charms." Can you even compare? Chen Guang coughed. Forget it. I'll just stick to writing my new song. At night. At home. The moment he opened the door when he reached home, his mother asked, "It's time for you to look for another job?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You already know about it?" "You don't say." His mother pointed at a stack of newspapers on the table and said, "I bought a newspaper by and there's news about you. You're still in the mood to compose a poem." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Wasn't leaving my job just a matter of time anyway? It's fine that they made it sooner." His mother said, "I'm just afraid that it won't be easy for you to find another job now." "Never mind that. Things will eventually sort themselves out," Zhang Ye said indifferently. His mother asked, "I also heard that there are people looking to take revenge on you?" Zhang Ye shrugged. "Let them come. I'll be waiting." Having just said that, his cell phone started ringing. Ring, 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 ring. It turned out to be Qinshin's number. That little rascal had previously taken the latest model of a high-end phone from Zhang Ye and even made him buy her a SIM card afterwards. Zhang Ye answered the call. "What's the matter?" On the other end, Qinshin's voice sounded neither fast nor slow. "Zhang Ye, my aunt asked you to make a trip here." Zhang Ye asked, "What for?" Qinshin said, "Someone smashed the windows at your place." Zhang Ye was startled. "Which place?" Qinshin said, "The place where your junior marshal sister is staying." Only then did Zhang Ye manage to react. "What? Damn it. I'll be right there." The call ended. His mother asked anxiously, "What happened?" "It's nothing. I have to head out for a while." Zhang Ye did not explain to his parents, nor did he want to let them know. He quickly drove away and headed straight for Rao Imin's place. It was only a 10-minute drive. When he arrived, police vehicles were already parked downstairs. "Ah, little Zhang is back. Teacher Zhang, you're finally back." Many of the neighbors and residents who knew Zhang Ye from the time he lived here had gathered in the area and formed a crowd to catch a glimpse of what had happened. When they saw him, chatter broke out. Several of the policemen also looked at him. An old policeman called out, "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye walked over briskly. "Hi, what's going on here?" The old policeman asked. "You are the resident of the apartment?" Zhang Ye immediately said, "Yes, I rent the place." A moment later, he spotted Rao Imin and his freeloading junior marshal sister, Yang Shu. Zhang Yi shouted, "Are you all right?" Yang Shu asked, "Who are you referring to?" "You, of course," Zhang Yi said. Yang Shu said, "Oh, I'm fine." He was just glad that no one was hurt. Zhang Yi looked up and saw that both the windows at his rental apartment were completely shattered. It looked very serious. Zhang Yi immediately cursed, "Fuck their grandpas." If it were any other public figures cursing and swearing openly in public, people would sure have taken videos of it and posted them online. It would definitely cause a heated discussion and some news too. But as it was Zhang Yi who did the cursing, the people around did not even have looked surprised and just watched calmly. It would definitely be big news if it were any other celebrity who cursed. But since it was Zhang Yi, that would not even be news. Even if they sent videos of him cursing to the media outlets, no one would run a story on it. The policeman tried to placate him. "Teacher Zhang, please don't worry. No one was hurt, and there wasn't much monetary damage either. We have already caught the culprits and will investigate the matter properly." Zhang Yi was stunned. "You caught the culprits?" "They are over there." The policeman pointed. Zhang Yi noticed 3 young men being handcuffed and led into police vehicles by the cops. From what he remembered, very few people would stroll around the area at night. In addition, the neighborhood was not in an enclosed location. There were several exits, and the security guards did not conduct 24-hour patrols either. The 3 of them could have easily ran off after smashing the windows. So how did they get caught? Zhang Yi asked. Were they caught by the neighbors of the neighborhood? The policeman gave him a strange look. No. A different young policeman gave an admirable look at a woman and said, "She was the one who caught them. When we arrived, 2 of the 3 criminals were already beaten unconscious, and the other one laid on the ground, unable to get up." He followed that gaze to Yang Shu. It was Yang Shu? Zhang Yi was shocked. "You were walking around the neighborhood at the time?" Yang Shu looked at him and said, "No, I was at home." Zhang Yi said in surprise, "Then how did you catch them?" Yang Shu pointed to the windows upstairs and said, "I was watching TV at home when the windows suddenly got smashed by someone. I looked out from upstairs and saw these 3 people trying to get away, so I jumped down and went after them. When the people around them heard that, they were all floored." "What? You jumped out from the windows? Damn, how many floors is that? Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. Do you not want to live anymore? Yang Shu explained. There are those air conditioning units hanging out from the windows outside, so I used them to break my fall as I made my way down. Rao Imean shook her head repeatedly and said, This junior marshal sister of yours is really reckless. Yang Shu was puzzled and justified. I had to catch them no matter what since they smashed Senior Bro's windows. Otherwise, how was I going to answer to him? Chen Chen came over quietly and glanced at Yang Shu. Are you dumb? Yang Shu stared at her. You're the one who's dumb. You're definitely the dumb one. Zhang Ye got angry. They're just 2 fucking window panes. I can buy 4 of those with 50 renminbi. Are you out of your mind? You actually jumped down from such a high place. What if you fell and broke your leg? Huh. But Yang Shu said stubbornly. I would still catch them even if that happened. What gave them the right to smash your windows? Zhang Ye said. You could have at least taken the stairs. Yang Shu gazed at him. If I went by stair, they would surely have gotten away. Zhang Ye was exasperated by her. Several policemen wryly smiled. One of them said, Comrade, my dear, big sis, can you please act according to your abilities the next time you play hero? What you did just now was really too dangerous. Why you're risking your life that way? Yang Shu replied. But I was acting according to my abilities. The police were speechless. Hi, just what sort of person was this? Teacher Zhang Ye was already a wondrous enough person, but who could have thought that the resident in his apartment was also such a fucking wondrous person as well? You're even brave enough to jump down from such a high floor? And actually fucking did it too? And you're even fine after all that? The criminals with bruised and swollen faces were sitting inside the police vehicle and crying silently. They had truly been dumbstruck today. They just thought of escaping after smashing the windows, and that was exactly what they did that. But they never could have expected that at the next second, someone would actually jump out of the windows and catch up to them, even giving them a good beating. The 3 of them still looked like they had seen a ghost. Chapter 974, Tang Bohu's Deathbed Poem. Chapter 974, Tang Bohu's Deathbed Poem. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the neighborhood, the apprehended criminals started to shift the blame. Comrade policeman, we've been wronged. That woman started beating us up the moment she jumped down. Yeah, see how badly she's beaten us up. Arrest her. Quickly arrest her. She's such a bully. When these 3 people started protesting, before Yang Shu and the police could even react, the onlookers and neighbors used their spittle to drown the culprits. Some of these neighbors only arrived after Yang Shu had rounded up the criminals, but some of them had witnessed the entire scene unfold in front of them. A grandma said, Tui, a grandpa said, I saw you 3 little bastards throwing stones at teacher Little Zhang's windows. My apartment is right below Little Zhang's place, and one of the stones nearly even hit my apartment windows. How dare you all claim to be innocent? This is what you 3 deserve. You deserve to get beaten up by this young lady. I'm an eyewitness to the entire situation. Comrade policeman, it was they who did it. I saw it with my very own eyes. When that young lady jumped down from above, the 3 of them wanted to fight her. In the end, they were all taken down by her. Right, I saw it too. These sorts of people ought to be shot. How awful. Smashing teacher Little Zhang's apartment windows? Why don't you 3 go to hell instead? Yeah, Little Zhang is such a good person. Arrest them. Lock them up for 8 to 10 years. Don't let them out. They were definitely sent here to retaliate against Teacher Zhang. That's right. Teacher Zhang has revealed too much of the truth this time in his air pollution documentary. Too many people have been offended. The crowd was in a frenzy as everyone pointed at those 3 people and shouted at them. The 3 criminals still protested. Zhang Ye looked at the 3 of them who smashed and broke his apartment's windows, then sneered at them. He thought to himself that they should just be content with the outcome for now. Don't you 3 know who you bumped into? The person you encountered was a martial arts master who wasn't too far from achieving concealed power, and also the true successor to Taiji Fist. Oh right, perhaps you didn't know this, but even though this apartment was rented by me, the owner of the apartment is staying just across the hall. You were trying to wreck a martial arts grandmaster's property, so you should be counting your blessings for being able to sit there unscathed. Zhang Ye walked up to them. Not happy about it. Shall we have a chat then? The 3 criminals immediately wilted and dropped their tough act. Close the car door. Quick, close the car door. The incidents involving Zhang Ye beating up people had been reported in the news on more than one occasion. A few of the police officers hurriedly tried to stop him. "Teacher Zhang, don't lower yourself to their level. Please don't lower yourself to their level." He turned around to the person in the police vehicle and said, "Quickly, start the car. Get them out of here for now." The police car drove off, but the crowd watching the commotion still did not disperse. The police officers looked at Zhang Ye. "We questioned those 3 people just now, but they did not reveal anything at all. Teacher Zhang, can you try to remember if you have offended anyone? They clearly came here with a purpose since they already knew your address. This was a premeditated crime for sure, so we have to investigate their motives for carrying out the act." Zhang Ye glanced at them, then said, "Who I have offended? Yes, please let us know in detail." A cop had already taken out pen and paper to take down notes. Zhang Ye simply nodded and said, "The Writers' Association, the literary world, the readology world, the education world, the mathematics world, the calligraphy world, the crosstalk world, the Koreans, the Japanese, oh, and the entertainment circle, the scientific community, the steel-making industry, and the coal industry. I have offended all of them before on the whole, and probably some other industries that I can't remember right now." The police officers wiped at their sweat. The neighbors around them were amused. Actually, the police were just following protocol when they asked him that question, but when Zhang Ye answered them, they eventually remembered something that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. This was Zhang Ye they were talking about. He was the hooligan of the entertainment circle. Just listen to the way this fellow had chosen his words when asked about who he had ever offended. He did not answer by saying what people he had offended or offering up any specific names. The moment he opened his mouth to talk about it, all the different types of industries, communities, or circles got mentioned. Yes, this fellow had really offended way too many people. There were so many that not only could they not remember who, even Zhang Ye himself could hardly remember them. If there was really a need to come up with a list of people he had offended, they might not be able to complete the list even if they were given 3 days and nights. The amount of people he had offended would number in the millions, if not the tens of millions. Asking Zhang Ye such a question was meaningless in the first place. An old cop coughed and asked, "Then, to put it another way, who have you offended lately?" Zhang Ye gave it some thought and said, "Probably someone involved in the incident regarding the air pollution documentary, I guess." The old cop acknowledged, "I understand." After a while, the rest of the police left. The neighbors around him cautioned Zhang Ye out of good intentions. "Teacher Zhang, you must be careful. We will help you keep a lookout. Right? Just be careful for yourself. They might be trying to take revenge against you. Those bastards. You have really offended too many people this time." Zhang Ye smiled and gave a fist and palm salute to them. "Thank you everyone for your concern. Thank you." Back upstairs, Zhang Ye and the others came back. Upstairs to his rental apartment. Yang Shu said unhappily, "Senior bro, I didn't do anything wrong. Why did you criticize me?" signaled Zhang Ye with her eyes and gestured her chin at Yang Shu. Chin looked at Yang Shu like she was looking at some fool. But right now, Zhang Ye could not bear to scold her at all. He stood beside one of the broken windows and peered down. At this height, even he could not guarantee that he would not get injured. Although his martial arts were much better than Yang Shu's, he had never before jumped from such a height. He could not understand how it would feel to do that. Looking at his junior martial sister who he couldn't really take seriously, Zhang Ye felt quite touched at this moment. She might be a little rash, dumb, and foolish, but when she encountered trouble, she was still rather capable at handling it. Speaking of which, she and he had become fellow disciples for just a few days, but look at what she was already doing for him. She was not careless at all, as she'd rather jump down from a height to ensure that she could capture those 3 criminals and give Zhang Ye an explanation. It was at this moment that Zhang Ye truly saw her as his junior martial sister. Zhang Ye said, "I'm not criticizing you. I was just worried that you'd get into trouble. If something like this happens again, you must be more careful. Don't be rash anymore, understand?" Yang Shu nodded when she heard him say that. "I understand." Looked at him and said, "What is it? Is it really connected to the air pollution documentary?" "I'm quite sure it is," Zhang Ye said. Such news was definitely not going to be containable. Before long, the news was reporting on it, and the internet blew up again. What? The windows of Zhang Ye's home were smashed. Damn, damn, damn. They're totally trying to provoke him. No, it is definitely a warning, a threat. Motherfucker, who the fuck is responsible for it? Nobody knows. The police station is still carrying out their investigation. I heard that the people involved were hired by someone to cause trouble, but they didn't manage to find out who was behind it. It's clearly connected to the air pollution documentary. Those bastards. The retaliation has already started this soon. Is Teacher Zhang all right? I heard that he's fine. He wasn't around when it happened. The audacity of those people. Teacher Zhang, you must be very careful. At this moment, a rather popular Weibo user with the handle of Big V said, Zhang Ye, be careful. I just heard from some friends about this, and it seems like there's someone who has spread the word that they would be dealing with you soon. It might not only be a single person. I even heard that someone has explicitly said that you could start preparing your will in the meantime. I don't know how true that is, but just be careful anyway. The netizens were getting anxious. Then what can be done? Yeah, what can we do? Can Teacher Zhang really handle this by himself? These people are way too lawless. Prepare his will? Fuck. Do you guys think that the rumors are true? If it is, the police better be informed. Right? We need to quickly protect Teacher Zhang. At the apartment, Zhang Ye's friends started calling him anxiously. Zhanger, did your apartment get wrecked? It was only a few window panes. Did you see what they said online? Someone spread the word that they would be dealing with you soon. I haven't read that yet. Quickly go and have a look then. Zhang Ye went online and had a quick browse. He saw those comments and simply laughed it off. He immediately posted, You people want to deal with me? I'll be waiting. Following that, he threw out yet another Weibo post that stunned the entire country. A will? Her. Zhang Ye typed coolly. Those born in this world must sometime retire. Why not return to the land ODH expired? This world and the other are two the same. It's just wandering round in a foreign shire. The world-famous poem by Tang Bohu from his world, Deathbed Poem, was thrown out by Zhang Ye. This was Zhang Ye's attitude to the threats. It could be seen clearly from this poem. How awesome. Teacher Zhang, I give you a perfect score for this poem. Why not return to the land ODH expired? It's just wandering round in a foreign shire. How domineering. How fucking cool. Chapter 975. Zhang Ye comes to the music industry? Chapter 975. Zhang Ye comes to the music industry? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A few days later, everything was back to normal. The window panes at his rental apartment in Jiaomen were replaced. After the police had finished investigating, they connected it to an official and a few corporations. In the process, Liu Yuhu had intervened and helped to expedite the investigations after Rao Imin called him. Afterwards, the involved personnel were all either taken away or locked up. In the following days, no one else came to seek revenge against Zhang Ye. They could have been waiting for the right opportunity, or perhaps it was the brazenness of the deathbed poem that shocked them into inaction, or it might even be due to the attention from the media and citizens regarding the case that made them take a back seat for now and not dare to get on the bad side of Zhang Ye at this sensitive time. In any case, incidents as a result of the air pollution documentary gradually subsided. No subject could be heatedly discussed forever. The criticism lessened. The controversy lessened. The topicality dropped. The news no longer reported on it. Zhang Ye and that sensational documentary on air pollution in China was not seen on the Weibo trending page anymore, while the video of the documentary's press conference also disappeared from the internet. It was as if it had never existed before. But a lot of people knew that even though the footage was gone, the legacy of Zhang Ye and his documentary would forever stay with the citizens. Everyone's environmental awareness and their attention to the smog could no longer be compared to before. Before going out on the streets every day, whether it was going to school or going to work, the first thing that a lot of people would do was to open their windows to have a look at the skies. They would check their cell phones for the day's PM 2.5 index before deciding on how they would get to work, if they should go to the park, or whether to wear a face mask. All of this were a testament to Zhang Ye's legacy. Some people might not feel grateful for Zhang Ye. Some might even scold him. But Zhang Ye did not care. To him, this outcome was good enough. At home, Zhang Ye was still living his daily life as normal. These days were the most relaxing he had had so far this year. He would go out for a jog after waking up, take a leisurely stroll in the neighborhood, and then come back home for breakfast. Sometimes when he felt like it, he would brew a pot of Da Hong Pao and enjoy the tea, watch television, go online, or water the plants. It couldn't get any more comfortable and relaxing than this. He was a free man right now without a job to hold him down, so of course he could do whatever he wanted. While he was enjoying his freedom, his mother was having none of it. His mother criticized, "Hurry up and find a job already. There's no rush." Zhang Ye lowered his head and sipped some tea, even smacking his lips in satisfaction. His mother said, "It's no rush for you, but I'm worried." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "And why are you worried?" His mother angrily took away the open Dahong Pao tea box and locked it away in a drawer. She said in annoyance, "If you don't go back to work soon, whatever tea leaves we have left at home will be used up by you. Do you know how much that cup of tea you're drinking costs? Do you?" His father rolled his eyes. Zhang Ye was floored. "Oh, so you're just worried about the tea leaves?" His mother said, "Enough with the drinking and get back to working." All right, I know what to do," Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. "Look for a job?" That was easier said than done. The situation that Zhang Ye was currently facing was quite similar to the previous time, yet a little different. Back when Zhang Ye had been banned, it was just like now. No companies dared to hire him, and no television stations dared to employ him either. But the circumstances now had one difference. The attitude that the entertainment circle adopted toward Zhang Ye was very strange and ambiguous. A lot of the television stations wished to have him in their ranks, and a lot of films wanted to have him in their casts. But no one dared to take this risk because none of them could grasp how the higher-ups viewed Zhang Ye. At this moment, there was no clear indication from any of the agencies or officials that they wanted to ban Zhang Ye. Even the SARFT did not say a word about it. Yet Zhang Ye's documentary was taken down and the news about him was controlled. These actions could not help but convey a certain attitude that left even the entertainment industry unable to comprehend things, much less Zhang Ye himself. As a result, everyone just stuck to observing the situation for the moment. Zhang Ye called Rao Imin. As his agent, she was now basically in charge of all work affairs relating to him. "Hello, old Rao. What? Has anyone contacted me about a job yet?" "There's not a lot." "Isn't that still a few then? A TV station was looking for you to take a behind-the-scenes role, but will not allow you to get on screen. Are you willing to take that job?" "Why would I want to take that job? An animated film wants you to voice act for them, and the money is good too, though there's one requirement. If there are going to be any problems, or if the higher-ups disagree with your participation in the film, they will get someone to replace you and only pay you 10% of the agreed pay. Do you want to take that job?" "Take my ass. Therefore, there are no offers. It's only these two. What did you think? There aren't even any businesses looking for you. Damn, can I really be that unpopular? You've torn a hole in the sky this time. Even if there are people cheering and saluting you, do you think that those people from the film companies and TV stations would be convinced? Do you think they're stupid? Right now, everyone is still trying to get a read on the ambiguous attitude from the higher-ups toward you." After hanging up, Zhang Ye felt very helpless about the entire situation. In the past, Zhang Ye had planned not to do documentaries anymore after leaving Central TV or take any hosting jobs in the interim. Having done so for such a long time, he was beginning to get tired of it. Besides, it would be difficult to continue progressing as a host. From a purely popular point of view, he had already reached the pinnacle of his field. There would be limited developmental opportunities in it, and the audiences probably preferred to see something new too. So Zhang Ye knew that he urgently needed to change. He wanted to try out something that he had never done in the past so that it could help him further his popularity. At the level of the A-listers, every step was filled with difficulty. If he were to solely rely on making shows and being a host, even if every one of the shows he hosted were extremely well received, it wouldn't make much of a difference to his popularity. As the entertainment industry of this world was quite similar to his previous world, he knew that there wasn't a place for a host among the heavenly kings and queens. That level was not a place that a host could just work hard towards. Moreover, an average-looking celebrity like him, he had a bigger goal. He knew that he couldn't stay in the same spot and rest on his laurels. He needed a change. But right now, more than needing to change, he needed to sustain himself first. If there wasn't even a single job looking for him to be a host, whatever talk of changing or breaking out would just be empty talk. Ring, ring, ring. It was a call from Xiaodong. When Zhang Ye answered the call, he heard a few people laughing happily. It was likely that all three members of the famous idol group of the country, Spring Garden, We're on the line. Xiaodong said. Teacher Zhang, thanks. Zhang Ye wondered, for what? One of the other members of the group, Li Xiaoxian, said, the demo of our new song has been released. It's the one that you wrote and composed for us, Superstar. It was just released yesterday, but has already been heard by over 10 million listeners. It's at least 2 times more listeners than our last album's title track. Amy giggled. Hee hee, the full version will be out in a few days. Zhang Ye laughed and said, congratulations to you girls then. Xiaodong took the phone. Teacher Zhang, when the full version gets released, we might need you to record a short video to support us. It could be you offering us a congratulatory message, or perhaps you talking about your inspiration when writing the song. You must help us when the time comes, okay? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I can definitely do that for you girls, but I think it's best not to use my video clip to promote you. I'm in big trouble at the moment, so I don't want it to spill over to you. Xiaodong asked in worry. About your air pollution documentary, is it really that serious? Zhang Ye said, I have yet to get a job offer still, so what do you think? Xiaodong squeaked. Li Xiaoxian said, if there's anything we can help you with, just let us know. Zhang Ye replied, no one can help me with this problem, but I appreciate your kind thoughts. Online, Spring Garden's new song had attracted quite a good response. It sounds so nice. Xiaodong is too cute. I like Li Xiaoxian. She's so graceful. The song is really good. When will the full version be released? I can't wait anymore. This song's melody is fantastic. Although there isn't any intention, it sounds really vibrant. It matches up great with the style of Spring Garden. Who wrote the song? Was it by their exclusive songwriter, Chi Hailong? It doesn't sound like it. This great a song does not sound like Chi Hailong's work. It's Zhang Ye. What Zhang Ye? Lyricist and composer. Damn, it was Zhang Ye who wrote the song for them. How unexpected. Teacher Zhang doesn't usually write songs for just anyone. His songs are usually reserved and meant for people like the Heavenly Queen, Zhang Yuanqi. And he might not necessarily give her his songs either. But this song doesn't sound like Teacher Zhang's style. What kinds of styles do Teacher Zhang's works not cover? True that. Zhang Ye is really a very awesome person. I heard that Zhang Ye has not found a job yet. I don't know. I haven't seen any news regarding him for a few days already. The incident with the air pollution documentary this time has really affected him greatly. Actually, with Zhang Ye's talent, he can think about getting into singing. What do you guys think of my suggestion? Shall we drag Teacher Zhang into the music industry? Your idea is good, but I think you're overthinking things. With Zhang Ye's lousy voice, how do you reckon that he'll be able to sing? But he still managed to get onto the top Chinese music charts once. Wasn't that owing to the special circumstances of Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala? That A Letter to Home depended on its emotional factor, lyrics, and the crosstalk to gain a place on the charts. But if you really analyze Zhang Ye's singing and voice, that song is really impossible to listen to. Moreover, Teacher Zhang isn't really handsome either, so it's definitely a no-no. Yep, I can still accept a host with the looks of Teacher Zhang, but if he were to be a singer, I doubt that would work. The people won't accept it, that's for sure. And besides, Zhang Ye has always been a comedic celebrity. Scolding others and talking nonsense are his trademarks. Can he stand on a stage quietly and finish singing a song? He definitely can't. Stop talking about the impossible. Zhang Ye will never join the music industry as a singer. I was just tossing the idea around, that's all. Of course I know that Teacher Zhang won't come to the music industry as a singer. But if Zhang Ye were to really come, the music industry would certainly become a very lively place. Yeah, wherever Teacher Zhang goes, trouble ensues. Everything that happened in the past can tell us one thing. No industry can stand up to Zhang Ye's antics. Just because of a new song by Spring Garden, the netizens were all happily conversing. Chapter 976, A New Job? Chapter 976, A New Job? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. That afternoon, someone knocked on the door. Dong Shanshan had come to visit and even brought some fruit and health supplements with her. His mother beamed. Hi, Shanshan, you've come. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Aunt, Uncle. Come in, come in. His father went to welcome her. Why did you buy so many things again? His mother pretended to be unhappy and said, I've told you before that you don't need buy anything when you come visit. Child, Why are you always so polite to us? Come on in. Dong Shanshan looked around, searching for someone. Where's Zhang Ye? A voice came from the bathroom. I'm sitting on the throne. Dong Shanshan covered her nose and said, hurry up. I have something important to discuss with you. Okay, came the reply from inside. As the weather warmed, Dong Shanshan dressed prettier. She was wearing a long skirt today and had tied her hair back in a simple ponytail. Her black hair seemed to have been dyed, sporting brown highlights. As the door was not closed, an old neighbor standing outside stuck her head in to have a look. His mother blinked and said, third sister? The woman said in pleasant surprise, "Io, it's really Dong Shanshan." Dong Shanshan turned around and smiled to her. Hello. The woman came into the house uninvited. I really like your show. Can I take a picture with you? She took out her cell phone as she said this. Old Zhang, take a picture for us. His father smiled and said, sure. Click, click. The shutter sounded. Zhang Ye came out of the bathroom and said in amusement, third aunt, how come you haven't asked to take a picture with me? The woman glanced at him. I watched you grow up from a baby. So what's the point of taking a picture with you? I won't disturb you guys any longer. I'll be off now. She then clutched her cell phone and left in delight. Dong Shanshan had gotten very popular now as more and more people knew about her, to the point that they could already identify her by name. Apparently, a big company had recently approached her for a major endorsement deal. Inside of 1 year, her value had increased several-fold. Although Zhang Ye was much more popular than her, his social ties were obviously not on the same level as hers. Dong Shanshan had a clean background with no scandals nor stains on her reputation. Every company would be willing to approach her, and she was the favorite of every television station that knew her, unlike Zhang Ye, whose reputation was stained and sullied and was an out-and-out troublemaker of the entertainment industry. After chatting for a bit in the living room, Zhang Ye led Dong Shanshan into his bedroom. He closed the door and sat down on the chair, pulling out a chair for her as well. But Dong Shanshan did not sit down on it. She smoothed her skirt before sitting down on the end of the bed. Zhang Ye asked, you don't have work today? Dong Shanshan shrugged. Don't you know that Do You Remember is going to be taken off the air soon? Taken off the air? Zhang Ye was stunned. Dong Shanshan explained. Last year, when The Voice came out, it propped up the market for singing shows. But the audience's demands also became higher along with that. Although Do You Remember and The Voice do not fall under the same category, it was inevitable that it'd be affected. Last month's viewership ratings of Do You Remember dropped again. Although it has maintained the standard of around 0.75% of the viewership ratings, the station still decided to stop broadcasting. Brother Who and the program team staff also felt the same regarding the decision. Nobody wishes to be stagnant. They all hope to make a new show so that we may make a push. Who doesn't wish to get the #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings at least once in their lifetime? #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings? Zhang Ye laughed and said, that's no easy feat. Dong Shanshan bluntly said, that's why I'm looking for you. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile and said, you really think highly of me? That's right. Dong Shanshan considered him. We don't have the talent to achieve it, but you do. If you could even get the #1 spot in the nationwide viewership ratings and trample on all the variety shows with a documentary, who else should we look for but you? I'm here to invite you to make a comeback and offer you a job as well. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Is this your station's intention as well? Dong Shanshan smiled. Yes, so will you take the offer? Zhang Ye said honestly, but I don't really feel like making another show. Then what are you going to do? Dong Shanshan said. You still haven't found a job yet, right? Can't you tell the industry's attitude toward you now? They're all trying to keep as far away from you as possible. From what I know, no TV stations are brave enough to accept you, the mess, since they're all afraid of trouble. Zhang Ye asked curiously. Then why do you guys have the courage to ask me? Dong Shanshan smiled and said, you know our station head, don't you? The old lady said that when Beijing TV was faced with difficulties, it was you, little Zhang, who buried the hatchet and came to turn things around. You stayed up day and night without sleep and came up with the quit smoking PSA. Now that you, little Zhang, have met with some difficulties, there is no reason for us not to offer you some help. Oh, those were her exact words. Then she said, the station head is a very good person. She has actually always been meaning to invite you back to join us. Zhang Ye went silent for a moment. Thank her for me. You should thank her yourself. I'm not qualified enough to speak directly with the station head since I'm not as important as you, Dong Shanshan said, crossing her legs. The management has said that if you agree to go back, you would be placed with the same old team of Brother Hu and the others to re-establish a program team for a singing show. But this time, we must make it a big affair. The funding will not be a problem, so long as you are handling it personally. They are willing to invest a lot of money into this. You'll assigned as the executive director and executive producer. As for the hosts, we can have a man and a woman, so we can finally team up and appear on screen together this time. Zhang Ye asked, what if an order is issued for me to be banned? Dong Shanshan replied, if you can't be the host, we'll invite you as our guest. What if I can't even be a guest? Zhang Ye asked, we can give it a try first. If there's really no way out, we can talk about it again when the issue has died down. The show can be pushed back for a month or two. The higher-ups can't possibly keep their eyes on you forever, right? There'll surely be a day when things pass. Dong Shanshan then used the tip of her high heels to nudge Zhang Ye's slipper. So how about it? Give it some consideration. This was a huge help indeed. With no one in the industry daring to involve themselves in this, Beijing Television had actually stepped up and offered him a position. It was even a rather good position, and they were willing to delay the show just to wait for him. Just from the intention of this alone, Zhang Ye had to accept it. This was undoubtedly a timely assistance for him, and he knew that Beijing Television was definitely taking a huge risk on him. However, it was difficult for Zhang Ye to change his mind once he had decided on something. He really did not want to be a host in the short term. However, if he was going to be the host or appear on camera, then it would be pointless for him to be the program's executive director. A behind-the-scenes job was obviously not possible to support the minimal exposure required of an A-list celebrity. He considered for a few minutes. Zhang Ye said, Shanshan, thank Brother Hu and the station head for me. I think I'd rather not cause any trouble for you guys. Dong Shanshan said, you're really not going to join us? Let's forget about me being the executive director and host. But I'm willing to help with the planning of the show. Zhang Ye laughed and said, don't worry. I'll accept the job as the producer. For you, Brother Hu and the station head, I'll definitely come up with a good show for everyone. Why don't you reconsider it? There's no need to. You really do not want to team up with me as hosts. That's not what I mean. It's just that I'm getting tired of being a host. I have to put on a cheery face every time I go on stage, and I don't even get to say what I really want to say. It's really getting meaningless, so I just want to have a change of scenery for a while. Then what will you do? I don't know. All right then, inform me immediately when you have found a new job. Why? I would like to see who would be so bold as to employ you. Damn, listen to the way you're putting it. What? Isn't that so? Indeed. Who would be so bold as to invite him to join them at such a time? At present, it was very difficult for Zhang Ye to get an appearance on screen, as even any news related to him was being controlled and restricted. Though he was a big-shot A-list celebrity, what was the point of hiring him if he was unable to appear on screen? Hi, what should he do? What could he do? Chapter 977, King of Masked Singers Attacks. Chapter 977, King of Masked Singers Attacks. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the following 2 days, Zhang Ye kept thinking about what show he should make for Dong Shanshan and the others. He could easily list out many potential shows, but none were suitable once he gave it some serious thought. They wanted a singing show, but it was impossible for Zhang Ye to bring out many of the most successful singing shows that he had. It wasn't that he was reluctant to use them, but that he wanted to keep them for his own use in the future. Although Zhang Ye did not plan to do any hosting work in the short term, it didn't mean that he would stop doing it forever. He would still get back into it and bring out those successful variety show one by one when the time came. So he needed to keep them for himself. As for the remaining second-tier singing shows, Zhang Ye found them to be unsuitable as well. He felt that he couldn't bring them out as it might lead to only average viewership ratings. If that were to happen, Zhang Ye wouldn't look good either, and he might also interfere with the plans of Dong Shanshan and Beijing Television. This was tricky. Which show should he use? Zhang Ye was in a dilemma as he paced around the house. His mother was getting annoyed. You don't have a job, so why are you still thinking about other people's problems? Since they came looking for me, I feel that I should give them some help. Zhang Ye said, she's my classmate, and Beijing TV has been quite good to me too. His mother asked, what about your job then? I'm still looking. Zhang Ye gave her a perfunctory answer. His mother shook her head and said, how many days has it been now? If you still don't appear on screen soon, everyone will forget about you. But his father said, there's no rush. Things will eventually sort themselves out. You put it so lightly. His mother stared and said, how will things sort themselves out now? Everyone is pissed at my son. After he offended that many people. How can it be sorted out? That lousy air pollution documentary would have been better off not made. His popularity might have soared, but his future is in shambles. His father frowned. The air pollution documentary was made for the good of the future. Why should he not have done it? Good of the future, my ass. His mother said in annoyance. If it was for the good of the future, why is he still unable to get a good job right now? So what's good about it? Zhang Ye said. Will the two of you knock it off? Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Back in his own room, Zhang Ye was also actually feeling unsure about the situation. Well, whatever. Let's play a lottery draw first and get a change of perspective. The air pollution documentary had given Zhang Ye a large amount of reputation points recently. He had gained another bout of reputation points after having spent it all during the National Martial Arts Conference, and no longer had to worry about running low. Time for the lottery draw. He brought up the Game Ring's virtual screen with great familiarity. Should he play the lottery draw 1? Or the lottery draw 2? Zhang Ye's mind was actually not on this. He just played the lottery draw to get a change of perspective. He wasn't really thinking much and simply tapped on the lottery draw 1 without even activating the lucky halo. Purchase. Begin. The wheel began to spin. Without looking, he instantly bought. Some additional stakes. Total additional stakes, 500. He spent a total of 50 million on that. This was now considered small change to Zhang Ye. He was just playing the lottery draw for the sake of it. It spun and spun. The needle slowed. Bada. The needle stopped in the stats category region. Zhang Ye was startled when he saw this. Please don't. Why is it this again? He had received the fruit of stamina, fruit of strength, and fruit of agility from the stats category during the National Martial Arts Conference and had already maxed out his stats of these 3 fruits in the lottery draw 1. To level up further in those 3 stats, he would have to try to get the lottery draw 2 versions of the fruits. If he were to receive them again in the lottery draw 1, that would be as good as a waste since those fruits wouldn't add any more stats for him. Even if he was just drawing for the sake of drawing this time, 50 million reputation points were still no small sum. If they went down the drain just like this, Zhang Ye would feel the pinch. The treasure chests, small, appeared. Zhang Ye opened up the treasure chests in an uneasy mood. Fruit of Charm, Voice, 500. Permanently increases the player's voice's charm. What? Fruit of Charm? Voice. Zhang Ye remembered that he had gotten this item in a past lottery draw. The very first time he received it, it was several fruits of charm, eyes. After that, he received several fruits of charm, voice. Although he didn't eat many of them at that time and the effects were not that obvious, it was still somewhat effective. He had received it again this time. Eat, eat, eat. Without another word, he just ate them. One by one, he put the fruits into his mouth. Finally, Zhang Ye gave it a try and said something. Ah, ha woo. As a result of that, even he himself jerked back a bit when he heard it. He could feel that his voice had clearly become quite different. The difference was even quite a big change. Although anyone who heard him talking would still know that it was Zhang Ye, his voice now included a rather magnetic tone. Compared to his previous dry and low voice, there was more depth and a greater three-dimensional feel to it. There seemed to be not much of a change, yet at the same time seemed like a huge change. So this was the effect of 500 fruits of charm? How awesome. This stuff is great. Zhang Ye was a celebrity, and charm was naturally a very important attribute for him. Furthermore, a host like him depended greatly on his speaking abilities. For something like that, having more of it would never be too much. According to the experience he had with the strength, stamina, agility variants of the fruits, eating 1,000 fruits should max out the stats? Alright, then let's max it out. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye simply activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, as he wanted to max out his stats using the Fruit of Charm, voice. He just wanted to do so in advance, upgrading whatever stats that he could since all of these were definitely of use and likely to be of help in the future. The Lucky Halo was activated. A bright, pulsating glow rippled outward. -100,000. -100,000. His reputation points were quickly dropping. Zhang Ye also quickly pressed the lottery draw and added 500 additional stakes to it. The wheel started spinning. The needle kept colliding against the wheel's pegs revolution after revolution. Maybe the lucky halo went on strike today, or maybe it was normal circumstances. When the needle slowly came to a stop, it did not stop in the region of the stats category. Instead, it landed in the skills category. What? Zhang Ye gave a bitter smile and quickly deactivated the lucky halo. Thinking about it, even though this lucky halo was the upgraded version, it could only fulfill whatever Zhang Ye's maximum luck potential was. It couldn't help him achieve whatever results he wanted just because he wanted something very badly, or get something specific that he asked for. That would not be realistic, and Zhang Ye knew that he had expected too much. AI, this lottery draw might just be a waste of reputation points after all. 500 treasure chests, small, appeared. Zhang Ye could do nothing but take a deep breath before opening them. However, when he saw the items inside, he was instantly stunned, unable to react and frozen in place. Singing Skill Experience Book, 500, enhances the player's singing technique. Singing skill, also known as singing technique. Such a skill experience book actually existed. 1 book, 10 books, 100 books. The 500 skill experience books were devoured by Zhang Ye. They dissolved into glowing light particles, and the learning surged straight into Zhang Ye's brain. First he received the Fruit of Charm, voice. Then he received the singing skill experience books. Fuck, where is this headed? Are you trying to make this bro become a singer? Although he didn't max out his stats, it still wasn't a small sum with 500 of each item. This was absolutely enough to qualify him as a professional singer, wasn't it? He probably would not get to the level of Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Guang, or Fan Wenli, but it should be at least enough to bring him into the world of professional singers, right? Although he wouldn't actually know for sure since he had not tested it out. This lottery result had really made Zhang Ye's jaw drop. He had just been playing the lottery for the hell of it. But who could have guessed that he would receive those 2 items? Singing? Become a singer? Zhang Ye had entertained this thought before, but his singing had never been good, not as a child and not now. Although he didn't sound terrible, he had never practiced singing before either. Sometimes at home, he liked singing a little bit, but he knew that he didn't really sing well. As such, he had dismissed this thought. But now, what was the meaning of this? This bro can finally become a singer. 2. Just this thought alone was enough to excite Zhang Ye. Damn, why can't I sing? I've been a calligrapher, a mathematician, and even excelled as a crosstalk comedian and skit actor, so why can't I sing? Wasn't this a great chance to have a change of scenery like he wanted? But how should he cross over? No one dared to let him appear on screen at this point in time. He had no team to produce a music album either. Even if he could produce one, would the higher-ups allow him to release the album? It was too uncertain, but based on the current atmosphere, it was highly unlikely. Although there was no clear indication of a ban, but by not allowing Zhang Ye to appear on screen, that was essentially the industry's attitude on the matter. Someone in the higher-ups must have spread the word, but probably did not mention the word ban due to fear of negative feedback and backlash by the citizens. But this was fundamentally no different from a ban. And that was the reason why Zhang Ye found himself in such circumstances that he couldn't even get a job, couldn't appear on screen, couldn't make mentions of his name, couldn't release any new works. Well, no one could know that it was him at least. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. I got it. How could I have forgotten about that? Zhang Ye suddenly remembered a show. After worrying over what show he would help Dong Shanshan and the others make and about his job situation, he finally thought of this show. He immediately felt himself brighten up. All right, it shall be you. That's right. There was no other suitable than this. Although Zhang Ye wasn't sure he could truly sing yet, this fellow had always done things without a second thought. He would just do something once he thought of it. He was someone who would execute things immediately. He called Dong Shanshan right away. The call connected. On the other end, Dong Shanshan said, Zhang what's the matter? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I've thought of the new show for you guys. Dong Shanshan's ears perked up. Oh, what is it about? Then she hurriedly turned to her colleagues who were noisily talking around her and said, Quiet down for a bit. Zhang has thought of something for our next show. Hu Fei ran over. I want to hear about it. Xiao Lu said excitedly, That's great. We've been waiting for some time. Da Fei said, Switch to speakerphone, Sister Dong. All right, I'll put it on speaker. Dong Shanshan switched the call to speakerphone. Hu Fei said, Little Zhang, we've been waiting for your call for many days. Everyone in the office quieted down. They were all looking at Dong Shanshan's cell phone in extreme anticipation. This was because Zhang Ye was on the line. He was that legendary figure who used a documentary to sweep away the entire television show industry. Zhang Ye said, It is according to your requirements of a large-scale singing show that can fight for first in the viewership ratings. Hu Fei took a breath and asked, What's the show called? Zhang Ye smiled and replied, We'll tentatively call it King of Masked Singers. Chapter 978, The Return of Zhang Ye. Chapter 978, The Return of Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at Beijing Television, in the program team office of Do You Remember? Hu Fei, Dong Shanshan, Ho Gu, Ho Di, Da Fei, Xiao Lu, and the rest of the program team were seated in the office. They looked up at Zhang Ye, busily writing on a blackboard that he had pulled over as he spoke bombastically. Zhang Ye drew a picture on the blackboard. The Do You Remember set can be reused, but we cannot scrimp on the funding for it. It still requires many changes, like the expansion of the stage. What we have right now is not going to work. We must change the overall atmosphere of the set to become darker, as it is currently too bright. These changes won't be terribly difficult, as it should be quite simple to implement them without requiring us to do too much work. Then, about the production budget for the show, this time we will need at least 100 million as the base amount. Everyone was dumbfounded. 100 million? Do we need that much? Hu Fei was also very astonished by this figure and silently wiped at his sweat. Their Beijing television was not considered an elite station among the provincial television stations. Their viewership ratings were quite good, but not actually that high. That was the reason why their variety shows were more conservative, as they did not have as much money as Central TV. As such, they had never been willing to put such a large sum of money into their productions. When they heard the proposed figure of 100 million, everyone became a little flustered. Da Fei asked, Teacher Zhang, just what kind of show is this? Yeah, King of Masked Singers? We don't really get it, Xiao Lu said. Hu Fei added, How would they be masked? Who would be masked? No such show had appeared in this world before, so everyone was confused by it. But Zhang Ye had forgotten this detail. Okay, I didn't explain it clearly. Let me talk about the show's content first. The core of the show will be to invite some celebrities, singers, actors, or hosts, perhaps even some athletes if necessary. The only requirement is that they must be well-known and can sing well. Then we get a designer to design some masks, headdresses, or costumes to cover up the faces and/or easily identifiable parts of these celebrities. We'll have them face off against each other on the same stage, with the winner not required to unveil themselves and moving on to the next round, while the loser can choose whether or not to take off their mask. As for how the specific elimination and advancement system works, I will explain in detail later. At the same time, we'll invite those heavyweights of the industry as judges and guests of the show. We can make them the guessing panel, where they'll give their reviews and try to guess the contestants' true identities. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. A few newcomers on the program team were slack-jawed. King of Masked Singers? So that was what it meant to be masked. Zhang Ye said, The selling point of the show is this. If these celebrities were standing on stage, we would know who they are. But if they have a mask on, and we can only hear their singing voices, we would have to guess their true identities while enjoying their singing. That's what makes it explosive. Ho Di swiftly brought up a problem. But a lot of singers have very special and unique voices. Zhang Ye replied, We can ask them to slightly alter their way of singing, or to change their vocal placement a little, all of which can be easily achieved. Ho Gu raised another issue. But won't they be exposed the moment they speak? Zhang Ye laughed. There are voice changers nowadays, which we can directly connect to the microphones. After the voice changer is in effect, even our own parents couldn't recognize our voices. Hu Fei stood up agitatedly. Celebrity face-off? What if those singers who've been famous for a long time are concerned about losing to the newer singers? They might find it embarrassing and decide not to take part, no? Use the appearance pay and tempt them. Besides, I just touched on that. Zhang Ye said. The loser can choose to keep their mask on and just depart from the stage. As long as their identity stays hidden, as long as the internal team keeps it confidential, No one will find out who they are. Regarding this point, we'll need all of the staff to work together, but I suggest that only the director alone knows their true identity. We just won't tell anyone else. And make them wear their mask during the rehearsals and recording. We must not allow their identities to be exposed. If we allow that to happen, our show's selling point will lose its support. That is most definitely not acceptable. Zhang Ye's explanation was already enough to form the structure of the show. Everyone listened in awe, looking at each other at times and seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. A rookie gaped and asked, "In the past, singing shows have always had the structure of a talent show. We've always had amateurs taking to the stage to showcase themselves. But I have never, ever heard of celebrities taking to the same stage and competing against each other before. This is too big a clash. No one has ever done something so excessive before. Would anyone really come and participate?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Don't worry about that." Everyone gasped. A celebrity face-off? Compete on stage? Only Zhang Ye would dare to come up with something like that. This idea had probably not even crossed the minds of others before. No wonder it required 100 million renminbi in production fees. How much would it cost just to invite those participants? Then there was still the stage setup and the guessing panel of industry. Insiders? That would be too excessive. Wouldn't he be going for broke this way? This would surely turn the music industry upside down. A woman rookie said, Is that really going to be all right?" Dong Shanshan suddenly raised her head. "I think it will be good." Hu Fei suddenly slapped his thigh. "Good? This will be great." Instantly, many of the program team staff felt excited. Just imagining Zhang Ye's description of the show and stage was already making their blood course. Whether it was creativity, whether it was the scale of the show, whether it was the competition format, whether it was the professionalism, all of them were unheard of in a variety show in the history of television shows. In the past, every show that Zhang Ye proposed could not be understood by others when they first heard the proposal, and they would always think that it would not work out. Like for Do You Remember? What was so good about a show that required people to remember the lyrics? Like for Zhang Ye's talk show, what in the world was a talk show anyway? Like for A Bite of China, what kind of waves could a documentary set off? But as always, the results proved that Zhang Ye was right. His vision and knowledge were much greater than anyone else's. He was light years ahead of the industry. But today, when Zhang Ye brought up the King of Masked Singers show, almost no one doubted him. When they heard the summary of the show, they immediately knew that it was going to be spectacular. Hu Fei was in a great mood. He laughed heartily and clapped Zhang Ye on the shoulder. "Sure enough, teacher little Zhang, we really needed you to take charge after all. You can come up with an idea for a show so easily. That's what makes you different from everyone else. Who else in the entire industry could have come up with a show like that? Just how does your mind work?" Xiao Lu also exclaimed, "We can finally work alongside teacher Zhang again. With you back, we're all feeling very confident again." Da Fei went up and gave Zhang Ye a long-awaited bear hug. "We really missed you. Teacher Zhang, welcome home." Ho Ge went over. "Welcome home." Ho Di also gave him an emotional bear hug. "Teacher Zhang, we've waited for your return for a long time. Welcome home." Zhang Ye had gained his fame at Beijing television, but was also driven away by Beijing television. He had had his share of grudges, gratitude, and friends in this place. Too much had happened in these 2 years. But now, Zhang Ye had returned. He had returned and brought with him a television show that could possibly set the entire country alight. Chapter 979, On Fire Even Before the Broadcast. Chapter 979, On Fire Even Before the Broadcast. Translator, Leg Editor. King of Masked Singers. It did not exist in this world. This was a world-class television show from Zhang Ye's previous world that was extremely successful and known throughout Asia. The original Korean version of the show swept the viewership ratings chart everywhere it was broadcast, unable to get dethroned by any other shows. It could be said that this was one of the representative works among variety shows. However, even though mainland China's domestic broadcast version of King of Masked Singers did quite well in the viewership ratings and was very popular with the viewers too, it was still lacking quite a bit when compared to the original Korean version. It could be considered a show that didn't translate well from a particularly successful franchise, which was a pity. Zhang Ye had analyzed the reasons for this, and the reasons were probably numerous. For example, the competition format. The Korean version required their contestants to reveal their identities upon getting eliminated, while the winner of one episode's match would have to accept a challenge from a different singer the next episode, with the winner of the challenge taking the throne as the masked king. There were a lot of differences in the details of the show. The Chinese version would have the winner of a competition reveal their identities and then retire from the overall competition until the finals were held. In terms of the format, the Korean version was clearly more logical and interesting. Zhang Ye didn't know the motives behind the change in the Chinese version, but he deemed it a failure. Another example was the masks. The Korean version went for full battle regalia, with the contestants covered from head to toe in a mask and costume. They were so well concealed that even if their own parents were standing in front of them, they would not be able to identify them. This undoubtedly increased the suspense of the identity and made it interesting by making it hard to guess their identity. Meanwhile, the Chinese version had masks that revealed too much of the contestants' features, while the costumes were designed with aesthetics as the priority. Some of the contestants would have their legs revealed, some would have their arms revealed, some would have their double chins seen. Their close friends in the industry would not even have to listen to their singing to know their true identity. Yet they had to act like they didn't know and look like they were finding it difficult to guess who it really was. There was basically no point in designing it that way. And then there was the issue of the number of eliminated contestants. Korea had many more artists, while the domestic market in China was unable to muster up enough due to various circumstances. They could not implement an elimination of all contestants other than the winner, as there were not enough artists in the country who could sing well. Even if there were, not everyone would be available, and thus, the show's freshness was not as good as the Korean version. This was something that Zhang Ye had considered too, listing out all the pros and cons. He made the necessary changes and went mainly with the Korean version of the show, while retaining some standout points of the Chinese version. After all, each country's situation was different, and he couldn't just copy it wholesale without changes. The amended changes were as follows. 1. The winner would not reveal their identity. 2. The losing contestant could choose whether to take off their mask. 3. The number of eliminated contestants needed to be increased, but would be adjusted based on the number of contestants. 4. The masks and costumes must conceal the entirety of the contestant. These changes were something that Zhang Ye was trying out, but he was still very confident. For such a highly popular show from his previous world, he couldn't possibly give up on it just because the Chinese version was not produced too well. From the results of the Korean version of King of Masked Singers, this was definitely a variety show which had the potential to become popular in the entire country. The Korean version of King of Masked Singers even surpassed the viewership ratings of the Korean version of I Am a Singer. Just what kind of notion was that? And besides, even if the Chinese version of King of Masked Singers wasn't produced too well, its viewership ratings were still very high. If there weren't any other world-class variety shows competing in the same time slot, the results would definitely have been even better. Even if a world-class variety show was produced badly, its results were definitely not something that any other normal variety shows could match. It would still be spectacular. The program proposal was quickly submitted to the station. The director of Beijing Television was shocked. The station heads were also shocked. The moment they read the proposal, many of the heads of Beijing Television felt extremely excited. They had not expected that after the era of The Voice, during which singing shows were done to death, someone could still come up with something as original as this. The station heads only felt more relieved when they found out that it was Zhang Ye who put forward this proposal. They gave wry smiles as they thought of how Zhang Ye was without a doubt the best guy in the TV show industry. It was probably only Zhang Ye who could surpass Zhang Ye. The station immediately gave their approval. The program proposal? Approved. 100 million? Approved. They did all that without objection. After the success of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the ambitions of the station grew. There was only one request and expectation of this show: take the nationwide viewership ratings top spot. Beijing Television had always came up short in the area of variety shows. Once upon a time, many years ago, disregarding the nationwide viewership ratings top spot, the number of times they were ranked top in the daily viewership ratings could be counted on their fingers. And this was even due to those days having no other good shows scheduled. As for their results in the nationwide viewership ratings for variety shows, there was no way they could compare. There was simply no place for them in the top few spots. But right now, today, Beijing television was feeling full of confidence. Everyone could feel a sense of simmering strength. They could all feel a sense of surety deep down inside. Because that person had returned. Because that legendary host who used to be part of their station had finally returned. Do you remember's program team? Hu Fei received the approval order and came back to the office. The management has approved it. This is great. They're really going to allocate us 100 million? Holy shit. This is the real deal now. If we mess it up, we're going to be screwed. Don't say such discouraging things. We have Teacher Zhang on our side. True. We have Teacher Zhang around. Everyone was chattering excitedly. Every one of them here had, in fact, never been part of such a large-scale variety show before. Who would be content with working very hard every day on a show that would not get famous? But anyone would be willing to make a hit. And today, that chance had arrived. Zhang Ye said helplessly, "Please don't expect so much of me, everyone. I'm only here to help. Everyone needs to work hard on it together." He looked at Hu Fei and said, "Brother Hu, what are the expectations of the management?" Hu Fei smiled and said, "Nationwide viewership ratings top spot." Zhang Ye nodded. "Which day do we broadcast on?" "Feel free to choose. Time slot. Feel free to decide." Zhang Ye said, "All right, I understand." They could get however much funding they needed. They could ask for any day and time slot for broadcast as they wanted. Such treatment was unprecedented. Almost everything was given the green light. Everyone knew that this was not due to the hard work that the Do You Remember program team had put in for the past year. It was purely based on the reputation of Zhang Ye as the best television program director and producer in the industry. Zhang Ye immediately started giving orders. "Let's hurry up and make full use of the time. If the show can begin earlier, then let's push it out earlier and not drag things out. Start publicizing the show and put up a front for now. But don't reveal the content of the show. We'll explain in detail when the production work is done, so as to prevent others from copying us. Dafei, take a few people with you and start identifying the suitable candidates. Then write up a list and invite them one by one. Remember to keep it secret." Dafei replied, "Roger." Zhang Ye looked at Hogu. "Hogu, there's a lot of work to be done for the stage setup, so I'll leave that to you. You must supervise it well and get the workers to quickly finish the task." Hogu thumped his chest. "Leave it to me. Don't worry." Zhang Ye said, "Shanshan." Dong Shanshan smiled. "Here," Zhang Ye said. "The host this time shall be you, and the style." Zhang Ye had a great presence. Wherever he stood, everyone would listen and wait for their instructions. But suddenly, Zhang Ye froze midway as he was talking. He looked at everyone in embarrassment and said, I don't think I'm the executive director this time." Dong Shanshan was amused. "You finally realized?" Zhang Ye smiled sheepishly. "Hi, I was too used to it. I'm sorry about that, Brother Hu. You're the executive director, so I think it's better for you to delegate. I will just keep to my planning and not involve myself in other things." But Hu Fei said, "Your delegation was pretty good. This show is yours, and the experience you have in organizing a large-scale variety show is more than mine. You're still the most suitable candidate for the executive director position as well as the host. I mentioned it to Shanshan already." Zhang Ye waved his hands and said, "I'll forego the position of executive director since I'm involved in some trouble. It's probably a bigger mess than you guys think it is, so it's better not to have my name linked to the show's executive director role. Whether our show can successfully be allowed to broadcast is still a big question mark, so it's better to have it this way. I'll just handle the planning and earn a commission through the copyright. If there are any other matters that I can help with, I will definitely do so. However, I must definitely not take the role of executive director." Everyone kept on persuading him, but Zhang Ye did not agree and still rejected them. First, he did not wish to cause any trouble for his old friends. Second, he had something more important that he needed to do. Before long, the news was released. Some of it was purposely publicized by Beijing television, while some was unintended. Afterwards, news of Zhang Ye's return to Beijing television quickly gained wings. Someone saw Zhang Ye outside Beijing TV. What? What do you mean by that? Zhang Ye's going back to Beijing TV. For real? What do you mean for real? The news has already talked about it. Go and have a look for yourself. Zhang Ye's new show lands on Beijing TV. Sources say it will be a singing variety show. Title yet to be decided, but production cost set for 100 million. Zhang Ye to be executive producer of new show, but not executive director. Beijing TV's new show to be fully produced by Zhang Ye. Dong Shanshan confirmed as show host. After so many days, Teacher Zhang's new show is finally coming. Do You Remember is going to stop broadcasting? Teacher Shanshan's influence is really great. Even Zhang Ye has come to produce a show for her. Why don't I get to have such an awesome ex-classmate? Support. I'm anticipating this to death. Why isn't Zhang Ye going to be the host? I heard that it's because he's been banned from the industry. They won't allow him to be on screen. Just what kind of a singing show will it be? Please, explain. But singing shows are already overdone. What is there to look forward to? Could it be the second season of The Voice? That can't be, otherwise Zhang Ye himself would be the host, right? An entirely new show. As long as it's made by Zhang Ye, I must watch it. Start broadcasting already. I can't wait any longer. Yeah, the days without Zhang Ye in the variety show industry have been way too boring. It was bustling online. A lot of people were making a racket and looking forward in anticipation. King of Masked Singers was on fire even before the broadcast. No, to be accurate, the audience did not even know what the show was about or what it was going to be titled, but the show was already on fire before the broadcast. Why? There was no reason why. It was simply because this was Zhang Ye's new show, that's all. Chapter 980. Stop pretending to be an oil worker, you. Chapter 980. Stop pretending to be an oil worker, you. Translator, leg editor, leg. A few days later. At home, Zhang Ye received a call from Chen Guang. Zhang King of Masked Singers has invited me. I know. I was the one who recommended you. The show's content has been explained to me by the production team. It sounds really good. It's making my pulse race a bit. But I have some big concerns that are holding me back from joining. You can sing so well. What do you have to worry about? Don't you know how many people are in the music industry? Those newcomers are all better than the last at singing. Their vocals are so good. So how can I not be worried? They can even sing better than you. If we're all going to be masked, then that might just be the case. Since we can't depend on our popularity and our looks, we'll purely be pitting our singing skills. Besides, the choice of song plays a very important role too. Hi, but you don't know about singing, so I can't really explain it to you. Forget it. I think I need to mull this over. If I can't participate, I'm fine with being on the panel of guest judges. The production team has also given me that choice if I don't choose to participate in the actual competition. Sure, give it some consideration then. Let me ask you this. Will the show succeed? This show is produced by me. What you think? All right, I understand. At Beijing Television, the last episode of Do You Remember finished broadcasting. The actual recording was completed a week ago, and the Do You Remember program team was officially renamed to the King of Masked Singers program team today. It still consisted of the original team as its base, but over a dozen other employees were transferred from other departments to join them as well. The King of Masked Singers program team officially began production work. In the office space, each person was working without rest. Hu Fei was making a call. A woman was on the other end of the line. Teacher Li, I am Beijing Television's Hu Fei. Yes, hello? Director Hu. Regarding what we discussed 2 days ago, have you made a decision yet? I'm still thinking. I'm not ready to make a decision yet. If it's about the appearance fee, we can still increase it some more. Don't misunderstand. It's not about the appearance fee. I think this show is really good and personally I would like to join. But I'm afraid that the pressure would be too great on me, which is why I have some hesitation. With your talent, you definitely won't have a problem on this stage. You're the first celebrity I called because I've always loved your songs. Thank you, Director Hu. Then, come join us. We'll definitely keep your identity a secret. Well, fine. Great. So it's decided? I'm going to have to go all out this time. He hung up. Hu Fei laughed loudly. I got one. Dong Shanshan blinked. That woman. Right, it's that woman. Hu Fei and she were speaking in riddles. When a few of the rookies on the team heard this, their curiosity was piqued. But they didn't have the courage to ask who it was, although they knew that this woman was definitely someone extremely popular and a big shot from the expressions on Hu Fei's and Dong Shanshan's faces. Da Fei suddenly exclaimed from where he was. Brother Hu, I reeled in one as well. Hu Fei hurriedly went over. Who? That actor? Da Fei said mysteriously. But Hu Fei seemingly understood and kept saying, Good, 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 Da Fei said. but it's only rumored that his singing is very good, as no one has actually heard him before. So I was a little worried and requested that he send us a demo. Hu Fei nodded and said, right. If it were a professional singer, that wouldn't be necessary. But for celebrities from other industries, it's better to play it safe by asking for a sample of their singing. Otherwise, if we spend money inviting them and it turns out that they can't sing well, it wouldn't be too appropriate to replace them at that time. It'd also be too late to do so. Da Fei said, let's listen to it. Hu Fei beckoned to everybody. Come here, everyone. Let's listen to it together. The program team staff all came over. The audio clip, which was simply titled Demo, was played. Right at the start, a melodious male voice drifted out. I once loved a woman. Her smile, ever so innocent. One day, everyone was astonished. That was really good singing. This is great. Is this an actor? Isn't this just like how a professional singer would sing? Who is this? Brother Fei, please tell us. Yeah, you're making us so curious. Who is it? I can't identify him by his voice at all. Da Fei simply smiled knowingly. That's classified. Hu Fei approved. It's confirmed. This teacher has made the grade. Da Fei said. All right, I'll go and contact him immediately. Hu Fei reminded. Remember to keep it a secret. Understood. Da Fei promised. 1, 5, 8. The number of approved celebrities kept growing. This greatly exceeded the expectations of the program team staff. They had initially thought that it would require a great deal of persuasion and talk to convince those celebrities to join. But as it turned out, when they explained the show's internal workings to the celebrities, a lot of them became very interested upon hearing how the show worked. There was even a veteran singer who hadn't appeared much in public for over 10 years who agreed immediately when invited. The celebrities weren't dumb. For some shows that were destined to have very little viewership, they wouldn't join even if they were offered a lot of money for the appearance fee. But if they heard about a show they believed would get extremely popular throughout the country, even if the program team did not invite them, some of them would surely come looking for the program team instead. Even if the appearance fee was low, they would surely agree to join. And this King of Masked Singers by Zhang Ye was clearly such a show. Brother Hu, I have a demo here for you to listen to. Coming. How is it? This is good. This sounds really clean. Then should I contact them? Who is this? A celebrity who came up through the ranks of a talent show. Go ahead. Suddenly, Da Fei fell silent while holding a stack of papers of the recommended participants. What's the matter, Brother Fei? A rookie named Han Chi asked. Da Fei asked curiously. Who recommended this person? Why is there only a contact number on it? There's no name. Han Chi was one of the few staff members of the program team who had access to this recommendation list. I don't know, it wasn't me. Turning to another colleague, she asked, Brother Sun, did you put them in? Sun looked over the list. It wasn't me. Hu Fei also came over to have a look. Give them a call and ask who it is. The people on this list are all celebrities and big shots. So Da Fei handed the paper to Han Chi. I still have a lot to do here. You can handle it. Okay. Han Chi got very excited. The chance to have direct contact with a celebrity could count toward her qualifications. She immediately called the number. At home. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's other phone started ringing. This was the new cell phone he had gotten from the Central TV annual staff party's lucky draw. Just a few days ago, he had slotted in a new SIM card he had just bought. Zhang Ye purposely disguised his voice and answered, Hello. Hello, teacher. How are you? On the other end, Han Chi spoke with caution. I'm good. I'm calling from the King of Masked Singers program team. Has anyone contacted you before this? Han Chi somehow felt that this voice was very strange. Yes. Someone has already done that? Yes. Apologies, but we don't seem to have a record of your name. May I know who you are, sir? Just an ordinary person. What's your surname, sir? It's confidential. How old are you this year, sir? Not old. What's your occupation, sir? I'm a worker. You're a worker? Yes. Huh. Then are you sure you were invited to participate on King of Masked Singers? Yes. If you're not a professional singer, we require that you send us a sample of your singing. Can you provide us with that, sir? You can just send it to our email. Sure. Thank you very much. You're welcome. The call ended just like that. Zhang Ye smiled to himself. He wasn't purposely trying to keep it from Hu Fei and Dong Shanshan, but had to do so because he needed to participate anonymously. A sample of his singing? Was this a screening? Then what song should he choose? Zhang Ye hesitated for a bit, then chose a song at random to record his sample. He did not have any professional equipment at home and did not know how to play any instruments either, so he chose to sing a cappella for the recording. At most, he might need to do some post-processing to it, but he could do that at home anyway. As this was just a sample clip, there wasn't really a need to do any major fixes to the recording. After clearing his throat, he began. This was the first time Zhang Ye seriously tried to record his singing, so he felt rather diffident. But when he opened his mouth to sing, even he was taken aback by his own voice. Back at Beijing television, the king of masked singers program team, Han Chi said in a speechless manner. Who could have recommended him? Why did someone contact him? Did you find out who it was? Hu Fei looked over. He wouldn't say. Han Chi said angrily. Da Fei was surprised. Wouldn't say? Han Chi said. He didn't want to reveal anything at all. When I asked him what his profession was, he actually told me that he was a worker. PFFFFFD. Xiao Lu, who was drinking some water, did a spit take. A worker? Hu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The names on this list are all big shots. How can there be any ordinary workers on it? Was he just teasing you? Han Chi said angrily. That man was so awful. He spoke in a strange, gravelly voice, like he was afraid that someone would recognize him. It's like he thinks he really is some big shot or something. Hody pondered this for a moment. If he really did try to disguise his voice while talking, then he might really be a big shot. Perhaps he might actually get recognized easily if he speaks in his natural voice. Ah. Han Chi was startled. Are you sure? Xiao Lu was cramping up from laughing. Would a big shot call themselves a worker? This is clearly a prank on our little Han. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Han Chi started blushing and became even more angry. I asked him to send us a demo. I want to hear for myself just what kind of a worker he really is. A rookie suddenly said, Oh, an email just arrived? Is it this one? Han Chi quickly ran over and pointed at the screen while gnashing her teeth. Yes, 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 it's him. Hu Fei laughed and said, Come, let's all have a listen. Da Fei was getting very curious. I really want to find out who this could be. I want to listen to it too. Xiao Lu scrambled over as well. Which big shot is so playful that he's willing to tease our rook? Han Chi's face was getting hot. Sister Lu, please don't ridicule me. Xiao Lu said. Sure. Big sis will help you denounce him. Will that do? Yeah. Han Chi replied. Having encountered such a weird person, everyone in the program team came over in delight upon hearing about this amusing incident. The rookie clicked on the email attachment and started playing the recording. There was no melody. There were no instrumentals. Everyone was surprised. Was it a cappella? However, when the singing started, everyone was shocked by the vocal weight and technique. As the tune played, Xiao Lu got the goosebumps. Land as pretty as a picture. Our native land built on the backs of steeds. It was bel canto, but the voice was magnetic and sounded very young. What song was this? An oldie? But it couldn't be. Otherwise, why hadn't they heard of it before? Was it an original? Damn. Who was it? Which famous person of the music industry was this? The timbre of some singers' voices was recognizable right at the first word they sang. Although this man seemed to be purposely disguising his voice, those seasoned vocals could not be concealed. Everyone in the program team had already heard quite a few demos submitted by the celebrities and professional singers. But they had to admit that this unknown big shot singing that was playing right now was definitely one of the best they had heard today. The vocals, the technique, the control, all of them were at the professional level. A lot of them were drawn into the singing as they listened. Hu Fei exclaimed, Who is this? Da Fei shouted, Damn. Xiao Lu said, This is a heavyweight contestant. Han Chi stood there dumbfounded, slack-jawed. She didn't expect this tight-lipped celebrity she was just on the phone with to actually sing this well. Following this, however, everyone was floored. The lyrics this man sang next made everyone feel like they were going to vomit blood. Land as pretty as a picture. Our native land built on the backs of steeds. How glorious it is to be an oil worker, wearing a hard hat and traveling the world. Uft, uft, uft. Everyone in the office burst out laughing. Snow from Tian Shan falls overhead, facing the Gobi's desert storms, greeting the rising sun on the banks of the Jialing River, sending off the sunset at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, fearing nothing and no one. Let it thunder and snow. I offer oil to my homeland. Wherever the oil is, that is where my home shall be. Han Chi's legs wobbled. Offering oil to the homeland? I'll offer your little sister's oil. Fluttering red flags welcome rosy clouds. Heroes whip their horses of war along. How glorious it is to be an oil worker, wearing a hard hat and traveling the world, erecting oil rigs in the vast grasslands. Bottom of clouds cover the wells. Underground crude oil meets the sky. My native land blooms with the gift of oil, fearing nothing and no one, looking over the world with our great ambition. I offer oil to my homeland. With oil for my homeland, my heart blooms happily. The song ended. The demo finished playing. Everyone in the office was looking at each other. Suddenly, Hodi slapped his thigh and collapsed onto the table, belly laughing. Ha 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 ha. He was sprawled out on the table, unable to get up. Dafei burst into laughter. Xiaolu was crying with laughter. Io. Only Han Chi looked embarrassed. She nearly burst into tears. Hu Fei couldn't help but pat Han Chi on the shoulder. It's been confirmed. You were the victim of a joke. Han Chi was angered to tears. Brother Hu. Ha ha ha. Hu Fei couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing too. A worker? You're a worker? Bull fucking shit. As a big shot celebrity and a professional singer with such good singing, why on earth are you pretending to be an oil worker? You even offer oil to the homeland? Why don't you dig some coal for your homeland instead? At this moment, everyone had determined the nature of this voice's owner. Just look at the other invited participants. Which one of them were not taking this competition seriously? Which of the interested participants of their show did not send in a serious sample of their singing that would exhibit their best points? But this guy? Not only did he not give his name, he even claimed that he was a worker. He even made up some song about offering oil to the homeland. Most importantly, he still fucking sang with such excellence. This was an old pro. This fellow was definitely a seasoned pro of the industry. But who could it be? Why couldn't they figure it out from his singing? Dafei said, Brother Hu, what do we do about this person? Tears streaming down her face, Han Chi said, Must we invite him? What reason is there to not invite someone who can sing with such skill? Hu Fei said with excitement. No matter who recommended him and whether or not he wants to reveal his identity, this man must definitely be invited onto the show. Han Chi groaned. Ugh. Dafei nodded. All right, understood. Han Chi spoke hesitantly. Brother Fei, Dafei made a decision and said with a snigger, Little Han, you'll be in charge of contacting this guy. We'll leave it to you to call him, notify him, and take care of his costume from now on. Han Chi said tearfully, Brother Fei, can you not? Ha ha, you can consider this to be part of your training. Dafei said, Usually, someone who's such a hooligan has self-confidence and is a very big shot in the industry. Getting few more connections will do you no harm. I'm doing this for your own good, little Han. Han Chi was skeptical. Seriously? Dafei said solemnly, Of course. Han Chi made a noise in acknowledgement and moped. Okay, all right. I'll do my best. Due to the special nature of the show, every participant on King of Masked Singers would need to have a dedicated assistant to take charge of their makeup, costumes, masks, communication, and other related tasks. But no matter how Han Chi thought about it, she felt like she had been deceived. Having been assigned to such an unreliable singer, she felt that her future was utterly bleak. But even she had to admit that this man's voice and singing were really amazing. Just who could it be? Was there even such a person in the music industry? Chapter 981, Mask, the Clown. Chapter 981, Mask, the Clown. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. During the weekend, the promotions for King of Masked Singers were already progressing as planned. News of heavyweight big shots joining the show, being called a new variety show that would subvert all other singing shows, and all sorts of topics related to the show were constantly generated as the netizens grew more and more hyped. Who's joined the show already? When does it begin broadcasting? Quickly begin recording the show. I can't wait any longer. Is Zhang Ye really not going to be the host? Will there be any A-list celebrities joining? Don't leave us hanging. King of Masked Singers? This title leaves everything to the imagination. They're really going to let established singers compete against each other on the same stage? To see who is better? Damn, that's so ruthless. Isn't Beijing TV taking things too far this time? Yeah, they might really have taken it a bit too far. But I'm still looking forward to it. That's right, I really want to watch it. Chen Guang versus Fan Wenli? A heavenly king versus a heavenly queen? Will such a situation really happen? I can't bear it just thinking about it. Hurry up and start broadcasting already. The most interesting thing is that everyone will be wearing a mask, so no one will know who the person behind it is. King of Masked Singer's format and title gradually surfaced. Even before the show got broadcast, while it was still in the production stage, the popularity of this show was already greater than the numerous television variety shows that were currently broadcasting. There was more discussion about it than all the others combined. A situation like this was typically not seen in the industry. When many of the industry peers saw this, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly or stare in amazement at the happenings. Envy? They had nothing to be envious about, because Zhang Ye's production was just too creative to begin with. Dragon Television. We should have invited him to join us if we knew it would be like this. Yeah, this show is truly going to be spectacular. Just from hearing of it, I know it will become famous. Did you think that Zhang Ye would be so easy to recruit? That's right. He only went over to help them produce the show because he has friends at Beijing TV and past ties with the station. Zhujiang Television. Zhang Ye is content to just work behind the scenes? Who knows? He couldn't possibly come up with such a good show and just give it up to Beijing TV so easily, can he? He can't host even if he wants to, since the higher-ups' attitude toward him is still uncertain. That air pollution documentary brought him a great deal of popularity and reputation, but it has also disrupted his career. Hi, if only we had gotten this show instead. King of Masked Singers? Only a daring person like Zhang Ye would come up with such a show. Heated discussions regarding this topic started appearing online. It was widely discussed within the industry as well. At home, Zhang Ye was practically doing nothing. He had already finished his detailed pre-production work for the show and was essentially not involved with the rest of the production. Yesterday, Hu Fei had wanted to inform Zhang Ye about the identities of the masked singers who joined, but was turned down. Zhang Ye didn't even want to hear or know about them. This was because he did not want too much pressure and distractions for himself. If he knew who the other competitors were, he would probably start overthinking things, so it was better to know nothing at all. Later that morning, old Rao called. Little Zhang, come over and babysit the kid. Where are you going? To get a filling, tisk. Do you have a toothache? It's been hurting for 2 days now. Cut the crap and get over here on the double. I'm still busy with my work. You've been staying home every day with nothing to do. What are you busy with? Can't I watch a movie? Get my junior marital sister to take care of her instead. You talking about that hothead? For only 2 smashed window panes, she risked her life by jumping down from this high a height. How can I be at ease letting her babysit my kid? True, she is a little hot-headed. Get over here. Fine, fine. I understand. You just go on ahead. After informing his parents, Zhang Ye headed straight to old Rao's place. When he arrived, Rao Imin was already gone. For some reason, Yang Shu was at Rao Imin's house as well. She was practicing her martial arts in the first-story living room by herself, going hoo-ha, hoo-ha, enraptured in her training. When she saw Zhang Ye, Yang Shu quickly cooled down with an ending stance. She took a deep breath and respectfully greeted, Senior Bro. Zhang Ye smiled wryly. You don't have to be so polite. I've already said that you can just call me by my name. Yang Shu nodded. Okay, Senior Bro. Then can you lend me some money? Asking to borrow money again. Zhang Ye said in exasperation. I think it's better for you to be more polite. Yang Shu said nothing. Zhang Ye asked, You've run out of money again? Yang Shu made a noise of acknowledgement. I haven't found a job yet. Annoyed, Zhang Ye said, You can't just keep staying at home doing nothing. What do you wish to do? Tell me. I would like to spread the art of the Taiji fist so that it may flourish and bring glory to my ancestors. How will you spread it? I don't know. I will listen to Senior Bro's teachings. Why would you listen to me? This bro does not have such aspirations. However, Zhang Ye had only one junior marital sister, so he couldn't just ignore her. He pulled out all of the cash in his wallet, totaling over 3,000 renminbi, and gave it to her. Yang Shu didn't treat Zhang Ye as a stranger, but rather as family. She took it and pocketed it. Thank you, Senior Bro. At this moment, Qinshan came down from upstairs. Zhang Ye looked up. What were you doing upstairs? Qinshan gave him a look. Zhang Ye, help me do my homework. Zhang Ye sneered. I refuse. When Yang Shu heard this exchange, she said, Senior bro, teach me Taiji fist. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. We'll talk about that another time. Qinshan said. Zhang Ye, do my homework for me. Yang Shu said. Senior bro, teach me some unarmed fighting techniques. The two of them kept it up one after the other, giving Zhang Ye a terrible headache. The phone suddenly rang. It was his other cell phone that was ringing. All right, that's enough. Be quiet, Zhang Ye said impatiently. I need to answer this call before I can listen to the two of you. Again, do you think things are easy for me? Zhang Ye walked a distance away from them before answering the call. It was the same woman's voice from a few days back on the other end of the line. Han Chi carefully said, Hello, teacher. I'm Han Chi from the King of Masked Singers program team. You can just call me Little Han. From now on, I'm your main liaison with the program team. If you require anything, you can find me anytime. Zhang Ye pinched his throat and said, Okay. Han Chi said, Welcome aboard. Then, the rules of our show state that every participant must fashion a mask. So do you have any kind of designs in mind that you would like? And what about your stage name? We will construct a mask according to your specifications. Zhang Ye blinked a few times. I need to think about it. Han Chi said, Understood. You may call me any time when you've thought of it. Okay. After hanging up, Zhang Ye fell into deep thought. A mask? A stage name? He had to make sure to get it right as it was incredibly important. What should he use? What should he be called? Zhang Ye couldn't think of one no matter how he tried. So he waved Yang Shu and Qinshan over. Here's a task for the two of you. Help me think of something. If you had to label me as something, what would your impression of me be? Qinshan chuckled. A dummy. Zhang Ye stared at her. I'm gonna spank you. Qinshan looked at him. But you really are a dummy. Zhang Ye harumphed. Answer me properly, and I'll help you do your homework. Qinshan immediately changed her tune and replied. A hero. Dummy? Hero? Isn't your turnabout too damn fast? Why are you so fake? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and looked to Yang Shu. Junior sis. Yang Shu thought for a long time before saying, I think that you have a chivalrous spirit for the country and its people. These words from his junior martial sister had actually embarrassed Zhang Ye some. Chivalrous? He was not worthy of the description. In truth, Zhang Ye had never had a high appraisal of himself. He did not feel that he was a hero, nor did he have anything to do with the word chivalrous. He was just a celebrity who made people laugh, earned some money with a clear conscience along the way, stepped in whenever he saw injustice, and scolded people if he was forced into a corner by them. He would make trouble from one industry to another. So he was actually a disliked personality who offended and angered many people wherever he went. Then why not this? His stage name would be the Clown. If this world did not wish to let him say anything, if this world was unwilling to let him appear, if this world could not accommodate his pride, if that is the case, then I shall transform into the Clown. Donning my war robes, putting on my mask, changing my identity, I will turn everything upside down once more. Chapter 982, you want another song? Chapter 982, you want another song? Translator, Leg Editor. Leg. On this day, Zhang Ye's mask and costume had arrived. It wasn't sent to his house because he didn't give his home address to the station. Otherwise, they might spot it and easily identify him as a result. The address he gave to the King of Masked Singers program team was his eldest younger sister's home address. The courier from Beijing television had already reached her place. His eldest younger sister's call came in. Brother, your package has arrived. Thanks. What's in it? It's a secret, her. You're acting so mysterious. Shall I send it over to your place? There's no need. I'll go there in a bit to collect it. By the afternoon, he had the package in his hands. When he reached home, Zhang Ye shut his bedroom door before opening the package. Then he took the items out one by one. There were actually quite a few, as all the gear from head to toe was placed inside. The mask, the clothes, the pants, the shoes, and a pair of gloves. Zhang Ye lifted the mask and placed it over his face to check if it fit. He looked in the mirror and was immediately quite satisfied with it. Zhang Ye had had a fair number of specifications for the mask and gave Han Chi a list of design details to pass to the costume designer. This mask was not exactly made to look like the stereotypical clown with a red nose and sharp facial features. It had only one color. White, pure white. It did not have any special edges or fanciful stylings. It was the simplest and plainest, pure white mask, but did not look plain at all when put on. Instead, It represented a return to innocence and appeared elegant and refined. The clown, this was how other people saw him. White, this was how Zhang Ye saw himself. A clown, wearing a white mask. This was the inspiration behind Zhang Ye's design. He also put on the costume. He was wrapped up from head to toe, and if he were to go outside now, absolutely no one would recognize him. Even he was unable to recognize himself, as all of the features and traits that distinguished him were covered up. Fantastic. This would do. He took off the costume and placed everything back into the package. Then a call came in. It was his other cell phone. Hello, teacher. It's Han Chi. Hello. Have you received the mask and costume yet? Yes. Does it fit? If not, I'll get the designer to alter it. It fits great. Great. So it's like this. Construction on the set has almost finished. We'll be doing some simple mic and sound tests tomorrow here in the studio. We would also like to have a look at all the participating teachers in their costumes. This is, after all, meant to be televised, so we need to do a check beforehand. There might also be an audition. The station has placed a lot of emphasis on the show this time, and the execs are coming to inspect the production. If you're free, sir, could you please come and attend? What time? Tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Then please call me when you arrive, sir. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. An audition? This was not unexpected. Due to the special nature of this show, a lot of processes could not follow the standard operating procedures of previous shows. Especially for someone like him who would not even divulge his identity. How could he expect them to rest easy? He couldn't possibly assure them with just a recorded sample clip of his a cappella singing. They would have to at least listen to a live performance of his. While he was at it, he could familiarize himself with the stage and meet the program team staff. That was what it was all about. Let's do it then. He had been ready for a while now anyway. The next day, at 9 in the morning, King of Masked Singers program team staff were in full anticipation mode. Those who knew which celebrities were coming all felt excited, while those who didn't know the identities of the contestants were all curious and looking forward to it. Are they here yet? 5 of them have already arrived. Where do you arrange for them to go? They've all been put into different waiting rooms so that they wouldn't bump into each other. Good. Brother Who, when do we start? We can start now. Make them come out one at a time. Okay, I'll go and arrange it. Be alert. The station heads might be coming to have a look. Understood. Everyone got down to business. They adjusted the audio as the band did their sound checks. After that, the first masked singer came on stage. He gave himself the stage name Sunflower in the Starlight, and in accordance, his mask was designed to look like a cute sunflower. Other than Hu Fei and Dong Shanshan, basically no one else on the program team knew who this person was. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell curiously upon him. He did not bring his agent or assistant along today, because it could have inadvertently revealed his identity. He came alone and walked to the band that the program team had invited. After communicating a few simple words with them, he stood on stage. Although his face could not be seen through the mask, the moment he gripped the microphone, Teacher Sunflower in the Starlight stage presence immediately changed. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice shocked the entire studio. This song was titled Hope, and was a very famous song in this world. The band members were under no pressure even though they did not have a prior discussion about the song with this masked teacher. They managed to sync up seamlessly to the meter and beat in no time at all. They were all professionals, so it was no sweat. Even though they were not familiar with the song, they could still easily play the accompaniment to the vocals. This was because they were the Miracle Wheels, a very famous band in the industry. Most television shows would find it very difficult to invite them onto their show, so it could be seen how much effort Beijing Television had put into the production of this show. Backstage, in a waiting room, Han Chi was waiting outside the room, restless and tense, unsure of what she was really feeling, though she mostly felt perturbed. Why is he not here yet? Where is he? She made another call. Hello, teacher. Have you arrived yet? A voice came from the phone. I have. Han Chi said, Huh? Where are you? That person said, Turn around. She suddenly heard the voice coming from behind her. Han Chi turned around in consternation. Did you come here wearing that? The clown said, Yes. Han Chi had thought that she could finally see the man's real face today and find out who he was. But she didn't expect that he would make his way here while wearing his mask. Are you ready, sir? I'm ready anytime. Han Chi coughed. Teacher Clown, Are you a senior of the music industry? She began trying to sound him out. Guess. You must surely be quite the big shot. Not necessarily. What's your actual occupation, sir? I'm a worker. Han Chi was speechless. You're still saying you're a worker? Can you stop pretending, please? She knew that it was impossible to find out anything. This person was much too evasive and obviously did not want to disclose any information. He clearly did not want anyone to find out his identity. But you still shouldn't say that you are a worker just because of that. The two of them went into the waiting room and sat facing each other. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The clown did not say a word. It seemed like he did not enjoy talking much. Meanwhile, Han Chi did not know what to say. But as she didn't want things to be so awkward, she attempted to make conversation. Your mask is really beautiful. Thank you. You're not too old, right? I'm not young. Last time you said you weren't old, sir. Really? Yes. Oh, then I'm not old. Han Chi was on the verge of tears. Talking to this guy was nothing but a goddamn exercise in smoke and mirrors. She couldn't tell which of the things the clown said were true and which were false. Most importantly, he was still speaking in a gravelly voice, so how could she possibly guess who it was? She simply could not make out who he was. This deadlock went on for a good half hour. Suddenly, someone knocked gingerly on the door. Dong dong. They heard an employee say, Han Chi, it's time for the teacher to go on stage. All right. Han Chi felt a great sense of relief. Teacher clown, it's your turn. The clown nodded. Let's go. In the corridor, Zhang Ye was walking out as someone came in. Coming in the opposite direction was someone wearing a mask. The figure appeared to be a woman's. As Zhang Ye and she passed each other, the two of them gave each other a curious glance. There was a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. Those eyes, that figure. Zhang Ye felt a hint of familiarity. He believed he had probably seen this young woman before, and may even know her. But as for who she was, he could not tell. Upon further consideration, he realized that the stars he knew in the industry were not small-timers. It looked like this competition was truly going to be a tough battle. In his first foray into the music industry, it had better not end up with him getting crushed within the first 2 rounds. That would be really embarrassing. The two of them stopped in their tracks with unspoken agreement, and then looked at one another. Han Chi wiped her sweat away and introduced them to each other. This is Teacher Clown, and this is Teacher Sunset Glow. Wasn't she pretty young? So why did she call herself Sunset Glow? Zhang Ye nodded his head in greeting. Sunset Glow looked at him. Do we know each other? Zhang Ye spoke in a gravelly voice. I don't know. Sunset Glow smiled. How old are you? Zhang Ye lied without blinking. 50 and you? Sunset Glow said. I'm 15. Zhang Ye blinked. Your occupation? Sunset Glow said. I'm a student, and you? Zhang Ye replied. I'm a worker. Sunset Glow had no response. Though they tried to sound each other out with all those questions, neither managed to identify the other. Both Han Chi and Sunset Glow's Beijing television assistant didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were all modern celebrities like this? A worker? A student? 50? 15? Would you two die if you ever stopped bullshitting? Chapter 983. As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. Chapter 983. As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. Translator, leg editor, leg. On the King of Masked Singers stage. The set was not fully constructed yet, but it was enough to accommodate the sound checks. There were many people seated in the audience, such as the station heads, channel directors, and Hu Fei, together with most of his program team. They had already auditioned 5 masked singers, and it was time for the 6th contestant. They had to take into consideration the live performances as well as other various factors to determine the order of appearances, to know which contestant would start in the first round or act as a replacement in the second round. All of this were not yet decided, so it was particularly important today as they needed to understand each of the contestants' strengths and characteristics in order to make a decision. Hu Fei lowered his head and jotted a few things down on his notepad. Contestant number 1, recommended as opener, has explosive high notes. Contestant number 2, recommended as opener, a big-name celebrity. How amazing! Yeah, these singers are way too impressive. I've got the goosebumps. This wasn't even rehearsed. If it were the day of recording, how much more shocking would it get? Our show is going to get super popular. Who's the next contestant? Are they here yet? Yup. The next one is the clown. Who's the clown? It's that oil worker. As soon as those words were spoken, the program team staff all snickered. Uffed. So it's him. Why did he come up with that name? Now I'm even more interested in him. Me too. I can finally see him in person. Observe him, everyone. See if you can identify who he is. Figure out just which industry seasoned pro he is. During the past few days, I offer oil to my homeland, had spread throughout the station. The program team staff would laugh until their stomachs hurt every time they listened to it. Even a few of the station heads didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing it. In the meantime, a few of the station heads started conversing. A deputy station head asked, "Is this the celebrity who claims to be a worker?" Hu Fei laughed and said, "Yes, that's him." Another station executive said, "He sings really well, but that song." Dong Shanshan was also seated with them. She smiled and said, "That was just an audition demo. He was just ribbing us. I'm sure he'll sing a proper song for us today." The executive nodded. "Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it." Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on a side door next to the stage. The door swung open, and a white mask appeared before everyone's eyes. He had arrived. The clown had arrived. Some people even stopped blinking and tried to guess who he was from his shape, but drew a blank. Who could this be? He had a figure that was very common and could match too many celebrities. When Han Shi saw that so many executives were present, she got a little nervous. Teacher Clown is here. However, the clown did not seem to be the slightest bit nervous. He took to the stage very gracefully and stood there while looking at everyone in the audience. He gave them a slight nod, but did not say anything. The station heads, Hu Fei and Dong Shanshan, scrutinized him. He walked in with great confidence. He stood there with great confidence. The first thought that they had was, this is definitely not a newcomer. As Dong Shanshan was the host, she took charge of this segment. She raised the microphone in her hands and said with a smile, "Hello, teacher. Out of all the contestants, you're the only one we have zero information about. You don't need to tell us your name, but could you please briefly introduce yourself?" Zhang Ye felt very happy at seeing his old classmate speak to him in such a serious manner without recognizing him. Zhang Ye was smiling to himself. He purposely spoke in a gravelly voice. "I am the clown." He was especially cautious when speaking to Dong Shanshan. After all, they had been classmates for a long time and knew each other very well. If he accidentally revealed anything, Dong Shanshan might begin to suspect who he really was. However, Zhang Ye was still rather confident in his acting chops, as he had previously received quite a few skill experience books related to acting. Dong Shanshan asked, "That's all?" Hu Fei asked, "How old are you?" Zhang Ye didn't even blink. 50. Hu Fei felt his legs give. "Are you also a worker then?" Zhang Ye said. How did you know?" Da Fei wiped his sweat away. "Teacher, can you please stop teasing us?" Zhang Ye replied, "But I'm really a worker." The program team staff rolled their eyes in unison. "Pretend. Go on and keep pretending," a station head said with a wry smile. "Since he does not wish to tell us, let's not force him." A chairman looked at him, then commented, "He must be a big shot in the industry. Otherwise, why would he be so cautious as to not even reveal his age?" The channel's director nodded. "Makes sense." Dong Shanshan looked at Zhang Ye. "Then why don't we begin?" The band was ready. The Miracle Wheels keyboardist asked, "Teacher Clown, what song do you intend to perform? We need to do some tuning." Zhang Ye looked at him. "An original." "An original?" That keyboardist was taken aback, but nodded and said, "That's fine too." The drummer said, "Go ahead and sing. We can improvise." Zhang Ye said, "Are you sure?" The drummer smiled. "Of course, it's no problem. We're all professionals." There had just been two masked singers who had arranged their songs. Whether they'd sustained high notes or slowed down the song, even when it was performed differently from the original, the Miracle Wheels could still accompany the performers. They were one of the best bands around. So how could they not do that? It was just improvisation. What was so difficult about that? The guitarist said, "Let's hit it, teacher." In the audience, everyone was engrossed by the happenings on stage. Hu Fei's ears perked up. Dong Shanshan did not blink. Han Shi was also eyeing the stage, hoping to catch a glimpse of something that would reveal the clown's identity. "A worker? You've been acting since the start. This time, I want to see how you can keep pretending. A love song? Or a rock song? Once you start singing, there will surely be something that gives you away. At that time, I will definitely be able to guess your true identity." A lot of people were thinking the same thing as Han Chi, as everyone wanted to guess the identity of this man. They couldn't have it such that not even their internal staff knew who this guy was, could they? However, when the clown started singing, they realized that they were too naive in their thinking. They finally realized just how much of a seasoned pro they had encountered. Zhang Ye lifted the microphone in his hands and started singing with enthusiasm. We workers have the strength and power. We workers have the strength and power. Working hard every single day, building all these high-rise buildings, laying railways for coal mining, reforming the world, we've changed it. Two of Beijing Television's heads were floored. The program team staff and the audience were all bowled over. Machines are started, rumbling loud, raising our hammers, clink, clank, clunk, making plows, the production's good, forging guns, to send to the front. Heave-ho, a red glow shines. On our faces, our sweat drips down off our faces. For what? For the revolution. For what? For the revolution. The Miracle Wheels band members' jaws all dropped. Throughout, they could not even accompany him with a beat. They just stared in astonishment at the masked singer on stage, feeling as though 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. Improvisation? I'll improvise your sister. What the fuck is this song? How the fuck can we possibly improvise to that? But listening to that teacher clown's voice, they couldn't help but admit one thing. His singing was so fucking good. That voice was marvelous. The music stopped. Well, alright, there wasn't actually any music to begin with. The entire time, Zhang Ye had been singing a cappella. The Miracle Wheels, who had just bragged about their professionalism, ended up not even playing a melody. Zhang Ye finished performing. Everyone in the audience smiling wryly. It was another workers' song. Yesterday was oil workers. And today? Railroad workers? Coal miners? Geez, friend, can you stop being so inspirational? Can you please sing properly? How do you expect us to guess who you are this way? Hu Fei cleared his throat, looked at the clown, and said, Teacher, you sing great and very professionally. We all recognize your singing and strength, but about that, can you please switch to a different song? Can you sing something that is closer to your actual job? Are you a professional singer? Or an actor? Why? Don't you do another song? Zhang Ye nodded. Sure. Hu Fei said, Thank you. Everyone was once again in full anticipation as they believed he would finally sing something proper. Something related to my job? All right. Then I have no choice but to reveal my real occupation to all of you. Without even skipping a beat, Zhang Ye sang the next song loudly. The moment he belted out the first line, he made the 50 to 60 people present in the studio so angry they wanted to vomit blood. As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. I tend to get long-winded when talking about trucks. Uffed. Dong Shanshan had her face in her hands and was laughing uncontrollably. Han Chi was floored. Hu Fei stared blankly. You've become a pro driver this time? And you're even a fucking 50-year-old pro driver? You even fucking all smiles about it. I'll smile at your second granny. However, Zhang Ye was very into the song and painted a vivid picture. Thinking, when I was 18 and learned how to drive, fiddling with that foreign truck, I became an old hand. Since, of course, I have yet to see a Chinese truck. Praying to the moon and stars, praying for that truck to come. And it did. Yo-oh-ho hey. Our working class wins glory for our country, hey. Everyone felt numb and watched him in stupefaction. But the more Zhang Ye sang, the more enjoyment and excitement he got out of it. Full of pride, I have the power. Hey, 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 hey. Ha ha ha. My why. Country's line spans far and wide. I drive my domestic truck merrily along. In the blink of an eye, I've traveled all across China. Load up all the construction material onto my truck. Night and day, no stops, hey. Shipping grain, lugging steel, climbing mountains, crossing rivers. I will take it into my own hands to build our China. Yo-oh-ho hey. Hey, even with 50 or 60 more years, I shall never come to a stop. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Ha-ha-ha-hey. With one last deep breath, Zhang Ye sang in a sustained line in his head voice. I shall never come to a stop. He finished singing. The song ended. In the audience, very few people were left standing, as everyone had been bowled over. Stop the truck. Hurry up and stop the truck, bro. Hats off to him. They truly commended him. Almost nobody could play dumb to his extent. Oil workers, coal miners, Railroad workers? And this time, it was a truck driver? Even if you live for another 50 to 60 years, you shall never come to a stop? Aren't you going to drive yourself to death then? Truly, everybody was defeated by this masked singer who went by the name of the clown. I offer oil to my homeland 1. We workers have the strength and power too. Pro Driver 3. What the fuck are all these songs? Did you have to go that far to hide your identity? Just who on earth are you? Chapter 984. You have the cheek to call others weird? Chapter 984. You have the cheek to call others weird? Translator, leg editor, leg. Teacher Clown's audition was over. Every employee in the studio found it both funny and annoying. A lovely king of masked singers. A lovely variety show. A lovely stage meant for the performance of pop music. But good God, it was fucking turned into a retirees concert for old cadres of the working class, with songs talking about events before and after the revolution. Even if you sang a song from 10 to 20 years ago, we would still have considered it pop. But which era were your songs from? They were all songs from 50 to 60 years ago, perhaps even 60 to 70 years ago. Hanshi thought to herself how her dad had probably just been born when these songs hit the airwaves. How did you even come up with songs like that? You're too good at making things up. The performance had knocked most of the audience dead. The previous 5 masked singers had also purposely tried to hide and disguise their real voices. One of them even sang their song entirely in a falsetto. But even so, compared to those before him, the way that this masked singer named the Clown had concealed his identity made the other 5 people's methods not even worth mentioning. In order to hide his identity, he went as far as composing these 3 revolutionary-style songs himself or with the help of someone else. He pretended to be a coal miner after pretending to be an oil worker. He pretended to be a trucker after pretending to be a coal miner. Would you be convinced by that? Would you? In any case, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Ho Di, and the rest of the program team were all prostrating. They were convinced. A lot of them were actually kneeling in worship on the inside as they listened to the end of the song. Hu Fei looked behind him. Sirs, what about him? A deputy station head who was neither laughing nor crying said, Why are there even such people? A station chief coughed and said, People involved in the performing arts are probably a little bit different, you know? There's a lot of people in the performing arts, the deputy station head said, but I've never seen one that takes it as far as him. In order to protect his identity, he pretended to be some retired old worker and belt out revolutionary song after revolutionary song, coming up with all sorts of tricks. He acted like he was a worker until it became a drama. He turned these working class songs into a series. When he gets onto the actual stage, he better not turn into a textile or subway worker. Who could bear that? Hu Fei was entertained. Sir, that definitely won't happen. When the day of recording arrives, he will definitely sing properly. I'm just curious as to who he really is. Another station head suddenly said, Did you all forget? The contract. When everyone heard that, their eyes lit up. Right. The contract had yet to be signed. They still required him to sign it in person in order to participate. The clown had already gone off stage. Hu Fei asked, Are there any more contestants lined up? Da Fei quickly answered, There are 2 more teachers who have just arrived, but they're both still getting ready. All right, let them wait a bit. Hu Fei immediately called out to Zhang Ye, Teacher Clown, a word, please. The clown looked at him. Hu Fei held up the contract. You must be an industry insider, so you must surely know that there is a requirement to sign a contract before you can appear on the show. Please look over it. The clown acknowledged and walked over to them. He held the contract in his gloved hand and swept his eyes several times across the contract. Hu Fei said, It just outlines the duties of the artist, such as attending the show's recording on time. It's the same as any other contract. The contract period runs until the end of the show's broadcast. If you verified that there are no problems, please sign your name here. Oh, by the way, it has to be your real name. Else there's no legality, and that wouldn't do. Everyone was thinking that he would reject it. But this man wearing a clown mask did not even hesitate. He picked up a pen and signed his name in a few quick strokes. Hu Fei was taken aback. A few of the station heads were also taken aback. They grabbed the contract and squeezed together to look at it. Their jaws dropped. What name is this? I can't read it. This is your real name? Although he did sign his real name, it was so flamboyant none of them could read it. The clown said, It's 100% my real name. He was not lying. He did indeed sign it as Zhang Ye, which was his real name. But of course, Zhang Ye was a calligrapher too. Regular script? Clerical script? Semi-cursive script? Cursive script? He knew all of those. As long as he didn't wish for anyone to read his handwriting, most ordinary folk would not be able to read it. And even if they wanted Zhang Ye to explain the characters he wrote down, he could easily tell them about the strokes that were written. His name and his signature would definitely match up. A deputy station head was flabbergasted. "Teacher, you're making things very difficult for us by doing this. If we don't even know who you are, how can we pay you your appearance fees?" Zhang Ye shook his head. "Just take care of my meals." Take care of his meals. No need for any appearance fees? Damn, aren't you too easy to fool? But it was true. The working class had always had low requirements. They had no other ideas left anyway. Having encountered such a stubborn veteran, what else could they do? They couldn't possibly deny him an appearance on the show, could they? With such good vocals, it would be a real pity not to have him. Besides, the man beneath the mask might really be some big-name celebrity, and that would mean viewership ratings. Who would willingly give that up? The clown walked off, leaving only the program team staff whispering to one another. Could he have really been a worker? The hell? You really believe that? How else could he have sung those songs with such enthusiasm? Who knows? I still can't figure it out. Yeah, those 3 songs have me befuddled. He's way too good at faking it. We might really have to wait until the start of the competition to find out what he's truly capable of. He hides himself really well. But is it worth it? He doesn't even want the appearance fees? Perhaps he's not actually a big-name celebrity. God only knows. However, when writing their evaluations, everyone still gave him very good reviews. Hu Fei wrote, "Bel canto maestro." Da Fei wrote, "Recommended as opener." Dong Shanshan wrote, "Able to sing old songs well, very unique." Backstage, in the clown's waiting room, Han Chi followed him back. "Teacher, there are a few more masked singer auditions taking place later. When everything is over, there will be an internal meeting. Meeting the other contestants?" No, it's just showing everyone singing to each other so that everyone can have a listen. Of course, it will only be a small portion of the actual singing, just a few lines. That's to allow the contestants to greet to each other with their vocals. Of course, if you don't wish to make yourself known to them in advance, you may decline to partake in this internal meeting. We are more lenient about that. But out of respect for everyone else, if you do not wish to take part, you won't be allowed to listen to their singing from the auditions. Okay, so your decision is? I'm fine with that. Okay, Zhang Ye was fine with the arrangement. He had already done so much to conceal his identity. If someone could still recognize him, he would have to hand it to them. In truth, even if he did not hide himself this way, people were not likely to identify him. That was because Zhang Ye had only sung officially in public once before, during Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala where he performed A Letter to Home. His singing then was done in a more recitative style and was considered casual, so the industry insiders all knew that he couldn't really sing and would therefore not likely associate him to this current identity. As such, Zhang Ye was not afraid to let others hear his singing. In fact, he wanted to listen to the other masked singers to find out their strengths. Half an hour. 1 hour. Finally, the auditions for the masked singers who came over today were finished. Shortly after, Han Chi knocked on the door and came in. "Teacher, we're ready." Zhang Ye said, "Okay." There was a television in the waiting room. Han Chi turned it on and changed some settings before an image appeared on the screen. This was clearly not a broadcast signal, but an internal one. Zhang Ye, with mask on, looked over. The first singer's voice came from the TV. The NII's cooled down. The YINDs died down. But where? Oh, where are you? It was a woman's voice. All the notes were sung in a falsetto. It might look like very easy to sing in a falsetto, but it was particularly difficult to control. It required a lot of skill, yet this woman's falsetto was flawless and would make anyone who heard it shiver. Zhang Ye looked at her name. Stage name, Petal Shower. Who was it? He could not figure out who she was just from listening. Following her, the next voice sounded. The sun is my name. Heaven is my faith. The earth is my refuge. Humanity is my enemy. It was a woman's voice again. It was a very gentle and soothing female voice. Upon hearing it for the first time, it didn't sound too special. But this voice was the type that became more pleasant the more you listened to it. It was the kind of voice that would slowly and lightly creep into your soul. It was wonderful. And who might this be? Looking at her stage name, it was Sunset Glow. So it was her. She had bumped into Zhang Ye earlier in the corridor. He felt that she should be someone he had come across before, although he could not recognize her. Next, a man's voice rang out. This was the voice of that man called Sunflower in the Starlight. Oh, Yao, I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that I have no talent. I don't believe that I'm destined to be a lowly person. I don't believe that my songs will be left unanswered forever. This was a song from this world, Zhang Yuanqi's old song. I don't believe. Although he made several arrangements to the score, his voice had very strong carrying power, and his high notes were very powerful. He was certainly going to be a formidable adversary. Moreover, Zhang Ye was positive that this man was a professional singer. This was because if he were an actor or a host, even with great talent and singing, he couldn't possibly belt like that. This guy's voice was like a well-tempered and highly polished blade. Then the fourth contestant, followed by the fifth, and the sixth. Zhang Ye was looking more and more helpless, thinking about how these contestants were much too fearsome. It wasn't until he heard the seventh person's voice that he felt a little relieved. This man's stage name was The Yak. Although he sang well, there were some flaws that could be heard in his singing. There were some articulation issues and other details of his singing that lacked quite a fair bit compared to the others, so he likely wasn't a professional singer. Or perhaps it was a newcomer to the music industry. But when it came down to the real competition, nothing was certain. The live studio atmosphere, the audience demographics, the choice of song, the order of appearances, the actual performance, all of these would affect the final results. Zhang Ye would not venture say that this guy would definitely get eliminated until the outcome was announced. Who knew? If he picked well and chose a song that resonated with the audience, then they might very well just vote for him. As a result, he knew not to disregard any of them. None of the competitors would be easy to deal with. Zhang Ye memorized all of their names by heart. He also knew they were not the only contestants. They were just the tip of the iceberg. After the clips were played, Han Chi looked at him with her beady eyes and blinked several times. Teacher Clown, what do you think? Zhang Ye stopped up his throat and commented in a gravelly voice. They're all right. The Yak is average at singing, but for Petal Shower to sing entirely in falsetto, she's a little weird. Han Chi's vision swam. Weird? You have the cheek to call others weird? Damn. Out of the entire group, you're the weirdest one, okay? Waiting room number 1. The voice of the clown was reverberating through the room. How glorious it is to be an oil worker, wearing a hard hat and traveling the world. The masked man with the stage name, Sunflower in the Starlight, was staring, slack-jawed. Waiting room number 2. We workers have the strength and power. We workers have the strength and power. Petal Shower nearly fell off the sofa. Waiting room number 4. As a 50-year-old pro driver, I am all smiles. I tend to get long-winded when talking about trucks. Thinking, when I was 18 and learned how to drive, fiddling with that foreign truck, I became an old hand. Sunset Glow was wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The people in the other waiting rooms,